Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, David Lance. General information about the MC, name equals David Lance. Gender equals male. Powers equals all the powers Black Bolt has. However, they will only reach maximum power once he reaches adulthood. Around the age of 20. Home city equals Star City. Superhero name equals Black Bolt. Love interest equals to be revealed later. Chapter 2, Chapter 1. Enjoy. I was on my way home after a hard day's work. I was quite tired and a little tense, but that was to be expected. 15 hours of work a day will do that to you. My job was nothing glamorous or fancy, but it was necessary. I worked with the police IT department helping them with their systems. I started 2 months ago after I came of age, and the pay was good. But sometimes I wish I didn't have to work so much, but nothing is perfect, right? No traffic today, that's weird, I commented as I continued to drive home. Usually, the streets at the current time were full of people going to lunch. Yet, they were empty, outside of the occasional car and truck passing by, which was an impossibility in New York of all places. With a smile, I dismissed those thoughts. Why complain about the lack of traffic? This way, I would get home faster, which meant I would get to sleep faster, which would make me very, very happy. As I smiled at that thought, a bright light blinded me, followed by a familiar sound I had heard before, the sound of tires screeching, though this time the sound wasn't in a movie, it was coming towards me. Seconds later, I felt a lot of pain, as my car was lifted into the air by the sudden violent hit, all while I lost consciousness. I didn't know what had happened, but I knew something had hit me, that much was clear before I closed my eyes. When I opened my eyes again, I could hear the sirens of the police and the fire department while my face rested in a puddle of my own blood inside my car. I couldn't move, I could only faintly hear what was happening around me, but not very clearly. It was like hearing underwater, distorted, and far away. Surprisingly I was calm, and not because I thought I was going to be rescued. No, something inside me was clear that I was going to die, that there was no way to save me, and even with the prospect of my imminent death, I was calm. As I sank into my thoughts of acceptance of death, a light came into my tired eyes, blinding me. His pupils are unresponsive. I heard someone say in a worried tone. He has 5 penetrations, 1 in the throat, 2 in the abdomen, and 2 in the legs, added another person with the same tone. He's bleeding out, we have to help him, exclaimed the first person I heard before, who was blinding me with a flashlight, I guessed. No. I don't think we can, the second person added with a defeated tone. While these two debated about my survival, I was laughing in my head, dying in a car crash, what a cliché. Still, I guess it's an ending like any other, how tired I am. When I asked to rest. I didn't mean this, but maybe it's my fault for not specifying. And with that last thought, my eyes stopped seeing, my ears stopped hearing, and my mind stopped thinking. Star City. October 17th, 1930 Pacific Daylight Time. 1995. I opened my eyes again, and I was confused. I didn't feel like before, I didn't feel pain like I probably should have had, no, I felt different, it was hard to explain. I immediately noted that I could not move, or rather, my body did not move as I wanted it to move. I felt uncoordinated, out of control, like when you were drugged for an operation, but with all your mental faculties still intact, it was aggravating and very troubling. Eventually, I managed to move my body to my right side to see something that didn't make much sense, a teddy bear, a giant teddy bear laying on the bed I was currently occupying. As far as I could see, it was as big as me. Why would I have a giant teddy bear? Why would the hospital give me one? Sighing, I moved my eyes away from the teddy bear to see what else was around me, only to find some kind of bars surrounding my bed. Wouldn't once by what I could tell, my sight wasn't cooperating with me a lot today. Bars and a giant teddy bear, none of this made any sense. Was I perhaps sleeping? Mom. I heard someone say excitedly. The baby is awake. The baby? Hello, a giant head peeked through the bars towards where I was looking. I'm your big sister, and you must obey and listen to me, she declared, as I realized she was looking at me. A giant blonde girl, something wasn't right. She wasn't a giant, was she? Suddenly it all made sense, to an extent of course. A giant teddy bear, a giant girl smiling at me. It was all a matter of perception, these things weren't big, I was small, I was a baby. Well, this I was not expecting. Star City. October 23rd, 9:30 Pacific Daylight Time. 1995. Status update. Well, I was right with my first assessment, I was a baby. I suppose there are worse things than being unable to shit properly like God intended or talk or move properly at all. I better not continue lest I want to become the first clinically depressed baby. My new name was apparently David Lance. My new sister, aka the giant blonde girl that initially scared the crap out of me, her name was Dinah Lance. I wonder if she's a fan of Black Canary. My new father was Larry Lance, a police officer from what I could see every now and then when he came to see me with his uniform. And my new mother was Dinah Drake, no idea what she does, besides taking care of me. Anyhow, I was a baby. Quite the predicament, right? Not much to say beyond that. Life is monotonously boring as a baby. You eat, you process your food, you sleep, and rinse and repeat. You have no control over it too. I get hungry many times a day, I sleep a lot, and well, soil my diaper a lot. Though like I said before, not all is bad. Yes, it's depressing sure, but I'm alive. That has to be worth something, at the very least. Yes, it would be torture for a bit, but not for that long. I mean, by my second birthday I should be able to go as adults say potty relatively alone, and walk, meaning I only really had 2 years of baby prison ahead of me, which is not that bad considering the situation. Maybe even less. I was an adult in a baby's body. I should be able to learn things faster, right? Though I wasn't sure how physically possible that was. I mean, for all I knew the body needed to mature to do certain things, and I couldn't rush those things. I guess I'm about to find out. Star City. February 03, 15:30 Pacific Daylight Time. 1997. A lot of things have happened since my rebirth. Things I never thought possible, things that often kept me awake at night. For starters, during my first birthday, I discovered that the city where I lived was called Star City. Which although strange wasn't very concerning. How foolish I was. At the time I couldn't tell it was the first of many red flags I would get in my new life. Days later, I saw my new mother dressed in a very strange way, like a stripper cosplaying Black Canary, but in the old comic style, not the updated style. At first, I thought that's what she did for a living, a cosplaying stripper, but days later I found out how wrong I was. When a man wearing a golden helmet floated into our house telling our mom she was needed. A man I knew as Dr. Fate. Imagine my surprise for a moment. It was there when I became aware that this was not my world, that I had not only been reincarnated in some kind of past but that I had been transported to a new universe, one to which I was somewhat familiar. I'll be honest, I didn't know what to make of this situation. Star City. November 21st, 19:30 Pacific Daylight Time. 2001. 6 years passed in the blink of an eye, and well, there was a lot to tell. My sister, Dinah, who since my discovery of what universe I inhabited I knew was going to be the next Black Canary, was an awesome sister. She loved me a lot, she showed it with everything she did for me, and I'm not going to lie, I loved her a lot too. I never had siblings, and I never thought that having siblings would be so good, so necessary. Maybe it wasn't like that for everyone, but Dinah was a pretty good big sister. I didn't miss my past life at all, in fact, heck I barely remembered it. I only remembered my job, and what I knew about this universe, but things like my name before I died, or my age, I didn't really remember. They faded with time, leaving only what I knew now, that I was a man, that I died, and that I knew a lot about this universe. Although based on what I remembered, I could make some conclusions about my past life, like for example, knowing that I died in a car crash, I knew that I must have been at least 16 years old. But I really didn't care for it. Anyway, about my current life. Well, Dinah was already training to be a hero, even though she was just 16 years old. Our mother and others were helping her get a hold of her powers. Which brought me the following question: would I inherit such powers? I mean, in a world like this any kind of power is a good power. I suppose sooner or later I would know. Dinah got hers when she was 6, almost leaving her entire first grade class deaf, which was when she started training with other heroes to control her power, so considering I'm 6, I should know soon. Star City. December 21st, 19:30 Pacific Daylight Time. 2001. I killed someone. It wasn't my intention, but I did, and it feels awful. I think it's the first time since I got here that actually cried. I got my powers and they were worse than I imagined. I was playing hide and seek with Dinah in an abandoned building when all of a sudden a random drunk appeared as I tried to hide behind some boxes. The men startled me, but I didn't scream. I just mutter a word, like one does when surprised but not enough to be scared. I wasn't scared. I knew Dinah would kick his ass if he tried anything, but as soon as I muttered that word, the men exploded leaving nothing behind but a small handful of blood. Dinah found me a few seconds later. I was in a state of shock. She hugged me. I didn't feel it. I had killed a man. I could barely think, but something was clear. A part of me knew that if I ever opened my mouth again, the result would be the same, but worse. I could feel it now. And I was scared, not only for me but for everyone around me. Star City. January 13th, 15:30 Pacific Daylight Time. 2002. After that fateful day when my powers awoke. I was moved to a secured location to train me into controlling my powers, courtesy of Green Arrow, the new upcoming hero of Star City, who was apparently friends with the family. No one blames me for what I did, not entirely. But that didn't make me feel any better. My powers, I knew them. I had somehow obtained the powers of the Inhuman known as Black Bolt. Each passing day, I felt my power growing stronger, which alone was more than enough to aggravate me. I had no control over it. If I uttered a word, people would die. Especially taking into consideration the fact I used to talk, it's hard to simply stop talking, to simply not say or utter a sound. It's unbearably hard, it's torture. At least things like sneezing or coughing didn't activate my powers, but every other sound did. I regretted thinking that any power would be a good power in this world. This power was not a gift, it was a burden. If I wasn't careful, I would end up killing those who I loved. Everything will get better, Dinah said, as she approached me with a smile. Taking my notepad, the one I had been given to communicate, I wrote. I don't think so, but it's good to dream, isn't it? Dinah sighed, hugging me tightly. I will love you, no matter what. Tears fell from my eyes, but I made no sound. Star City. October 13th, 15:30 Pacific Daylight Time. 2007. By 2003, our mother died, and soon after our dad followed. Not much to say about that, beyond that they were somewhat old, but not old enough to die of old age. As for me, well, I was 12, and as I had said, my powers had only gotten stronger. Not only voice-wise, but physically, I was leagues about what a 12-year-old should be capable of. I was strong, not sure how much in the scale of things, especially considering Superman was a thing here, but I was strong. As for my speech, well, I was now legally a mute, you could say. After destroying 5 arrow caves in less than a year by accidentally muttering a word, well, they all came to the conclusion my powers were always active, and that it was best if I learned how to control them, in a different manner, by containing them. By this point, both Dinah and Oliver, who now trusted me enough to share his name, were both part of the newly formed Justice League. And with their help, well, I got better training in facilities made for such things. Batman specifically was interested in my training. I knew why. I mean, it was more than obvious he wanted to neutralize a possible vocal nuke. My training consisted of 2 things, meditation and pain control. Meditation was mostly done with Martian Manhunter, who helped me with it. Pain control was done with Batman. He would put me in a soundproof room, and have a robot punch me or slap me, or electrocute me. Dinah was not happy with that, but I begged her to let me handle it. I didn't want to destroy a city by hitting a toe. I needed to be able to control my voice, even if I lost an arm, or if someone broke my legs, I needed to be able to talk only when I wanted to. It had come to the point, I was seriously considering damaging my pain receptors, but Dinah forbade me from doing such. Even Batman seemed appalled by my idea. Stop thinking about mutilating yourself, Dinah signed. She didn't have to, I could understand her if she talked, but she said she didn't want me to feel left out, so she learned sign language with me. I know it sounds like a suicidal thing, I signed with a smile. But you have to admit, it would solve a big part of my problem. I don't care, Dinah signed angrily. I love you, I signed with a smile. I love you too, Dinah signed, hugging as she did so. I didn't know what life had in store for me, but I would be ready. Chapter 3, Chapter 2. Enjoy. Star City. January 13th, 15:30 Pacific Daylight Time. I became a hero, kinda. I was a sidekick, working with my sister Dinah. It was Batman's idea surprisingly. I really didn't want to do it nor did Dinah want me to, but he convinced her, saying I needed a purpose, a reason to not let my emotions, my power consume me, and that living in isolation would do that eventually. I didn't know how to feel about that. But in a way, I understood his reasoning. He was trying to avoid letting me fall into the dark pit known as depression, by giving me a fulfilling purpose. Funny how things play out. After he convinced Dinah, well, as I said before, I became her sidekick. Black Bolt. I picked the name in honor of the men that shared in a distant universe the same burden as me. It felt right. As for what I was doing, well, Dinah was keeping me out of danger's path. My training was yet to be completed, and while I was almost sure I could avoid talking or making any type of sound, precautions had to be made. Especially considering I can level a city with a whisper. Anyway, my life now basically consisted of helping Dinah with minor crimes, like robberies and such, and going back to the soundproof bunker to continue with my training. So far I could break bones and not utter a sound. Most of the time, according to Batman at least, he didn't actually break my bones, or Dinah, in her own words, would have castrated him with a pencil. So, instead of breaking my bones, Batman brought a small device that he made that made me feel the pain of breaking a bone or two, by sending direct signals to my brain that basically emulated the feeling perfectly. No idea why Batman had such a device. But I really didn't care. As for Dinah, well, she wasn't exactly happy about this training method, but after some dialogue with her, I convinced her to let me do it. I needed this. I needed to be able to control any type of vocal reflex, regardless of the situation, which lamentably included pain. You are making remarkable progress. Batman nodded in approval as he approached me. Getting compliments from him was always weird. Well, I try. I smiled ever so lightly. I know it must be hard, and that no one can really relate to your situation, but know that you are doing what is right, Batman replied, his disturbingly cold gaze on me. Even when being friendly, the man was unnerving. I guess I nodded. My new sidekick is coming later today to meet with you, Batman added, and I could almost swear I felt fondness on his tone. He knows about your unique condition, so don't worry about explaining much. I eyed Batman and gave him a look that said, why? You need to socialize with people close to your age, Batman replied, reading my look. You live in a soundproof military-grade cave, you only go out to help Black Canary every now and then, and the only people you talk to are Green Arrow, Black Canary, Martian Manhunter, and me, all adults. That is not healthy. If only you knew how old I really was, Bruce. Well, you are the boss here, I sighed. I mean, he was paying for the majority of the shit I used, including the soundproofed military base, that although was not strong enough to stop me, was resilient enough to tank a whisper, at least according to his calculations, and he was Batman, so I believed him. Needless to say, I'm not ordering you to meet with Robin, Batman added. But I think you need to socialize with people your age, people my age. Funny. When is he arriving? I suppose meeting Robin can't be that bad. He's already here, Batman scowled, looking towards a corner in the base. How did you even know? And there is Robin. I told you to wait. Batman glared at the kid as he came into view. I was excited to meet him. Robin chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Hey, I waved. With a smile, Robin approached me and started to move his hands. I'm learning long pause, sign language. I had to fight the urge to chuckle right there, not a good start. Batman, do you happen to know where is my notepad? I asked the Dark Knight. No, but I have one here, Batman replied, pulling a notepad from his belt. God, that thing really does have everything. Here's a pen. I definitely want one of those for XMAS. I wonder if Dinah can make it happen. Hi there, I wrote. Sorry, I just started learning, like 2 days ago. Robin smiled shyly. It's cool, we can use the notepad for now, at least until you understand what I say without it. I wrote that I really didn't care if people talked with me using sign language, but them understanding was always helpful. I'll leave you two alone, Batman said, walking out of the room. So, is this a Batplay date? I wrote, making Robin chuckle. I suppose in a way. Robin snorted. So, my name is Black Bolt, I'm 12 years old, and well. I live here, I wrote, making conversation. I'm 9, Robin began. I live with Batman, and my codename is Robin. So what, Sidekick Squad? I grinned. Oh God, that sounds awful. He laughed. But sure, why not, Sidekick Squad, he added, high-fiving me. Gotham City. February 21st, 16:30 Central Time, 2008. Robin was a good kid. A bit too energetic for my taste, but a good kid nonetheless, very smart too. The little bastard learned sign language, fluently, in less than 1 month. A feat that took me almost a year to complete. I guess that's why he was considered a genius. As for Batman, well, he was especially interested in me making connections with his protege, which is why I was currently on Gotham, helping them with some minor crimes. This was a big step for the Dark Knight. If there was someone in the superhero business that was territorial, it was him, so needless to say I was surprised when he invited me to help in Gotham for a bit. And even more, surprised when Dinah allowed me to go. So, with that said and done, I went to Gotham, though I have to admit, I was a bit reluctant to go on this business trip, so to speak. Because the Joker terrified me. Which is funny, with my powers I could solo him with ease, but still, if there was one villain that creeped me out, it was him. He was utterly crazy, and that scared me a bit. Anyway, working with Batman was a bit different than working with Dinah or Oliver. Batman was an odd character, so to speak, ever silent, and at the same time, very communicative. He had looks and grunts for every scenario. One look could mean anything between, go there, to wait here. It was a confusing time for me. Robin helped though. Whenever I didn't understand one of Batman's grunts or silent glares, he would translate them for me. As Robin jokingly put it, the Batman glare language was a thing. It was fun. Maybe Batman will let you come to Gotham more often. Robin smiled, as we tied a few robbers that had tried to rob a bank. It was, I nodded, slapping one of the robbers that was trying to bite me. Well, let's go, Robin grinned. Gotham City. February 22nd, 16:30 Central Time, Batman POV. David Lance, code name. Black Bolt. David Lance shows all the signs of a clinically depressed person. His isolation and lack of normal human stimuli are slowly but surely weighing him down. But the biggest chain of them all are his powers. His powers and the constant threat they represent are an impossibly large looming shadow above his head, above everyone's head. A new plan had to be created, for the worst-case scenario. Security level. Omega, password Delta Charlie 2751939, new contingency plan, under the file Agamemnon Contingency. Should Black Bolt become a threat, we need to be prepared for the worst. Contingency file, codenamed the Silent End. If Black Bolt ever becomes a threat to the planet, the following protocols will need to be enacted to ensure our survival. Black Bolt's power differ a lot from Black Canary's powers. Medical tests show his powers are directly connected to the left hemisphere of the brain, connecting directly to the speech zone of the brain. Results for containment are inconclusive. Further testing is required, though results show that tear gas, if administered quickly enough, should cut off his ability to speak and scream, and should this not be enough, adding a well-timed blow to the trachea should do the trick. Alternatively, should this not work, the best way to disable his powers would be to distract him. His sister is an excellent blind spot, as is his fear of killing everyone. Taking hostages is also a good distraction, particularly if he knows them. Should this prove to be ineffective, battle relocation is essential. While his powers are dangerous, he himself is a human with minor superstrength. Relocating the battle to an enclosed zone should limit the use of his powers out of fear of killing himself. Recommendation: underground location. The Silent End, file closed. Black Bolt left, Robin said, as he entered the Bat Cave. I know, I replied, turning the PC off. Star City. March 13th, 12:30 Pacific Daylight Time. Dinah Lance, Black Canary POV. I loved my brother. How could I not? In more than one way, he was my world, mine to protect. After all, that was my job as his big sister. And that was exactly why it hurt me to know I had no way to help him, not really. His powers were beyond anything we have ever seen in our family. Minor super strength, minor super speed, minor super stamina, and minor superhuman durability. Batman's theory suggests his powers mutated from our family line, creating something entirely new and dangerous. His sonic scream was leagues above my own, and simulations suggest he could level cities with but a word. I could see he was depressed. Isolation was drowning him in a sea of despair, and the looming shadow of danger that his powers represented only helped to cement his own self-loathing. He would say no, that he wasn't sad or anything, but I knew better. Which is why I had accepted when Batman told me to put him under my wing, that helping others would break him out of his own shell of misery, and give him a purpose. I was happy with this because it worked. He was getting better, helping others, forgetting for a moment the weight he had on his shoulders. Many start on this career because they need to help others. He started because he needed to help himself. Just like Batman. Heck, Batman, with all of his cold, disturbing demeanor, was actually trying to help him. He was even arranging playdates with his sidekick Robin. Dinah, so. I was thinking, Oliver said, snapping me out of my long reverie. Yes, I would love to go out with you, I replied with a smile. How did you? Never mind, Oliver chuckled with a blush. Star City. March 13th, 1:30 Pacific Daylight Time. Oliver Queen, Green Arrow POV. David Lance was a good kid, with more weight on his shoulders than any kid or adult for that matter should have. I don't know what would I do if I had the power to destroy a city by simply talking. I really wished I could help him more, but even the Bat was at a loss with how to suppress his powers. Even the inhibitor collars didn't work on him, though according to the Bat it's because we don't have enough data on his powers to actually code a collar to work on him. It broke my heart when I told him about the collar, and the chance he could speak again, because for a moment he seemed hopeful, and then, it didn't work. That day, I failed him and I lost my third arrow cave. I wonder if this is how Soups feels all the time, so much power on the tip of his hands. One wrong move, he could kill those who he's trying to save. Perhaps I should introduce the two of them, perhaps they would relate to one another. If I was in his shoes, I would like to know someone who can relate to me. Oliver, I'm the woman and I am already ready. Dinah shouted. I'm almost done. I shouted back. You said that 30 minutes ago. Dinah sighed in annoyance. I want to look pretty okay. Why can she understand? My elegant mustache needs some work, delicate work, after all, perfection takes time. Chapter 4, Chapter 3. Enjoy. Star City. January 13th, 9:30 Pacific Daylight Time. David Lance POV. Aren't you excited? Dinah asked with a wide smile as she drove to the community college. I nodded. Today was my week off. Off training. Off fighting crime. Off all hero-related things. What was I to do during this week? Well, I was to take an art course in the community college of Star City. I liked art. I wasn't particularly good at it, but I enjoyed it. It helped me breathe, so to speak, when things became overwhelming. It was an escape for me, like games for some, or food. My little baby is growing up, Dinah teased. I sighed, rolling my eyes. Don't roll your eyes at me, mister, as your older sister. I have every right to annoy the heck out of you, Dinah grinned, playfully slapping my arm. I suppose you do, I smiled. Maybe you can draw something for me, to have at the shop, Dinah smiled, probably imagining this course would turn me into Da Vinci or something. Sure, why not, I nodded, smiling at the thought. Here we are, Star City Community College. Dinah announced in a dramatic manner. You need to stop hanging out with Oliver so much, I deadpanned. Maybe, Dinah chuckled, I guess his drama queen antics are rubbing off on me. I blinked, was that a pun? I'm sorry, Dinah chuckled once again, kissing my forehead, no more puns for today, that's a Lance promise. Is that a thing, I asked, tilting my head to the side. No, but I'm trying to make it a thing, Dinah grinned, now go, and become the best artist you can be. It's just a course, I signed. I said what I said, now go, Dinah chuckled, pushing me out of the car, now remember, if something happens, call me, or Oliver, and we will come to your aid no matter what. I nodded, showing her my phone for accentuation. Good, Dinah nodded, I'll be here to pick you up at 6, she added. Star City. January 13th, 12:30 Pacific Daylight Time. All I wanted was to have a nice freaking class of peaceful art. But no. The universe said, fuck you, and your art kid, enjoy this owl-looking motherfucker. Hello, little bird. How did my art class go to hell? Well, I have no idea. Everything was going great. During class I was having the time of my freaking life painting a fruit bowl with some of the exported acrylic paint Dinah had ordered for me. Then during the scheduled break, I went to college's rooftop to avoid being disturbed as I ate a foot-long sub I had bought beforehand at a gas station with Dinah prior coming here, and the next thing I know is, well, a man with an owl mask tried to dart me as I was about to take the first bite of my sub. I dodged, of course, thank Oliver and his arrows for that, but still, here I was, looking at a man with an owl mask. Which meant one thing, the talons of the owl court were after me, why? Well, I had a few ideas as to why my power was probably my safest bet. Come with me if you want to live, little owlet, the Talon offered, extending his hand. I stared at the man and called my sister. From that point on, all I had to do was buy some time. Bad call, little owlet, the Talon sighed, knives drawn. Grabbing my bag, I flung it to the Talon, who kicked the bag out of his way with shocking finesse, as he threw a few knives my way. Seeing this, I rolled to the side, avoiding the projectiles as I made my way towards him. At the same time, the Talon looked at me and chuckled, hurling his remaining knives at me with incredible speed. However, I ducked under his projectiles just in time to avoid them. Then, when I was close to the Talon, I threw a hard punch to his jaw, putting all my weight into it. The blow pushed the Talon back, and I followed with a kick to his legs. Chuckling, the Talon retaliated by slashing my chest with his claw, drawing some blood. In pain, I jumped a few steps back. Minor super strength, good to know, the Talon stated, cracking his neck, his right hand covered in my blood. Also, high tolerance to pain, kudos to you, owlet. I frowned. We have been waiting since your time in Gotham, for you to be unprotected, little owlet, the Talon began, which surprisingly took us a lot of time. If it wasn't Batman, it was Black Canary or Green Arrow, but now. You are all alone. Since Gotham, they had kept tabs on me since then. But why? I did nothing out of the ordinary. The Talon chuckled, oh well, let us continue before your sister arrives, don't you think? I had two options, fight and possibly be captured, or run, and endanger everyone in this building. Fighting it is. Good, the Talon nodded in approval, pulling a new weapon into view, a sword, one unnaturally large. Let's continue, he added, raising the sword above his head, as he swung it down at me. Seeing this, I jumped back once again, narrowly dodging the sword, as I hurled one of my pocket knives at him with all my strength. However, the Talon didn't move, simply catching the knife with a single move of his hand. His reflexes were too fucking good. Keep trying, owlet, the Talon chuckled, tossing my knife back at me. I however didn't catch it, selecting to avoid the projectile that lodged into the ground. Then, as the Talon was about to take a step forward, an arrow landed on his feet. How about I try? That voice. Oliver. It seems the cavalry arrived a bit early, the Talon spat, looking at Green Arrow. Are you okay, kiddo? Green Arrow asked. I nodded, looking at my bloodied chest. Well, if you are here, the little canary is not too far, so, that's my cue, the Talon sighed, bye-bye, and with that said, the Talon threw a smoke bomb into the ground, vanishing into God knows where. Well, your sister is gonna kill me, Oliver sighed, as the smoke cleared. I blinked and looked at him, giving him a look that said, why? I told her to relax, to give you some space, and this happened, Oliver groaned, she might even try to shave my mustache. I deadpanned. Sorry, Oliver sighed, walking towards me, a frown on his face, we need to treat that wound. I nodded, it was hurting, and considering I fought an assassin, it was best to avoid. David. And there comes Mama Bird, hee hee. Fuck. The puns are spreading. Hey, I waved at her, looking down. Who did this? Dinah growled, anger seething out of her. I don't know, Oliver replied. He was a new one. He had an owl mask, and came from Gotham, I signed. I will have a trip to Gotham then, Dinah muttered darkly. Batman won't like that, Oliver chuckled. I don't care, Dinah shot back. Gotham City. January 19th, 12:30 Central Time, Dick Grayson POV. Someone from Gotham had tried to hunt David, someone I didn't know about. According to Black Canary's chat with Batman, they were from here, and I knew everyone from here, but not them. I found that puzzling. So, it was up to me to see why. After all, Batman was otherwise too busy with other cases. Which is why I was currently inside an empty apartment looking for some clues. According to Batman's servers and the information inside them, here I would find more about what had happened, and why. You can come in now, I sighed out loud to the seemingly empty apartment. And before you say anything, I'm sorry. Batman, who I knew was here, entered through the window of the apartment, his suit blending with the night outside. What are you doing, Dick? They tried to attack my friend, and I want to know why, I replied, avoiding his piercing gaze. You are not ready, Batman scowled. Then you've been training me in what? Monkey training. I shot back, realizing the tone I was using a bit too late. Batman scowled even harder. Beyond clear physical restrictions, I will assume that was an ill attempt at humor. I trust you, Dick, I do, but these people, and what they represent are too much for you to handle, especially alone. I'm sorry, I'm just angry they attacked my friend, is that bad? I sighed, slumping down. No, that makes you human, Batman replied, putting his hand on my shoulder. So who did this? I asked with a sigh, taking a seat on a nearby chair. Batman replied, they call themselves the Court of Owls. The Court of Owls? I asked, frowning. That sounded lame. Batman nodded. They rarely operate outside Gotham, and more than not, they avoid League-related activities. This was a calculated risk. They knew who he was, and to who he was connected, and yet they risked it all. Something doesn't feel right. His powers. I muttered, that had to be it. If they knew about his powers, they would want to weaponize him, a nuke at their hands but better. Batman shook his head. Too soon to say, but I'm not ruling anything out. I see, I mumbled. Go home, Batman added, going back to his scowling mode. I nodded with a tired sigh. Fine. And for the record, you are grounded, Batman said, walking towards the window, his cape sweeping the floor. I figured, I replied with a groan, following him. Gotham City. January 14th, 9:30 Central Time, one day after the attack. Talon POV. Our mission to capture David Lance had failed miserably. We had been unprepared for the quick response time of his caretakers and David's own personal skill in combat. The kid was leagues away from being a threat, but even then, he had managed to stall me, dodging my first strike, and the following, buying the time required for him to avoid capture. A remarkable feat. You failed, the Parliament speaker said as I nodded. No need to sugarcoat it. I had failed on my assignment. So, it was a fruitless effort, the Parliament sighed. I nodded. Now that the League undoubtedly knew about our attempt by now. Meaning from this point on any attempts on getting the kid would be impossible. The League would be on him, protecting him. We will need to relocate, the Parliament speaker sighed. We need to lay low for a while. What about the kid? I asked, already knowing the answer. We will leave that for now, the Parliament speaker replied. As of now, any attempt on his life would and could mean our downfall. The court must hide in the shadows. I nodded, smiling under my mask. The little owlet had escaped out talons. Kudos to him. Chapter 5, Chapter 4. Enjoy. Star City. February 2nd, 2:30 Pacific Daylight Time. David Lance POV. Since the day I was attacked at the Star City Community College's rooftop, while I was trying to have a nice relaxing lunch break, by a man wearing an owl mask. Things had changed. Dinah, my sweet big sister, had gone full mama hen mode on me, looking over me like a dutiful hawk, never allowing me to leave her sight, under any circumstances. I couldn't blame her though. I understood the reason behind her change of demeanor and her need to guard me. She was scared of losing me, and for a good reason. Had Oliver and her not arrived when they did, I would have been captured. Which was a very good reason for her to be like she was being. But not everything was overprotecting me. This attack had also brought some good changes into my life. For my training regime had been increased substantially, which I was particularly happy about, because it would better prepare me for future encounters with people like the Owl Court. I was even learning how to use the bow, mostly because Oliver had insisted, like a lot, and I caved to him. Not that I was ever going to use it, but I would have the skill if I ever needed it. That's enough for today, Dinah smiled, as I panted on the floor, breathless thanks to all the exercise and sparring matches of today. I think the same, I nodded with a tired smile. You have been improving, kiddo, Oliver praised, winking at me. Of course, you are leagues away from moi. I rolled my eyes at him. No matter the situation, Oliver would always be Oliver. Give him some time, and he will kick your ass, Dinah chuckled, as Oliver pouted. As if, Oliver snorted playfully, as he turned to look at me before he made a face that denoted disgust. But before you do, how about a bath? You smell like a sock, a smelly one. I frowned, taking a sniff on my body, and just like he had said, I stank. Heck, I almost gagged after taking a whiff of my unique after-training aroma. I nodded with a sheepish smile. Yep, David needs a bath. Then I blinked. How come they didn't smell bad? How come you two smell like flowers? We've been at it the same time, I asked. Because of this, Dinah chuckled, pulling what seemed to be some sort of deodorant can from her jacket that laid on the floor. It's something Batman made, too. Skip showers from time to time. It's basically a bath in a can. I frowned. Then why didn't you offer me a can of that? I almost felt insulted that she didn't. David, you are a teenager, a race of beings not particularly known for their hygiene. We can't give you a bath in a can, not until we know you will actually take a bath. Oliver nodded to himself. I deadpanned, before simply deciding to walk away and take my bath. They had very strong points. God knows I practically bathed in Axe deodorant during my first puberty. Remember to wash behind your ears. Dinah called. I nodded, smiling all the way to the bath. Star City. February 7th, 9:30 Pacific Daylight Time. Today was a different day from my normal routine. Because Robin, aka Dick Grayson, had come to visit me, according to Dinah, Batman had given his protege the green light to stay with us for a week. Which was very out of character for Batman. Not that I complained. Robin was a very fun kid, always happy, no matter the situation, always talking, always laughing. In a way, he was my opposite. Perhaps that was why I would always find myself enjoying my time with him. So, what do you do for fun around here? Robin asked. I read, or paint. Sometimes I cook, I replied. Oh, then how about we cook something? Robin grinned. He was excited. About what exactly? Not sure. Sure, I nodded. Perfect. I always wanted to see if I could make a souffle, Robin added, sounding almost vindictive. Why? I asked, giving him a look that said, I know there is an undertone to all of this. There's a certain Englishman that says instructions on the web are not enough to make a souffle, Robin huffed. As I rolled my eyes, Alfred was right. You needed more than instructions to be a good chef. Sadly, Robin would have to learn that the hard way. He was a very stubborn individual. Okay, I sighed. You believe the same? Robin gasped with a look of fake hurt. I rolled my eyes once again. I will show you, and him. Robin clamored. Star City. February 7th, 11:30 Pacific Daylight Time. 2 hours later. Long story short, Robin had burnt the kitchen down. Batman will mail you guys a check, Robin muttered, looking down. New rule from now on, never cook again, I signed, looking at my kitchen burning down, flames burning bright as the firefighters' sirens approached. Agreed, Robin nodded. Batman has the Joker, and you have the kitchen as your nemesis, I grinned, getting a playful punch from the embarrassed boy wonder on my shoulder. Batman will kill me, Robin groaned. I have been here but a day, and I already burned your house. It could have been worse, I lied. There was no way making a souffle could have turned any worse than this. In fact, Robin had enacted the perfect example of a Murphy scenario. You, my friend, are a terrible liar, Robin chuckled. I tried, I shrugged. By the way, my name is Dick, Robin, or rather Dick said. I blinked, turning to look at him. Why now? I asked, curious as to why he was sharing his secret identity with me, considering his mentor was Batman. Well, I would have guessed this would have taken more time. I wanted to, Robin shrugged. I don't have many friends, real ones, and well, I asked Batman if I could tell you, and he said, yes, surprisingly. I nodded. It was indeed very surprising for Batman of all heroes to give him the green light for that. Well, thanks, I smiled, scratching the back of my head. I would introduce myself, but... Batman. Dick laughed. Yes, but, still, it's about the principle, so... I rolled my eyes. Hello Dick, my name is David, a pleasure to meet you. I know, Dick grinned, cocky little shit. Gotham City. February 8th, 7:30 Central Time, Bruce Wayne POV. In less than 24 hours, Dick had cost me over $100K in damages. Perhaps it had been a mistake on my part to let him go to Dinah's unsupervised. I would castigate myself for that lack of judgment later. Master Wayne, you seem stressed, Alfred said, offering me a cup of tea. Not more than I was yesterday, I replied, taking the cup. How is Master Dick doing? Alfred asked, a small smile on his face. I smiled. He's having fun with David. He already told him who he was. So he knows who you are then, Alfred commented, and I nodded. if David was half as smart as I gave him credit for, deducing such a simple connection was well beyond his capabilities. I have to admit, Master Wayne, this feels out of character for you, he added. I suppose, I nodded. Alfred had a point, however, but, actually it doesn't affect me in anything. Dinah already knows who I am, and so does Oliver, therefore it was only a matter of time before her brother knew. It was simply a matter of when, and the when never affected. I see, my apologies then, Master Wayne, Alfred nodded. It's okay, I smiled, turning to face him. Is my suit for this evening ready? Yes, both are, Alfred nodded. If I am to be allowed, why are you attending this party, Master Wayne? Some of the members of the Owl Court will be there, and I plan to gather some information, I replied, to which Alfred smiled. So that's why you sent Master Dick away, to avoid getting him involved, Alfred chuckled. Very clever, Master Wayne. Chapter 6, Chapter 5. Enjoy. Gotham City. March 13th, 9:30 Central Time, Dick Grayson POV. David was an easy-to-read guy, and at the same time, puzzling. By this, I meant it was clear to see he was depressed, with how he behaved and such, but it was hard to know what he knew, like my identity. Before the day I burnt his kitchen trying to make a souffle, I was sure I knew everything there was to know about him, and yet. When I told him I was Robin, he reacted like someone that already knew about my identity. Perhaps I was overthinking the entire situation. His kitchen was burning at the time, so his reaction could have been perhaps dulled by all the fire around, but still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Perhaps his sister had told him. Then again, Batman was absolutely certain Black Canary would not do such a thing unless it was absolutely necessary. Which meant that David had, if my suspicions were right, figured out who I was, and by connection, Bruce was all by himself. As far-fetched as it felt, it was the only thing that made sense. That, or he simply didn't care, and reacted to my revelation according to that parameter. I blame Batman for this. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be here in my room making conspiracy theories about my friend. Without him I wouldn't be looking so much into things. I sighed. In the end, who cared if he knew beforehand? Gotham City. July 21st, 7:30 Central Time, Bruce Wayne/Batman POV. The Court of Owls had disappeared. They knew I was onto them, and elected to hide and cease all activities for the time being. I didn't like that. It meant they were fully aware of what attacking David meant, which means, this was a risk they were willing to pay. I scowled at the thought. There were a few reasons why such an organization would want him. His power was amongst them. Someone with the same destructive capability that makes Superman a threat. Perhaps even worse. A single shout from David could level entire countries to nothing but debris. We were not prepared for that. Not nearly enough. And in the wrong hands, the damage he could do was unimaginable. So, as to avoid that, we had to prepare for what was to come. His powers would unavoidably be known, sooner or later. Meaning he had to be prepared for power-hungry individuals hunting him. He needed to be able to fend off their attempts to acquire his power. His training regime needed to increase even more. Computer, call Black Canary, I spoke, sitting in front of my computer in the Batcave. Star City. August 25th, 20:30 Pacific Daylight Time. Oliver Queen POV. I was sad. Sad that Roy wasn't like David. I mean, here I was, training my protege, and all he wanted or ever talked about was, when would he join the League? Speedy, you need to aim higher, I spoke, pointing at his bow. I know, Roy replied, sounding rather annoyed. Maybe I should ask Dinah to switch proteges. Well, then do it, I smiled at him, inwardly laughing at my previous thought, as if Dinah would allow that, she would probably canary cry my balls off. Why are we even doing this? Roy scowled, turning to glare at me. You know I'm good with the bow, and never miss. Why do you keep delaying my entrance to the League? He added, his tone bordering the line of shouting. Roy, you are not ready, but soon you will be, I said, for like the 100th time this month alone. Between you and I, what you want will happen next year, so don't worry, I winked. Roy sighed. A year, he almost sounded hopeful. Which is better than his usual angry tone. I wonder when and why he changed. He used to be so cheery. It's not that bad, I smiled. Even Black Bolt is joining during that time. Roy scowled even harder. Your other protege, he scoffed. I blinked, before sighing, not really. God knows the kid doesn't like using a bow and arrow, but I do train him from time to time. At least he gave you a better name for your base, Roy sighed, a smile creeping up his face. Even I have to admit, the quiver sounds better than the arrow cave. I still feel deeply offended I didn't make that connection before. Yes, I chuckled. Star City. December 19th, 19:30 Pacific Daylight Time. David Lance POV. In the ever-changing life of a hero, situations always escalated out of hand rather quickly. This year my life started with an attempt at it. Then, things escalated, more training, more fights, less free time. I frowned at the thought. Right now wasn't the time to reminisce about the past. Right now I had to focus as I ran through the ceilings of Star City, following two masked individuals, unidentified individuals. I looked at them and decided to test the waters as I flung a few knives at them, to which they ducked under their trajectory, without stopping or slowing down. Trained assassins perhaps. I wonder why two trained assassins were after a simple suburban doctor. Questions for later. Concentrating in the battle, I fired a rope with my rope gun to the next building so that the grapnel embedded itself, as I swung into the battle, closing the gap between us. The assassins stopped. I waved at them. "You should have let us go, kid," one of the assassins remarked, pulling a knife out. "He should have," the other assassin agreed, doing the same. 2 against 1. I like those odds. The assassins made their first move, both rushing at me at the same time, one in the front and the other trying to flank me while I got into position. Then at the same time, both assassins attacked with careful coordination, bringing their knives down on me, one to my back, and the other to my chest, but a knee and an elbow attack to their guts foiled their combined efforts, as both assassins doubled over in pain. However, before I could seize this opportunity, both assassins recovered, one more than the other taking a few steps back, now in a defensive stance. Seeing how they attacked, I only had but a few moments before they would try another combination, which meant I had to break up their dynamic. The one in the front had taken more damage, as the force of a kick is exponentially stronger than an elbow attack, therefore, the one in the back was in better condition to attack me, and possibly land a hit. So, this time, I took the offensive, running towards the assassin that had tried to attack me on the back. The assassin, realizing what was about to happen, rushed towards me, clashing with me. For a brief moment, we traded punches while the other assassin recovered. However, I had the advantage in this clash, which eventually ended with my first colliding with his jaw one last time, knocking him out. By this time, Assassin B had recovered his breath and was running towards me, knife aimed at my neck. It was too late. I ducked under his attack, grabbing his knife arm as it passed through thin air, before taking a step forward, slamming his body to the ground. I had won, all thanks to what Dinah and Bruce had taught me these past few months, which was to consider every battle like a chess match. After all, every fight was all about keeping track of where all the pieces were. "Black Bolt, do you copy me?" Dinah asked through the intercom. I looked at the assassins out cold on the floor before pressing a button on my belt to reply. I had a few buttons for communication through radio. Each button would play a voice line through the comms, "Enemies defeated, awaiting for pickup," and this was what the voice line I had selected said. "On it," Dinah replied, cutting communications. I sighed, pulling out a rope from my utility belt, tying the assassins before they awoke from their deep slumber. It was after all like they said, better safe than sorry. "Good job," Dinah complimented as she arrived where I was, smiling at the sight of the assassins being out cold. "It was surprisingly easy," I replied. "Whoever had sent them to kill the doctor had money, not enough to hire the shadows, but enough to hire pseudo-competent assassins, second-grade ones." "Any idea who sent them?" Dinah asked, kneeling in front of the duo. I shook my head, as I signed. "As you know, interrogation, it's not my forte, kind of hard to acquire information when you can't talk without blowing them up." Dinah snorted. "I suppose you have a point. Fortunately for you, I am very good at just that." Chapter 7, Chapter 6. Enjoy. Star City. January 1st, 4:30 Pacific Daylight Time. 2009. David Lance POV. School. Of all the things I expected to face in this life, school was not one of them. But, sadly for me, Dinah had deemed it was time to do normal things for a change. I couldn't blame her, really. She was doing what she thought was best for me, and from a psychological point of view, I guess she was right. But, the thing was, I didn't like being around people, not for long periods of time anyway. It made me feel uneasy. Knowing that at any time I could blow them away was haunting. At least, the school thing was under probation, meaning Dinah was testing, not enforcing things permanently. "Come on, give me a smile. Please," Dinah said, her tone soft and heavy. By this time she was probably double-guessing her choice. After all, she was not one to make me do something I didn't like. "So you want me to lie?" I signed, a small smirk gracing my face. Dinah sighed, rolling her eyes. "You know why I'm doing this, right? Because my life can't only be that of a hero because one Batman is enough." Yes, I know," I nodded, smiling at her. "Yes, and don't let Batman hear that," Dinah winked, ruffling my hair in a playful manner. My lips are sealed, I grinned at her, capitalizing on my ability to make mute jokes. Needless to say, she laughed. "Very funny, now get out or you will be late," Dinah chuckled, stopping her car right at the entrance of the school. "What a warm goodbye," I replied, smiling as I got out of the car. "Remember to try and make some friends," Dinah said, in a rather loud voice, getting the attention of everyone around. "Well, there goes my social life, not that I wanted to have one, to begin with." "Really?" I sighed, giving her a teasing look. Oh right, I had forgotten about that, Dinah smiled at me sheepishly, realizing what she had done. Worry not, I intend to be invisible, I shrugged, grabbing my backpack and hoisting it to my back, before turning to walk to the entrance. Have a good day. Love you. Dinah said, loud enough for anyone to hear as I made my way to the entrance. I smiled at that, fully aware I was getting a few odd stares and mutters from the students around, some were even laughing. I didn't care. I loved my sister. And she loved me, I was mature enough to not be embarrassed by that fact. I guess it has a lot to do with this being my second life. Who knows? I wonder how many mutes go to public school. I mean, really, so far in the 3 hours I've been here, everyone has stared at me like I'm some kind of rarity you don't see around ever. Then again, it could be the fact I am the new kid that started school 6 months later. Kids, I will go and print a few items we need for class, please stay in your seats while I go and do that, Mr. Walking said, the history teacher. He seemed like a nice man, maybe a bit timid if anything, he almost seemed scared of the kids around, poor guy. Yes, Mr. Walking, a girl in the front said, smiling like a dutiful student, her pose straight, from her body language and other things I had seen so far, it was easy to deduce she was what people called the teacher's pet. I wonder if I will find a bully here. I wonder if I can beat the bully. Dinah wasn't clear on the rules. I will assume she gave me permission to defend myself. Good, Mr. Walking smiled at the girl fondly, before walking out of the room. Hey loser, someone behind me said. Well, that was fast. I turned and waved. Mike, sit down. The girl in the front hissed, clearly annoyed at the bully's behavior. The teacher said to stay in our seats. Stuff it, Maria, I'm just having a nice talk with our new friend. Here, Mike, the bully, pointed at me, smiling from cheek to cheek. I wonder how long will it take before the bully pushes me to fight, my bet. 2 minutes, but I feel I'm being generous. I will tell the teacher, Maria huffed, turning around in a rather angry manner. So, loser, what's your name? Mike grinned, his eyes on me. I sighed, writing my name on a piece of paper. No, say it, Mike grinned, some people in the back laughing, 2 kids to be exact, probably his little entourage, after all, a bully wasn't a bully without his followers to impress. I rolled my eyes and turned. Whatever came next would be solved with violence, so why bother? Hey, who told you could turn your back on me? Mike growled, annoyed at my early reaction. Mike, sit the fuck down, someone new said, basically growling his words out. Curious, I turned to see a big kid, bigger than me and Mike, glaring daggers at Mike. For him, this was personal. I could see it in his eyes. Maybe he has a mute relative. Or what, Luke? Mike challenged. Try me, Luke replied, taking a few steps forward. This isn't over, Luke, Mike spat, going back to his seat. Luke scoffed, turning to look at me, before signing hi, my name is Luke Miller. I smiled, David Lance, thanks for the help, but it wasn't necessary, my dad was a cop, and I learned how to deal with bullies the only way it works. Luke chuckled, still, Mike is an ass, and I enjoy messing with him. So, do you have a mute relative? I asked, tilting my head. My little sister, Luke nodded, going back to his seat. So my theory was right, for him the fact Mike was bothering me was almost personal, your sign language is very good, I complimented him. Years of practice, Luke grinned. So, anyone else I should be wary of? I asked. Luke paused, musing over that for a brief second, Mike and his followers, for the most part, Mama's boy. Mama's boy, if I had to guess it was because of Dinah this morning. Yes, that's how people call you, because of this morning, Luke nodded. I see, highly inaccurate though, my mom is long dead, I replied, inwardly chuckling at how fast rumors and stuff spread around school. I'm sorry man, I was just trying to be funny Luke sighed, scratching the back of his head, I didn't know. I rolled my eyes at him, relax Skywalker, I don't really mind, people can say or think whatever they want, it doesn't bother me, at all. Ha 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 ha, Luke snorted, you are okay, wanna sit with me and my friends in lunch? I nodded. Great, and just for the record, I didn't start the Mama's Boy title, it was Mike, Luke added. Don't care, I shrugged. At lunch, I sat with Luke and his friends. All of them were football players. They were nice. I mean, they did make fun of how Dinah had dropped me and stuff, but it was all in good fun. Nothing really harmful. Just men, being men. Hey bro, do you play football? Aaron, the quarterback asked, taking a bite of his burger. Can't say I do, I shook my head. He says no, Luke translated, though I wonder why. I shook my head. Dude, he shook his head, Aaron deadpanned. My bad, Luke chuckled, realizing his mistake. Anyway, dude you should totally try out. Aaron grinned, you are small sure, but you seem fast, we could use a running back now that Robert left. Playing football, that sounded incredibly boring. Aaron, he said he doesn't play, another one of the guys sighed. Bro, trust me, I have a good eye for this kind of stuff, Aaron chuckled, waving off. So, what do you say, would you give it a try? I sighed, remembering I had promised Dinah to join a club. I guess this counts as one. I nodded. Hell yeah. Aaron beamed at me. You have made a terrible mistake, that's how I ended with these morons, Luke chuckled. Hey. Aaron gasped. Chapter 8, Chapter 7. Enjoy. Star City. January 15th, 16:30 Pacific Daylight Time. 2009. David Lance POV. Dinah was elated. The expression on her face when I told her I had joined the football team was something akin to that of a person experiencing bliss. It was almost scary. I guess seeing me socialize was doing wonders for her. As expected of my protege, Oliver grinned, first the football team, then the ladies, he added, wiggling his eyebrows. Oliver. Dinah growled, slapping the back of Oliver's head as she turned to look at me. Remember our talk, don't be silly, protect your willy. Okay, I'm officially done with this conversation. Bye, I waved at her before turning around. Remember, when in doubt, shroud your spout. Dinah added. At times like this, I wished I was allowed to groan. Ha. I have one. Oliver snickered, don't be a loner, cover your boner. I hate them. I have another. Before you attack her, wrap your whacker. I really hate them. After 2 hours of meditation in my room, cleaning my inner self from those condom-related comments, I started to do my homework, which took me roughly 10 minutes to complete. Thank Batman for that. His assignments make schoolwork look like a joke. With that out of the way, I grabbed the TV remote and turned the TV on. I had nothing else to do anyways. Today was my day off, in general. No training. Nothing. Just doing whatever I wanted to do. BRRRR. I blinked, turning to look at my phone that lay on the bed, vibrating. Curious as to who was texting me, I grabbed the phone, and saw 3 notifications from Oliver. You can't go wrong if you shield your dong. If you're not going to sack it, go home and whack it. Cover your stump before you hump. Okay, blocking Oliver for the foreseeable future. BRRRR. Who now? Kid, I'm rich, we can do this all day, I will buy new lines just to bother you. I sighed, smiling at the message, before replying, I will help Dinah shave your mustache if you keep at it. Luke gasped. You wouldn't dare. You take that back. But seriously kid, don't do anything I wouldn't do, and use a condom, every single time. Oliver replied. I started school 12 hours ago, besides, I already know. I replied. Good, just making sure. Oliver replied. Gotham City. January 17th, 9:15 Central Time, 2009. Dick Grayson POV. As I ran through Batman's training course, I couldn't help but let my mind wonder why Batman hadn't offered David a place in Gotham's academy. I mean, if anyone needed a friend in that fake place they called school was me. It would be nice for a change to have someone that knows your double life. Then again, the owls were still a thing. And they had attacked him. Outside Gotham, which according to Batman was their main base of operations. If David moved here, the attacks could in theory increase. So I guess I see why. Damn it. I cursed, as the robot slammed me on the side. That's what I get for distracting. What happened? Batman asked, his voice cold and accusing. I was thinking, I replied. Batman said nothing, giving me a stare. God, I hated his stare. It won't happen again, I promised. Losing focus, even for a bit in our line of duty, is detrimental. A single error cannon will cost you your life, so try to keep your eyes open, and your mind ready, Batman said, turning around as he walked to his computer. In retrospect, I'm glad David is not living with us. You need a PhD to deal with Batman. I'm pretty sure Red Tornado has more feelings than Bruce. Do the course, again, Batman commanded. Aye, Captain, I chuckled, this time ready to beat my record. Metropolis. January 31st, 4:30 Eastern Daylight Time. 2009. Lex Luthor POV. Black Bolt. Or should I say, waste of money. The one DNA we still couldn't clone or work with. It baffled me how his DNA was even more complicated to work with than Superman's DNA. It was vastly more unstable and was in layman's terms impossible to read. At least, with the Boy of Steel, we could decode and understand some of his DNA, but with Black Bolt's, it was like someone had smashed their head on a keyboard repeatedly, for hours, then tried to translate the result to Klingon, and then gave that to a monkey, and we got whatever the monkey transcribed. It was vexing, but more than that, annoying. Millions were wasted in trying to understand his DNA. Eventually, I just said, for the lack of a better word, fuck it, for the time being, with our technology, it's a waste of time. Besides, our estimates put him way under Superman, so if anything our efforts in Cadmus should be focused on perfecting our earlier mistakes. Not trying to solve a problem that didn't need solving in the first place. Sir, we have a call on line 8. I sighed, very well. Star City. February 7th, 12:30 Pacific Daylight Time. 2009. David Lance POV. Apparently, Oliver was right. Being part of the football team had somehow increased my sex appeal. It was honestly annoying. But beyond the girls, calling me the silent yet loving type, comparing me to a few vampire characters they fancied, being part of the football team was fun. It was like playing a game on easy mode, after playing Dark Soul for hours. It was refreshing. Like a nice day in a spa. Hey bro, wanna come to a party with us later today? Aaron asked, snapping me out of my long reverie. I shook my head, parties were not my thing. Besides, today I had to patrol the city with Oliver. Ah, Aaron pouted. Don't mind him, Otto chuckled. One of these days I will see you party David, Aaron chuckled, back to his usual demeanor. If I had to describe him, I would say he was like a golden retriever, always happy to hang around friends, a lovable goof. Never, I signed, grabbing my backpack. He said no, right? Aaron muttered, looking at Luke with a lost expression. He said, never, Luke clarified with a smile. Dang it, I was so close, Aaron sighed, I'm learning though, he chuckled, Luke is teaching me, he added with a proud smile. I looked at Luke for confirmation. He said he wanted to learn our secret language, and well, I obliged, Luke shrugged. I will be doing jutsus in no time. Aaron grinned. Otto sighed, rubbing his temples. I smiled. Maybe pretending to be normal would be okay, at least for a while. Star City. February 7th, 12:30 Pacific Daylight Time. 2009. Mike the Bully POV. If Mr. Mute Sissypants thought he had escaped me, he had another thing coming. Dude, are you sure this is wise? Lamar asked, frowning, he's on the football team, you touch him, and the entire team will have our balls bro. I glared at him, the football team can suck my dick, the Mute kid disrespected me, and he will pay for it, end of discussion. It was more of a grudge I had with Luke, but the Mute kid was an easier target, a way easier target. There he is, George pointed, smiling wide. As David walked to his locker. Let's have a chat with our friend then, I smiled, walking towards David, ready to show him a thing or two. Hey loser, George called out, but David had the balls to ignore him. Did he really think being on the football team made him untouchable? My friend here is talking to you, Mute, so pay attention, I spat with a smile, slamming my hand close to his head on the lockers. David sighed, turning around. Good, now, let's have a walk, I smiled, putting my hand on his shoulder, gripping it tightly. David smiled, tilting his head to the side before nodding. Good. Happy he knew his place, I guided David around the school to the changing rooms, where we would teach him the rules of this school, in a hands-on manner. Close the door, I ordered Lamar, who begrudgingly nodded, doing as he was told. Doors closed, I cracked my knuckles and swung my fist at the Mute, who ducked under my swing. Grab him. I growled, if the little bastard wanted this to go the hard way, he would have the hard way. Nodding at my command, both Lamar and George rushed at him, trying to grab him. However, the Mute dodged their first attempt, before delivering a horizontal kick to George's face, knocking him out. George's body fell to the floor of the changing room with a loud thud, as the Mute looked at me with a friendly smile, his foot still in the air. Fuck this shit, Lamar shuddered, taking a few steps back before running to the door. The fuck you think you're going? I shouted, turning to look at Lamar, who paid me no heed, opening the door before running away. Cursing under my breath, I turned to see the Mute, kneeling on the ground, checking George, almost as if confirming George was okay. That's it, I'm fucking you up. I roared, running towards him, right hook ready to knock some motherfuckers out. The Mute sighed, standing up. Finally, within range, I swung my arm at him once again, but instead of feeling my fist connecting, I felt pain, and then nothing. What happened? I muttered, opening my eyes. Finally awake, huh? I heard someone say, in an angry tone, a voice I knew very well, my father. Dad, I muttered, turning to look at him. Imagine my surprise, when I got a call from the school saying, you got beat up, trying to beat up a Mute kid for no fucking reason, Dad growled, his fist shaking. Dad, I was only defending myself. They had no proof, the changing room had no cameras. Don't even. Dad barked, his face turning red, the kid had multiple witnesses, and to make matters worse, he's friends with fucking Oliver Queen. My boss. Sir, mind your language, the nurse chastised. Fuck my language. Dad shot back at her, his eyes never leaving mine. One note from that kid, and I could lose my job. One fucking note, a single fucking note, and we would be on the streets. I'm sorry, Dad, I didn't know, I defended. Why would you even? He did nothing to you. For the love of. Dad growled in frustration. He disrespected me. I said, my voice wavering. He disrespected, oh, why didn't you say so? That explains everything. Dad laughed, he didn't bow to you, so let's fuck him. Is that it? Sir, if you continue this, I will call the police, the school nurse said sternly. You will apologize to that kid, am I clear? Dad growled. Yes, I nodded. Good, Dad nodded. Chapter 9, Chapter 8. Enjoy. Star City. February 9th, 10:25 Pacific Daylight Time. 2009. David Lance POV. I was suspended from school, just for a week. Apparently, beating a bully, even if he was the one to initiate the fight, was against the school's rules. Not that I cared. Dinah was proud I had kicked some ass. So, I was basically having a week off in the house. And what was I doing during this week? Taking the time to read, and paint. Two of my favorite things. BRRRRR. Wanna hang out later? Dick. I looked at the phone for a second before replying, you mean, like, hanging out, or hanging out. With Dick you had to be sure, sometimes his invitations were to patrol Gotham and such, so it was best to confirm before answering him. Ha ha ha, hanging out, and then, hanging out, Dick replied, sending a bunch of custom emojis, most of them Robin themed. I sighed, is he aware of this? He's aware of everything, Robin replied, sending me a deadpan emoji. Fine, we can hang out, I replied, I mean, I had nothing better to do, crime in Star City had been relatively slow, Southwest what better place to keep my skills sharp than Gotham City, the city with the highest crime rate I know. Seconds after I sent the reply, I heard a faint knock at my window, to which I sighed, I already knew who it was. So, let's go, Batman has the jet a few miles away from here, Robin grinned, opening my window, my locked window. Next time, use the door, maybe, I replied, pointing at the door. Where is the fun in that? Robin snorted, waving me off. You are annoying at times, you know that, I smiled, kneeling on the floor of my room while reaching under my bed and grabbing my suit. I know, it's part of my charm, Robin winked as I rolled my eyes. Star City. February 9th, 10:45 Pacific Daylight Time. 2009. David Lance POV. After texting Dinah I was going out with Robin for a few days, I exited my room with Robin, and followed him to the Batjet. Where Batman waited for us. Black Bolt, Batman greeted, his tone as always cold and emotionless. I waved at him. We have work to do, let's go, Batman said, opening the doors of his jet by pressing a button on his belt. I call shotgun. Robin exclaimed, running towards the jet. All, while I gave Batman a look that said, how do you two even manage? I mean, they were total opposites. Batman smiled, ever so lightly, before going back to his normal state saying, I manage. I smiled, I guess the Black Knight had a heart under all that military-grade Kevlar after all. Still smiling, I walked to the jet, and sat on the back, as I looked out the window, wondering what kind of week I would have in Gotham, and why now of all times, Batman had invited me to go back. I was before today, under the suspicion Batman didn't want me anywhere near Gotham, thanks to the owl incident. Your sister asked me to take you, Batman said, almost as if reading my mind. How can you know I was thinking about that? I asked, perplexed, greatest detective and all, there was no way my face was conveying that much information. I have my ways, Batman's reply was short and to the point, I guess all can be summed to because he's Batman. He's Batman, just, deal with it, Robin chuckled. I guess you are right, I replied, going back to my window as the jet to flight. Gotham City. February 09, 12:55 Central Time, 2009. David Lance POV, Day 1-. We arrived at Gotham quite quickly. Not only Batman's jet was fast, but Star City was relatively close to the Dark City, a few hours on the road, on a car, so it was only natural a jet ride would take a few minutes at most. Though I wonder why we hadn't used the Zeta tubes, those felt like a more practical solution. Then again, maybe Batman wanted to test flight his jet for reasons he had yet to disclose. I guess, in the end, it doesn't matter. I got to ride a jet, and that's always a cool experience. Anyway. Once we arrived at the Batcave. The butler greeted us with some drinks, orange juices, for whatever reason. All while I admired the cave and its design. The cave's centerpiece and the main piece of attraction was a supercomputer that looked out of this world, and it probably was. The cave also has a collection of ancient armor including but not limited to outfits worn by European knights, desert nomads, and samurai warriors throughout the centuries. Additionally, on the levels below, from what I could tell, the cave contained state-of-the-art facilities such as a crime lab, various specialized laboratories, mechanized workshops, a personal gymnasium, a vast library, and much, much more. I wonder how he managed to build all this without giving away his identity. Alfred, Batman said, snapping me out of my admiration tour. Master Wayne, Alfred greeted, with a fond smile gracing his face. It was clear to see, the old man loved Batman. Thanks, but I already had something to drink, 4 hours ago, Batman replied, his normally cold seemingly emotionless breaking just enough for me to know he loved the men in front of him deeply like a son would a father. I'm afraid I can't allow you to go without your dose of vitamin C, sir. Alfred bowed a bit, giving one of the orange juices to Batman. Thanks, Batman replied, grabbing the drink. Master Dick, Alfred smiled, offering Robin the next glass of orange juice. Thanks, Alfred, Dick grinned, grabbing the drink. And last, but not least, Master David, Alfred bowed, offering me the last cup. Thanks, I signed before grabbing the cup. You are most welcomed, Alfred replied using sign language, just before bowing and taking his leave. We will start our training in a few minutes, Batman spoke, his drink already gone, only leaving behind an empty glass. And after that? Robin asked, tilting his head. We patrol, Batman replied. I nodded, happy with that arrangement. Drink your juice, Batman added, without even looking at us. At his request, I started drinking the juice Alfred had so graciously given me and found myself drinking the entire thing in under a second. Best orange juice I had ever had the pleasure of having. I can't help but wonder what kind of brand Batman uses. Gotham City. February 9th, 2:30 Central Time, 2009. David Lance POV, Day 1-. After training, we took to the streets, with Batman patrolling the north side, and Robin and I patrolling the west. Later, we would move to the east and south, but for now, those were our positions. We could cover more ground if we separated, Robin complained under his breath. I shrugged. In my opinion, having a backup if something went south sounded like a good plan, and in terms of experience Batman outclassed us by a lot, so him being alone, and us being together made perfect sense from a tactical point of view. I know, he's Batman, we are not, Robin chuckled, reading my face. I mean, you have to admit, my logic has no holes in it, I smiled at him. Robin rolled his eyes, turning to look at the streets to see some people trespassing inside a warehouse nearby. I think our night just got more interesting, he grinned, pointing at them. I nodded, pressing one of the buttons in my custom radio that said, enemy spotted, to let Batman know. Robin, Batman spoke through the comm, 2 men, around their 30s, trespassing a warehouse, they looked armed. Robin answered to his unspoken question. Proceed with caution, Batman replied, do not engage until you confirm their range. Roger that, Robin nodded, turning to look at me with a smile, let's kick some ass. I raised an eyebrow at that. Yeah, I know, do not engage, but if they happen to be simple goons, we can engage, right? Robin chuckled. I sighed, nodding. Let's go. Robin grinned. With our target acquired, we infiltrated the warehouse, separating in the process, because Robin was being a bit too excitable, so I had to use another route for the time being. I wasn't as stealthy as the boy wonder, nor as small, so his route was not one I could use. I mean, I didn't fit in the vent he had used, the perks of being small, I suppose. Once inside the warehouse, I sat in a dark corner, and turned the hearing augmentation device Batman had installed in my suit to hear everything around better, giving me the ability to hear everything, without having to get dangerously near to the enemy. It served to assess the threat before engaging. The longer we stay here, the more likely the bat will come, I heard someone say, the moment I turned the hearing augmentation device. The voice sounded scared. Let him, that's after all, part of the plan. The second voice was gruff and deep, like that of a man that had seen things. It somehow felt familiar. I just couldn't remember why it sounded familiar. You didn't pay us for that, the first man complained. Silence, besides, it's not like you will fight him, that's what I was hired for. Also, it's a bit too late for complaining, his sidekicks are already here, the second voice replied, startling me a bit. He knew we were here, we had to escape, whoever this person was, I felt he was out of our league. Isn't that right, kid? A voice said behind me. Startled, I spun around to find someone I didn't want to find standing a few feet behind me. Deathstroke. Cursing at my luck, I pressed the SOS alarm on my belt, alerting Batman we were in deep trouble as I resolved to stale the obviously out of my league villain. So, the question now is, will you do better than the boy wonder, or like him, you will disappoint? Deathstroke said, taking a step forward. He had taken Robin out already. Chapter 10, Author Q&A. You might be wondering. Corn, why are you so sexy? Well, I use the blood of my enemies as soap. Ha ha ha, jokes aside. I know some of the real questions you have. And let's answer them in order before beginning this novel. Question 1 equals why are you starting a new novel? This project is an old idea. One I feel it's time to publish for a vast list of reasons, including Patreon opinion. Question 2 equals what's gonna happen with your other novels, like Naruto, Overlord, Twilight, and Marvel. Well, I debated for a long time about this. For Naruto, Overlord, and Twilight, they will be finished, believe me, I am working on them, but because I'm not working as often on them as on other projects like Marvel, DC, and One Piece, the updates are slow, so for them, I have decided to post everything once I finish them. Like a single mass release for them, to avoid long hiatuses. Now, as for Marvel, Marvel will continue updating. The schedule, however, will change a bit. I will update between 4 to 5 chaps a week for Marvel, all on Saturday. In a single burst, so to speak. Why am I doing this? Well, the end of Marvel it's quite, and I mean, quite near. After this coming arc the following arcs will be short, compared to the last ones, so as to have more time to work on the end, that I already have in docs, but want to edit here and there. I am changing the way the novel will be updated. Question 3 equals when it's Avatar the sequel coming up. December. It's coming in December. Now you have a date. Question 4 equals what will be the update rate of this novel? 7 chaps a week, minimum. More if Corn feels sexy, which is dependent on my ranking on the site. Corn feels really sexy on top 3. Question 5 equals will this be an harem novel? I can't believe people keep asking me this. No. 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 I am a Corn of class. Question 6 equals what DC world is this novel set in? Young Justice, but some of the characters like Deathstroke and others are based on their best selves from other DC worlds. Question 7 equals how long will this novel be? Please, don't ask me this. As we have seen before, I am terrible at giving chapter count estimates. Well, that's all. Enjoy. Chapter 11, Chapter 9. Enjoy. A winter-like chill permeated the air around, sending shivers down my spine. I knew I was outmatched, I could feel it, even more than that time I fought the All Guy. Black Bolt, was it? Deathstroke boomed at me, you are far away from Star City boy. I took a step back, the more he talked, the more time would Batman have to arrive. Deathstroke chuckled, seeing me walk backward without moving my eyes from him, it seemed to amuse him. I was scared, which I was, I couldn't even use my powers where we were, the warehouse was close to a residential area, one whisper and millions would die. He had me on checkmate. Very well then, Deathstroke chuckled, let's see what you got. Unsheathing his blade, Deathstroke sprung at me shocking alacrity. Seeing there was no way to avoid the confrontation or to escape, I moved close to him sending a right hook his way. However, Deathstroke caught my attack as it arrived, pulling me towards him, before delivering a hilt strike to my throat. The bastard was aiming for my powers. In pain, I staggered back. A single hand clutching to my throat. As much as it pained me to admit it, this was a battle that if I wanted to survive, I would have to fight with the intention to kill, only then, my chances would improve. With that thought in mind, I drew a knife from my suit and got into position, and without hesitation charged at my enemy. Deathstroke dodged my first few strikes with incredible ease, catching one of my swipes with the center of his blade, quickly knocking my knife out of my hand, before twirling around and throwing a kick at my head. I ducked under his kick just in time, but before I could reposition myself, Deathstroke turned faster than I could see, or foresee, and dug his heavy boot into my face, slamming me against the wall with a loud crashing sound. You are quite good, better than the Wonder Boy, Deathstroke complimented, his blade resting on his shoulder ever so lightly. Unlike him, you know the importance of fear, he added, taking slow, heavy steps toward me. Fear helps you, fear molds you, at least from my point of view. In pain, I stood up, nose bleeding, face aching with pain as the looming shadow of Deathstroke neared me, with each passing second. Taking a deep breath, I got into position and ran towards my enemy, focusing solely on buying time. Good, Deathstroke complimented once again, following suit. Springing over some boxes, I threw a hard punch at the mercenary, putting all my weight into it. The blow however missed as Deathstroke took a sidestep, but I didn't let that stop me and followed with a right hook and a horizontal kick. Both attacks missed, as Deathstroke once again dodged. He was dancing around me. Very good, Deathstroke said, as I once again tried to strike him. Not giving up my attempts, I threw a hard punch at his jaw, putting my weight into it. The blow to my surprise connected, but it felt empty, as if I had struck nothing but air as the mercenary moved his head to one side, simulating a hit. Knowing he was faking the hit, I followed with a kick to his chest to push myself away from him as I grabbed a small explosive from my belt designed to blow metal walls off, and threw his way, before jumping back to take cover. But much to my dismay, Deathstroke grabbed the explosive mid-air and hurled it back to me in a singular motion. In shock, I saw as the small explosive exploded in my face, sending my body flying across the warehouse, as streams of blood dripped from underneath my suit. "You were aiming to kill me, very good," Deathstroke clapped, seemingly pleased with my performance. "I am very happy with your display so far." I could hear his steps nearing me, every single one of them, becoming louder and louder. It was almost haunting. Struggling to stand up, I forced myself to regain my footing. However, from the smoke a kick sent me rolling across the floor. "Is that all?" Deathstroke asked as he drew his katana, before darting towards me and slashing across my leg. I winced in pain, dragging myself along the floor trying to escape him, noticing that my leg was bleeding profusely. If only we were fighting in a less populated area. "And the party ends," Deathstroke chuckled, turning around just in time to catch a batarang that flew his way. Batman landed in front of me, his cape dragging across the floor, his eyes on Deathstroke. "Where is Robin?" he asked. "Who knows?" Deathstroke replied, his stance and body language turning a whole more serious. It made sense, his enemy was now Batman, not a sidekick as he had called us. "Black Bolt, can you move?" Batman asked. I nodded, barely, sure. First I had to stop my bleeding, but after that, I would be able to limp around. "Focus on finding Robin," Batman added, giving me a tracker. "I will deal with him." No need to ask twice, I already had enough Deathstroke for a day. With my bleeding stopped, I limped around the warehouse as the sounds of Batman's battle with Deathstroke echoed across the small building, as while I followed Batman's tracker to find Robin. I could only hope he had a better time than me. According to the tracker, he should be close. Ugh, I heard someone groan. I followed that. A few limps ahead, I found Robin tied up to a post, his nose bleeding but otherwise okay. I guess I got the shortest straw today. Limping close to him, I grabbed a knife and started cutting, freeing Robin from his restraints. Then I proceeded to check on his vitals. He was okay, for the most part. Whatever battle he had with Deathstroke, it was quick, and for the most part, painless. Considering his bruises, and such, the mercenary didn't even use his weapons on him, he simply knocked him out and tied him to a post. Meaning, that at the very least, his plan didn't involve killing Robin. Which means, Batman was his sole target. I guess this is where I wait. I can't carry Robin with my state as it is, and he's out cold. I could try and call Dinah, but she would freak out, not sure I want to do that to her. Alfred could probably pick us up, right? I had his number. Batman had given his number minutes before our patrol. Hoping to be correct, I texted the butler the following message: "We need help evacuating, can you pick us up, is that something you do?" Second after, a text popped up on my phone: "I am on my way, Master Bolt, hold tight." Alfred arrived a few minutes later, wearing a rather unique costume to I imagine hide his identity. It was a very British disguise so to speak. Anyway, not only he arrived in time, but managed to find our exact location within the warehouse, and carried both me and Robin out of the place. The man sure was stronger than he looked. As he carried us out of the place, the sounds of the battle still echoed around the entire warehouse. It almost felt unreal. Metal clashing against metal, explosions, gunshots. "Worry not, Master Bolt, Master Batman will prevail," Butlerman, as he had asked me to address him when he arrived, stated with total confidence. I nodded, letting my mind finally take a break as I drifted to a land of sleep. I was tired, and had lost a lot of blood. I needed a quick nap. I was safe. Just now I was realizing how close to dying I had been a few moments ago. At least I got a few hits in, before tossing the towel. I opened my eyes once again at the cave. I was in the infirmary. From what I could tell, Alfred had treated my wounds. Still, in a bit of pain, I looked around to find Batman on his computer, with Robin on his side. Master David, Alfred, who I had failed to notice was near, approached me. "So, did we win?" I asked. I had to know. "Master Wayne," Alfred called. "He escaped," Batman replied, turning around to see me. "I apologize, I underestimated the chances of an event like this happening." I nodded, turning to look at Robin, who didn't dare to look at me. "Robin," Batman growled out. "I'm sorry," Robin said, his voice sounding like that of a kid more than ever. We should have stuck together, we would have done better together." I nodded. "It's okay, next time wait for me though." "It's not okay, we almost died because of me," Robin shouted, running out of the cave. "He will come around, Master David, give him time," Alfred assured me. "I don't blame him," I replied, because even though what he had done was very irresponsible, our chances against Slade together were the same, separate, 0. At least for now. I'm pretty sure Dinah will forbid me from visiting Gotham City after this. And with a good reason. Chapter 12, Chapter 10. Enjoy. Star City. February 10th, 4:30 Pacific Daylight Time. 2009. David Lance POV. As expected, Dinah was not happy with the developments of Gotham. The moment she heard what happened in Gotham, she came rushing to the cave, demanding answers from Batman, or rather would have, if I hadn't stopped her. I understood her reasons. I truly did. However, it wasn't Batman's fault what had happened. Or Robin's for that matter. It was only mine. I was weak. And weakness brought pain. I didn't want to be weak. You can't be serious, David, Dinah sighed, her tone tired and agitated. You almost died. I know, but that will always be a risk, and you know it, I replied, looking at her. It was true, as long as I was part of this world, death would always haunt me as it did to everyone else. No one was safe, not truly. I know, but... Dinah muttered, giving me a tight hug. You are my baby brother, I can't bear to lose you. I hugged her back, feeling her tears running down my back. We remained like this for a few minutes, until I decided to break the hug to tell her something. I love you, but you have to understand, as long as I live, I will be in danger, be it Star City or Gotham, I signed, smiling at her, as I dried her tears up with a piece of cloth I had on me. I know, but that doesn't mean I have to like it, Dinah smiled, grabbing my hand. All I need to do is grow stronger, train more, and next time, I'll be ready, I grinned at her. My journey started the day I acquired my power, that fateful day. My destiny had been sealed. To what? I didn't know. I knew people would pursue my power because it was human nature to desire that which you can't hold. That day, Batman offered me a path, one to give me a meaning, a purpose. It had been a path picked for me. I didn't know what I wanted. To be a hero, to live a normal life. I didn't know, at least not at that time. Sure, everyone fantasizes about saving the world, about having superpowers, about being Superman, or the Flash, about being a hero. It's natural to do so, but from that to the real thing, well, it's not all a fairy tale. This path, that path had been picked for me, for a very valid reason. I needed focus to learn discipline in my life. From there, I simply followed what was expected of me. While it was true the life of a hero hadn't been one I had picked, I was content with it. It was fun to train. It felt good knowing my powers would not hurt others. But, one thing was being content with your situation, and another was being truly happy with it. We settle to conform ourselves with our environment. It's a human mechanism, it helps us cope. So, yeah, I had settled. But Deathstroke changed that. Death puts things into perspective. The first time I died, I didn't understand much. It was all so fast, so sudden. I simply remained the same for the most part. That was the first time I experienced mortality. That was the first time I gazed upon the heavy doors of death. However, that time I had no time to really take it in. It all had happened quite fast. The second time, however, I had time to savor my mortality to the very essence of it, and sure, I hadn't died. Batman had arrived just in time to avoid that, but still, even if those gates hadn't opened this time, I had still been able to gaze upon them once again. And as I gazed upon them, I realized, I was not afraid. It was vexing and confusing. I expected to feel fear, or perhaps anger. But, I simply felt a void within me as I gazed upon them. At first, I had attributed this to the fact I was waiting for Batman, therefore possibly canceling any real fear I could have had. But eventually, I came to the realization. I had reacted to those gates like a deer would to the headlights of a car. I simply froze. It was pathetic. But no more. I would not let that happen again. Next time, I would be prepared, and this time, it was me, picking the path, and I wanted to be a hero. I had no voice. But I would fight so that others would have one. I had been given a burden, but it was my choice to make it a blessing. Perhaps that's why I had been so unresponsive to those gates. Perhaps, just perhaps, I was subconsciously accepting the end. I refused to be that weak. Not again. I see, Dinah chuckled, smiling at me as she brushed my hair with one of her hands while touching my face with the other. You found your spark for this hellish career. I blinked, surprised at how easy she had read me, before nodding. I suppose this counts as my origin story. I smiled at her, earning a playful punch to the shoulder from my dear old sister. I suppose it counts. We all need a strong motive, Dinah sighed, planting a kiss on my forehead. In a way, my reasons were selfish, not as honorable as others, but did it really matter? I had made a decision, and I would stick by it. If you truly want to keep this life, then I won't stay in your way, Dinah smiled, giving me a kiss on the forehead. I love you, now and always, never forget that. I smiled. How could I forget that? The one thing this new life had given me, that I was truly grateful for, was her. My powers, and everything else, had been a burden, one I had simply settled to accept. They had given me great power, but at cost. One slip, one mistake, and I could kill those I cared about. However, I now saw this view of my powers was based on what I had lost and not what I had gained, giving me a shackle on pain to a hurtful reality. Well, no more. I would now embrace all that has been given to me, without pain. Gotham City. February 12, 2:35 Central Time, 2009. Deathstroke POV. I had found the one. My future apprentice. And by accident no less. Funny how life throws you a curve, especially when you least expect it. I originally had my aims on the Wonder Boy, but I had found another bird altogether, one that was much, much better. He would do just fine, following in my footsteps. Of course, I now had to adjust my plans a bit. A year or two would suffice. After all, I had to study my new target, to learn how to break him, because only broken, I would mold him into the perfect killer. But first, I had to let some little owls know not to touch what it's mine. Plucking a feather or two should do just the trick to send the message. I might even get a few heads rolling. I suppose I'll see how the night goes when I pay them a visit. Chapter 13, author note, read. Here comes to the corn. To answer some questions and worries you guys seem to have. Why is the MC not using all of his powers? Like the ones he should have as Black Bolt. Like I stated before, he's growing. He will have all of his powers, but some will come later. Like his minor telepathy, and his ability to fly. Why isn't the MC more skilled in combat? At first, the life of a hero was one forced on him. He learned what others taught him, but it was without heart to it. Why is the MC depressed at times, and afraid? You have to remember he was a normal man, he never really fought for his life before, and Deathstroke was his first ever life and death experience where he had time to savor how fragile life truly is. His depression comes from the loss of his voice, he feels secluded from the rest of the world, and it isn't because he can't talk, but because if he does everyone around him would be hurt. He's haunted by what could possibly happen if he ever slips. Haunted by all the what if so much he's unable to see what he has gained, unable to see what could be from a different lights. Will the MC get over his depression and fear? Yes he will. His depression will be the first thing to go, and it will through therapy later on with Wonder Woman and Martian Manhunter, where he will be forced to confront his life, his feelings, and come to accept them. As for his fear of hurting others, that's what the love interest I have in mind for him will help him heal. As they both share that, powers that if left unchecked could hurt many. Will the MC join the Young Justice team? At first, for a very brief time, after that he will go solo on an undercover mission, one he will choose to pick out of his own volition. Will he kill villains? Not right now. But time changes a person, doesn't it? I actually have an entire arc planned around this life and death dilemma. Will he learn to control his powers, like better? Yes, he will. But even at max control his whispers will be many times more powerful than his sister's screams. If you have any more questions, please comment. Chapter 14, Chapter 11. Enjoy. Star City. March 13th, 1519 Pacific Daylight Time. 2009. David Lance POV. My encounter with Deathstroke had left a bad taste in my mouth, making it painfully clear that I needed to sharpen my martial skills, or I would die before long. I had to prepare myself to face his kind, soldiers forged in blood, ruthless mercenaries. I couldn't depend on Batman to save me all my life, or Dinah. Someday, sometime, I would find myself in front of the jaws of death, and I would have no one to save me but myself. I had no excuses. I had all the necessary tools to overcome myself. I was physically stronger than Batman, I had advantages that others didn't have, I just had to learn how to use them. For this reason, I had decided to start going alone to the streets of Star City, patrolling the dangerous areas of the city. For my part, I needed to learn more than I could under my sister's wings. And somehow, I felt that by becoming independent I would learn something crucial that I was missing. But enough of that. Today I had a mission to catch a serial killer that had so far escaped the Star City police. The police had no leads on this killer other than that he had killed 3 possible mobsters in the city, which told me that this killer was one motivated by money. Not only that, his way of killing was clean, the corpses had no unnecessary traces of trauma, each blow had been lethal and with intent to kill. Unfortunately, that didn't help my search. In this universe, there was a surplus of competent killers, and plenty of people to pay them. But at least I knew I had to be prepared to fight someone above the common assassin. So kid, any idea? The commissioner of Star City, Mark Roman, said while looking at me with a tired sigh. I shook my head. As I entered his office through the window he had opened, I was still surprised he was okay working with me. Considering I was a kid in his eyes, I would have thought he would have been more against it, but no, he eagerly accepted my help. Granted, we had to communicate through notes, he didn't know sign language. This fucker is starting a lot of violence, Mark said, taking a seat. I could see his anger quite clearly. The mobsters are shooting each other left and right, and normally I would be happy with that, but many innocents are getting caught in the crossfire, he sighed, rubbing his temples. Any updates on the new victim? I wrote on my notepad. Yes, Mark nodded, pulling up a file from his desk. This one was tortured, unlike the rest, he added before giving me the file. Torture? That was a change in his modus operandi, meaning, one, it was a different killer, which was very unlikely at this point, or 2, his latest victim was a message, but for whom? Sighing, I opened the file and started reading. Dismemberment, use of acid, flaying. The pictures were quite graphic, and the notes quite detailed. This last man had suffered, and not a quick death, not by all means. This is a message, he has yet to strike his main target, I wrote on my notepad, giving him back the file. What do you mean? Mark asked after reading my note. So far, his murders have been clean, fast, efficient, but now, he has taken another path. My theory is, he's trying to make someone tremble in fear. Who? That's the question I have, I wrote. That sick bastard, Mark scowled. Is there any possible mob family that is not being attacked? I asked. More than not, mobs try to take each other out, so a mob being the patron of this assassin was my best bet so far. Mark sighed as he shook his head. Every family is being hit. How about the targets? Is any family losing in comparison to the other families, less important members? I asked. We haven't confirmed their possible ranks, so nothing there so far, Mark sighed. If I couldn't follow that path, then I would follow the assassin's crumbs. He's jumping one family at a time, meaning the next one should be the Sword Ellis. I followed my gut instinct and went to patrol the Sword Ellis from a building in front of them, hiding from the shadows. So far 4 victims, from 4 different families that operated within the legal gray area, doing bad stuff, but not enough to warrant arrest, or a hero. They were smart, keeping themselves out of the game just enough to not matter, but even then, someone wanted them out, or at least scared, a question I wanted to solve. We are getting purged like dogs, I tell you. One of the mobs I was spying out muttered. Gotta thanks Batman for his gadgets. Bah, relax, if that bozo comes over here, I'ma show him how real men fight. Another one replied. Will you now? I heard someone chuckle. Who was that guy? And how did he sneak inside their base without me even noticing? Unless he was already inside. Nonetheless, I don't recognize him at all. Frowning, I pulled out my binoculars and tried to get a better view of the guy. He was of average height, fit physique, and was wearing white jeans and a red shirt. From where I was looking, unfortunately, his face was beyond my reach, but I could see he was night glasses. Who the fuck are you? They didn't know him. That's my cue to get close then. Using my grappling hook, I swung to the building in front of me, landing 2 feet beside a window to get a better look at the situation. I said, who the fuck are you? The mobster asked again, pulling his gun out. No one, the man grinned, kicking the mob out of the way with a horizontal kick. I wasn't sure he was my guy, but I had a strong feeling he was. Sighing, I opened the window without making a sound and sneaked around the place, putting some small traps as the unknown man kicked the hell out of the mobs. So far he was not using lethal force, so I had time to set the battlefield in my favor, but I had to do it fast. His amiable approach could change at any time. Now, how about you guys tell me where your boss is? The man asked, grabbing one of the mobsters by the neck with ease, as 3 others joined to try and help their friend. Eat shit. The mobster spat while choking admirable, and my cue to intervene. Bad answer, the man sighed. However, the unknown man had given me all the time I needed to position myself. During this conversation, I had closed the distance between us, flanking him, and before he could do anything more, I jumped on his shoulders before using them as a platform to land a kick on his chest, releasing the mobster. Leave, I told the mobsters using my recorded voice lines. Don't have to ask twice, the man I had rescued nodded, running away with his friends, not without carrying his fallen. That was a stupid move, kid, the unknown man chuckled, cracking his knuckles. Who are you? I asked, using one of my recorded voice lines from my utility belt. Konstantin Draken, a pleasure to meet you, he bowed, as I frowned. This was the first time I heard of him. So far as I knew, there was only one Konstantin, and he wasn't an assassin, but a mage of the dark arts. That kick hurt, Konstantin chuckled, rubbing his chest a bit, but don't worry, I always pay my debts, he added, hurling a few very distinctive knives my way, as I ducked under their trajectory. Taking this opportunity, one pushed toward him, hurling a few explosive knives with non-lethal charges with the intention to disorient him just enough for me to land a clean hit, knocking him out. Konstantin, noticing this, rushed towards me, dodging the knives as he focused on me. Deciding to break some distance between us, I pulled my grappling from my belt and aimed at the ceiling with the intention to get some high ground before he could reach me. Then, as the grappling gun pulled me up, I hurled a few explosives under me, halting his advance while covering in smoke, as I landed on the 2nd floor. Not bad, but not enough, Konstantin commented, hurling a few knives my way from the smoke. I sidestepped, dodging the projectiles with ease as I focused on the shadows moving through the white smoke. Then, I heard something. Behind me. Reacting in time, I spun around to find the assassin lunging towards me, knives drawn, so twirling under his attack, I grabbed his arm and threw a hard punch to his jaw, putting some weight into it. Konstantin staggered back, spitting some teeth and blood to the ground as I swung my leg in a horizontal kick his way. However, the assassin took no time to recover and dodge my kick, retaliating by slashing my chest with one of his knives. A hideous scraping noise invaded my ears immediately after, making me grateful for Batman's insistence on using Kevlar-made suits, otherwise, I would have gotten a nasty cut. Seeing his attack had done nothing, I threw a punch his way, but the assassin ducked, kicking me into a wall, shattering the wall into pieces under my weight with ease. Thick armor, kid, Constantine chuckled. I smiled. The man was good, but was painfully overconfident. After all, he had not checked his surroundings at all, nor found the traps I had set beforehand. Grinning, the assassin took a step forward, activating one of my traps, an electric wire, that effectively caught him, pushing enough voltage on his body to knock a trained soldier down. "You motherfucker," Constantine growled. "That's my name, don't wear it out." I blinked. That was not what I intended to say. I wanted to ask for him to surrender. "Robin. I will kill you. You want to play dirty? Then so be it," Constantine snarled, taking out a pen from his pocket, then, clicking the pen, transforming it into a long sword, then raising the sword high above his head, he swung it down at me as I rolled out of the way, hurling a few explosives and knives his way. "I will put your head on display, kid," Constantine declared, back to his confident self. I sighed, pressing a button in my belt to activate Trap 2, the AI dart gun I had positioned within a box a few meters away from him. However, this time, Constantine reacted in time, hearing the gunshot, and deflected the dart with great skill. Sadly for him, I expected that to happen. After the first trap, the second one was destined to fail, which is why I had shot a dart at him the same time he had taken his eyes off me to deal with the other one. "Kid, I was trained for this," that would dash, and he fell to the ground with a loud thud. He was probably about to say how he was trained to resist things like sleeping darts, but considering he had taken enough voltage to knock a trained soldier, I had upped the dart dosage a bit, quite a bit. Well, Batman was right, planning ahead does make a difference. Chapter 15, Chapter 12. Enjoy. Star City. March 13, 1945 Pacific Daylight Time. 2009. David Lance POV. After I had incapacitated the assassin, Constantine Draken, I dragged his unconscious body to an abandoned room inside the warehouse we were in, tying him up with industrial-grade ropes, to avoid his escape. As I waited for him to wake up so that I could interrogate him. With Constantine tied up, and nothing to do but wait, I reached for my work phone on the right of my utility belt, keeping my eyes on the assassin, deciding it would be best to send a message to my sister, telling her that I wouldn't be home early today. Okay. Be careful though. And remember to eat real food. Not the rations Batman gives you for long nights. You can't grow only on rations. Remember to call me if anything happens, or Oliver. Love you. I smiled at her text, sending her a smiling emoji back as a reply. She would know what I meant. Now, all I have to do is wait, I thought, my hands fidgeting with my work phone before I decided to put it back on my utility belt, to avoid misplacing it. Outside the warehouse, the sirens of the police were heard, driving far in the distance in an opposite direction, as well as the murmur of the people strolling under the moonlight, having fun. Clueless about what was really happening in their city. I have to admit, I really admire their will to live their lives regardless of what could stop them. In this world, I feel that's something hard to come by. I mean, I don't think I would have lived my life like a normal person back in my world if supervillains had been a thing. I suppose it's a matter of the environment. In this world, villains and heroes are solid parts of their society, meaning they had grown accustomed to their presence, for better or for worse, allowing them to live seemingly normal lives, while being not all bothered about the fact that they could be kidnapped or killed by the likes of the Joker at any given time. I smiled. Realizing, I myself had grown accustomed to the environment just like them, but with extra steps. Had anyone told me before dying that in the future I would be fighting lunatics in spandex clothes that looked like they had been purchased from Party City, to save others while risking my life, I would have probably laughed. Now, it's just my day-to-day life. I sighed, glancing at the assassin to check how he was doing. Looking for things like changes in his breathing pattern, eye movements, and things along those lines. I had to keep my guard up. After all, I might have won our initial exchange, but the battle had not ended. As Batman would say, you only won when the enemy is behind bars, not a moment before, and even then, keep your guard up. Solid advice. One I wanted to live by. As for Draken, his breathing pattern remained the same without any alterations, meaning he was most likely still out cold. Of course, that didn't clear the possibility of him faking it. After all, most assassins, at least the professional ones, were thoroughly trained to control their breathing from day one, alongside other things. Be that as it may, I wasn't too worried. After all, I had a few things under my belt to deal with such cases should they present themselves. Courtesy of Oliver and Batman. Ugh. I won't ever hear the end of this, ever. And so, the Sleeping Beauty awakens without even trying to trick me. In part, I'm grateful, it saves me a little time. Who sent you? I asked him, using my recording lines, as I stared into his eyes. Kid, you won't get shit out of me, Draken snorted, rolling his eyes. I smiled under my mask. He would talk, he just didn't know that yet. I had learned a lot from Batman, and while I wasn't even near his level, I was confident what I had learned from him would suffice. 6 long hours of interrogation later, only to learn that whoever had sent Konstantin Draken out to kill mob members had given him absolutely no information, using phone calls and letters to communicate with him without giving him any information that could help me identify him. Burner phones. Letters without trail. Whoever had hired Draken was a step above a pro. The Shadows perhaps, but while that sounded plausible, it didn't feel right. The Shadows rarely relied on contractors, instead opting to send their own people to conduct any mission they have, leaving me with little to no suspects. Especially considering the targets. Killing mob members didn't fit anyone's modus operandi, not that I knew of. Save for Black Mask perhaps, but he was one to rarely leave Gotham, avoiding at all costs other heroes and their territories, to keep them out of his business. You fucking bastard. Using drugs to make me talk. Draken snarled, glaring at me in clear anger. I nodded, having no voice lines to answer that. Maybe I should ask Robin to make me a few more. I need more flexibility when on the field alone. I will kill you. You hear me? I will fucking kill you. Draken screamed, thrashing around, straining against the ropes, before I darted him a few times, putting him back to sleep. I had no need for him anymore. The police would deal with him now, which according to my radio were 3 minutes away. I had called them a few minutes after confirming Draken had no useful information. I smiled, reaching for my phone once again, to tell my sister I would be home in an hour or two, after getting something to eat. Maybe a hot dog, not exactly something healthy, or something my sister would recommend eating for a growing kid, but I was craving that. I would eat a salad later. Okay, remember you have school in 4 hours. So if you want to skip it, please tell me your excuse, so that I can back it up. Kisses. Your awesome sister. I snorted, replying to her. What a bad influence you are, Dinah Lance. Corrupting my poor, malleable, young soul. Ha. No worries, I feel okay, no need to skip a day of school for that. Besides, I hardly do anything at school, classes are freaking easy, so I mostly just sleep through all of them. Very funny little bird. In that case, hurry up. And bring me a hot dog. You know how I like them, no mustard, extra onions. And don't tell me you aren't going for one as well. I blinked, was I really that predictable? Fine. We might as well have breakfast together then. I replied. Like the sound of that. By the way, get me 2 instead, not like I can get fat fighting crime anyways. And put every green you see in yours, make them as healthy as possible. I smiled, before replying, ditto. As the sirens of the police finally neared the building. Chapter 16, Chapter 13. Enjoy. David Lance POV. The golden light of late afternoon settled over Star City. Its warm tones shone into my room as I sat on my bed, eyeing the files I had about the case I was currently working on. Besides the files, at an appropriate distance, a warm cup of coffee rested next to me. About half full, the sweet steam of its aroma gently floating above the cup. David, you can't only work, Dinah sighed as she entered the room, her attention falling into the files as a frown formed on her face. I know, I nodded, my shoulders tensing as my hands moved to reply, my eyes glancing at her. But I can't let this go. Something about it doesn't feel right, I added, signing quickly, while giving her a warm smile. I know, but overworking yourself won't do you good. Dinah replied, her eyes becoming soft as she tossed me a bag filled with hot bagels. Eat. I smiled, grabbing one of the bagels out of the bag. The case won't go anywhere, so take a break. I'll even help you, the awesome Lance siblings working together, how does that sound? Dinah winked at me, a playful smile adorning her face. I smiled, rolling my eyes at her antics. Giving her a look that said, sure, why not? Deathstroke POV. The night had come to downtown Gotham, and my prey, the Court of Owls, were finally making their move, inside an abandoned shelter near the docks. Owls. I boomed at them, as I walked out of the shadows, bowing ever so slightly for the dramatics. I've been looking for you little birds, all over Gotham. For a bird of prey, you guys really like to hide. Deathstroke, we mean you no harm, leave and let us be, the main Talon replied, we do not have fight. We don't have to fight. I'm sorry, but we do. You are unfortunately targeting something that belongs to me. I almost chuckled at that, a fight would imply they would make this encounter worthwhile. I was not one for egos, or bravados, but compared to them, a small organization too scared to even face others, I had no fears, I had defeated Gotham's Bat, faced Metropolis Golden Boy in combat, and had plenty of times outmaneuvered the speedsters this world had to offer. For me, this battle would be a stroll in the park. Leave alive or in a body bag, the Talon replied, as his body sank into a defensive stance. Very well then, I smiled under my mask. Do your worst, little owl. Without another word, weapons L came to bear as the Talon sprung towards me. Satisfied with his course of action, I caught his initial strike with my blade, before twirling around, throwing a kick at the Talon's face, knocking the owl back staggering, as he dropped his own blade on the floor. Then, before the Talon could recover his bearings, I dug a punch into his solar plexus, before slamming him to the floor with a kick. Quite the disappointment. And you wanted to take him under your wings. So wasteful, I muttered, looking as the owl struggled to get back up. If it's the kid you want. Rest assured we no longer want anything to do with him, therefore, this is unnecessary. The Talon replied, getting back into a defensive position. Unnecessary? My dear owl, I know you no longer want anything to do with him. This isn't about keeping you away from him, this is about sending a message to whoever thinks they can steal from me. I bellowed in a cold tone, taking slow, heavy steps toward the owl. Very well then. The Talon nodded, before rushing toward me, baring his claws. I smiled, darting towards him, dodging his attacks before gashing him with quick cuts of my blade that made the owl roar in pain. Streams of blood dripping from underneath his suit. Your court, your people has settled for mediocrity. I have not, I spoke, grabbing the owl by the neck. While you battled rich petulant kids, I battled the best this world had to offer. I added, slamming his head on the cement floor, breaking his mask. You can't kill me. I'm already dead, the Talon muttered, straining to even speak, adorable. If I wanted him dead, he would be already. What part of sending a message wasn't clear? You won't die today, not because I can't kill you, which believe me, I can, but because it serves me no purpose. I replied, carving a line on his body with my blade. Ah. At this, the owl winced in pain, his leg bleeding profusely thanks to the newest cut. Now, tell your friends. Everyone you know, the kid it's mine, you can try to kill him, hurt him, anything you wish. I won't even get mad if you or anyone kills him, if anything it would show he wasn't worth my time, just don't try to steal him, is that clear? I muttered into his ear, plowing my blade into his gut. Pools of red liquid dripped from his mouth as he tried to reply. Until I decided to pull my blade out, allowing his broken body to hit the ground with a thud, to a pool of its own blood. Immortality truly was a curse in the face of greater power. Crystal. The Talon muttered, his voice muffled in pain. I smiled, wiping the steel of my blade clean with a small towel, before placing my weapon back to its sheath. I'm glad we had this talk. With that done. I had nothing else to do in Gotham, save perhaps for visiting the Bat. It would certainly be more enjoyable than this pathetic excuse of a fight I had. It had been a while since I last fought Gotham Knight. Last time we left things on a draw, when he interrupted my get-to-know with my future pupil. I chuckled, I suppose I might as well treat myself while I'm here, and fight the Bat. I had allocated more time for the owls, time I had not used, and could use something worthwhile. Chapter 17, Chapter 14. Enjoy. Gotham City. March 15th, 8:35 Central Time. David Lance POV. After having breakfast with my sister, I decided to ask and visit the best detective I knew, Batman, to lend me a hand with my case. I was certain there was something I wasn't seeing, and it bothered me. Perhaps Batman would offer me a new perspective. He always did. You can come out now, Batman said to the seemingly empty cave. Good job getting into the cave without setting the alarms off. How the fuck? I will never believe he has no powers. I waited for him to go out before entering the cave. How the hell did he know? And right the moment he entered. How? I signed, dropping to the floor in a low crouch. Part of his training for me had always been the task of trying to sneak on him, which I had so far been, painfully unsuccessful. Today I had thought I had finally succeeded, but again, today wasn't the day. You need to cover your tracks from the moment you leave your house, Batman replied, his tone even. That, and perhaps tell your sister not to call me, he added with a hint of humor, cracking the closest thing to a smile I had ever seen him show. I sighed, giving him a quick nod of understanding. Next time, I would start covering my tracks from the moment I left the house, and I would tell Dinah to avoid calling him while I'm at it. Where's Robin? I asked, tilting my head. School, Batman replied, his tone back to his normal monotone. Leaving no trace of the small smile he had shown a few seconds ago. On a Sunday. I pity him. I see, I nodded, before pulling the USB drive with the files I had about my case for Batman to go over. Batman took the USB without a word, quickly putting it on his PC, automatically opening the files after a quick scan of the contents. What do you know so far? Batman asked, his eyes fixed on the computer. Not much. All I know is someone has started killing mobsters in Star City, I replied, feeling somewhat ashamed that was all I had. Beyond that, it's all assumptions. I think whoever it's behind this doesn't normally operate in my city. Batman scowled at the screen. making a face that said this was all too familiar to him. I think your assumption is right, he said, opening a new set of files from his PC. So I was on the right tracks, good to know. I have seen the work of Konstantin Draken before. And more than not, it always leads to one person, Batman said, pointing at the screen, where an image of Deathstroke was to be found. Him? But why would Deathstroke send another assassin to kill simple mobsters? It was way out of his normal modus operandi. Deathstroke worked for money, sure, but above all, what pushed him was the thrill of the hunt, of a good fight. Then again, the night I met him and we fought, he showed interest in me. So, perhaps he was testing me. No. I see you came to the same conclusion, Batman said as if reading my mind. Deathstroke wanted me. First the owls, and now him. I signed, a frown of worry forming on my face, my mind racing at what this meant. I had to prepare, I had to train even harder, being in his sight was never a good thing. I had to protect my sister, even Oliver, from him. Don't, Batman said, placing a reassuring hand on my shoulder. You are not alone in this. Never forget that. I nodded, feeling like he was speaking from experience. As for the owls, they won't bother you anymore, Batman said, walking back to his computer. Deathstroke, it's not one to share. Not sure if that makes me feel better, or worse. How did you figure out how it was Deathstroke so fast? I genuinely wanted to know. For me, he looked at my files, opened a few of his own, and boom, he had the answer. I really wanted to reach that level, though I doubted it was humanly possible. Konstantin Draken is almost an exclusive contractor for Deathstroke, a fact that narrowed the list of subjects down to 5 possible targets. However, that doesn't say anything. What actually gave me the answer was the fact I fought Deathstroke last night, Batman replied, taking my USB drive out of his PC. He told me to teach you well before he took the wheel. I would never follow him willingly. I would rather die than serve. Wait a second. I interrogated Draken, and he never mentioned Deathstroke. I interrogated Draken, using all the tools you taught me to use, I frowned, looking at my utility belt. He never said a thing about Deathstroke. Because at the time, there wasn't a thing about Deathstroke to be said, Batman replied, confusing me a bit. Selective memory lost. It ensures the target only remembers what you want him or her to remember. It guarantees to a greater degree the safety net of critical information in the criminal world, without having to trust others. It's mostly used on what others consider disposable pawns, or witnesses when killing them would gather too much unwanted attention. So Deathstroke had erased Draken's memory of him. I see. Most of the time, this process is preset on the target's mind, with the memories only getting erased after the trigger event is activated. In this case, I suspect the trigger for Konstantin Draken was getting caught, which fits with Deathstroke's character. Where the weak get disposed of, Batman added, handing me the USB I had given him. Do you think he will try to get me anytime soon? I signed, worried about my sister, who undoubtedly would get hurt in the crossfire. No, if push came to shove, for my sister, I would kill Slade, even if that meant becoming a killer. After all it would take is a whisper. No, Batman shook his head. He won't kidnap you. When Slade wants someone, he prefers the arrangement to be a willing one. Meaning he will try to change you, just enough for you to see in him, not a monster, but an opportunity. Chapter 18, Chapter 15. Enjoy. For Double Chap today, vote. Stone the Corn. Stone the Corn. With love, Corn. Star City. March 17th, 4:35 Pacific Daylight Time. David Lance POV. It's nearly dawn, David, Dinah observed as she entered my room. Deathstroke won't come tonight. Take a break. I know. I nodded, my hands barely managing to make the correct signs to transmit my message. I was quite tired. Dinah sighed, approaching my side. David. We will be okay. The League is keeping an eye on him for us. And even if he somehow manages to avoid the watchful eye of the League, he would have to fight us, she smiled, placing a reassuring hand on my shoulder. I smiled back at her, trying to take her confidence to heart, but failing to do so. I just couldn't help it. I will take a break, I signed, giving Dinah a small hug afterward. Good, Dinah beamed, planting a kiss on my forehead. Never forget. I will always protect you. No matter the cost. That's my job as your big sister. That and stealing my food, I retorted with a cheeky smile. After all, she had a thing for stealing my fries and nuggets. This comment, however, made my sweet sister slap the back of my head. Dumbass, Dinah chuckled, rolling her eyes, before playfully pushing into the bed. Go to sleep. I smiled from cheek to cheek, giving her a nod as she chucklingly closed the door of my room. After a few hours of restless sleep, interrupted by constant nightmares of my first encounter with Deathstroke, and how close I had been to dying, I woke up, determined to train, harder than ever. I had to admit. I was scared. For all my power, Deathstroke terrified me. Not because I couldn't beat him, which unless I used my powers, I was sure I couldn't, at least at the current time. But because I knew how determined he was, how relentless, and how dangerous he was when he wanted to be. I was afraid of being unable to stop him should he aim to break me through my sister. I was afraid of him rendering me powerless through the environment, knowing well I would not use my powers to kill him if it meant killing thousands of innocents in the process. But most of all, I was afraid of willingly using my powers to stop him. Even if it meant destroying others in the process. Because deep down, I knew I would use my voice to kill him if it meant saving Dinah, without hesitation. I knew that there was a chance my first encounter with Deathstroke had left a scar in my mind. That almost dying was probably influencing how I was taking this. That the events of that night were now resurfacing as trauma. Invading my thoughts and dreams in an unhealthy way. I knew that very well. But I also knew that what I was feeling wasn't without any base. I believed in Dinah. In Oliver. And in Batman. I hadn't worked much with the League, but those in this life I trusted and cared about did. So I also believed in them. However, while I trusted them, I would not blindly entrust my safety and that of Dinah to them. Not entirely, at least, and it wasn't because I didn't believe in their abilities to stop Deathstroke. But because I would never forgive myself if something happened to those I cared about while I waited for the League or others to come. "Good afternoon, sleepyhead," Dinah said as she entered my room with a small tray with 3 sandwiches. Effectively stopping my current train of thought. I smiled, waving at her. "I made you breakfast," Dinah smiled, putting the tray on my bed. "You know you can talk to me." Right. She knew of my nightmares. Of course, she did. I had hoped the fact that I don't make a sound while sleeping would prevent Dinah from finding out. "I know," I nodded, going through the hand signs slowly. "It was just a nightmare. Is normal for kids my age. Don't worry." I added, grabbing one of the sandwiches. I really didn't want to worry her about such things. "It is," Dinah nodded, her eyes softly resting on me. "When you feel like talking about these nightmares, I'm here. Remember that. Now and always. None of this is your fault." As much as I appreciated my sister's attempts to ease my mind, I still held myself responsible for all of this. However, I would not tell her that, so instead, I nodded, offering her a seat on my bed to have lunch with me. "Food won't silence me, David," Dinah chuckled, taking a seat. "I'm gonna eat one of the sandwiches. But know that I am highly offended by this bribe." I rolled my eyes at her, to which she playfully pushed off the bed. "That's a peculiar way to get me to open up. Child abuse. If only the masses knew how evil Black Canary truly is," I signed, giving her a mocking look of hurt. "Good thing the masses will never know," Dinah playfully replied. "Otherwise I would be forced to become a supervillain. I even have the name ready, just in case. Number 000000 Canary," she added, with a fake maniacal laugh. I smiled, inwardly chuckling at the silliness of her villain name. Number 000000 Canary. Which literally translated to Black Canary, with the black part of her name changed to the hex code hashtag RGB of the color black. "How about you join me? You could be number 000000 Bolt. The terrors of Star City." Dinah added, laughing like a stereotypical villain. The only thing that was missing was the flashlight illuminating her face. "No thank you," I replied, grabbing a sandwich. "Oh, Oliver could join us. And become hashtag 00FF00 arrow." Dinah chuckled, rubbing her hands together for dramatics. "We could become the hex code family." "You are a dork sometimes," I replied, throwing one of my pillows at her. "So you defy me?" Dinah grinned, grabbing the pillow. "Very well then. Hero, come at me." And so, we started a pillow war in the house. That somehow extended long enough for Oliver to arrive and join the fray. "For my mustache." Oliver screamed, holding 2 memory foam pillows in his hands. Chapter 19, Chapter 16. Enjoy. For an extra chap today vote. This is my Father's Day gift to the site. Star City. April 17, 21:35 Pacific Daylight Time. David Lance POV. I continued with my life a day at a time. Training every time I had the chance, learning all I could from my sister, Oliver when he had the time, and Batman. My goal was to become proficient enough in the martial arts to take Deathstroke on, in hand-to-hand combat. I knew, however, that getting to that level of prowess would take time. Deathstroke was a seasoned warrior. A mercenary with decades of experience. On paper. My goal sounded almost unreachable. But, it wasn't. Batman was the living proof of that. A solid demonstration that training and experience could go a long way. He was a man, a human, in a realm of gods, fighting threats that should, by all means, be far beyond his reach. Yet, no matter the inconceivable odds stacked against him, the simple human would always prevail. Against the monsters, against the gods, and all others. It was admirable. And the extraordinary thing was, Batman wasn't the only living example of this. Oliver, Ted Kord, and Richard Dragon had reached this very same level, to different extents each. All humans. And yet, they had reached the unreachable. I wasn't a simple human. I was an inhuman. Part of a race of altered human beings that were the result of experiments on prehistoric humans by the extraterrestrial race, the Kree, who manipulated their genetic code, creating the potential for them to acquire superhuman abilities through a process known as Terrigenesis in the Marvel Universe. And I wasn't any inhuman for that matter. No, my powers, my strength, everything came from the strongest inhuman to have ever lived. Their king, Blackagar Boltagon. If normal humans without any of what I had managed to reach such levels, I had no excuse to not do the same and more. Star City. April 17, 22:58 Pacific Daylight Time. 2009. After dealing with my own emotions, resolving to push any negative thoughts down, I started working on a case. Alone. Not because I didn't want to work with Dinah or Oliver, it's just that they were busy dealing with other cases that required their attention, like this required mine. Though, to be fair, with Oliver, it was more like I didn't want to work with him. His sidekick was a condescending insufferable ass, that saw me as a threat to his role in his own world of jealous delusions, turning into the embodiment of a toxic girlfriend, every time Oliver took some of his time to teach me. Oliver would often defend him, saying it was the hormones. Which I suppose could explain some of his behaviors. Be that as it may, I had no intention of dealing with any of that. Opting instead to only go on missions with Oliver when he wasn't around. To avoid the very likely scenario of me tackling him through a wall. No idea why Robin likes him. The guy lives in a constant state of trying to prove he's the best. In everything. But in a toxic way. Like, the last time I ever saw him. Oliver had a spar I won with relative ease. A fact he didn't like. At all. In his eyes. I could see he was angry, unfathomably angry. He didn't show it, as most people would. He didn't scream. Try to attack. Nothing. He simply stared at me for a brief moment, in pure unadulterated anger. Before storming out of sight as Oliver sighed. That amount of anger was not normal. Especially considering the reason why he had been angry in the first place. But that's beyond the point now. He was Oliver's problem. Not mine. My problem right now was tracking a killer. Keeping an eye on their next possible target. Star City's governor candidate and ex-police commissioner. Brian Nudosurdo. A criminal scum that had escaped justice for a long time, by controlling the system from within, knowing what to do, and what not to keep himself out of jail. Be that as it may. Right now, he wasn't my case. I had a killer to catch. After that was done, I would see what I could do about putting him in jail. So far, Nudosurdo seemed to be fine. Sleeping soundly on his bed, snoring, his wife by his side. No signs of anyone but them in the house. However, as I thought of this, a shadow moved past my field of vision, skillfully using the shadows the starless sky gave to hide its presence. Without even noticing, this mysterious shadow spurred me into action. Making me spring towards the house, as I drew out my silent grapnel gun from my belt and fired it in the direction of the ceiling, to cut some distance, in an attempt to intercept the mysterious shadow before it reached its target. Finding myself face to face with a woman wearing nothing but black leather, and a white mask, as I landed in front of her. This does not concern you. Leave, the mysterious woman advised, her tone clear in the threat. I shook my head. Then, you will die. Just like him, the woman drawled, pointing at me. Hurling a gleaming knife at me during the seemingly innocent motion. I ducked, the blade slicing through the air, lodging itself up on the walls of the house behind me. However, the woman didn't stop there, hurling a few extra knives at me. Keeping my eyes on her, I sprung towards her, deflecting the knives, while pulling 2 knives out of my belt, before hurling them at her. Who deftly evaded the attack. Missing her by a few inches. Nix, the woman spoke calmly, pulling a curved blade out of her suit. You have earned the honor of knowing who is to claim your life. Black Bolt, she intoned, her blade gleaming under the moonlight. Nix, that's a name I didn't know. I will have to ask Dinah after I take her down if she knows of any Nix. More than not, I always know who everyone is. Thanks to my canon knowledge, but her. I had no idea who she was behind that mask. Not even the slightest. Chapter 20, Chapter 17. Enjoy. For Double Wombo Chapter Surprise. Let's reach the top 3. Star City. April 17th, 21:35 Pacific Daylight Time. David Lance POV. Sprinting towards her, I grabbed a few explosives from my belt, before throwing them at the ground behind me. Hopefully, the explosions would alert Nodosurdo that he was in danger. Then as I neared Nyx, I ducked under her blade, throwing a hard punch at her gut. The blow knocked the assassin off the ground, taking the air out of her, giving me the opportunity to follow up with a kick, a left uppercut, and an elbow to the face in rapid succession. The last strike cracking her mask as she fell to the ground rolling. "You will pay," Nyx muttered, staring into my eyes as she disposed of her broken mask, tossing the remains aside. Darting towards me. Nyx retaliated by slashing out her blade in a series of methodical, yet masterful attacks that raked across my arm guards with a hideous scraping noise as L blocked her attacks. Inwardly thanking Batman for the armor he had given me, one with 4 layers of thick military-grade Kevlar. Then, as her blade was reeling back for a new attack, I took that small window, and kicked the assassin in the face, plucking a miniature flashbang grenade from my belt, before throwing it straight to her face as I closed my eyes, using one of my arms to block the incoming light from blinding me. Blinded by the explosion, Nyx staggered back. However, before she could even take 2 steps, I was back on her, eyes opened, slamming her face against the grass, before using my taser to electrocute her. "Are you done?" I heard someone snarl from behind. And it was no other than Nodosurdo, who was standing on his balcony with nothing but an open bathrobe, flashing his naked body at me as he glared at me, in pure contempt. I wonder if I can ask Martian Manhunter to erase this memory. Answer. Nodosurdo growled, glaring even harder than before. If only he knew the consequences of his demand. I mean, I could answer, but he would never get to hear my voice, he would blink into hell. I sighed, giving the asshole a short nod. As amusing as it was imagining his face seeing me talk, for the first time in years. I had things to do. None of them included him, not anymore. Then fucking leave. Nodosurdo barked. This time I ignored him. Proceeding to tie Nyx up, as well as checking her suit for any hidden weapons to avoid a sudden escape as I relocated her to jail. "Look at me when I'm talking to you." Nodosurdo fumed, throwing a tantrum as I calmly continued doing what I was doing. As Batman says, do something well once, and you won't have to do it again. Besides, I knew what Nodosurdo was doing. I had seen the cameras around. He was trying to get a rise out of me. Record the entire thing, and use it for his personal agenda against heroes. I would not humor him. Even if the cameras weren't around. He wasn't worth it. Star City. April 21st, 9:15 Pacific Daylight Time. David Lance POV. Since that fateful night, no more attempts against Nodosurdo's life had been made. Be that as it may, I still kept an eye on the man, not only to stop any possible attempts on his life but to find enough proofs to send him to jail. I knew it was only a matter of time before he made a mistake. I just had to be patient. Other than that, when I wasn't fighting crime with Dinah, or tailing Nodosurdo, I would be training or in school, sleeping. Exams were easy to ace, and the teachers were nice enough to let me sleep as long as I kept my grades above A- in their classes. Right now, however, I was alone at the house. Reading, as I waited for Dinah to arrive so that we could go out for lunch. "Dude, I heard you took Nyx alone." I blinked, looking at my phone. "Dick, this is my personal number. Do try to keep it clean." I replied, for a tech-savvy superhero, sometimes he felt like an old man without any idea how technology worked. Funny. Anyways, I was thinking we celebrate. With, I dunno, pizza, games, and lots of soda. I smiled, shaking my head ever so slightly. Sure, why not? When and where? Today, and at my place. Robin replied with a bunch of smiley faces and other emotions, like the pizza one. I replied, knowing what would happen next. I would say it was too sudden, and he would just pop out of nowhere saying, "Too late to say no, let's go." "Dude, your closet, it's uncomfortable. Don't leave me hanging." Robin replied, realizing I had realized he was here. "What's that a pun?" I wrote back. "Maybe," Robin replied. I sighed, deciding to follow his game. "Today. That's too sudden, man." Kicking the door of my closet, Dick Grayson jumped into my room, pointing at me. "Too late to say no. Let's go." I deadpanned. "It was lame, wasn't it?" Robin sighed. I nodded, slowly. I really need to stop letting anime influence me. "I blame Kid Flash," Robin chuckled. I smiled, rolling my eyes, before signing, "Before leaving I have to tell my sister. During my lunch with her tonight. And before you complain." I made my plans with my sister beforehand, so wait in my room, and I don't know, play something. Read a book, do whatever. I'll be back before 2 p.m. Fine by me, Robin smiled, happily jumping into my bed, taking a book from my shelf in the process. Quantum Physics, he chuckled, reading the title of the book as he gave me a look that said, really? I shrugged. I didn't understand much of the book, but I liked reading about stuff I didn't understand. It was fun. I like books that make me feel dumb. Feeling dumb, it's a great motivator. It makes me want to not be dumb. Hey man, whatever works for you, Robin chuckled, going back to the book to read. Chapter 21, Chapter 18. Enjoy. Mass release if we reach top 2 to 3. Gotham. April 22nd, 9:35 Pacific Daylight Time. 2009, David Lance POV. After having a rather delectable lunch with Dinah at a Chinese restaurant we had both been wanting to try for weeks since it had opened, I left with Robin to Gotham to spend a few days with him. Wayne's Manor was second to none. They had everything anyone could want for entertainment. Swimming pools, tennis courts, soccer fields, arcade rooms, and much more. Their library alone was my wet dream. They quite possibly had every book ever written there, and more. Hell, the library had 5 floors, 7 if you counted the ones not for the public, and 10 if you counted the ones only Batman used. They also had 3 movie rooms and a horse track, with actual horses. Be that as it may, their library was my one true love. Which is why I was yearningly looking at it. As Robin obliterated me in the arcade. You really love our library, Dick snickered, winning once again. A perfect KO. I nodded, no reason to hide my love for the unreachable. That was a library only rich people had, really rich people. Some of the books inside were worth millions, as they were first editions, or in some cases the last of their kind. You can always come to read. Alfred knows to let you in, whenever you come, Dick claimed, a bright smile on his face. Indeed, Master David, Alfred nodded, bowing ever so slightly. I even have in stock your favorite snacks and drinks. Just in case. I smiled, giving the old butler a warm look. He really was one of a kind. Bruce won't mind, Dick nodded, smiling in a playful demeanor. Heck, he even asked your sister about all your favorite things, to add them to our shopping list. I didn't know that. It was very kind of them to do such things. I need to thank Batman later. Speaking of which, now that I think about it, where is he? Since I had arrived here, I haven't seen him at all. Where's Mr. Wayne? I signed, tilting my head in confusion. On league business, Dick answered with a yawn, slouching into the arcade. He didn't specify. He only said it would possibly take a few days. Don't worry, Master Dick, Master Bruce will be back in no time, Alfred articulated, with a small smile. I'm not worried, Dick replied, his lips pressed together. I just wish the League allowed us to go on League missions. We fight villains just like them. I sighed, rolling my eyes. Dick, last time we went solo to a big mission. Deathstroke almost killed us both. It's clear we still have something to learn. Dick deflated, giving me a betrayed look before saying, you have a point. Indeed he does, Alfred nodded, agreeing with me in a jovial tone. Secretly using sign language to tell me, thank you. While Dick was looking away. I'm just saying. The experience could help us, Dick shrugged. I nodded. He had a point there. I think that's what they are doing. Giving us experience, but in a controlled environment, where they feel they can protect us no matter what. Alfred nodded. Not whelmed at all, dude, Dick replied, crossing his arms as he narrowed his eyes on me. I speak but the truth, I shrugged. Dick chuckled, turning the arcade off, as he gave me a challenging grin. Let's go to the cave. I want to train a bit. I nodded, a spar right now sounded awesome. At the cave, in the training arena, Robin and I circled each other, looking for an opening. Ready to get your ass kicked? Robin asked, with a confident grin. I smiled, lunging forward, throwing a quick jab. That Robin dodged and countered with a punch of his own. However, I had foreseen this, and so, I had preemptively kicked my right leg up, scoring a hit on Robin's torso, pushing him to the ground. Robin undoubtedly outclassed me in technology, or anything related. But when it came to hand-to-hand combat, I had the clear upper hand, no pun intended. My turn, Robin groaned on the floor, before jumping back to his feet. Darting towards me, throwing a few batarangs at me. That I deflected, with relative ease, lunging at him with a tackle, subduing him on the floor in a lock. I won't give up. I tightened my lock, forcing Robin to tap out. Admitting his defeat. Man, no fair, Robin chuckled. You have super strength and gadgets. How's that fair? I have never seen Superman use a utility belt. I rolled my eyes, reminding him I had not used my belt at all. Let me complain in peace, Robin chuckled. I have the right to be a bad loser. I haven't won a single spar against you in months. Robin gets a freebie for today. He's allowed to whine. At least he's aware of it. I will get some water. Do you want anything? I asked, jumping to my feet. However, before Robin could reply, an alarm went off in the cave's computer. It seems we have some work on our hands, Robin grinned, jumping to his feet before rushing to the PC. I sighed, feeling whatever he was about to do would not end well for me. Someone has taken control over a chemical plant, Robin said, unable to sit still. Probably Poison Ivy, or Dr. Freeze. We can take them. Ask Batman, I shot back, signing firmly. On it, Robin nodded, calling Batman on the PC. Batman to Batcave. What's the situation? Batman said, answering Robin's call. Someone took control of a chemical plant. We wanted your permission to go and deal with it, Robin replied, going straight to the point. Proceed with care. Do not engage without assessing the situation. Batman out. With that said, the call came to an end. That's weird. Batman never lets us go solo, especially not when he isn't around to supervise like a helicopter. Perhaps whoever is attacking the chemical plant it's a minor threat and he deems us capable of dealing with said threat. See. Robin said, his voice a pitch higher. He was really excited to go out without Batman. Fine, I nodded. I mean, Batman had given us the green light. Besides, if push came to shove, and things went out of hand, I would simply knock Robin out, and return to the cave. Awesome. Robin grinned, jumping out of his chair. Chapter 22, Chapter 19. Gotham. April 22nd, 1735 Pacific Daylight Time. David Lance POV. Enjoy. As we neared the plant, I couldn't help but feel like dread was creeping up on me. Like I was running towards a trap, the jaws of the beast, the center of the void. I don't know how to explain it. But, the feeling was unmistakable. The worst part was, that I didn't know why I was feeling like this. I had texted Dinah and Oliver letting them know I was working with Robin, just in case my feelings were some kind of premonition, and I needed backup. Here we are, Robin muttered, using a small computer to hack into the facility. I'll get the blueprints, from there all we have to do is turn the plant down, and capture the bad guys, he added, typing on my computer at unbelievable speeds. I nodded, guarding his back. Playing the role of the muscle. Got it, Robin said, getting my attention. Here's the power control of the facility. We take that off, and all of their plans are as good as gone, he explained, pointing in the blueprints where the power control room was. How do we get there? I asked. This is the best route, Robin pointed, to a set of vents leading to the room. It should allow us to reach the room without being detected. I nodded, avoiding combat sounded like a good idea right now. We still had to assess the situation before determining how to approach the next step, taking the bad guys down. Okay, then let's go, Robin nodded, putting his small computer back on his belt, as he ran towards where we would infiltrate the facility, with me following close behind. Inside the vents, we silently dragged our bodies across. The eerie silence of the outside, giving me a bad feeling. I mean, where were the villains that had taken over this place? I had yet to see a single henchman or hear anyone for that matter. Robin, there's something wrong here, I said, tugging on his leg to get his attention. Where are the henchmen, the villains? This place is empty. Too empty. Robin frowned, pausing to think for a bit, before signing. You think this is a trap? I nodded. After all, in Gotham things were never this easy. Because when they were, hell was about to come. Let me try getting into the cameras again, the signal was weak from the outside. It should work now, Robin signed, pulling his computer out. A few seconds later, there was a small change in Robin's face, enough to tell me, we were fucked. Without even asking why he had that face, I peeked into his computer, to see no other than the giggling mass murderer responsible for a body count that couldn't be tabulated, as it was monstrously high, Batman's Nemesis, the Joker, happily waving at the camera. Well now. This is a joke, the Joker said, surging with uncontrollable, crazed laughter. I knew Batsy had it in him. I just knew it. I mean, look at this Harley, he sent the boys. Now, that's a joke. Off-putting. He sent them to their deaths. Harley laughed, sounding almost as crazy as the Joker himself. Yet, not even close to him. I knew Batsy liked us, sending us guinea pigs. How nice of him. Robin at this turned his PC off. We had to get out. Whatever trap the Joker had set for Batman would probably kill us, we had to escape to rethink our strategy. We rushed through the vents, trying to go back to the entrance point. However, the Joker's henchmen started shooting at the vents, forcing us to exit from another point that connected to the inside of the facility. Call Batman, I signed in worry, knowing very well we needed support. It wasn't that the Joker was stronger than us and we were overwhelmed. No, it was that he was more dangerous than us, not more powerful. His deranged mind made for an unpredictable adversary, a wild card, something even Batman on a good day struggled to deal with, because of how erratic he was. The radio signals are jammed, Robin cursed, his body displaying anxiety. I frowned. If the radio signals were jammed, it meant the Joker intended to keep us alone, without outside assistance. Which didn't bode well for us, at all, as we wanted to escape to better plan our approach. I could destroy the walls with a whisper, but I had no idea how the chemicals in the plant would react to my power. For all I knew, I could generate a nuclear reaction, destroying Gotham. I could also try to punch my way out. But that would simply make the Joker's job to locate us easier if he didn't already know where we were. Our best bet was to destroy whatever was jamming communications. And contact the League, playing the Joker's game on the defensive. We need to destroy whatever it's jamming our signal. Any idea where a device like that would be located? I asked, gazing at Robin. Robin nodded, opening the blueprints of the facility. For optimal results, a radio jammer should be around these 3 rooms at the top, he said, pointing at the rooms. Then we need to take that down and contact the League, I replied, eyeing the blueprints for a moment to memorize the general layout of the facility for later navigation. Works for me, Robin nodded. The Joker POV. If the kids expect to play against the Joker, they'd better be prepared to be dealt from the bottom of the deck. In all honesty, this worked even better than I had imagined. Sure, I had wanted to dance with Batsy, one-on-one, just the 2 of us, and my guns, but he had stood me up. How rude. Or so I had thought, ha 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 ha. Batsy loved me so very very much, he had sent the juniors to play. How thoughtful of him, to think of my fun when he isn't around to play with me. That right there, it's the sign of a healthy relationship. Yep, siree. Sure, they weren't Batsy, a minor inconvenience. But when Batsy gives you lemons, well, you make lemonade. I thought we were going to try this on Batman, my newest partner, a friend of friends, my BFF, a brother from another mother, Scarecrow said, with a terrible frown on his face. Baghead, put that frown upside down. Sure, they aren't Batsy. But they will do for a test run. Ha 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 ha. I laughed in utter delight. Mad bastard, Baghead, aka Scarecrow sighed, walking away. How mean of him. I'm not mad at all. I'm just differently sane. Chapter 23, Author Q&A. Alright, time to answer some questions, again. Why? Well, I like to leave things clear. Question 1, when will the MC learn how to control his power? Answer equals the first volume of the novel. The New World volume will deal with the psychological aspects our MC is going through, which include but are not limited to trauma, depression, and fear. With the MC learning to accept these things, in order to overcome them. This arc also introduces certain changes in the world, introducing plot points for later development. Question 2, how long will this volume be? Answer equals not long at all. The web novel release is 21 chapters away from this arc ending. Meaning at chapter 40 the volume ends, as the other begins. Question 3, why hasn't the MC used his voice? Answer equals fear of hurting others. And by others I mean, innocents. But mainly, the fear of losing control. Right now his voice, his powers fluctuate like hormones, because he's a teenager, a crack in his voice could result in unimaginable results. Nevertheless, his voice is yet to reach full power. The original Black Bolt has shattered the veils between dimensions. As for the fork, he will in the following arc work on something like that, but slightly different, a device to weaken his powers according to specific settings he will configure himself. Question 3, what's the following volume? The title, it's called The Team. This volume will be short, and it will mostly revolve around the first season of Young Justice. Question 4, love interest, when? The love interest, it's already in my Praetorian, however, the MC will attract some unwanted attention from some questionable sources, female sources, before anyone begins to jump into the rope. I hope this answers some of your questions. Chapter 24, Chapter 20. Gotham. April 22nd, 1735 Pacific Daylight Time. David Lance POV. Enjoy. David Lance POV. Robin and I rushed through the facility. Dealing with the henchmen that we would find in our way with ease, which didn't set well at all with me. Where was the Joker? Harley. He was insane, sure. But he wasn't stupid, not by a long shot. He had to know we were too much for his goons. Meaning he was either underestimating us, which didn't fit with his demented profile, or all of this was part of his impossibly delirious scheme, which was the option I was leaning to. Robin, we might be walking into a trap, I signed, getting Robin's attention, who nodded at my statement. The Joker is crazy, but not stupid, Robin replied, frowning. He probably has a trap of some kind waiting for us ahead. What exactly? I can't figure out. He sighed. You have fought the bastard more times than I can count. Anything I should know? I asked, hurling a metal bead at a goon that was running towards us, hitting him in the head, knocking him out cold. He always goes for the kill. He doesn't feel pain, well, it more like he enjoys pain, so injuries won't stop him, and he's unpredictable. Robin muttered, his voice breaking for a second. Other than that, be careful with his gas. It's highly dangerous and hard to cure. It usually kills within the hour or so. I nodded, taking the information to heart. Batman has an antidote, I assume? I asked, already knowing the answer. Yes, Robin nodded, looking down, his voice breaking down even more. We always carry a dose or two, just in case. He elaborated, plucking an item out of his utility belt. The antidote to the Joker venom. How many do we have? I asked, looking at the vial he held in front of me. 1, Robin replied, giving me the vial. For you. 1. Why would he carry just one? That's so unlike Batman, the master of the pregame. I didn't restock my belt before leaving. I wasn't missing anything important, or so I thought, Robin muttered, his voice carrying an undeniable edge of guilt. Be that as it may, that's on me. I brought you here, I put your life on the line again. So, at the very least, I can ensure you have a way out of this. I frowned, taking a deep breath, before slapping Robin. If you intend to die, you better not do it on my watch. I already have enough traumas for you to add another, you hear me? I signed, angrily. I can't hear you. Robin snickered, rubbing his face in mild pain. I smiled, that was better. Let's go, I signed, pointing ahead. Let's kick some clown ass. Robin cheered, continuing to lead the way, now in a brighter mood. Scarecrow POV. When I had joined forces with the Joker, my plans were rather simple, taking Batman out, and then dealing with the devil I had signed my contract with. I had no qualms with other villains, and their end goals. But him. He was psychopath, a monster beyond reasoning, one that with a warped sense of love for the Dark Knight, accompanied by a disgusting sense of humor that bordered the sadistic. Be that as it may. He had been the closest one of us, in Gotham, to ever almost kill the Bat. Not that he wanted to succeed, not, that much was certain. He simply wanted to play with Batman, forever. He wanted Batman to kill him, to prove he was right all along. To prove there's no difference between him and everyone else. That all it takes is one bad day to reduce the sanest man alive to lunacy. That's how far the world is from where he is. Just one bad day. He wanted Batman to descend to his level. That was his end goal. I would not allow this to happen. If Batman ever crossed that line, we would all die. If we couldn't defeat when he was holding back, I didn't want to imagine how it would be when he didn't. The Joker's end goal was, in other words, our ultimate end, if he ever succeeded pushing the Dark Knight to the breaking point. A feat I deemed impossible to achieve. As much as I hate the Bat, his willpower was without equal. His spirit was indomitable. But I didn't want to test how indomitable he truly was. I wasn't like Two-Faces, I wasn't a betting man. I wanted the Bat dead, and I wanted him dead now. Even if that meant dealing with the embodiment of madness itself. Aren't you excited, Baggy? The Joker giggled, skipping from place to place like every girl in the prairie from an old book. My name is Scarecrow. I hissed at him, disgusted by his mere presence. But if you can bring yourself to use my show name. Call me Dr. Crane, or Jonathan if you must insist in being this informal. The Joker pouted, before childishly whining, but that's how friends treat each other. They give each nickname, and gifts, he smiled, giggling like the deranged monster he was. I see now. You were just shy. Why didn't you say so, Baggy? Don't worry, Papa Joker will give you a show to melt that mask you wear away. I shuddered at his comment, keeping my eyes on him. It was only a matter of time before this lunatic betrayed me. I had to keep my guard up. After all, I couldn't leave until our joint experiment was put to the test. A mix of his venom and my toxin. Ha 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 ha. That's right, my pudding. We will give Mr. Frowny Bag a show for the ages. First seat row, aren't you lucky? Harley giggled, doing a ballet twirl as she neared the Joker. Indeed, Harley. After all, when the Joker puts on a show, the seats always sell out. The Joker replied, in a chilling tone. Ha 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 ha. Perhaps I had made a mistake with this arrangement. I was sadly too late to go back. Chapter 25, Chapter 21. Enjoy. David Lance POV. With little to no opposition, we reached the room where the radio jammer to find no other than Harley Quinn herself, waiting for us with a sickening sweet smile on her white face, her trademark hammer resting against a wall a few feet away from her. Hiya. Harley waved at us, giggling. Harley! Robin exclaimed, almost growling the words out. Mr. J says you two are coming with me. Harley replied in a jovial tone, grabbing her hammer from the wall. How many times have you tried that already? Robin shot back, taunting her. How many times have you tried that already? Harley mocked, repeating what Robin had said in a childish tone. Cutie, you have never fought us without bats. As they had their little chat, I inspected the room, noticing 8 recently installed cameras recording every point of the room. The cameras in question were painted with the colors of the Joker, white, red, purple and green. Meaning he was most likely watching right now. Besides the cameras, there was the radio jammer. By its looks, it seemed to be military grade, bulletproof for low-caliber weapons, an old but effective model for a quick jamming work. Hey you! Deaf guy. Or is it mute? Harley called, waving at me, cutting her conversation with Robin short. What's your deal? Are you mute? Deaf, talk with me. I frowned, she was clearly mocking me, and my inability to talk to get my undivided attention. Her body language suggested that much, that she didn't want me to continue looking around, meaning there was something in this room for us, something we were not meant to see just yet. No talkie. Well, let Mama take care of you. Harley giggled, cracking her neck. Mama cooked a knucklebuster parfait just for the two of you. With a side of hammer. On the house. Come and get it. I took another look around, finding nothing out of the ordinary, giving Robin a look that conveyed my plan, which was for him to take the radio jammer down, before darting towards Harley. I knew there was something else in store for us, but in all honesty, I didn't know what to expect from the clown pair of Gotham. When it came to them, chances became chaotic. For all I knew, the trap was outside the room, and Harley was goading me into leaving with her behavior, or perhaps my first assumption had been right. The thing is, I had no way to confirm either. Right now, our best chance was to destroy the radio jammer, and contact the League. Beyond our ability to stop them or not, we needed reinforcements to stop whatever the Joker was doing. In his demented hands, this chemical facility could kill millions. Even if we managed to defeat them, we had no way to stop a chemical threat. Not even Robin, for all his multiple areas of expertise, had enough chemical knowledge to stop threats of that kind. The League, however, did. It was in our best interest, and that of the citizens of Gotham, to get the League involved. And to do that, I had to take Harley down, or keep her occupied enough for Robin to take care of the radio jammer. Harley giggled, watching me approach, swinging her hammer at me as I neared her. Yay! Mama's gonna paint the walls with blood. Jumping over her attack, I threw a hard punch at her jaw, putting some weight into it. The blow knocked her into the air head back, as I followed it up with a kick to her side, feeling a crack under feet. However, as Harley fell to the floor, she pulled a gun out of her suit, aiming at me, not at all bothered or slowed down by the fact I had broken a few of her ribs. Now that's just rude. Hitting a lady. It seems Mama is gonna have to teach you some manners. At this, she started shooting at me, a bit of blood coming out of her lips. Seeing this, I started running, avoiding the shots while making sure of keeping Harley's aim on me, as Robin continued to disable the radio jammer, having crept under her radar, who was otherwise too busy fighting me. You know, I wanted to have some fun. To punch you a little, but you had to bully poor Harley around, hadn't you? Harley hissed between a giggle, reloading her weapon. A time I took to hurl a few smoke bombs at her, to mess with her field of view. I told you so. But what can I expect from a second-class clown? Robin sassed from the shadows. I'm rubber, you're glue, whatever you say bounces off me and makes a 6-inch diameter exit wound in you. Harley replied, hissing her words out. Taking the small window Robin had given me with his sass, I rushed at her, grabbing her arm tight, throwing her high into the air before pulling down, slamming her body on the ground, effectively disarming her, seconds before the smoke bombs lost its effect. Ugh. Harley groaned on the ground. You are no fun. Just like bats. She giggled, pain clear in her voice. It seems she's indeed capable of feeling pain, but had a great tolerance to it, which considering her partner was to be expected. Almost done over here. Robin said, working on the radio jammer with a set of small tools, including a portable welding machine the size of a pen. And, done. Contact the League, I smiled, feeling things were looking up for us. However, we still had to keep our guard up. There was no way that was all the Joker had planned. On it, Robin nodded, plucking his communicator from his belt. Ha 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 ha. I hate being right. No bad kiddos. Not bad at all. Especially you, Bolt. You gave Harley quite the pounding, I might even get jealous. The Joker chuckled, his voice booming across the room. No. Don't be pudding. I only like your poundings. They have love. Harley exclaimed in her defense, struggling under my grasp. The League, it's not answering, something it's messing with my signal. Robin said, pulling his computer out. I have an idea. Now children. Seeing as you gave Mama Harley quite a beating, it seems it's up to Papa to take up the slack. The Joker continued, his voice taking on a more sinister tone. You see, juniors, life is a theater of the absurd. Be good and honest, a paragon of justice, and you get forgotten, just like any other sheep waiting for its turn in the slaughterhouse. Let the madness take in, and become the demon of their very nightmares, and you'll live forever. But living forever in a world without anyone, it's rather lonely, don't you think, juniors? At this, a green gas started coming from the vents, the Camaras, and every other place. Surprise. Harley giggled, a green cloud of smoke coming from within her suit, the very same color of the gas currently invading the room. I frowned, activating the filter function of my mask to filter the air. The gas, it's coming from every vent. Robin exclaimed, putting on a gas mask he had plucked from his belt. Now kids, don't be alarmed. Madness, it's nothing to be afraid of. No, madness, it's a gift. Is the emergency exit we all need. You can just step outside and close the door on all those dreadful things that happened. You can lock them away, forever. The Joker said, intoning each word carefully. When all of this is over, we will understand each other just fine. You'll see. The cameras were still functional. He could still see us. He knew we had our masks, and yet, he wasn't at all bothered by that fact. That could only mean one of two things: the gas was nothing more than a distraction, or the masks would not do a thing against it. I managed to contact the League via emergency channel. Red Tornado says they will be here as soon as possible, Robin informed me, closing his laptop as I knocked Harley out with my taser, starting to feel a bit dizzy. Now all we need to do is move. My head was hurting. Not a lot, like a mild headache at much, but it was noticeable enough to concern me as it had started the moment the gas had entered the area. As I pondered about the implications of my sudden headache, I turned to Robin, seeing the boy hurl a batarang at me that I barely managed to dodge in time. What's wrong with you? I signed, giving a quick look around to see if by any chance he had seen someone creeping up on me. Where's Black Bolt? Robin growled, hurling more batarangs at me. As I dodged the incoming projectiles, I came to the ugly realization that the gas was already affecting him. But how? How was it that the gas was affecting him, and not me? Our equipment came from the same source, our masks were at their core the same, at least, in terms of technology. However, he had succumbed to the gas almost immediately. While all I had was a minor headache. Beyond that, what he was displaying didn't fit with the Joker's venom. He wasn't laughing, not, if anything he seemed, afraid of me, but determined to fight me, or whatever he saw instead of me. Which aligns more with the fear toxin than the Joker venom. I see. Just my luck. Those two, teaming up. Great. Now I had to think of the possibilities of said alliance. And what to expect from it. Just like Batman says, think of the worst possible case scenario and you will be close. Now the question is, what's the worst possible scenario? A mix of their unique products. A mix of the fear toxin and the Joker venom. An unholy amalgamation of the two. I won't ask again, ugly, where's Black Bolt? Robin growled, his demeanor breaking into a small delirious giggle, as he armed his staff for combat. Fuck. I was right, the gas was a mix of the two. Fuck. 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 Now what do I do? Robin, it's out of the equation. How do I solve this? No, focus David, the gas for whatever reason it's not affecting you, meaning you still can turn this around. I just hope the antidote Robin gave me works on him, or at least slows the effects of this amalgamation just enough for the League to come and cure him. Chapter 26, Chapter 22. Enjoy. David Lance POV. Robin dashed at me, staff at hand. Blinded by the virus in the air, seeing me not as his ally, but as an enemy he had to take down. Having no clear idea how to help him, from a medical point of view. I rushed at him, ducking under the swing of the staff, grabbing Robin by the neck, before pushing him to the ground, knocking him out cold with my taser, all in a single fluid motion. It had paid off that I had sparred with him at least 100 times. And therefore, knew his every move to heart, which in the end made my job of dealing with him easier than it should have been. I sighed, seeing Robin lay on the ground unconscious before I kneeled beside him in order to check on his vitals. Rapid heartbeat. High blood pressure. Heavy sweating. Labored breathing. Trembling. Dilated pupils. High levels of glucose on his system. If he continued like this, he would die in a few minutes or so. Maybe less, meaning I had to do something before the virus killed him. The question now was, what? It was already too late to avoid infection. That much was clear, for all I knew, based on how fast the virus had affected him, and me, to a much lesser degree, there was a big chance we had been exposed to it since the moment we entered the facility. So far, all I had was a mild headache, that may or may not be the virus doing, as it worked on my body, slowly taking me out. However, I wasn't entirely sure of this. For all I knew, this headache was nothing but the result of my current situation, which in a way, could make sense. But it was better to assume the worst-case scenario. And plan accordingly. So, if the worst possible case scenario was my current reality, then, it was safe to presume I had a considerably high tolerance to the virus, and therefore would have more time on my hands to deal with the situation before unavoidably succumbing to its effects. From this point on, every little moment was of the essence. Well that's interesting. I heard the Joker hum in demented curiosity, through the comms of the building. You still look pretty sane to me. That simply won't do. Don't worry kiddo, Papa Joker will take care of that in no time. Time was running short. I had to stabilize Robin's condition, before having the luxury of dealing with the Joker. Taking a deep breath, I plucked the utility belt from Robin's body, checking on every little compartment on the belt for the cure of the fear toxin. After all, if Batman had his protege always carry with him the cure of the Joker venom on his belt, then it was safe to assume he would do the same for the fear toxin. I smiled, finding what I was looking for, in the form of a small vial on the left side of Robin's belt. Now I had in my hands the cure for both the fear toxin and the Joker venom, in the shape of 2 individual vials. I wasn't a doctor or a chemist for that matter. But my hopes were that administering Robin with both vials would at the very least slow the effects of the chemical amalgamation just enough for the experts in the area to arrive to heal Robin appropriately. The thing was, I had no choice but to risk it. I had no guarantee the League would arrive before the virus killed Robin, and even if I managed to break out of here, the closest hospital with the tools to deal with this was 20 miles away, meaning I either acted now, or left Robin to die. I really hope my idea works. Taking a deep breath, I grabbed both vials tight, before injecting Robin on the leg, praying to whatever deity could hear me for this to work. In the meantime, I had a room to plague with traps and some cameras to take down for the element of surprise. Batman POV. I rushed with Martian Manhunter back to Gotham City to rescue Robin and Black Bolt from the Joker's grasp. Knowing very well they weren't ready to deal with the likes of him, not by themselves. Robin had crossed the line now. It was one thing to try and prove himself, but it was another to trick Black Bolt into coming with him by using a recording of me to convince Black Bolt. Though, in all honesty, I didn't care right now about that. Right now, my only concern was making sure my son was safe. "We'll be there in 2 minutes, John said, as he flew me back to Gotham from Australia at maximum speed. "I know," I replied, counting the seconds. "Trust in them to handle the situation while we get there," John added, possibly catching on to my anxiety and worry through his empathic abilities. "I did, and look what happened," I replied, scowling. "Children will always rebel, it's in their nature, as it is in our hands to understand this unavoidable fact, and guide them through their own mistakes," John replied. He was right. His heart was in the right place. But this was simply beyond violating a previously set curfew or drinking beer before age. David Lance POV. My plan had worked. Robin's vitals were stabilizing, not under acceptable levels, but under lethal conditions. Which for the time being would suffice. Now, all I had to do was leave this place, to avoid continuous exposure to the virus. The last thing I wanted was the virus managing to affect me, and if the headache increasing in intensity was anything to go by, I would soon reach that point. I estimated I had a few minutes or so before my inhuman physiology lost the battle against the virus. So, time was of the essence. By what I had seen on the blueprints of the facility, there was an exit 3 rooms down, the door was probably locked, and considering the type of facility this was, dealing with dangerous chemicals, it was probably safe to assume it was reinforced. Be that as it may, I had more than enough explosives on my belt, and Robin's belt, to break the door down easily. And in the unlikely case that didn't work out, there was always the option of punching the door open. After all, there were no indications the factory was built on a structural level to deal with superpowered beings. So there wasn't any reason to assume that. "Hello kiddo," I heard someone say, knocking the door of the room I was in open with a kick. The Joker. I turned to him, finding not only him, but Scarecrow standing on the door, a few meters behind the Joker. "Everyone fears something, kid, it's nature, so stop fighting nature, and let the fear take over," Scarecrow advised, his voice raspy. "Baggy, don't put Junior on the spotlight like that. Don't you see he wants to play first?" The Joker sighed, shaking his head in disappointment with Scarecrow. "I apologize, Junior. Uncle Bag has no idea how to babysit, it's his first time. Papa Joker on the other hand, well, let's just say I am quite the babysitter, after all. I never had a kid cry under my watchful loving eye. At least not for a second time." Ha 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 ha. I looked at them, the distance between us being roughly 100 meters, most of my traps were out of their sight. All I had to do was stun them for a second or two, so that I could leave the room carrying Robin. After that, I was sure to escape. I was physically stronger than both of them, which also meant I was faster than them. Once I was out of the room, I would sprint out of their sight to the door. From there it would take them at least a minute or two to reach me. More than enough time to enact my escape plan. Now Junior. Ready to have the time of your life? The Joker chuckled, pulling a gun out of his purple suit. I nodded, pressing a button to detonate 2 explosives I had set above the door, taking the explosion as a cover to hurl 2 batarangs from Robin's belt at them, which exploded in front of them before making contact, blinding them. Taking this opening, I grabbed Robin, putting him over my shoulder and ran towards the door as fast as I could, dodging the Joker's attempt to stop with a knife that managed to cut me on the side. His knife cutting my armor and skin like it was butter. Pushing through the pain of my recently acquired wound and the confusion of how easy the Joker had cut me, I sprinted towards the exit door 3 rooms down, activating the remaining traps I had set on the room to buy me some extra time, just in case. Finally reaching the exit door I had seen on the blueprints, I put Robin's unconscious body on the ground, at a safe distance, before setting the explosives around the door, detonating them once I was done. Blinded by the smoke the explosion had caused, I heard the door slam to the ground loudly a second or so after the explosion had gone off. Knowing this was my cue, I grabbed Robin once again, sprinting towards our freedom, jumping through open door, breaking the smoke apart, finally stepping out of the facility. I had made it. My plan had worked. Be that as it may, this was not the time to celebrate. So, I continued running, jumping over the fence that surrounded the facility only to be stopped by some gunshots being shot my way. Warning shots. Well, that was rude. The Joker cackled, aiming at me with his gun from the door I had busted open. I inwardly cursed. I had sworn I would have a minute or two before the clown caught up with me. It seems stunning him was barely effective as it is. Now Junior. Ready to tangle with the Joker? The Joker asked, grinning in delirious joy, a perpetual state for him. I stared at him, silently tying a rope around Robin's waist, before shooting a grappling hook into the distance with the rope attached to it, to take Robin out of the area. Now that boy wonder it's out of the way. It comes the part where I relieve you of the burden of your failed and useless attempts to stop me. But, as my plastic surgeon always said, if you gotta go, go with a smile. The Joker cackled, as I got ready to battle the clown. Chapter 27, Chapter 23. Enjoy. David Lance POV. Now Junior, show me what Batman taught you. The Joker snarled at me, shooting my way. I ran around the place, dodging his aim to avoid being shot, as I tactically rushed at him, hurling a few batarangs his way. However, before the batarangs reached him, he dipped and weaved under their trajectory, effortlessly continuing to shoot his gun at me as he did so. Too close to maneuver out of his shots, I parried the bullets with my arm guards, producing a metallic shriek that sent sparks flying into the air, before I grabbed the Joker by his tie, pulling him to me, delivering an uppercut. Laughing at the pain, the Joker slammed his face against mine, breaking his own nose in the process, stunning me for a brief moment, which he took to slam his face against mine once again with twice the force, aggravating his own wounds even more. Pushing through my stunned state, I balled my right hand into a fist, before punching the Joker in the solar plexus, knocking the wind out of the clown, stunning him for a brief moment. I was, however, far from done. Seeing the blow had opened the clown up for another attack, I decided to follow up, planting a simple sidekick into his stomach with enough force to break some of his ribs, doubling him over. I then followed that up with a quick rising uppercut, putting all my weight into the blow, lifting the Joker high into the air, like a rag doll. I was certain that quick exchange had broken a few bones within the clown's body, which hopefully would be enough to neutralize him. Not bad, Junior. The Joker cackled, seconds after his body touched the ground, clapping his hands in approval. You punch like a champ, he added, pushing his body into a sitting position to look at me, his face sporting his usual demented grin, now covered in blood, and with a broken nose to go with it. No signs of pain at all. Hopefully, while his wounds didn't give him pain, they would neutralize him. Now, the Joker chuckled, standing up from the ground, dusting his suit as if nothing had happened. Let's keep this party going. His wounds weren't affecting him at all. I knew beforehand he had a stupidly high tolerance to pain, and that he felt pleasure through it. But this is ridiculous. One thing is feeling pleasure through pain, and another was the body functioning like nothing had happened after several fractures. I had punched him with enough strength to punch through a cement wall. Yet he was A-okay, dusting his suit without a care for the world, as if our exchange a few moments after had been nothing but a minor inconvenience for him. I see my mistake now. My first attempt shouldn't have been knocking him out, but crippling him. No matter how his body operates, if he can't use his arms and legs to walk or attack, he can't do anything. Taking a deep breath, I rushed at him once again, giving him no time to grab his gun from the ground, throwing a hard punch to his face, putting my weight into it, the blow knocking the clown's face to one side. My intention was to disorient him a bit, so that I could cripple him for this fight, breaking his legs and arms. However, surprise, the Joker chuckled, face to the side, his left hand dropping something on the floor. A grenade painted to look like him. At this, I took a step back, kicking the ground for a jump. However, I had unfortunately noticed this a bit too late, and the explosion caught me, blasting me a few meters away, in deep pain. Surprisingly, I was still conscious. It seemed like my armor had taken the biggest share of the attack. The question now was, had the Joker killed himself with that attack? As insane as he was, I doubted he would do such a thing, even if he was desperate, which he didn't seem to be. Still up and kicking, I see. The Joker chuckled, confirming my suspicions, as he stepped into view, his legs, arms and some of his face displaying third-degree burns. I blinked in shock. Seeing his wounds, and how he was nonchalantly grinning at me, knife at hand. He had no qualms about hurting himself if it meant hurting me in the process. I have to change my... I stopped my train of thought, the headache I had been suffering increasing in its intensity suddenly, many times over. Making me clutch my head in pain. Goody. It's working. The Joker cheered, clapping his hands together. The virus was going at me more aggressively now, but why? The speed of progression was proving to be slow with me. Even now I should still have a few minutes or so before succumbing to its effects, maybe more considering I am no longer in the contaminated environment. Is that confusion I see, Junior? The Joker chuckled, his eyes piercing mine with a deranged stare. Well, you see. Papa Joker promised to fix your situation, and when the Joker promises something, he delivers. Hence, this. He pointed at his knife, which was dripping something green into the ground. I see now. The gash he had delivered upon me when I rushed past him, the knife he had used had been coated in the virus, speeding the rate of infection within me. I hadn't questioned the wound before. I should have had. The knife had cut through my armor like butter. Now I see the error I had made. A gift from a bald frowning guy all the way over Metropolis, the Joker chuckled, grabbing the knife tight. It cuts through steel like it's cake. How fun is that? My heartbeat was increasing. My throat felt unnaturally tight. I had some minor chest pain. My breathing was reaching a labored pattern. Fuck. 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 At best, I had a minute or so before the virus started altering my perceptions. I could probably extend my lucid time by manually controlling my breathing and heartbeat, as Batman had taught me, but at this stage, that would at best buy me a few seconds or so. Then again, I suppose a few seconds can make the difference. Taking a deep breath, I stood up from the ground, focusing on controlling my breath and heart, as I kept my eyes on the Joker. Then, before he could make another comment, I rushed at him, ducking under his knife, while delivering a horizontal kick to his knee, breaking his leg. Ha 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 ha. The Joker laughed at this, trying to stab me again, but before the knife could reach me, I intercepted his arm, grabbing him by the wrist before I turned around, using my shoulder as leverage to break his arm, before slamming him to the ground, where I stomped on his other knee and his remaining arm, breaking his remaining limbs. Well, I suppose you can say. Ha ha ha. That you disarmed me. I panted, walking away from him one step at a time. My vision started to blur, as the virus continued to take hold, with me fighting the unnatural urge to giggle at my situation. Reality around me seemed to warp, as I battled to keep my head focused. However, it was a losing battle. I was fighting against two poles, one of madness, and one of fear. Pain filling every fiber of my body, I turned around, walking towards the factory, passing the Joker by, who simply continued to laugh, staring at me, before I stopped a few meters away from the factory, whispering between giggles, "Begone." Bringing the entire facility down with an explosion. That's quite the voice you have there, Junior. The Joker laughed, seemingly pleased with my display of power. I turned towards him, preparing to taser him, only to find he was gone, as now where he once laid, three monsters now stood, baring their fangs at me, growling menacingly. I blinked at this, clutching my head, feeling my entire world spinning. What were these monsters doing here? Pawns of the Joker. Experiments he had made with Scarecrow. Biological weapons birthed by the combined minds of those two. No matter. I had to stop them. Whatever the Joker had done, I had to stop until the League arrived. Yes, that made sense. I think. Scarecrow POV. I had left the facility with Harley, which had apparently saved our lives. For moments before we exited the place, something destroyed the entire thing down like a house of cards. That something, or rather someone, was Black Bolt, who we found vacantly staring at where the facility once stood, unmoving, unblinking, almost as if he was a statue. It was unsettling to a degree. This immediately made me realize that the virus had finally affected his mind. Normally, I would have been glad by this development. However, if my suspicions of him bringing the facility down were true, then it was in our best interest to leave as quickly as possible. Did you see that, Baggy? He brought the entire place down. With a whisper. The Joker cackled in utter delight. A single whisper. I froze, letting that sink in. The kid had brought a 10-story building down with a single whisper. This experiment had been a terrible mistake. If all it took to destroy the place was a whisper, the damage the kid would deliver once his mind descended to utter fear and madness would be impossible to tabulate. This kid was the last person we wanted to see screaming. "I'm out," I muttered. "Mr. J." Harley cried moments before I said my goodbyes, rushing to the Joker's side. However, before I could leave, the Joker spoke, laughing in delight. "That's quite the voice you have there, Junior." Getting Black Bolt's attention, who stared at us in disbelief. He didn't see us, not anymore. We were now monsters in his eyes, literal depictions of monsters. Monsters for him to slay with a single whisper. Chapter 28, Chapter 24. Enjoy. David Lance POV. What was I doing? I can't quite remember. My mind feels off. Disconnected maybe. I feel like I know why I'm feeling like this, but every time I try to remember, I can't, and I just want to laugh, even though it's not funny. I don't want to laugh. I have no idea why. I don't walk to talk. I have no idea why. Ha ha ha. A laugh. Who was laughing? Was it me? No. It was them. The monsters. Maybe that's my reason for all of this. Dealing with the monsters, I think remember that. I was dealing with a villain, and he made some monsters appear, now it was my job to deal with them. I also had someone to protect, from these monsters. But who? He, that's funny. Why is it funny? Does it even matter? Focus. I need to keep my focus. This isn't me. Or maybe it is. It doesn't matter. All I know is I have to make the monsters go away, that much is certain. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Harley Quinn POV. I rushed to my pudding's side, tending to him as his wounds healed. The low-class brute of Black Bolt had hurt my pudding, breaking his arms and legs. Well, no more. That bully would have to deal with me now. Don't worry, Pudding, I'll protect you. I swore, giving Mr. J a kiss on his lovingly burnt face. Now, that's funny. Ha 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 ha. Mr. J laughed, as I turned around to grab my hammer, only to find Black Bolt, in front of me, hand outstretched grabbing my face, before slamming me into the ground, his eyes sparkling with charm just like my pudding. Then, without giving me a chance to even move, he started punching me on the ground, each strike breaking something, each strike drawing blood, all while Mr. J laughed in the ever-fading background. I was going to die, wasn't I? Heroes didn't kill. But he wasn't a hero anymore, wasn't he? What a way to go. At the hands of a future hunk, as my pudding watched. His eyes were just like those of my pudding. Too bad his smile was covered behind his mask. He probably has a really charming smile, just like Mr. J. I would have liked to see his smile. How dreamy, the way he looks at me, like I'm all there is, how dreamy. Scarecrow POV. My body froze. The carnage this kid was delivering on Harley was shocking. He was deliberately pulling back his punches, just so that he could keep punching her, over and over again, with a delirious gleam of joy flashing across his eyes. We had made a terrible mistake. We had created a monster we weren't ready to deal with. I had to run. I had to flee, to escape, to leave. We weren't facing a hero anymore. I have to say, Junior. You are making Papa proud. The Joker chuckled, looking in delight as Black Bolt continued to punch the already unconscious Harley, drawing more and more blood, with her unresponsive body spasming with each hit. Not even I have beaten Harley like that, and believe me, I have given her quite the treatment. But that pales in comparison with your work. Chef's kiss. At this, Black Bolt stopped, his hands drenched in blood, as he turned to look at me, making my body go cold, as a feeling of dread invaded my every cell. How marvelous. To think a kid would make me feel such a primal fear, it's simply without precedent. If only I could have studied this feeling, I muttered longingly, before closing my eyes as the fist of my creation dawned on me like the sword of Damocles, shattering my consciousness to a world of darkness. Batman POV. We had finally arrived at the facility after a painfully long flight with John that only felt long because of the urgency of the matter, and that we hadn't been allowed to use the Zeta tubes because of our latest mission. The first thing we noticed was that the facility was gone. Our second discovery was infinitely grimmer than the last. The bodies of Harley Quinn and Scarecrow, laying on the ground in a puddle of their own blood, that by some miracle were somehow still alive, albeit barely. The wounds demonstrated at least a decent level of superhuman strength, as well as clear signs of dragging fight for as long as possible. Those parameters immediately ruled Robin out, leaving Black Bolt as the only possible subject. However, he wasn't one to enjoy the suffering of others. Which could only mean no. The Joker, he's still here, John muttered, pointing to his right, where the faint sounds of someone laughing were heard. Nodding, I rushed with Martian Manhunter towards the Joker's location, only to find the picture I dreaded the most to encounter, Black Bolt, sitting above the Joker's chest, punching him, over and over again, smiling from his eyes. Black Bolt, that's enough. I ordered, in a loud commanding tone, hoping the infection was in its early stages, only to hear a chuckle coming from the bloody mess that used to be the Joker. I told you, didn't I? Batsy. The Joker chuckled. One bad day. Ha 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 ha. My suspicions had been right. The Joker had infected him, twisting Black Bolt's mind to a deranged copy of his as the virus took control of his every move. Normally, any normal person would die within a few minutes, before fully descending to the Joker's level. However, with Black Bolt that was simply not the case. He had many superhuman abilities, amongst them an incredibly effective healing factor, one strong enough to nullify the lethal side of the virus, allowing the virus free rein to alter the mind of the target even more, as death was no longer an option. I also couldn't rule out the possibility of the Joker mixing his virus with the fear toxin, which would explain why Scarecrow was here in the first place, laying so close to Harley. Plucking 2 vials out of my belt, I rushed towards Black Bolt, stopping his next attack mid-swing, before injecting him with the vials. That's enough, you can rest now. Black Bolt. No, David didn't move for a second, simply staring at the Joker, who despite his injuries simply continued to laugh. Batman, move. John shouted, rushing to my side in the blink of an eye, pushing me out of the way as David turned, and whispered, blasting John out of sight. I know you are stronger than this. I stated, staring at him. I knew the virus was affecting him, however, he wasn't using his powers to end things, meaning that a part of him was fighting this, a part of his was holding to his real self, not this deranged version of it, the Joker had produced. We need to take him down, John said, flying to my side, seemingly unharmed. Only then will we be able to heal him. Try and reach into his mind first, I know he's in there, I replied, keeping my eyes on Black Bolt, who simply stared at us, unmoving. I can't, John replied. I tried the moment we arrived here, but his mind kept kicking me out. Did you know he had psychic abilities? I shook my head, that was news to me. And a problematic development for us. Well, he does. I do not know how strong his reach is, but it's strong enough to keep me out, John replied with a small frown. I could try to force my way into his mind, but that could ultimately damage his already damaged psyche even more. But if we did nothing, that would happen regardless. He's starting to use his powers for the offensive. Right now, he's whispering, which has enough power to destroy between 2 and 3 football fields. If he starts speaking normally, Gotham City and everyone in it will be destroyed. Shouts and screams. I can't even calculate the possible outcome of such a scenario. John frowned. You suggest I force myself into his mind then? I nodded. Unless you can knock him out immediately so that I can treat him, the situation will simply continue to scale to a point we won't be able to handle. John said nothing, simply staring at David with a pondering look, before saying, very well, I will try. POV. I don't understand anything anymore. My head hurts, everything hurts. Except punching the monsters. That felt good. Why did it feel good? I don't remember why I was fighting the monsters, or why I wasn't supposed to kill them. I had to have a good reason for that, I think. Ha 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 ha. That's funny. I like laughing. I want to laugh, I want everyone to hear my laugh. No, that's not okay, that would hurt others. I don't want to hurt others, even if I don't remember why I don't want to hurt them. I keep forgetting, I muttered, punching my head. I had to remember, I knew there were answers amongst this chaos that didn't let me think, that didn't let me be. But did I want to find those answers? Wouldn't it be easier to just push all these things out? It truly would. You can lock all these dreadful feelings away, forever. All you need to do is walk through that door, let the madness take in, be free of this pain. Door. Right, there's a door. I shouldn't go there. I don't know why, but I feel like I shouldn't go there. Madness is the emergency exit. You can just step outside and close the door on all those dreadful things that happened. You can lock them away, forever. No. I can't do that to who? You can even remember who. So why fight for those you can't even remember? I refuse. This is wrong. All of this is wrong. I need to get out, I need to break out of here before I forget more. Stop fighting, stop hurting yourself. Accept this and be free. This chaos isn't natural. This feeling is new. I remember that. I remember being sane. Now that's a joke. Your stubborn, bone-deep conviction that somehow, somewhere, all of this makes sense. That really cracks me up. Leave me alone. I roared, trying to find a way out. That's beyond your control. Kid. But not beyond mine, I heard a new voice say, somehow silencing the other voice. I don't want to go through that door, I said, pointing at where was the door? You don't have to, the voice replied, soothingly. taking the pain away. I like this feeling. I like this voice. I remember this voice, but from where? I feel like the answer is in front of me. I know you, I muttered. You do, the voice replied in confirmation. I can't remember your name. I muttered, trying to find the answer. It's okay, your mind is healing itself. The voice replied calmly. You will remember me soon. How soon? I asked, hoping John's answer to be something along the lines of, in a few seconds. Wait, that's his name, John. But that's missing something. I remember, John's. Very soon, John chuckled. I remember your name. I smiled, happy to have had remembered something, instead of forgetting it. John's. I know, John replied. I'm glad. I smiled, cutting my smile short, as I remembered I wasn't supposed to talk. It's okay, this is your mind. You can talk, freely, remember. John said. Right, my mind. The no-talk rule didn't apply here. Why did I have that rule in the first place? I guess it doesn't matter. Yeah, that's right. I chuckled. Now, I must go, but I will be back in a moment, don't worry. John replied. Will the chaos come back? Will the pain come back with it? I asked, afraid the answer to be yes. No. I promise you. Good, I didn't want to go back to that place. I don't want to forget anymore. Chapter 29, Chapter 25. Enjoy. John's POV. I stepped out of David's psyche. The sheer strength of his own psychic powers forcibly yanking me out of his mindscape, like white cells attacking a virus. I gasped, collapsing to the ground next to Batman, panting. Never before I had seen such a strong psychic shield. It was astonishing. His psyche was creating an almost indestructible mental shield from his subconscious desire to protect his mind above all else, to avoid being used as a weapon. This power was new. Very new. It had felt that way when I had forcibly entered his mind. Meaning that his shield, that his power, was currently at its weakest point. The catalyst for this change had probably been the virus. A virus that had infected him beyond mental comprehension, giving his body a clear reason to attack, and above all, to adapt. The only reason the virus had managed to affect his mind was that the shield had not been allowed to fully deploy, as it had been struggling between two equally important tasks. Healing what the Joker had done to him and keeping his mind intact. Now, however, I had given the shield a chance to fully grow by aiding it, in the recovery of Black Bolt's mind. That's all I had really done. Guide his subconscious mind back to the path it should have taken in the first place to neutralize the perceived underlying threat. After today, I had no doubts that his mind would become a fortress beyond anyone's reach. It was both admirable and concerning. He's calm. Batman stated as he saw Black Bolt drop to the ground, his eyes having lost their insane edge. He is. I nodded between breaths. We need to get him to the cave. I need to test his blood, to make a viable antidote, Batman nodded, before adding with a relief sigh. Thank you. I smiled, it was not often seeing Batman show his more human side. Are you okay? Batman asked as he walked over to Black Bolt to pick him up over his shoulder. I'll be fine, I answered. My mind still recovering from the strain I had to endure to get into Black Bolt's mind. Where's Robin? I asked, remembering Batman's sidekick had yet to be found, concern growing within me. If Black Bolt had struggled against the virus, what hopes were left for Batman's son? The macaroni already retrieved Robin, Batman replied without missing a beat. Good, so Alfred had taken Robin, and Batman wasn't worried, meaning the kid was all right. I was afraid that like Black Bolt, he had been infected, I added, letting out a breath of relief. He was, Batman replied, his tone having a new edge to it. Black Bolt managed to stop the infection from growing. Saving Robin's mind, and life. Dinah Lance POV. I rushed to Gotham City with Oliver by my side on his private jet at full speed, my mind filled with worry, pain, and anger. For the first time in my life, I wanted to kill someone, for the first time in my life I wanted to see someone suffer. With all my heart, I wanted to tear the Joker apart, I wanted to take everything from him, to watch him suffer unendingly, with no escape until I was tired. I was frightened by these thoughts. Because I knew very well that if my baby brother didn't wake up or was not the same when he opened his eyes, there would be no earthly force that could stop me in my quest to kill the Joker. Above all that. However, I felt guilt, overwhelming guilt. I should have been there, I should have protected him, I should have helped him, but instead, I had been in Australia fighting some monsters, instead of helping my baby brother against the real demons of this earth. He's going to be okay, Oliver said, trying to soothe my worries. However, while he was trying to do so, his voice faltered ever so lightly, showing he didn't believe his own words, he was simply trying to calm me. He will, I nodded, nails digging into my legs. He had to be if the universe wanted the Joker to remain breathing. Batman confirmed he would make a full recovery, Oliver added, a faint smile on his face. I know, I tried to answer with a calm tone, however, my voice came out as a croak, tears filling my eyes. That kid is stronger than us, Oliver stated, without a doubt in his mind. No second-rate clown will be the end of him. I smiled between tears. He was right, my baby brother was strong, too strong for his age, and I didn't mean it physically. At times, I really wished he was a simple kid, without powers, without burdens. I would have spoiled him rotten, I would have given him a happy life. What kind of sister am I? That I can't even protect my little brother. Deathstroke POV. Black Bolt had proven himself worthy once again. Defeating the Joker, Scarecrow, and Harley, while under the influence of a deadly virus, keeping his morals to the very end by stopping himself from killing them. It was remarkable. Admirable even. After all, while I prided myself on having a strong mind, and an unbreakable will, I had no doubts I would have succumbed to the insanity of the virus before Black Bolt himself. Granted, I would have never been in that situation in the first place. Training and experience had honed my senses and skills to the absolute limit, making the pathetic strategies of the Joker useless against me. Be that as it may, credit where it's due. For had I been in the same situation Black Bolt had been, the result would have been quite depressing for me. I also owed the Bat and the Martian a little thank you. They had saved him before I had had the need to interfere. So, I truly owed those two a small sense of gratitude. Without them, healing Black Bolt would have cost me quite a few favors in some high places, favors that in the meantime, were best saved for later. Needless to say, had they not arrived when they did, I would have saved my future apprentice without hesitation. In the end, they simply saved me the trouble. Now, what to do with the Joker, I muttered, walking into the shadows. His ridiculous games and irrational machinations would now undoubtedly include David in them. I knew that pathetic clown enough to know how easy it was to get his attention, and David had his attention, as he had been the closest thing to prove his reality was not one without meaning. What to do with that little clown? While I wanted David, my future apprentice, to experience everything this world had to offer before taking him under my wing, I didn't want him to become like that waste of oxygen. Broken weapons had no use for me, and that's what that pathetic excuse of a clown wanted, to break my weapon down to his level. Well, regrettably for him, I couldn't allow that. Chapter 30, Chapter 26. Enjoy. David Lance POV. Little by little, my mind had fixed itself from the damage it had suffered, bringing in the process, more than what was originally within myself, more than what I would have cared to remember. Memories of the painful process in which the Joker virus had voraciously assaulted my mind, seeking to consume any semblance of reason, leaving nothing but utter madness. Memories of the past, in graphic detail, detailing who I had been, before I came into this world, beyond what I used to remember. Memories of me, beating Harley, Scarecrow, and the Joker, with a smile on my face, enjoying the suffering I was bestowing upon them, without even knowing why. Memories of how afraid I had been of becoming like him, of killing anyone but them. So many memories I didn't want to have. But they were haunting me, with the what if. I had succumbed to the Joker's virus. What if I had killed my sister because of it? I knew it was, or at least seemed pointless to worry about what could have happened, instead of focusing on what had actually happened, but no matter how much I told myself that, or how much I tried to push those thoughts away, my mind simply kept wandering to that same corner, over and over again. Torturing me, in a cage, in a nightmare of my own making. After all, who was to blame but myself? At the end of the day, it was my mind, my fears, and my thoughts that haunted me. I was afraid. So very afraid. The worst thing was, that I didn't even know what scared me. The what-ifs were part of my fear, maybe fuel to it, but they weren't the main source of it, I knew that. What I didn't know was, what made me feel so utterly hopeless. It wasn't Deathstroke. It wasn't the Joker. It wasn't my powers. If I had to describe my fear, how I felt in words, I would say it was like anxiety and fear, the emotions had mixed, making a new feeling just for me. Perhaps it was simply anxiety, the feeling of fear, dread, and uneasiness without a clear cause, in most cases. Perhaps I was simply overselling my own situation. I didn't know. All I knew was that I wanted this feeling to go away, to leave be me. I had finally made peace with who I was, with my burdens, with everything that had been haunting me, fighting my emotions, my struggles with firm resolutions. Now, however, unlike before, I had no clear target to tackle, as this dreadful feeling I was experiencing was without origin, leaving me with no clue how to deal with it. Perhaps it will go away with time, I muttered, floating adrift within my mindscape while smiling at the sound of my voice. Wondering, was that how I really sounded? Or was that simply how I imagined how my voice? I just had a bad day. All I need is time. I like that thought. The idea everything would be okay, in time. I truly hoped I was right about that one. I truly did. Dick Grayson POV. I woke up in the Batcave, my body covered in 4 lines, administering fluids inside me. My mind going straight to David. Where was he? Was he okay? In front of me, a few meters away, sitting in front of the computer, was Batman, and next to him, there were Black Canary and Green Arrow, their collective eyes locked on the computer screen, analyzing some sort of information I couldn't quite reach to read. Batman. I croaked, trying to reach out to him. Robin, Batman said, instantly turning around his chair upon hearing my voice, rushing out of the chair to my side. How are you feeling? Good, I replied, the words hurting in my throat as they came out. Where's David? Here's over there, Green Arrow replied, pointing to his right, where a bed I had originally failed to notice was, with David in it, 4 lines just like mine's attached to his body, monitors to his side keeping track of his vitals. Is he okay? I asked, looking at Batman. He's recovering, Batman replied, giving Dinah a look, who I now just noticed had been glaring at me. I didn't need context to understand her. She had every right to be angry at me, to hate me, and much more. I had put David's life on the line, just because I had wanted to prove myself, to prove others I was ready for more. I had tricked my friend into coming with me using a recording of Batman, just so that he would come. I was no better than any villain I had ever fought. In the end, all I had managed to prove was that I wasn't ready at all, for anything. David had been the one to save me, even though I had been the one to put him on the line, he had been the one to fix everything. I didn't need Batman to tell me what had happened after I had been knocked out, there was no need. Their eyes had already done that. Their eyes were full of silent judgment, full of disappointment. Full of things I wholly deserved. What had I done? I could have died. He could have died. Robin, Batman said softly, putting a reassuring hand on my shoulder, stopping my shaking body as tears rolled down my cheeks, my throat closing up. I almost killed him. I bawled, unable to hold down what I was feeling. I had almost killed David, just because I wanted something I wasn't even ready for. I had almost killed him, because of a tantrum. You almost did, Black Canary said, giving me a look I quite couldn't read. You almost did. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I sobbed, between breaths. It's not me who you need to apologize to, Black Canary replied, taking a deep breath. It's my brother. You lied to him, manipulated his trust in you, risking not only your life, which on its own was beyond irresponsible but his as well, he needs to know that. From your mouth. I couldn't tell him. She was right. But I couldn't tell him. Dick, she's right. Batman said, his tone soft, yet judgmental. You made a mistake, and mistakes have consequences, this is the consequence of your actions. You need to accept that, whether David forgives you or not, that's up to him. I nodded between tears, hoping the day I had to tell David to never come. I couldn't face him, not after what I had done. Chapter 31, Chapter 27. Enjoy. Dinah Lance POV. Batman led Oliver and me to a room adjacent to where Dick and David were, leaving them in the caring hands of Alfred, who was changing their 4 fluids. Dinah, I understand how you feel. But you shouldn't let your feelings cloud who you are, Batman said as soon as we entered the room, in a non-confrontational tone. She has the right to feel however she wants to feel. Bruce, Oliver growled, crossing his arms. I know, Batman agreed. But I also know Dinah's not one to hold a grudge. I'm not, I said, staring at Batman, trying to muster the right words to continue. But this is my baby brother Bruce. I'd kill for him, I'd die for him. And your protege almost killed him. Batman didn't answer right away, remaining silent for a couple of seconds before speaking. I know. I know what Dick did was beyond reckless, there are simply no words to begin to describe what he did. I know all too well. And I'll see to it that he remembers it. But don't blame him, blame me. I stared at him for a couple of seconds, my mind clouded with worry, anger, and pain. David was all I had, all that was left from our family, and today I had almost lost him, I had almost lost the person I was supposed to protect, I had almost lost an irreplaceable part of my world. Bruce, I already do. I just need time not to associate that feeling with Dick. Batman nodded. That's all I ask. I didn't know if I would ever forgive them. Right now, I was thinking, speaking, and acting out of anger. Emotions ruling my every move. Perhaps one day, I would be able to see past what could have happened, perhaps when all of this is over, I won't be mad at them. Right now, however, I couldn't bring myself to forgive them. Not without hearing David's take on all of this. Why is David taking so long to wake up? Oliver asked, snapping me out of my train of thought. He sustained more injuries than Robin, considerably more, Batman answered without missing a beat. Be that as it may, most of his injuries have already healed, thanks to his healing factor. However, his mind is taking longer to put itself back together. Is that normal? Oliver asked before I could. Yes, John explained in careful detail before leaving how the process worked, and how it was slower the first time. In short, his mind is going through the process slowly, making sure each piece is where it should be. Batman replied. I sighed in relief. Psychic powers, who would have thought that? Just how much are you going to grow, baby bro? He also explained how after today David's mind would be a nearly unreachable fortress, at least in his own words. Apparently, the nature of his psychic powers is mainly defensive in nature, giving him an unnaturally strong mental shield against all means of mental alteration, Batman added, giving Oliver a USB. There's more information on the USB. John took the time to write some documents that he thought could help him, or you, understand the nature of his new power. Oliver nodded, before taking the USB and putting it in his pocket. David Lance POV. I woke up to see Alfred in front of me. Who, upon seeing me awake, smiled. Master David, Alfred greeted gently. I smiled, waving at him. Physically I felt fine, a bit tired maybe, but otherwise, I felt fine. That was if you didn't count my state of mind, but I wasn't going to let that ruin my victory today. Stretching my body, I surveyed the room, spotting Robin a few feet away from me, staring at me, a clear emotion on his face. Guilt. It wasn't your fault, I signed, giving him my best smile. There was no reason for him to feel like I did. Robin said nothing at this, tears filling his eyes before he ducked under the covers of his bed, making me sigh. Did he really feel that bad? It hadn't been his fault the Joker had been there, or that we hadn't noticed the virus. That's part of the job. Dealing with the unexpected, with the unwanted. Batman had trusted us with this mission, thinking us capable of dealing with the situation. Unfortunately for us, what had awaited us there was beyond our level of expertise. Be that as it may, we had done our best. And ultimately, against all odds, we had succeeded, with nothing but mental scars to tell the tale. I suppose he feels guilty for suggesting a mission, instead of simply staying in the house, as we had originally planned. David. Dinah was here. I need to pretend everything it's okay. These feelings will go away with time, time heals everything. I just need to pretend they don't exist. Hey, I smiled at her, faintly, as she rushed to my side, hugging me tightly. You should see the other guy, I smiled, winking at her. I'm so glad you're okay, Dinah smiled, hugging me softly, almost as if scared of breaking me. I smiled, hugging her back. Everything would be okay, I had won. I had survived, now I simply had to deal with the aftermath. How are you feeling, kid? Oliver asked, coming into view with a tired smile. Fine, I signed with a quick nod. Tired more than anything, to be honest. I was fine. I was alive. That's all it mattered. Ha 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 ha. Lying to me, Dinah chuckled, giving me a kiss on the forehead. I guess you are in the age of doing so. What? I smiled, tilting my head. I heard that laugh, Dinah muttered, putting a reassuring hand on my shoulder that had started shaking. Had I laughed? Was the virus still in my system? I didn't laugh, I replied in a hurry, my hands barely managing to make the signs to convey my message. You didn't. Dinah nodded, hugging me tightly. Your mind did, kid, Oliver added, with a worried look. Chapter 32, Chapter 28. Enjoy. David Lance POV. 3 weeks later. After my psychic episode in the Batcave, Dinah made the decision to send me to therapy to help me heal, a decision that Batman and Oliver more than approved of. My therapists being Diana Prince, better known as Wonder Woman, and John Johns, better known as Martian Manhunter. According to Dinah, Oliver, and Batman himself, they would be the best to help me through this. I wasn't particularly happy about this. I just wanted to forget most of what had happened, not talk about it. David, Diana of Themyscira aside, giving John Johns a look. You need to talk about what happened. You ignore your feelings, your stress, just because you don't like dealing with it. Bottling your emotions will only damage you more in the end. I need to talk about what happened. What a poor choice of words. I'm fine, really, for the most part at least, I replied, giving her a tired smile. Sure, I got some mental scars from my battle with the Joker, but I know myself, and I know what I need, and that's time. I wasn't sure if I believed that anymore, to be entirely honest. All I knew was that I wanted to be left alone for a bit, to gather my thoughts. David, you have been through a lot, in a short period of time, John said, his eyes on me. In less than a year, you have experienced 2 life and death situations. Keeping the aftermath of both experiences to yourself, all in an attempt to avoid being vulnerable. David, Being vulnerable does not equate to being weak, it means you acknowledge your own feelings so that you can move past them. I hated when people made sense. It made me feel irrational. It's funny, really, a part of me really wanted the help, while another kept saying I would be okay on my own. It was like my own brain was having a debate, and I was somehow losing, even though I was on both sides of the debate. We want to help you. But we can only do so if you allow us to help you, Diana added with a soft smile, her eyes begging me to open up. I sighed, eyes looking down. I guess I'm just afraid to admit there's something wrong with me. There's nothing wrong with you. What you are experiencing, it's normal. Trauma is normal, but if left untreated, unchecked, trauma can have a lasting impact on how your body responds to stress. This can affect your social, emotional, and physical development down the line, Diana replied, placing a reassuring hand on my shoulder. You have been subjecting your body to a harmful amount of stress during these past few months, to a point, your own body is now locked in a survival state, so to speak, John added, giving Diana a look. It's a natural mechanism most creatures have. Including Martians, where your body keeps you in a state of alert, feeling your life is still in danger, all in order to prepare you for future events, for what-ifs, your brain feels it will have to deal with. However, the brain sometimes it's very self-destructive. All your body cares for right now, it's for your survival, but it's so focused on that, and that only, that it fails to see how it's hurting you in the process. Diana nodded. I really hated how much sense they made. And all of this will go away if I talk about it, I asked, gazing at them. No, John replied. But it will help you overcome the worst part of it, Diana added. It's like a band-aid, the faster you rip it off, the less it will hurt at the end. Like a band-aid, who would have thought, Wonder Woman, of all people would use that analogy? I would laugh if I could. Very well then, I nodded, giving both of them a warm smile. If opening up would really help me, then I would. All I wanted was for this feeling to go away, and if this was the way, then I am all for it. Harley Quinn POV. After our wounds were treated at the Arkham Asylum clinic, we were taken through the long, narrow corridor of the asylum to our respective holding cells. There I saw my pudding. Side by side, as we were led to our rooms, I caught a glimpse of his eyes, full of charming madness, sensing that something was no longer the same. Not with him. With me. Pudding, look at me. I said to Mr. J, who turned his head around seconds after hearing my voice, confirming my suspicions. Something had changed. An awakening. Or rather a discovery. Mr. J's eyes, they had never looked at me like Black Bolt's beautiful eyes, they had never looked at me as if I was the only thing that existed under the whole wide world, no. Those eyes only existed for bats, not me. Mr. J's eyes had never beheld me with such burning intensity. No one had. But him. Black Bolt. His eyes as he was beating me, his gaze, they existed only for me. Only for me. Mr. J never loved me, didn't he? His heart belonged to Batsy, not me. That look full of burning intensity, of heart-melting madness, of unwavering passion, just for me, made me realize that Mr. J had never or would never see me like that. Don't worry, Harley, we will be out of here in no time, that's a Joker's promise. Isn't that right, Doctor? Mr. J laughed, giving the doctor pushing him a look. I guess Ivy was right. I guess everyone was right. I just didn't want to see it, because I thought I was right about pudding. But he wasn't my pudding. I was afraid to admit it. To accept it, to embrace it. But it is what it is. Sometimes you just have to accept the truth, and stop wasting your time on the wrong people. What can you do about it? Blackheart. Chapter 33, Chapter 29. Enjoy. David Lance POV. Per my therapist's orders, I was on forced leave. Which meant no hero work for the time being. Thus, my days now mostly consisted of going to school, and training in the afternoons with Oliver and Dinah. Personally, I like to think things were getting better every day. I was taking things one step at a time. Doing things that I liked, like taking art classes, or spending hours in the local library, just reading for the sake of reading. My weekly talks with Diana and John truly felt like they were helping me. I felt better. Not entirely. But better in general. I had the occasional nightmare, sure. But all in all, I was slowly working my way out of my own problems. It also helped that I had things to keep me occupied, like dealing with my new power, and the possibilities it brought. Like talking without my hands. Johns was teaching me how to control this new power of mine between sessions, often during the nights when I had nothing to do, and according to him, we were making hasty progress. Based on what he had told me, it was safe to assume my psychic powers would never develop outside their main directive. Which was for the most part protecting my mind against all attacks. I was okay with that. I mean, I was getting a nearly indestructible psychic shield, and a form of limited telepathy as a combo, which in all honesty was more than I could have asked for. Outside training and therapy. School was going fine as well. I was actually considering graduating early, to avoid wasting my time there any longer than there was any need to. I wasn't learning anything I didn't know already. Be that as it may, I had decided to wait for the time being. To avoid worrying my sister more than anything else. Beyond that, life for the most part remained the same. There were some changes here and there, like Dick ghosting me. I had no idea why he was ignoring me all of a sudden, but I didn't need to be Batman to know it had something to do with what had happened. But to each their own. He had to deal with his demons like I had to deal with mine. I would give him an adequate amount of time before confronting him. Until then, I would respect his choice. Other than that, I guess things were the same. Are you going to the library today? Dinah asked, opening the door of my room about halfway, to which I nodded. A book a day kept the bad memories in my head away. Do you need a ride? At this, I paused for a second. Inwardly debating whether I wanted to take the bus or not, before giving her another nod. I would use the bus money for snacks. Well, I'm leaving in a few. So, if you want a ride, get ready, Dinah nodded, closing the door as she left. I smiled, walking towards my closet, grabbing a set of clean clothes before walking into my bathroom to take a quick shower. I still reeked of yesterday's training. I hadn't had the time to take a shower yesterday. After Dinah dropped me off, I made my way down to the library, buying some gum along the way. Inside the library, I waved at the librarian who was most likely by this time used to seeing me almost on a daily basis. With that done, I went to my usual reading spot, located between the history section and the economics one, because for the most part, it was always empty, allowing me to read in peace, uninterrupted. However, upon reaching my spot, instead of finding nothing but books no one had checked out in years alongside dust, I found a girl sitting on my spot reading, wearing a dark cloak that was wrapped up around herself. I honestly had no idea what to do now. Never before I had encountered someone in my spot, so I wasn't sure how to react to this unexpected development. I'm sorry, was this place taken? The girl asked, in a soft tone. I shook my head. The rules of the library were like the rules of the jungle, first come first serve. She had won the race today. I can leave, it's really no problem, the girl said, her constellation violet blue eyes staring into mine. Her eyes were quite probably the most beautiful ones I had ever seen, the color alone was breathtaking. I shook my head again, taking out my notepad, to write. It's okay, I usually read here. But I can always change the scenery. The girl said nothing, her eyes on me as if scrutinizing me down to my soul. I can't talk. I'm mute, I added on another note. In case she was confused as to why I was using notes to communicate with her, I mean, not all people immediately assumed I was mute based on the notes, some simply thought I was weird at first. I know sign language, the girl signed, perfectly might I add, giving me a short nod. I smiled, putting my notepad back. Well, in any case. Feel free to use the spot, I really don't mind. After all, I had a backup spot, hiding in the DVD documentary section of the library. I would feel better leaving you this spot, the girl replied. I sighed, we can share the spot then. I come here for the silence this little spot offers, and if you came here for the same, well, it doesn't get any quieter than me. The girl nodded, accepting my offer, that would be acceptable. Very well then, a pleasure to share this secluded spot with you, I drawled, trying to get her name. Even though I would be totally okay with calling her Mystery Girl. Rachel Roth. I smiled, taking a seat a few feet away from her, David Lance. Chapter 34, Chapter 30. Enjoy. David Lance POV. Every other weekend, when time allowed, of course. I would meet Rachel, in the same place, at the same time to read. We hardly spoke to each other. Nevertheless, even though we rarely exchanged a few words here and there with our hands, mainly to recommend books to one another, I felt like I knew her very well. Because as reserved as she was, I knew a lot about her, like the fact I knew she had a weight on her shoulders that somehow felt unimaginably heavier than mine. Funny enough, I was confident she also knew more about me than I could probably imagine. I just knew. Her eyes carried understanding. Deep understanding. One of a person fully aware of your pain and burdens. A level of understanding not even my sister had. Not to say my sister didn't understand my situation. She did, to the best of her ability at least, but no matter how much she tried to comprehend my living predicament, she would never fully relate. Rachel, on the other hand. Those eyes, they knew, they understood, it was uncanny. It was really comforting, knowing that you knew someone so well, so deeply, without even talking to them. I considered her a friend already. And I hoped she considered me one as well. Anyhow. Outside of my time at the library, my training continued, and one of the things I had noticed lately was that my physical strength, durability, and speed were increasing rapidly. At first, I attributed this increase to my overall physical capabilities to my training. But soon enough, it became evident my training wasn't giving these insane results. It was impossible for training alone to do so. 2 weeks ago, I was lifting a ton with relative strain. Now, I could lift a ton in each hand with the same amount of strain I used to have 2 weeks ago with 1 ton alone. My running theory was that I was hitting my inhuman puberty. Not sure if that was a thing, but that was all I had for now. Be that as it may. I was happy I was getting stronger, for the most part at least. I now had to pull my punches because now, punching an average human with anything near my maximum would kill them. Before, I had more room to let loose, more room for error. That was gone. But that was okay. Learning self-control was my thing. My real superpower. I mean, I was mute by choice for an excellent reason. So, I was more than sure that learning how to pull my punches would be a breeze. A walk in the park, as Oliver likes to say. Talking about Oliver, he had been pestering me about Rachel. I swear to God, he feels like a gossip girl sometimes. Hey, kiddo. And speaking of the devil. Hi, I waved at him as he entered my training room. One he had paid for, apparently to compete with Batman or something, because he was insisting I used his stuff and money instead of Batman's stuff and money. I honestly didn't care why he was doing this. Or who gave me my stuff for training, for that matter, all I cared about was having what I required to train. So, excited for this weekend in this library? Oliver teased, drawling each word out as much as possible. I deadpanned. Come on, kid, no need to be embarrassed, we all had our first crush, Oliver chuckled, skipping like a Disney princess in a field of flowers towards me, flowers and everything. The bastard had brought flowers to throw around, just to annoy me. Oliver, I swear to God, I will hurt you, I signed, with a mild glare directed at him, my arms crossed. I don't. Curry. Oliver drawled, skipping around me, making a circle of flowers as he did so. I'm your older brother, and it's my duty. No. My right. To tease you. I raised an eyebrow at that. I'm dating your sister, so that gives me rights. Oliver nodded to himself, reading my look. I sighed. And I don't plan on stopping there. Once I marry her, my brotherly power over you will be unstoppable. Mwahahaha. Oliver laughed, pulling a flashlight out of his pocket to illuminate his face evilly. So you plan on asking my sister to marry you? I asked, with a faint smile on my face. Indubitably, Oliver nodded, twirling his mustache. You better seal that deal before she realizes how much of a dork you are, I replied with a grin. Oliver frowned, narrowing his eyes at me. That's good advice. My mustache can only hide my dork side for so long. He chuckled. Then again, my sister it's also a big dork, so I guess you two are the perfect match for each other, I smiled, meaning every word. Oliver and Dinah completed each other. If anyone was to marry my sister, Oliver was the only person I knew would do his best to make her happy. Ha. That's true. Oliver nodded, snickered between breaths. Please don't tell her I said that. Too late, Dinah muttered behind him, a smile on her face. Which is why I had set him up with my comment. After all, if he was my older brother as he claimed, then it was my duty as his younger brother to get his ass into trouble. You did that on purpose. Oliver narrowed his eyes at me in accusation. Dinah smiled, showing him her phone, with a text from me that said, Oliver is talking shit about you, come to the basement. You evil little bastard, Oliver signed with a gasp, his eyes narrowed in betrayal. It's my duty as the little brother, I winked at him, leaving them to talk. I needed a shower and something to eat before going to the library. I wonder if Rachel will be there today. Chapter 35, Chapter 31. Enjoy. David Lance POV. After I had left to take a shower, I was greeted by the surprise that Oliver had asked my sister to marry him. Dinah had said yes. I was happy for them. Dinah deserved to be with someone she loved and loved her back just as much. And, as immature as Oliver was at times, he loved my sister with all his heart. He might talk big here and there, but I knew he would shave his precious mustache if Dinah asked him to. I guess in the end, setting him up with a trap had worked in his favor. See, kiddo. You can't escape me. Oliver chuckled, beaming at me. I rolled my eyes at him, turning to Dinah with a look that said, You are marrying a child. I know, Dinah sighed, giving me a small playful nod. I feel like you two are talking bad about me, Oliver muttered, crossing his arms, his eyes narrowing into thin lines. Us. Never, Dinah gasped for the dramatics. Really? Oliver raised an eyebrow, looking at her in disbelief. Fine, we do it pretty often. But we do it with love, Dinah winked. I smiled, giving the archer a slight nod. Well, I don't care. I have the most beautiful fiancée in the universe and the greatest mustache this world has ever seen. A man can't ask for more. Oliver declared, pumping his right hand into the air. You got the first one right, Dinah chuckled. You two envy the mustache's power, Oliver replied, giving Dinah a playful look. My cue to leave. I have things to do, and quite honestly, they need to celebrate their engagement. Well, as lovely as this is, I have some books I want to read, so go out, have fun, and do whatever a recently engaged couple does. To the library I see. Oliver purred mischievously, chuckling between words. I wonder if you are actually going for the books or Rachel, Dinah added with an impish smirk on her face. Oh God. Not her as well. This is exactly why no teenager tells shit to their family, I signed, rubbing my temples. I mean, that's on you, not us, Oliver chuckled, you told us about your fairy end, we didn't ask. He added, purring the word friend out, to imply there was something more. Okay, that's enough, Dinah chuckled, playfully pushing Oliver aside. Go and have fun, don't pay attention to Oliver. But, you were teasing him as well. Oliver complained in an insulted manner, crossing his arms. See? Nonsense, that's all that man says, Dinah winked at me, insulting the insulted Oliver in the back, who was able to see her wink from his position quite clearly. No, sister, Oliver has a point. But I won't stay to defend it. I have shit to do and little time to do it. So if I wanted to have time for all the stuff I planned today, like watching a movie after reading, I needed to leave. Now. Bye, remember to behave, children, I replied, grabbing my wallet before darting out of the house. I had a few things to do before reaching the library, one of them being buying some vegetarian snacks I had seen Rachel eat every now and then. I arrived at the library 20 minutes after leaving the house. Greeting everyone inside, I knew with a smile before reaching my spot to find Rachel sitting on the floor, with 2 bags of snacks and a book by her side. I saw you eating this, so I bought some, Rachel signed, pointing at the snacks. If you want some, feel free to eat them. I smiled, showing her my bag full of snacks. I guess we had the same idea today. It seems we did, Rachel nodded, offering me a faint heartwarming smile that faded almost as quickly as it came. I haven't tried any of these before, I replied, putting the bag of vegetarian snacks on the floor. Which one would you recommend? Rachel looked at the snacks for a moment before replying. Sun Chips Veggie Harvest Farmhouse Ranch, they are pretty good. I nodded, grabbing 2 bags, and offering her one. Thanks, Rachel said before taking the bag from my hands. Dick Grayson POV. I was avoiding David. Because I was a coward, that was the harsh yet unavoidable truth. I was afraid of his reaction to what I had done. I was scared of what telling him meant in the grand scheme of things. At this point, I was simply looking for self-validating excuses to not talk to him, to prolong that talk for as long as possible, taking a ghosting approach to this, ignoring his calls and messages until he simply decided not to call me anymore, which apparently already did. I hadn't had a single text or call from him in over 3 weeks. I didn't feel better at all with this development. If anything, I felt worse. Just as Batman had told me, I would feel. I knew he was right. But that didn't make it any easier. I had betrayed everything I thought I stood for, just because I wanted validation from others. Risking his life, mine, and many others in the process. I had tricked him. Abusing his trust in me, for my own benefits. I had risked so much, for absolutely nothing worth the sacrifice. After all this time, I was but a child playing hero. I always thought of myself above my peers, kids, and anyone my age, but surprise, surprise. All along, I had been the child, one that is willing to lie, to cheat, and more to get his way. I'm pretty sure that's the definition of a spoiled brat. How pathetic is that? I'm not even a normal brat, no. Why settle there? I mean, I had to be the worst type of brat, the spoiled kind. Right. Robin, Bruce said, entering the cave, as I worked my frustrations on a training dummy. I know it's easier said than done. But you have to face the consequences of your actions, sooner or later. I know, I replied, punching the dummy, trying to avoid this talk. The more you wait, the worse it will be, for you and for him, Bruce added, pulling me into a hug. You made a mistake, everyone does. It's up to you to learn from it. Remember, when you make a mistake, there are only 3 things you should ever do about it: admit it, learn from it, and don't repeat it. David might not forgive you right away, but if you show him you learned from this, I promise you that eventually, he will open up. I nodded, tears welling up in my eyes as I sighed heavily, letting my head drop on his chest. That's how we learn. We learn more from our mistakes than our victories. Our mistakes have more to teach us than you might think. Making mistakes does not mean you're a failure. It just means you're trying and learning in life. Bruce said, letting me cry on his suit. However, you have to remember, son, you can never make the same mistake twice. The second time you make it, it's no longer a mistake, it's a choice. Chapter 36, Chapter 32. Enjoy. David Lance POV. The night had already fallen on the mountain, where I had come to have some alone time, leaving Dinah and Oliver to enjoy the weekend alone, leaving me with no one else but my thoughts, in a small room in a cozy-looking inn. Outside the old inn, the wind howled ferociously, making the old walls of the inn creak worryingly, as the inn was mostly made out of wood. Currently, I was at the inn's restaurant, sitting at a table waiting for my meal with a book in hand reading, a book Rachel had recommended for that matter, an empty plate of garlic bread a few inches away from my hand. When I had come down to eat, the restaurant had been empty, but over the few minutes I had been waiting for my steak, some men and women had arrived, spreading out around the tables lit by antique chandeliers. "Here you go, sir," the waiter said, arriving at my table with my food on a small silver tray. Steak with mashed potatoes and a salad on the side, the mashed potatoes with extra cheese and bacon, and the salad with the dressings on the side. I smiled at him, giving him a slight nod as he put the food in front of me. His service so far was promising a big tip, what can I say? The garlic bread had been to die for. "If you need anything, just raise your hand, and I'll be here in a flash," the waiter smiled, giving me a quick nod. I nodded in appreciation before getting ready to dig into my food, grabbing the silverware on the plate. Wondering if his last bit had been a flash pun. I was enjoying this, having time alone. It was refreshing. And the best part was that my therapists had recommended it, meaning Dinah and Oliver had no reasons to complain. Heck, Oliver had given me a credit card with no limit to use for that very reason, for my alone time. Help, however, before I can bite into my delicious dinner, someone opens the restaurant doors, croaking faintly, their voice barely audible over the sound of the howling wind. "Please, someone. Help." With a tired sigh, I rose from my chair, walking towards the exit of the restaurant, before my eyes caught sight of the silhouette of a man standing in the doorway, bleeding into the floor. Blood slowly coating the floor in a gory sight, I rushed towards the man, noticing in the process that besides me, no one had any intention of assisting him. Now I felt terrible for sighing. I had wholeheartedly expected his call for help to be for something less urgent. "Help," the man croaks, collapsing into my arms as I inspected his wounds. It looked as if he had been injured by a large animal, a bear perhaps, possibly something bigger. But what could be bigger than a bear in the mountains? No time for that. First, I needed to treat his wounds to prevent him from dying of blood loss or an infection before the ambulance arrived, which I hoped someone had already called. "There's a man dying in the inn. Please send someone." I guess they were calling now. Luckily for the men, I never left my house without my first aid kit. "There's a monster in the forest." The man whimpered as I tended to his wounds, waking up as I started to clean his gashes, his hand reaching out towards my arm weakly. Immediately after this, the man faded back to the unconscious level. Usually, I would rule the words of a wounded man as nonsense because, more than not, factors like blood loss and trauma affected the perceptions of oneself. However, in this very specific case, his words were nothing but the truth. His wounds corroborated his words for the most part. There was no animal on Earth with claws that left marks like these. I knew that. Batman had made me memorize every type of claw in the animal kingdom, amongst other things, in order to be able to rule out certain parameters during an investigation. "Sir, do you need any help?" The waiter offered nervously, his face morphing into one of horror upon witnessing the state of the man lying on the floor. I nodded, hoping the offer was still up, even after seeing what he would have to deal with. What do you need to do?" The waiter nodded, taking a deep breath, averting his gaze toward me. Seeing the waiter didn't know sign language, I pointed at an empty table and then at the cleaning bottle dangling on his belt. "You want me to clean that table?" the waiter asked. I nodded, turning back to the men to continue treating his wounds. After I stabilized his condition, I would go out for a walk in the woods to see what I was dealing with. "Hi. I am a nursing student. Do you need help?" I turned around to see a woman in her late 20s, as well as many others behind her, coming to help. So that's why no one had rushed to help but me. They had been under the psychological phenomenon known as the bystander effect, which states that sometimes the presence of others discourages individuals on a subconscious level from intervening in an emergency situation. I smiled, giving her a slight nod. Showing her my first aid kit, the one I could carry around without telling the world I was a superhero, which had more than enough things to treat wounds like this. "The ambulance will be here in 5 minutes, someone in the back said. "Oh okay, I can do this," the nursing student stammered, applying pressure on the wounds as I finished cleaning them. Do you have antibiotics?" I nodded. I had some amoxicillin and trimethoprim in my personal first aid kit. "Then we need to administer him with some to avoid any possible infection he might have acquired from spreading," the nursing student added, doing a wonderful job keeping her stammering in control. I nodded once again, pointing at my first aid kit. "Good, you have amoxicillin, that works for animal-related wounds," the nursing student muttered, grabbing the antibiotic from my bag. I wonder what kind of monster attacked this man. Or why the thought of going out to find the culprit made me feel somewhat anxious. It wasn't fear, far from it, frankly, but it was enough to tell every fiber in my body I had to keep my guard up. Chapter 37, Chapter 33. Enjoy. David Lance POV. After dealing with the injured man, ensuring his condition was stable enough for him to wait for an ambulance, I left the inn to investigate, quickly rushing to the forest, following an old road of packed dirt that conveniently led to my destination. Sending a drone beforehand to scan the area to determine whether I would be allowed to use my powers or not. It all relied on how desolated the forest currently was. Within a minute or two of following the road, I reached the edge of the forest, where I came to a full stop, my muscles tensing for the run. Feeling my heart pound without clear reason. Fear perhaps? I sighed, shaking my head with a small frown on my head. Something here was off. I was afraid, even though I had no idea what awaited me behind those trees, behind the ever-growing shadows that seemed to expand in an unnatural way through the vegetation. I had many problems, many things to work through, but crippling cowardice wasn't one of them. Meaning, whatever lurked in the forest was to blame for this. I was more than intrigued now. A beast capable of inducing fear in others from afar. That sounded like something Scarecrow would keep in his apartment as his pet. Brushing off the fear trying to cripple my actions, I rushed inside the forest, running through the trail while taking a good look around, surveying every little detail that could lead me to whatever or whoever had attacked the men back at the inn. Coming to a full stop, as I came face to face with a corpse resting against a tree. The foul, putrid smell of the same being so thick it almost choked me. The victim was a woman, around her 20s, covered in wounds with blood and pus, her white skin, now black in most places, glistening with corruption. At this horrid sight, an involuntary shiver ran down my spine. The wounds, the pattern of attacks, and more. It all matched the men I had treated. Based on the blood around her corpse alone, she was attacked just around the same time the men had been. However, unlike the men, her wounds had reached necrosis at an alarming speed, based on how she looked. A necrotizing infection causes patches of tissue to die. These infections are most commonly the result of harmful bacteria invading the skin or the tissues under it. If untreated, they can and, in most cases, will cause death in a matter of hours. Infections of this kind are fairly rare. Pushing through the foul smell, I reached the corpse, kneeling to its side, pulling my thermometer and a glove to get the corpse's temperature in order to determine the time of death. 94.5 Fahrenheit. 34.7 Celsius. Meaning she died roughly 2 hours ago. At least according to my knowledge of basic forensics. For a more accurate result, I would require a forensic doctor, or more equipment. Unfortunately, I didn't have none of those things on my belt. So, I was using the formula. The formula stated that the body loses around 1.5 degrees Fahrenheit per hour, so the rectal temperature is subtracted from the normal body temperature of 98 degrees. Then, the difference between the two is divided by 1.5, and that final number is used to approximate the time since death. Hence, the 2 hours. Based on that and what I could deduce from the men, I was almost certain the culprit was still somewhere around. Inspecting the corpse a bit more before continuing with my journey, I found her ID on her pants, in the left pocket, alongside her wallet. Name, Evelyn Grace. Age, 23. Organ donor. Not anymore considering her state. Law student. Allergic to peanuts and butter. For emergencies call 987 XXXXXX. I grabbed my phone, taking a few pictures of her information to ensure her family had some kind of closure. Tandem Vinisti, a throaty growl thundered behind me. The sound was deep and menacing. It spoke of demonic power and primal savagery, but worse than that, it spoke of insatiable hunger. Instincts kicking in, I jumped to my feet, arming my portable staff with a single whip-like swing as I took the staff out of my pocket. Finding myself face to face with an unholy abomination of biblical proportions, a demonic beast that towered over the trees, each one of its arms so long it could effortlessly envelop a bus and more, his bony face wider than any animal, man, or beast I had ever seen, its mouth gaping, showing long deadly jagged teeth that oozed something that looked blood into the ground. Moors. Renaissance. Servitus. The demonic entity hissed, taking a long step forward, dragging its unnaturally long arms through the earth. I frowned, taking a step back. Whatever this entity was, it was speaking in Latin, meaning it's safe to assume it was a demon. Beyond that disturbing fact, it seemed the entity had been waiting for me, as Tandem Vinisti roughly translated to, "Finally, you have arrived." The last few words this demonic abomination had whispered translated to, death, rebirth, and slavery, so that, alongside the fact it had been obviously waiting for me, were clear indicators all of the events so far had been nothing but a trap to lure me into the forest. That was a lot of preparation for something random. Taking step back, I watched as the creature neared, sending a signal to the drone I had sent to scan the forest, using my watch, in order to find out how much I could play this out. In terms of power. No humans in a 22-mile radius. The drone reported. I smiled under my mask. For that message meant, I could whisper. Good to know. Moors. Renaissance. Servitus. The demonic entity repeated in a low hiss, with each step he took towards me in a predatory manner, making the very earth beneath him tremble. I sighed, taking my mask off, before taking a deep breath, as I looked deep into the sky, the sounds of the abomination approaching me becoming more and more alarming. I paid the beast no heed. Today it would be the first time I used that willingly. I have to admit, in a way, it felt liberating. How curious. Mors. Renaissance. Servitus. Pedicabo ego vas. I muttered in clear Latin, aiming at the demon. Destroying several miles of forest, leaving nothing but a roughly leveled field of rocks and dust, all signs of green and life gone as far as the eye could see. I never really imagined I would break my silence saying, "Fuck you," in Latin. But what can I say, it felt right. It was, in a way, almost poetic. Mors. Renaissance. Servitus. That entity was still alive. Chapter 38, Chapter 34. Enjoy. David Lance POV. I took a step back, seeing the creature I had destroyed with a whisper, reform in a fair bit of crimson smoke. Little by little materializing back to full health. Not bad. The entity hissed, the tone of his voice changing as his eyes that had just materialized back from my attack started glowing red, with an extra set appearing above his original 2, making the total sum 4. 4 eyes. Demonic powers. There was only one being that I knew that matched that description to A.T. Trigon. I really hoped it wasn't him. I was far, far out of my league if he was. You will do, the demon smiled, pointing at me with delirious delight, one that soon turned into a scowl filled with confusion. You resist me. I honestly had no idea what he was talking about, but based on his look of utter bewilderment, he had probably tried to mind control me, failing in the process. I see, the demon laughed, his voice booming across the once green forest, shaking the very earth, forcing the tectonic plates in the near surroundings to oscillate dangerously. Your mind is alluringly strong. But as vexing as you are, everything is futile in the face of me. Go back to hell, I muttered, destroying his body once again in order to collect my thoughts, to better deal with the situation. First, I had to analyze what I knew, and what I could deduce based on what I had seen so far. I was still breathing. Meaning the thing I had destroyed twice wasn't Trigon, at least not entirely. That alone gave me a lot of room to stall. For someone better prepared to deal with magical threats. Regrettably, for me, I didn't have Dr. Fate's number, or Constantine's for that matter, the two heavy hitters of the League when it came to dealing with demonic entities. Not that Dr. Fate's number would help, he wasn't on active duty anymore. At least that I knew of. However, I had Giovanni Zatara's number. I had seen the man once at a Christmas party at Oliver's Manor 3 years ago, where he had come to give Oliver his gift before departing to spend the holiday with his daughter. He had given me his personal card that time, telling me to call him, in case Oliver didn't in a magical emergency. This seemed like a great opportunity to text him, alongside Batman. Those two would know better how to handle this situation, or at the very least they would have a better grasp of how to deal with this than I did. Coming to that conclusion, I sent the texts as fast as I could, keeping myself fully alert. You cannot stop me, child, the demon hissed, his body reforming in front of me at an alarmingly quick rate. I will, I replied in a whisper. Destroying his body once again. I might not be able to kill him, but this would do for now. He can take it away. I froze in place, as the world around me changed, showing me what life could be if I was in control of my powers, through a world of illusions. He was trying to manipulate me through my desires. He can take the pain away. Your burdens, everything, and all you have to do, is serve. Heed what he offers you, an existence free of pain and earthly burdens, and all he demands in return is your total obedience, your complete subservience. For you to acknowledge him as your God, that's all he asks, for a life free of earthly suffering. The voice of the demon thundered inside my skull loudly. Offering me a life in control. Go fuck yourself, I muttered, aiming ahead of me, forcefully breaking a path out of the wretched world of illusions that surrounded me. Pathetic. Resistance is futile to one who is the destroyer of all that exists. The demon roared, his body reforming in front of me, ready to attack. However, before the demon could even begin to attack, a large beam of black energy with a faint purple edge around it struck the enemy, pushing the demon away, as the following words were heard loud and clear, Azarath Metrian Zenthos. Batman POV. I had received a message from Black Bolt on my private phone as I was patrolling Gotham, requesting urgent help in dealing with a magical situation. The very same text had also been sent to Zatara, who had contacted me, as I called the League. Black Bolt knew of every magical threat we, the League, knew of, as it had been a fundamental part of his training in criminal profiling. With that in mind, and how certain I was of his skills, the lack of any information in his text that could help us identify the threat was worrisome. Because it meant the threat was one we didn't know anything about. What concerned me, even more, was the fact that whatever this threat was, had gone under the radar, avoiding detection from our strongest magical users. There was a chance Black Bolt was simply dealing with a threat he regarded as magical but wasn't. For the League, it was common to deal with these kinds of threats every now and then. Be that as it may, I trusted Black Bolt's judgment enough to not rule out anything just yet. Instead, opting to tackle this situation by taking his text as hard facts to base our response on. Do we have his location? Superman asked. I nodded. He's 40 miles north from Star City. Let's go then, Wonder Woman said, holding her lasso tight. I'm already on my way, I'll be there in 15 seconds, had to stop at the police to drop my latest catch, the Flash added, replying to our call through the comms, mate, we better hurry. Whatever that poor bloke of a kid is fighting, is as dark as they come, hell, it makes hell feel like fucking Glendale, Constantine said, his eyes narrowing in concern. I mean, if you like the kid, otherwise, keep debriefing our situation. I can't believe I'm saying this, but Constantine is right, Zatara nodded, dread clear in his voice. I can feel darkness without equal there, no idea how I didn't notice it sooner. Get used to it, mate, Constantine shrugged. Besides, this is my day-to-day bread. Dark shit, and booze. Mostly booze. Zeta tubes ready, I said, giving the League a small nod to proceed. Chapter 39, Chapter 35. Enjoy. David Lance POV. Azarath Mitrian Zinthos. What? Said the demon, staring around in confusion. And then he breathed in uncontrolled anger. Raven. Shocked by what the demon had said, I looked behind me, my heart pounding. To find Raven standing behind me, her violet blue eyes staring at the demon, as the realization dawned on me. Rachel. Are you okay? Rachel asked. I nodded, focusing back on the demon. I would talk with her about this later. Even now, you defy him, said the demon dangerously. Always, Rachel replied without a hint of hesitation in her soft-spoken tone. So be it, said the demon softly, staring at her, before raising his claws, sending a blast of energy at Rachel, who with a move of her hand enveloped us in a whirling dome of darkness, reappearing us behind the demon. Hi, I whispered, taking this opportunity to attack, destroying his body once again. That won't keep him down, Rachel stated in a soft tone. The avatar he's using can't be affected by physical phenomena. I nodded, that much had been clear so far. I was simply working out my frustrations on him. What do we do? Let me handle this, Rachel replied, advancing towards the demon as it reformed. You can't avoid your destiny, child, roared the demon in blasphemous anger, pointing at her. You were born to serve, and serve you will. I am the master of my own destiny, Raven replied calmly. You think you're protecting him? Foolish little girl, he will serve, just like you. You protect nothing, spat the demon, sending another blast of reddish energy at her, that Raven blocked with a blast of her own. Rachel said nothing, her hands glowing black with a dim purple edge covering them dangerously as she aimed at him once again, sending a torrent of energy at the demon, who dodged her attack, vanishing out of sight at the last moment. Frowning, I started looking around. Keeping my guard up. Chances were the demon wanted to use me as leverage in this battle, something I would not allow to happen by any means. I might not be able to help much because of magical reasons, but be that as it may, that didn't mean I would become a liability for Rachel, who evidently was better suited to deal with this threat. Behind. Throwing my body to the side, feeling a slight chance of air around, I managed to scarcely dodge the demon's attack as it appeared behind me. You, growled the demon, being interrupted by one of Raven's attacks, blasting it to the ground. Raven, roared the beast, bleeding as it got back on its feet, glaring daggers at Rachel. All while I admired the fact her attacks were actually harming him. Raven once again at the demon's growls and roars, said nothing, calmly floating towards him, closing their distance. Defying our god is a foolish path, roared the demon, darting towards her on all fours, like a feral beast. Maybe, but it is my choice to make, Raven replied lightly, as though they were having a normal conversation. Then, before the demon could reach her, she brought her forward, piercing the beast with a thin laser-like beam of dark energy. Coughing blood, the demon vanished once again, dissipating with a poof of black smoke that reformed behind her in the form of a giant two-headed snake, trying to sink its fangs into her. Kicking the ground beneath me as hard as I could, I rushed to her side, hurling a few explosives at the beast, halting its progress. As Raven turned around, effortlessly flicking the demon high into the air with the move of her index finger, destroying its body once again, leaving nothing behind but a wisp of smoke. Was it over? I had no idea. He's still alive, and around, Raven said as if reading my thoughts. I can't read your thoughts. You have a strong mind, but I can read your emotions, and you were feeling confused, she clarified, answering all of my current questions. I nodded, offering her a smile. Azarath Mitrian Zinthos. Raven muttered, bringing her hands together as if to pray, enveloping me in her energy, which now coated me with a faint purple edge. Your attacks will affect his avatar now. Die, screamed the demon in unyielding anger, lunging at us as it reformed. I smiled, realizing what she had done. No, I muttered, destroying his half-reformed body, inches away before it reached us. Leaving nothing behind, but a sense of completion. That should keep him away for some time, Rachel said softly. I nodded, taking her words as facts. In the world of magic, I had little clue how things operated. Did you like the book I gave you last time? I asked, trying to make small talk. Rachel remained silent for a moment, averting her eyes from meeting mine, before giving me a soft nod. I did. I smiled, surveying the damage I had done to the forest before Rachel had arrived to aid me. I was truly grateful for that. Without her assistance, things would have ended poorly for me. Thanks, I signed. Rachel once again said nothing, simply giving a small nod as she looked ahead. To think I would meet Raven of all people. Black Bolt. I turned around upon hearing my name, witnessing the League arrive at the scene, Superman being the one to have called my name. Smiling, I waved at them. They had arrived a bit too late for the party, but they had arrived nevertheless, so I could at least say I could count on them to show up. So that's the kid. A man with a thick British accent spoke, as he came into view. Smoking a cigar. There was no need for an introduction. I knew who he was. He was no other than John Constantine, the Hellblazer of England. Where's the enemy? Wonder Woman was the first to ask, taking a step forward as she looked around. Well, love. She's standing right by his side, replied Constantine, his eyes on Rachel. Don't try to hide it, kid. I can literally feel the evil oozing out of you. Chapter 40, Chapter 36. Enjoy. David Lance POV. Constantine stared at Rachel, his eyes carrying a sense of familiarity, one that only came with the years of experience the Helltaker had accumulated on his belt, dealing with demons. With monsters from hell itself. Creatures of the sulfur void seeking to bring havoc to this world. However, Rachel wasn't like that. Not even close. This went beyond my so-called canonical knowledge. I trusted her before realizing she was Raven, the daughter of Trigon. She's with me, I signed, getting between the League and Rachel, ready to fight them if push came to shove. Constantine, asked Wonder Woman, taking on a hesitant stance. Love, I know my demons. She's one, said Constantine firmly as he lighted a cigarette. Zatara, asked Batman, turning to Zatara for a second opinion. Constantine is right, replied Zatara in a resigned voice. They didn't believe me. I know I had no proof to back my words up, but still. They didn't believe me. Azarath Mitrian Zinthos. Rachel muttered under her breath, however, before she could finish whatever she was trying to do, her spell, much to her confusion. Not so fast, darling, said Constantine in a triumphant tone. Black Bolt, get away from her, ordered Batman. She's my friend, I replied, my temper rising. You are too soft with the hatchling, Batman, grunted Hawkwoman, giving Batman an annoyed look before moving her gaze towards me. Move. She's not the enemy, we can talk this out, I signed, giving Wonder Woman, Batman, and John a pleading look to stop this before they made a grave mistake. That wasn't a suggestion, kid, it was an order from your superior, move or be moved, snarled Hawkwoman, mace at hand. My superior? That's it, if that overgrown chicken nugget wants to fight, I'll fight. That's not how we do things, barked Batman, in a husky voice that trembled with fury. Black Bolt is one of us, his word should have some weight in how we approach this, agreed Wonder Woman, giving Batman a quick nod. He's a hero, but not part of the League, not yet, said Hawkman coldly. He's a hero, that's all it matters, replied Superman, crossing his arms defiantly. Maybe he's under her control, said Zatara giving Rachel a judging look. His body is, coated in her demonic energy. Yep, nodded Constantine. The spell she had put on me to end the battle with the demon, no, she saved my life, I signed, but it was clear what was going to happen. They already made out their minds, Rachel muttered softly. They think I'm controlling you. I sighed, giving Rachel a look, trying to convey through my emotions a small message. Can you take us out of here? Rachel nodded. I nodded, giving the League one last look before whispering to the ground, goodbye. Azarath Mitrian Zinthos. By the time I opened my eyes again, I wasn't in the forest anymore, but in a cave, with Rachel by my side. I'm sorry, Rachel muttered in a defeated tone. Why? I asked. For the problems I brought upon you, Rachel replied tonelessly. Don't be, I sighed, taking a deep breath, before plucking my utility belt and gear and throwing them to the ground. We have to move, the League will be here in a few. I was certain Batman had more than a few trackers on me, for security purposes, amongst other things. But be that as it may, if I wanted to prove Rachel's innocence, I had to avoid the League getting in my way. Okay, Rachel nodded, teleporting us again to a different location. Another cave. Good, now, how do we prove you aren't a bad guy? I signed, taking a seat on the ground. I don't need to prove myself to them, Rachel replied, summoning 2 bags of chips, one for her and one for me. I know, but it would be beneficial to not have the entire League chasing us, I nodded, wondering how Dinah would take me going on the lam. I suppose, Rachel nodded absently as if wanting to tell me something. Giovanni Zatara POV. I had been the one assigned, alongside Batman and Hawkwoman, to tell Dinah his little brother had escaped with a possible world-ending threat. I didn't know what to think of the entire situation. On one hand, Batman was certain the kid was right and was determined to help him prove the girl meant no harm. On the other hand, Constantine was certain the kid was under her control. But what if we were wrong? What if the girl was truly David's friend? Kent had taught me to look beyond the surface. Yet, I had judged the girl on a surface level, forcing the kid to run with her. We jumped to our conclusions. And that had left us with nothing. Let me see if I get this straight, Oliver said after Batman had finished his explanation. David texted you two for help, right? Batman and I nodded as Hawkwoman remained still by our side. And when you arrived, he was with a violet blue-haired girl that he defiantly protected against you all. Oliver continued, yet, instead of giving them a chance of explaining, you two let things escalate out of hand. I nodded. Batman tried to defuse the situation. I'm afraid I did the contrary in that manner. If I know David, and I do, he's probably assessing his situation and planning accordingly to prove her innocence to us, Batman added without a hint of doubt in his voice. And you know that, because? Hawkwoman asked, raising an eyebrow. Because that's what I would do, Batman replied. Dinah sighed, making the first sound since we had come here. It would be best if you all left. Dinah, Hawkwoman began, but Dinah cut her with a sharp, furious look. It's Black Canary to you, Dinah replied coldly. Understood, I nodded, walking with Batman and Hawkwoman out of the room. Dinah Lance POV. As Batman, Zatara, and Hawkwoman left, I gave a tired sigh, slumping into my bed. The kid will be okay, Oliver said. I know, I chuckled, grabbing the USB Batman had left in our room. Look at the bright side. We will be able to tease David even more. Oliver grinned, wiggling his eyebrows. I mean, violet blue hair. Doesn't that sound rather familiar, he added, purring his words out. I chuckled, giving him a playful punch on the arm. It does. It seems the kid is playing the hero move on Rachel. Not bad, Oliver snickered. He's a natural with the ladies, just like his big, handsome, incredibly sexy, mustache-having brother. I'm having second thoughts about our engagement, I chuckled. Lou gasped. Lou hurt. How can you say that? You made us a promise. Oliver lamented in fake suffering. Us. I chuckled. Me and the mustache, Oliver grinned, wiggling his eyebrows. Maybe I should call that doctor, he seemed interested in dating me, I hummed. Yeah, right, like a doctor can even compare to moi. Oliver replied, crossing his arms. I suppose not, I nodded, giving him a kiss. We need to find David. Don't worry, amore, David will find us, besides, he won't be on the lam for long, Batman believes him, Oliver replied, giving me a peck on the lips. He will be back in no time, and with a quote-unquote, friend, huh? Friend my ass, I knew he had a crush on the girl. I chuckled, rolling my eyes. Wondering what the USB Batman had left behind had. Chapter 41, Chapter 37. Enjoy. David Lance POV. I was lost. Not literally, no. More like in a figurative sense. I was lost in the sense I had no idea how to prove Rachel's innocence to the League. I mean, how could I? I honestly had no solid evidence to back my word up. Sure, she was my friend, and I knew she wasn't evil, but to the League, or any legal establishment that meant nothing. You don't have to do this, Rachel said softly. I don't, but I want to, I signed, smiling at her. She was my friend, and I would be damned if I allowed the League to hunt her down, without any reason. I'm honestly not concerned about the League, Rachel said unconcernedly. I am, I admitted with a tired sigh. Why are you helping me? Rachel asked calmly, her violet blue eyes resting on me. I paused for a moment, before answering. We are friends, friends help each other. Friends. Rachel muttered under her breath as if the word was foreign to her in more than one sense. I nodded. You are doing more than any normal friend would. Rachel replied coolly. I read about friends, but none would risk everything for one they have known for so little time, like you are doing. Why? I paused again. She was bringing up a good point. I mean, why was I doing this? Was it our friendship that pushed me to go on the lam with her? Was it the knowledge I had about her? Or was it something else entirely? I sighed, musing over her question before answering. To be honest, I don't know. I guess there are questions without logical answers. All I know is that I care about you and that I want to help you. I know you are not a bad person, and therefore should not be treated as such. What if I was a bad person? Rachel muttered, each word carrying more hesitation than the last. Her body dropping ever so lightly, as her lips quivered for just the briefest of moments, with her breath coming to a complete halt. What then? I paused again, knowing very well what she was thinking right now, or at the very least having a pretty good idea of what she was thinking. Her parentage, her powers, and all this meant haunted her. I could relate to that, to some level. Her demons were unimaginably bigger than mine, the weight on her shoulders was so massive that mine barely held a dying candle to it. Be that as it may, I could relate. I could understand some of her pains and struggles, not all of them, but some. So I knew very well what she was thinking. Because more than once, I would be thinking just that. You are not a bad person, I replied with a calm smile, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. You sound sure of that, Rachel muttered with just the hint of a smile dawning on her face for the briefest of moments. I am, I nodded. Thanks, Rachel replied, going back to her usual self. By the way, there's something I've been meaning to ask. I smiled, taking a seat in front of her on the ground of the cave, giving her a nod to proceed with her question. Do you know who Trigon is? Rachel asked, eyes on me, scrutinizing me from head to bottom. I froze, having no idea how to answer that without lying. Let me rephrase that, how do you know who Trigon is? Rachel asked again, with the same look on her face. When we were fighting that demon, I felt your emotions spike for a brief moment with emotions one could only feel if knowledge of it was in the way. I sighed, trying to find a way to word my answer out, without sounding absolutely crazy in the process. I have heard of him, I really can't explain how, but, yes, I am aware of him. I see, Rachel said, calmly. I apologize, my answer is not exactly satisfactory, I smiled, my fingers fidgeting. It's okay, you answered my question to the best of your ability, Rachel replied. Besides, I know very well there are questions one can't answer, simply because they lack a clear answer. I nodded, that was, after all, pretty much my case when it came to canon-related answers I knew without previous interaction. Are you afraid I'm his daughter? Rachel asked, her eyes on me once again. I shook my head. Was I afraid of her dad? Sure, I was, who the hell would not? He was Satan himself, but on demonic steroids. I was pretty sure he was one of the selected few that I could scream at, and not only survive, but punch me back twice as hard. Sure, it depended on the version of Trigon this Trigon was, but still, regardless of the iteration I was dealing with, more than not, most iterations were strong enough to solo Superman with frightening ease. You are a weird guy, Rachel smiled, amused by my answer. I am, I nodded, with a smile of my own. I'm the literal definition of a walking talking nuke. Your voice didn't seem to carry nuclear qualities, Rachel muttered, tilting her head to the side. I blinked, perhaps the use of literal in a not literal sense was too confusing for her still. I know, it's a way of speaking, an expression, or in my case, a way of signing. It's also the best possible example I can think of. Oh, I see, Rachel nodded, satisfied with my answer. I smiled at that, scratching the back of my head. You can't control it, right? Rachel asked softly. My powers? No, I can't. I'm sure I could control them to some level if I trained more, but even if I learned, they would always be lethal to, well, almost everybody, I replied, wondering if it was even possible to control my powers to a non-lethal level. I can help you. Rachel replied, violet blue eyes looking at me expectantly. I am well versed in a situation very similar to yours, so if control is what you seek, I might be of assistance, if you want that is. I wouldn't want to impose. Well versed in a situation similar to mine. I guess that was her way of sympathizing with me. I would be honored, I smiled, accepting her offer. Chapter 42, Chapter 38. Enjoy. John Constantine POV. The night had fallen, and I was in my hotel, smoking a fine cigar. Wondering what to do with the newest demon on my turf. You can come in now, I said to the seemingly empty room. No need to creep on my bloody ass. Batman entered my room through the window I had left open. His bloody suit, blending with the night outside better than the shadows themselves, had I not been used to this type of shit dealing with demons day and night, he would have scared the crap out of me. Fancy a cuppa? I offered jokingly. I knew the last thing Batman wanted from me was a bloody cup of me, but it didn't hurt to ask, even if I didn't have how to make good on that offer right now. Batman said nothing, carefully scanning the room up and down. I'll take your usual silence as a no, I added, taking a seat on my bed. So, why are you here? I came to ask for your help, Batman replied. I need help proving Black Bolt is right, and you are my best bet for that. I already told you, the girl is a bad omen, I replied, taking a deep breath. Had I been wrong before? Abso-fucking-lutely, but this time, I was certain we had to deal with whatever that girl was immediately. Never before I had felt such demonic power in a single entity. Her power alone rivaled demons as old as the bloody Bible. Who knows what calamity she would bring if we left her unchecked. Batman said nothing, simply glaring at me. I scoffed, realizing what his silence meant this time. You don't trust me? I do, but I trust Black Bolt more, Batman replied without missing a beat. No lube for that one I see, I replied, taking a deep breath. Will you help me, or not? Batman replied, his tone growing ever impatient. Why not? I shrugged, tossing my cigar out the window behind him. I mean, if I am right, which I am, we kill the bloody girl. If I am not, which is not the case, we help an innocent little girl and his obviously not mind-controlled boyfriend clear their names. Batman said nothing, glaring at me even harder. Okay, no jokes, no need to go bonkers on the only demon hunter you have on speed dial, I sighed, raising my hands in defeat. I also have Etrigan, Batman replied, turning around. Please, as if Etrigan could even compare to me, or deal with those blokes better than I do. He has a better record than you, Batman added as if reading my mind. No powers my ass, you fool no one, I snorted. David Lance POV. After hours of deliberation. The best plan I had was to ask Wonder Woman to use her lasso on Rachel to prove her innocence, but that left a big window of them asking the wrong question, and well, that didn't sit well for me. I sighed, deciding to stop thinking about the problem for a bit. At times, it was best to occupy the mind with something else for it to find the solution. I will go to the town and buy some food. Do you want anything? Anything you bring is fine, Rachel asked without breaking her meditation. I nodded, putting my mask on, before embarking on my journey into the town a few miles down the mountain. While it was certain nobody knew I was here, I was still playing it like any hero job, keeping my identity safe, just in case. Besides, the locals didn't see my face at all. And the mask I was currently using looked like one used for medical reasons, not heroic ones, which more than not, made the locals give me my space, allowing me to roam around the town freely without any social interaction, besides those that were unavoidably necessary. Vandal Savage POV. Black Bolt. Or should I say, David Lance. I guess in the great scheme of things, it doesn't matter. The point is, the kid was quite the interesting piece on my board. A happily welcomed enigma, that broke out of the boundaries I had thought to be firm. A metahuman, unlike any metahuman. I wasn't sure the term metahuman was even accurate at this point. His DNA was anything but human. Intrinsically more complicated than Kryptonian DNA. Had we not had proof of his birth, and his parentage, I would simply assume he was an alien, raised by humans just like Superman. But, that's the thing. I had more than enough evidence to confirm David's human heritage, and that made this mystery all the more interesting. I can't help but wonder, what role will he play for the light in the future? For humanity, in the upcoming war. Clarion, I spoke, seeing the red and black portal of the Chaos Lord open in front of me. Hi, Clarion smiled, petting Tikal on his shoulder. Any updates on the anomaly you felt? I asked, going straight to the point. It was usually best to do that when dealing with Clarion, someone who operated on whimsical impulses. Well, she's with the kid you hate so much, Clarion answered with a short-lived chuckle, as Tikal meowed at him something. I meant like, he knows I meant like. As I was saying, she's with the kid, as well as the boring mercenary you like to hire, though he's camping in the forest, killing someone unrelated to the brat. So the magical anomaly was with David, interesting. I had originally planned to capture the anomaly for research purposes, but this felt like an even more interesting experiment. I might need to inform Deathstroke to let David be, for now, his unwelcome interference could ruin further development. How much of a threat does the anomaly represent to our plans? I asked calmly, making sure to remember to contact Deathstroke. A lot. Nothing. Clarion shrugged, as Tikal rolled her eyes at him. I know my answer wasn't good. It's just that big moron is only a threat if he manages to come through, at least for you guys. Trigon, the demonic conqueror. A demon whose power rivals or surpasses Darkseid himself, at least according to Clarion, who wasn't the best at giving estimates. Should he come, can we stop him should the necessity arise? I asked, hiding the question I was asking him well so as to not insult his childlike ego. The question being, can you stop him? Clarion smiled confidently, I can, with ease. That stupid giant is nothing but a butt for me. At this, Tikal meowed at him once again, a bug. He knows I meant bug. Good, I nodded, walking into my office. I had many things to plan and modify to accommodate for the anomaly, and the development it could bring to Black Bolt. Chapter 43, Chapter 39. Enjoy. David Lance POV. I was on my way back to the cave with the food I had bought, when someone threw a knife at me, stopping me in my tracks as I jumped back to avoid the projectile. That someone was no other than Deathstroke. You were hard to track, Deathstroke said, slowly drawing his blade from the scabbard on his back. I'm lucky I happened to be on assignment. I took a step forward, having no idea how he had found me. But still, determined to deal with him. Without another word, Deathstroke darted towards me, raising his sword above his head, swinging it down at me, as I dodged sidestepping out of the blade's range, throwing a hard punch at the mercenary's chest, putting some weight into it. The blow knocked Deathstroke up, and I followed up with a horizontal kick to his ribs, before taking a few steps back to assess the situation. Not bad, Deathstroke commented, seemingly pleased with our short exchange so far. My gaze hardened, getting into position to continue the fight. However, Deathstroke raised his hand at me, putting his sword back on his scabbard. I didn't come here to fight, not entirely, Deathstroke said, cracking his neck from side to side. I came here to help. I frowned, whatever help he had to offer I didn't want it. You can help by leaving. I will, after I actually help, Deathstroke replied, seemingly amused by my demand. I'm not one to waste time, kid. And I put a lot of time into finding this. At this, he pulled a piece of rolled paper out of one of his pockets. I had no idea what that was, or how it could help me, but something here didn't feel right. It's a map, Deathstroke clarified, tossing the map at my feet. What's your angle, Deathstroke? I asked, keeping my eyes on him. Right now. Nothing, Deathstroke replied calmly. Consider this a gift, free of charge. He added ominously. I glanced at the map, before turning to him. What is that map for? That's for you to see, if you ever feel like taking control, Deathstroke replied, turning around. A piece of advice before leaving, this place is no longer safe for you or that little girl you are protecting. News is spreading around you are here, so I would wholly recommend relocating. I frowned, I was still questioning how the hell he found me when not even Batman had, unless Batman had, but was leaving me alone to do my thing, which kind of went with his character. See you around, kid, Deathstroke added, walking into the forest without signs of turning back. I sighed, feeling this kind of interaction would be a recurring thing between the two of us. He was right though, it was time to relocate. It was possible he had found my hiding place using satellites, and a pretty specific searching criteria. That or locals had spread the news of a random kid appearing in their town. I mean, the place received roughly 12 visitors a year, so my sudden appearance out of normal tourist dates was probably hard to miss. In any case, it was best to relocate as soon as possible, to avoid unwanted visits. Batman POV. With the help of John Constantine, the League's temporary advisor in the realm of the demonic, I had drawn some conclusions about the mysterious girl Black Bolt had protected. The one running ahead, being that the girl was indeed demonic in nature, but not entirely. Just like Etrigan. A demonic entity bound to a human. I had a hunch, the girl was like that. But I didn't like operating under simple hunches, I needed more than that, otherwise, I would be playing in the dark. I didn't like not having the facts. Black Bolt probably knew more than me about her, but for the time it was best to leave him alone, at least until I had more than a hunch to help him. A hunch John Constantine didn't like at all. According to him, the girl was 100% demon, but if history had proved anything with Constantine, was to never take his word completely. He always slips. He always makes mistakes. He always realizes he made a mistake when it's too late to avoid any possible consequences, and then tries to fix whatever he did with the equivalent of duct tape in his line of work. That was his endless cycle. I would not be part of his cycle. Not when the case was under my clear jurisdiction. This was League business, and it would be dealt with under League parameters. Part of the reason I had asked Constantine for help, instead of Etrigan, was to keep Constantine on my watch at all times, to avoid him making a mistake he would undoubtedly regret at the end of the line. His knowledge of the arcane arts and the demonic arts helped, but those were in the great scheme of things, just excuses to keep him occupied with me, instead of hunting the girl, like he would have been by now had I not directed his focus on other tasks. Every second we spend debating what-ifs is a second more the girl has to brainwash the kid, Constantine barked. We won't move until we are certain of how to proceed, am I clear? I asked, my tone dangerously low. Bloody hell with you heroes, and your fucking procedures before doing anything, I swear. I have no idea how you blokes have time to do anything, with you bastard keeping an eye on them, Constantine ranted, opening a new bottle of whiskey, the fourth so far. Good. I had more than enough alcohol to keep him entertained until I was sure how to proceed. At least you have good whiskey, Constantine complimented with a sigh. I mean, if the world has to end because you're a bloody moron, I might as well go down drinking the good shit, so thanks for that. You're welcome, I replied, continuing with my research. Updating Giovanni on what I had found, as I waited for his update on the situation. The last time I heard of him was 2 hours ago, and he had been on his way to talk with Kent Nelson, who was quite possibly our best shot at solving this. After all, Kent's knowledge in the arcane arts was almost as vast as Dr. Fate's himself. If someone had a clear answer about this, it was him. Chapter 44, Chapter 40. Enjoy. Rachel Roth POV. I opened my eyes, calmly leaving my deep state of profound meditation, mind and body ready for another day, to find David exercising at the entrance of the cave, sweat dripping on his feet, like rain on a summer night. He was unlike any person I had met before. He was a fit, black-haired, mute teenager who had the looks of a trained soldier, at least physically. His clothes were torn and dirty, probably because of his training regime, one I was certain he was overdoing to silence his own thoughts. I could relate to that. It was unequivocally indisputable that the greatest enemy anyone has to face is themselves. After all, the real monsters don't sleep under our beds, they sleep inside our heads. In my case, that was a literal statement of my existence, more than a metaphor itself. Be that as it may, that didn't change the reality of everyone's existence. His demons, just like mine, were eating him away. I could feel it. I could feel everything he was feeling at all times, and more. Part of being an empath. Perhaps that was the reason I felt a kindred connection with him. Morning, I said calmly, making David stop his training as he turned around to wave at me with a smile on his face. Did I wake you up? David asked. I shook my head. No, you were very quiet. I thank you for respecting my meditation. He nodded, feeling relieved he hadn't bothered me. He was truly a strange person, he knew more about me than he cared to admit, yet, he wasn't afraid. On the contrary, he seemed more relaxed around me than others. And, if I was allowed to say, I felt the same way. It's not often you find someone who can understand your burdens. And burdens like ours often bring a life of total isolation. Batman POV. Zatara had brought us to the Tower of Fate to discuss about his findings. Terrible findings according to him, a fact that made Constantine gloat. Batman, Zatara greeted dryly. I could see in his face as clear as the day that the information he had was not what he had been expecting when he came here. Can you tell this bloody idiot I was right so that I can go on with my day? Constantine said. You are not dealing with a simple demon here, Constantine, Zatara sighed, pausing for a brief second. We are dealing with a demon so old and powerful that his name is a taboo even in the darkest arts. Trigon, Kent Nelson, who had just entered the room, said, slowly walking towards us. Shit. Constantine muttered, evidently recognizing the name Kent had spoken. Explain, I said, giving Zatara a look. Trigon is an incredibly powerful demon and celestial conqueror. One that has brought down entire dimensions in his wake. Zatara replied, his body tensing as each word came out. Tale says Trigon was originally the ruler of an unknown alien planet in a distant reality, one full of evil. Eventually, his reign of terror became so unforgivable that 3 powerful entities came to his domain in an effort to cleanse his rotten soul of evil. A grave mistake that would soon haunt the multiverse. Kent sighed, pausing to summon a few chairs for everyone. They evidently failed, I said, after all, that was usually how these tales of demons came to an end. Kent nodded. The entities failed to see the bigger picture, and in their lack of awareness, they summoned an ancient artifact, one that would unavoidably help bring their end. The Heart of Darkness, an artifact able to feast on the evil of others, leaving only the other side of the coin. However, their plan, as you guessed it, failed, as Trigon was not only able to resist their efforts but absorb the power the heart contained, which contained the collected evils of 100 galaxies. With his newfound power, he killed the entities that had come to cleanse his soul with ease, shredding them of their flesh and wearing their skin as a trophy. A demonic conqueror with untold power, that had yet to make his move. But why? If his power was anything like Kent was describing, and Zatara's and Constantine's expressions were anything to go by, then it was well within this demon's power to conquer this reality with ease. Unless he had gotten the genie treatment. Power without the freedom to use it. Demons in general were just like that, they had little control outside their realms, and therefore needed anchors to interact with the physical realm. If that was the case, then it was safe to assume the girl was his anchor, his door to this realm. But if that was the case, then what was stopping him from invading our reality? He didn't sound like the type of entity that liked waiting. Meaning that his gate here wasn't working as intended. The girl. Zatara sighed, but I stopped him. It's connected to him, I figured that much, I said, trying to make the picture of the problem we were dealing with clearer. She's a gate, Kent nodded. One that has yet to open, why? I replied. That, we don't know, Zatara replied. Perhaps the girl needs a sacrifice to bring the bastard here, Constantine offered. Most demons require blood of some kind. Trigon does not, Kent stated. If Constantine was right, then David was probably the sacrifice they needed to open the gates. However, if Kent was right, then something else was at hand, something I wanted to know. We need to kill that demon before she bloody kills us all, Constantine said. No, I said, in a tone that left no room for arguments or appeals. We know nothing of the girl or her direct relation to Trigon, or how our actions might affect our problem, therefore, we must act as if she was a bomb. Batman is right. Kent nodded, taking a deep breath. We can only act if we know with confidence our actions won't help Trigon cross the veil to our world. Constantine, Kent, you two keep investigating about Trigon, Zatara with me, I said, turning around, and walking towards the door. I had much to do, and one of those things was having a talk with Black Bolt that I hoped would give me perspective. Chapter 45, Chapter 41. Enjoy. David Lance POV. 2 weeks and I still had nothing to clear Rachel's name, other than my word. The situation was getting a little frustrating, as there was no possible approach to resolving it. You shouldn't feel obligated to help me, Rachel said softly. I smile at her. It's part of the job, helping those in need. Rachel smiled for the briefest of moments. Heroes. I nodded, that was part of the job, just as the terrible hours and the non-existent pay were. The healthcare though was superb, so not everything was bad. Enough jokes though. I was running out of ideas. Someone is trying to find us, my magic is stopping their attempts. Rachel said, a frown dawning on her face. I turned to her. Any idea who? Rachel nodded. It was one of the heroes that came to rescue you in the forest, the one that looked like a stage magician. Giovanni Zatara. What to do? This might be an opportunity to appeal to Rachel's case with him, but like every opportunity in this world, it was a double-edged blade. Damn it all. I guess it's like they say, without risk, there's no reward. Let him find us, I signed, hoping I wasn't making a mistake. Rachel nodded, closing her eyes before saying calmly. Done. I nodded, walking towards her. Now it was time to see Giovanni's move and hope for the best. Latrop OT 8 Isles. A voice echoed in the cave, as a portal opened in front of us, with Giovanni Zatara and Batman stepping through before the portal closed. At this, I felt my body relax. Black Bolt, Batman was the first one to speak. Batman, I greeted in kind. We need to talk, replied Batman with a commanding tone. I'm all ears, I replied, gesturing for him to proceed. Alone, said Batman coldly. I shook my head, giving Giovanni a look. What guarantee did I have that Zatara would not engage Rachel the moment I went with Batman? I had to keep my options open, and Rachel close in case a fight erupted. Batman himself had taught me that, to never leave the one you seek to protect out of sight or reach. They know, said Rachel calmly. Not everything, but they know. I see now. That was probably what Batman wanted to talk about with me, in private. Batman narrowed his eyes at her, before directing his trademark scowl at me. Explain. I am the daughter of Trigon the Demon, and Angela Roth, the Azarathian, Rachel replied before I could even think of an answer. I will answer all of your questions. I am not afraid to be judged. The daughter. Zatara muttered in a barely audible tone. I am, Rachel nodded. But that's merely a title without value. You don't have to do this, you haven't done anything wrong, they have no right to question you, or me for that matter, I signed, ready to help her out of this situation if she wanted to. I know, but if some of these heroes are truly your mentors, then I am certain they will understand the situation, just as you did, Rachel replied with just the hint of a smile dawning on her face. I sighed, taking a seat on the ground. Harley Quinn POV. I swung my bat from left to right, smashing the head of the security guard at the asylum against the wall with a loud and funny metallic bang. I told you, didn't I, Harley? Mr. J grinned, punching one of the guards coming his way. That we would be out of this place, in no time. I smiled, knocking another guard up. Yep, siree. I was finally on my way to freedom to look for my men, or was it, teenager? Meh, another crime for the list, another stripe for the tiger. No, another stripe for the tigress. That's a better one. We have much to do. Mr. J chuckled, stabbing a guard on the ground to death. After all, I must make sure Batman doesn't get too rusty, I mean if I don't do it. Who will? On that note, we could add Black Bolt to the party as well. The more, the merrier. I smiled, remembering Black Bolt's dreamy eyes, just for me, as Ivy trapped Mr. J with her green friends binding him in place, doing me a solid. Ivy, my dear, you flatter me but I am a man of a single gal. Mr. J laughed, giving me a look that soon turned into realization. Ha 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 ha, well ain't this funny. I have no idea how you tolerate him, Ivy sighed, rubbing her temples as her plants dealt with the guards around with ease. Thanks, Ivy. I smiled, skipping towards her, giving her a hug, before turning to the Joker, bat ready. I'm sorry Mr. J, but your position has been filled by another, so, bye-bye good night. With that said and done, I swung my bat at him, smashing his head on the ground with enough force for the floor to crack. I still think you should kill him, Ivy sighed, slamming Mr. J with one of her plants against the wall of his cell, before closing the door. I giggled, rolling my eyes at her. I wouldn't do that to Batsy. I mean, now that my eyes are finally open, it's clear those two love each other like medical corporations love rich cancer patients. Besides, I am no one to break that up. Well, if you ever feel like killing him, you know who to call, Ivy replied with a smile, before asking. So, who's your new lover? I smiled, elated at the opportunity to have some girl talk with Ivy. He's a hero, a bit younger than me. Strong, silent, has a bad boy vibe going, he's the best. I replied dreamily. A bit younger. By how much, exactly? Ivy asked, walking with me towards the exit of Arkham Asylum. I don't know, he's a teenager, 14, 15 maybe. I shrugged, not that it mattered, Harley was a good girl, she was willing to wait. Ivy paused, her mouth forming a thin dot. You know what? It's an improvement, and that's all that matters. I think. I giggled. Ivy, he's a teenager, you really think he will be able to resist all this? I wiggled my blood-stained eyebrows at her, suggestively shaking my hips a bit. That's a good point, Ivy chuckled, busting the exit doors open with a move of her hands. I still don't know what to think of it to be fair, I mean, sure, we are criminals, but we have standards. Do we? Do we really? I replied in a deadpan. Ivy hummed, index finger pressed upon her lips. As I said before, it's an improvement, so fuck it, congratulations. Chapter 46, Chapter 42. Enjoy. David Lance POV. For hours, Batman and Rachel talked under the shelter of the cave, with Batman making sure to ask every possible question, and more as Giovanni and I stayed on the corners, watching everything unfold without interrupting them. I had faith that everything would be alright and that soon this little misunderstanding would be resolved. The fact that Batman had come here with the intention of talking was already saying a lot. After all, Rachel was being completely honest with Batman, answering all his questions, doubts, and more without hesitation. Going into detail about her relationship with Trigon, and how she came into existence because of him. I could see with painful clarity that talking about these things was hurting her, but even so, despite the unmistakable anguish this brought her, Rachel kept on talking, as she was determined to set the record straight. I wasn't the only one to realize that, her pain. Batman, as expected, had noticed it as well, and in a subtle, almost undetectable way to the average person, he had slowly changed the way in which he spoke to Rachel, his voice and questions now carrying a sense of empathy most considered foreign to the Dark Knight of Gotham. I had no idea how she felt. In many ways, it was true that our circumstances crossed the same spectrum in many aspects. We both had powers that needed complete and absolute control, powers capable of destroying everything. We both felt we were in a bottomless pit, dark, with no one who could understand us. We both grieved in hope of a sense of normality that we both knew would never come into our lives. However, my situation, as opposed to hers, looked bright. I had people who loved me, people I wanted to protect. All she had was Trigon. A constant reminder that haunted her thoughts, her dreams, and her moments of loneliness, reminding her of what would happen if she ever lost her grip. I had my demons. I knew that. But mine, at the very least, were silent. Very well, said Batman with a small grunt, giving Giovanni a small nod before turning to Rachel. Zatara will summon Wonder Woman with her lasso. We will verify the information you gave us, is that clear? I frowned, walking towards Batman. It's okay, Rachel replied, stopping me in my tracks with a faint smile that faded almost instantly the moment I noticed it. If the one you refer to as Wonder Woman will give you the clarity you seek, then I will not object. I sighed, feeling conflicted about this. I knew Batman meant well, he was, after all, giving her the benefit of the doubt. Be that as it may, all of Rachel's words had been nothing but the truth. In my limited knowledge about her from the comics and such, I knew her words carried nothing but honesty, and it was because of that the lasso of Hestia felt like a violation for me, for someone who had been nothing but cooperative. Then again, perhaps I was too involved in this situation to have an objective opinion. In which case, I was still well within my right of disliking Batman's methods, even if I didn't have an objective opinion. With Wonder Woman and the lasso of Hestia, Batman continued to question Rachel for a couple of minutes, before soon enough finishing his interrogation, by removing the lasso from Rachel's hand. She's telling the truth, confirmed Wonder Woman, once again. As Batman stayed still, without uttering a single word. She's still connected to Trigon, and could one day doom us all, said Zatara, his body tensing. By that logic, Superman could one day doom us all, replied Batman, turning around to face me. This situation is unlike any other we have faced, therefore, we have no clear path ahead of us. Nevertheless, I have confirmed more than a few things today. She's free to go. Finally. Batman, this is most unwise. Hissed Satara under his breath. Maybe, replied Batman with a short nod. But so would it be the alternative. I apologize for all of this, Black Bolt, said Wonder Woman, her eyes gazing upon me softly. I offered her a smile, a faint one. Out of all the possible outcomes this situation could have had, this had probably been the best one of them all. Sure, Rachel would be under constant surveillance from now on, but as Batman had said, it was better than the alternative. Let's go, said Batman, as Satara reluctantly opened another portal that went back from whence they came. Leaving only Rachel and me, in the cave. Are you okay? I asked, approaching her. Rachel nodded. It's not something I enjoy talking about. But they had the right to know. After all, they might find themselves one day fighting Trigon, so it's best if they are prepared. I nodded. That was a very good point. Don't worry, if that comes to happen, you won't be alone to face him, I signed, taking a deep breath. Was I strong enough to defeat Trigon? No, I wasn't, not even close. Would I ever be? Who knows? Maybe. One thing was clear though, if he ever invaded Earth, regardless of my power to stop him or not, he would hear me roar. Batman POV. The moment the portal closed up, Giovanni growled at me in contempt. Angered by my decision to let the girl known as Rachel Roth remain as she is right now. Free. Do you have any idea how bad this could end? Demanded Giovanni, as he passed around the room. Enough, I ordered, walking towards him. Enough, fumed Giovanni, his anger reaching new peaks with my order. Everyone could die because of this. I nodded. After all, he was right. I am aware of that risk. The thing is, we don't know if containing the girl will do us any favors. For all we know, it could be the catalyst Trigon needs to cross to our realm. Giovanni paused, biting his tongue. Aye, so then what? Is inaction our best course of action? I nodded, once again. Acting against an unknown generates unknown consequences and effects. By letting her continue to be as she is, we have the opportunity to better assess the threat she represents, and plan accordingly should the necessity ever arise. Giovanni tensed, struggling to find his words. I know you're scared. I know you want to protect your daughter. But acting in the heat of the situation will only result in undesirable outcomes, I added, knowing very well the cause behind his fear. Using my daughter against me. Snarled Giovanni, each word dripping with poison. I'm not, I replied calmly. Deciding to take a different approach to the situation. I am simply stating the possible result of letting your impetuousness guide your actions on this particular occasion. He's right, Giovanni, you know that. Said Diana, reaching for his shoulder. I know. Muttered Giovanni, before walking away, anger, fear, shame, and more mixing on his face. I didn't blame him. At times it was hard to keep the lines clear. The line of a father. The line of a hero. More than not, when fear was involved, those lines had no other choice but to collide, tormenting us with what we should do, and what we want to do. Sadly, often enough, the correct path it's never aligned with the things we want. It's aligned with the things we dread. Chapter 47, Chapter 43. Enjoy. David Lance POV. Time went by rather quickly after Rachel's incident, with the weeks going by feeling as if they were seconds. For the most part, the League remained distant but always watching, always behind Rachel's every move. It wasn't the best outcome, I was aware, but it was what it was, and I was okay with it. Because despite the constant surveillance they had on her, they were letting Rachel be, and she was content with this arrangement. As for me, well. With Rachel's situation fixed, for the most part, I continued with my therapy, dealing with one problem at a time. It also helped a great deal I had Rachel to talk to or sign to in my case. It was different talking with someone that could understand you without pity. I was glad to have her as a friend in more than one way. And deep within, I hoped she felt the same. It was, after all, a two-way street. You can't expect someone to help you without being open to helping them as well in any form. That kind of thinking would make me a leech, and as the world is right now, we already had enough of those walking around. Oh, David. I'm respecting your privacy by knocked Oliver at my door 3 consecutive times. I narrowed my eyes at the door, feeling a sense of déjà vu. But asserting my authority as your big brother by coming in anyway. At this, I realized what was happening, memories of my first childhood flashing by as Oliver broke the door open using a green battering ram that was conveniently shaped like a quiver. I sighed, rubbing my temples. Why did you do that? Oliver grinned, dropping the battering ram to the ground. Didn't you hear my clever words a few moments ago? I quirked an eyebrow at him. Fine. Sighed Oliver, tossing a pamphlet my way. I grabbed the pamphlet mid-flight before opening it. It was the plans for a house, a manor, a big one at that, but what did that have to do with him destroying my door? It was here when it hit me. Already, I asked with a smile. Yep, he grinned, like a kid on his first Christmas Eve, too enthusiastic to display any other emotion besides utter elation. To think that in less than 2 months since their official engagement, they would take the next step, living together. Why the new manor, though? I want us to begin our new life with new things, replied Oliver, nodding as if his answer was nothing but logical. Now that I think about it, this feels like something Dinah would tell me in person. After all, this was the kind of event she would love to be the one to break out to me, so I wonder why she sent Oliver instead. Oh, I see what happened now. Time to mess with Oliver for his terrible mistake. She doesn't know you are telling me this, right? I asked, sporting an impish grin on my face. Oliver froze in place, sweat magically materializing on his forehead as he came to realize his terrible mistake. I smiled, my grin growing ever so large. It would be a darn shame if I told her, wouldn't it? What's your price? Muttered Oliver in clear defeat. I won't be easily bought, Oliver, I replied with a nod. I would probably torture him for a bit longer before asking for a cheeseburger or something. I will give you a 4-story private room just for you in the manor, with a movie theater, a game room, and a library so massive Batman will have to get a library card to have access to it, only when you permit. Of course, you will also have your own pool, offered Oliver, his voice firm like that of a businessman. I blinked 2 times before thinking to myself. What? I was gonna ask for some nuggets or something similar, I signed. You drive a hard bargain, sighed Oliver. I will add 2 cheeseburger meals to my offer, 1 extra max per meal. That's my final offer, so, do we have a deal? How the hell was he a billionaire? Wait a second. Suspicious of this offer, I grabbed the pamphlet to read over the plans for the new manor, to find an area called David's Cave, which was a 4-story private room with a movie theater, a game room, a private library, and a pool. He was planning on giving me that regardless of anything all along. I will tell Dinah, I signed, eyes narrowed at him. Oliver panicked. Wait. Let's not get hasty. I'm sure we can work this out. I narrowed my eyes even more. I want 3 cheeseburgers meals now, 2 extras for each meal, and 4 extra large sodas. I paused to think if I wanted something else. Oh right, the dessert. And up to 3 desserts of my choosing in any place. Deal, nodded Oliver, shaking my hand. We both knew this was all in good fun and that it was pointless in any case. I mean, I had a credit card he had given me, with no limits. But, when it came to family, it wasn't about the money, it was about the respect. And I had one today. But seriously, don't tell your sister I told you before her, muttered Oliver. Don't tell me what? Asked Dinah, entering the room as if on cue, hands resting on her hips. Oliver smiled, giving me a pleading side look. A surprise we are planning for you. So don't ruin our plans by asking, I replied, hiding the pamphlet before she could see it. I was a man of my word, the cheeseburgers had been my price, and for my price, I would complete this deal. Dinah hummed, looking at the bits of my broken door on the floor, before glancing at the quiver-shaped battering ram laying a few feet away from my bed. I had a long day, I won't even ask. With that said, she walked out of the room, leaving us victorious. She knew nothing, she was totally in the dark. Dinah Lance POV. I knew. I was totally not in the dark. But I would let those two have their moment. I was a benevolent goddess after all. Chapter 48, Chapter 44. Enjoy. Vandal Savage POV. I waited in my office as a portal appeared, one from Clarion letting Deathstroke and Ra's al Ghul into my office. For a second, both of them stood quite still, almost as if having a small but meaningful exchange of words, then they turned towards me, walking. Deathstroke, Ra's al Ghul, I greeted, offering them a seat, which they both refused to take. I brought them here, just like you asked, Clarion said, sounding annoyed as his familiar tickle meowed at him, making Clarion grow red, as he opened another portal, leaving my office. I know. Savage, is there a good reason you called me here? I assume it's not for socializing, Ra's al Ghul spoke, breaking the ice with a small frown on his face. You are right, I nodded. I need you to eliminate a few undesirable cults here and there, and for that particular mission, the Shadows will be compensated handsomely. Trigon was a threat I didn't have the luxury of letting be. With the help of Clarion and Black Adam, I had located all the cults on Earth that worshipped him and were actively trying to bring him into this world. That, I would not allow. My goal, my sole purpose in this universe, was to further human evolution to the heights I knew we could reach as species. Trigon, and the total annihilation he represented, were factors I simply couldn't allow to come by any means necessary. Thankfully, most of the cults worshipping him were on Earth. The rest, well, they were being taken care of at the moment. How handsomely are we speaking of here? Ra's al Ghul asked, his eyes filled with greed he pitifully thought he could hide. He was good at it, but I was better at reading people. He wanted a seat in the light. I could accommodate him temporarily. The shadows will get more than money out of this deal, they will get a seat in the light, I offered, tone even. Most wonderful, Ra's al Ghul smiled. Then, I accept. The shadows will eradicate these pesky pests that trouble you. I nodded, handing him a file with detailed information about the targets I wanted to be eliminated as soon as possible, as discreetly as possible, in order to avoid the League's intervention. It shall be done, Ra's al Ghul smiled, taking the file before taking his leave, leaving me alone with Deathstroke. Deathstroke, I spoke as the mercenary drew near, taking a seat on my desk out of all places. Was there any particular reason you called here, with Ra's al Ghul? Deathstroke spoke, his voice hard. There is, and there isn't. I simply had two important tasks that required both you and the shadows, and Clarion thought best to bring you both, but that's neither here nor there, I replied with a small nod. So, who do you want me to kill? Deathstroke asked, glancing in my direction. No one. I want to support you on your quest to recruit Black Bolt, I replied, placing a folder close to him. Deathstroke stood still, quiet, before grabbing the folder and reading its contents. I see. He muttered with a stifled chuckle under his mask before placing the folder back on my desk. As you can see in the folders, we estimate his power will reach unprecedented levels before long. His powers, whoever will stagnate or rot under the League's watchful eye, you, on the other hand, would present an opportunity for improvement within him, I replied, being fully aware I was dealing with possibilities that could backfire in the future, but be that as it may, I preferred dealing with a failed experiment than with a hero of his skill set. According to those figures in that folder, you estimate he will have the power to blow the Earth up in a few years. I don't know much about your goals, but I know the Earth's survival is in them. Deathstroke replied, reading between the unwritten lines. You would be correct, I nodded, rising from my seat. So, are you up for this task, Slade? Deathstroke laughed, jumping to his feet. I am, Savage. Deathstroke POV. Vandal Savage thought me an idiot. I really couldn't fault him for that. He was a man with more than 40,000 years of experience in his arsenal, so for him, most were undeveloped creatures. He had done it all, and he had seen it all. Be that as it may, he was severely underestimating me. It was true he was a master of the long game, playing with everyone 10 different games at the same time, always being 10 steps ahead of every contender at all times. Including the Witch Boy, Vandal's nuclear deterrent. Right now, he was playing with me. And he was winning, but oh, I would play. This deal he had offered me was nothing more than a warning that carried a double meaning. 1. They would pursue Black Bolt regardless of who wanted him on their side. So if I wanted him, it would be best to cooperate with them. And 2. They knew what I was doing at all times, which on its own meant nothing, but for those capable of reading between lines, it meant something rather simple: do as we tell you to do, or face the consequences. They were, in other words, threatening me. It had been a while since someone did. Good. They wanted me to play the lapdog. I would play my part, and when the time came, I would bite back. I was honestly, in an almost childish sense, thrilled with this development. Now, the main only problems on my side table were Savage and Clarion, two immortal beings. Savage could be contained. But the Witch Boy, he was a player in his own league. One, not even the Kryptonian had a chance to face. I really hated magic. It made all things a bit more complicated than they had to be. But I suppose that's part of the fun. Chapter 49, Chapter 45. Enjoy. David Lance POV. I walked down the street towards the library, carrying some snacks and books to return on my black-colored backpack that was neatly strapped to my back. I was on my way to meet with Rachel after 2 weeks of not having seen her, and well, I was happy. It wasn't anyone's fault I hadn't been able to visit her until now, but as things happen, life has kept the both of us busy, dealing with different problems, some of them related to the events that had made me run away with her in order to help her clear her name. But that was neither here nor there, as most of those tides had cleared, leaving nothing but a good in-between, so to speak. 2 hot dogs and a soda for $3.99. I stopped, my eyes glancing at the hot dog vendor before checking on my clock. I still had time. Smiling, I approached the hot dog stand, giving the men a $5 bill, asking for a combo and 2 sodas with a few gestures of my hand, which, thankfully, the men understood without much problem. Coming right up, boss. The hot dog guy said, smiling wide, as he went to prepare my lunch. I smiled, giving him a small nod as I patiently waited for my food on the side, texting Dinah I would be late today, to not wait for me. I had plans for today. I wanted to hang out with Rachel around the city, showing her some cool places I had learned to love here and there, and because of that, I simply had no time to have dinner with Dinah and Oliver. Okay, remember to have something healthy to eat, and yes, that doesn't include hot dogs. I smiled at the text before putting my phone back in my pocket as I caught sight of the hot dog guy finishing my order. Here you go, boss, 2 house specials. The hot dog guy said, giving me a small box that contained in it my order. Nice touch for a street vendor. I smiled, taking the box from his hands before leaving a $5 tip on his tip jar. Thanks, boss. I waved at him warmly before continuing on my path to the library. Opening the hot dog box to dig in on my lunch, taking the first bite that was, much to my delight, superb in every meaning on the way for a hot dog. I might have found the one for me in the hot dog world. Smiling at the thought, I continued walking towards the library, finishing my lunch quickly with 3 bites on each hot dog, leaving me with 2 sodas in each hand. I wonder if the 3 bites thing was the reason so many people were staring at me in aghast as I ate. I shrugged, pushing that unimportant question aside as the library came into view, practically operating a big smile on my face the moment my eyes caught sight of it. Entering the library, I greeted the librarian with a wave before turning to my spot, or as it was now, our spot, as I shared with Rachel, to find her sitting in the very same place I had met her for the first time, reading just like that time. I brought some snacks, Rachel said softly, looking up from her book, a small fleeting smile gracing her face as I took a seat. I smiled, opening my backpack to show all the vegan snacks I had bought, some with names I doubted anyone could pronounce. I don't know half of those, Rachel admitted, looking over the goodies before grabbing the bag of snacks she had brought with her, and putting it in the middle for easier reach for me. I bought dried meat and other similar snacks for you. Though I doubt you will eat any, you just ate hot dogs, I presume. I blinked, slowly sniffing the air to see if I smelled like my recent lunch, which made Rachel roll her eyes in amusement. I don't need to smell the hot dog in you, to know you ate one. You are a creature of habit, David, you see a hot dog stand, and the primal part of your brain pushes you to go. Oh. I see now, she had seen the hot dog guy on her way to the library before me and had connected the dots. I feel like I should feel insulted that I am this predictable when it comes to food. I knew the moment I saw the hot dog cart on my way here you would make a quick stop there, Rachel replied, going back to her book, but not before grabbing one of the snacks I had brought for her. But what she didn't know was that I had the stomach of a superpowered teenager with a godlike metabolism, and therefore, for me, 2 hot dogs were nothing more than drops of water in the hot desert, under the wrath of 3 suns. Grinning at my own inner victory, I grabbed the snacks she had bought and started to dig in. Starting with the dry meats. So, what plans did you have for today? Rachel asked, looking at me devouring the snacks with an unperturbed, almost bored glance. Well, I wanted to go and see a movie and then show you around, I replied, swallowing what I had been chewing on as I made a small pause to shrug. Nothing set in stone, really, besides the movie. I see, Rachel replied softly, with just the hint of a smile, turning her full attention back to her book. I smiled, grabbing one of the books she had placed near her in order to read something as I ate. I had no idea what the future had on hold for me, but for the first time in a long time, I wasn't troubled by the possibility of a tomorrow. Things were looking better and better for me. I was working on my problems, my fears, and more with Diana and John, and it helped Rachel was there to help me as well. She was a master when it came to meditation techniques. They really helped when it came to dealing with oneself. All in all, I'm happy. Chapter 50, Chapter 46. Corn feels generous today. So if we reach top 2 today, I will post another chap. As a proof of my generosity, here it is a succulent, bodacious, double release. Enjoy. Rachel Roth POV. Each of us lives, dependent, and bound by our individual knowledge and our awareness. That had always been bitterly clear to me. For as long as I could remember, who I was had always been clear. I was Rachel Roth, a tool, an instrument to halt Trigon for as long as possible. That, however, had an ambiguous hidden meaning because, for many, I was a tool born to aid Trigon in his never-ending quest. In a way, you could say both ideas were right. I had been born for that very purpose, Trigon had sired my existence for that very reason. Azarath had given me a new meaning, a purpose. But, no matter how much I changed, my origins remained the same. I used to think before meeting David I was bound to one day lose against Trigon. He was immortal, timeless, and I was but a girl facing something I couldn't even begin to understand. That hadn't changed, at least not entirely. I still didn't know what awaited me at the end of the tunnel, and this uncertainty scared me. But now, I felt like I wasn't alone. It was absurd, I know, but David made me feel like I wasn't alone for the first time in my life. He was like me, maybe not entirely, but close enough for me to not feel alone. I was aware our circumstances were vastly different, as well as our upbringings, but even then, I knew he could relate. For we shared an empathic bond, and therefore we were able to understand and share each other's feelings in an unspoken way, and for that, I was truly glad. However, this kindred connection we both shared made me feel terrible because, in a sick way, I was glad his suffering was there, to begin with, as it had allowed us to connect. I didn't know if that made me a bad person. I certainly didn't want him to suffer, he was my friend. But I couldn't lie when I said I was glad he could understand me, my burdens, my everything. So, did you like the movie? David asked, his hands moving over the signs as he looked at me with a smile, snapping me out of my long reverie. It was terrible. The protagonist seemed like he was trying to die as soon as possible, I replied quietly. I would never understand horror movie protagonists. Had the protagonist taken the logical path, he would have survived, and the movie would have ended in 15 minutes. That's horror movies for you. What I do to avoid questioning their choices is I simply assume they have a single-digit IQ, and then I'm fine with their decisions, nodded David, tossing his empty drink into a trash can as he passed it by. I smiled. That was an interesting way to accept their faulty decisions. I will do that the next time. David smiled, tilting his head in my direction. So, ready to explore the city? I nodded. I had, after all, been meaning to explore Star City to be better accustomed to my new home. I had picked this city for various reasons, some more important than others. Yes, I'm ready. Wonderful, replied David, a warm smile gracing his face once more. I smiled. Who was I kidding? He had been the reason I had picked this city above all others, my first friend. I wonder if that makes me a clingy friend. I might need to read a book or two about the subject later on, without David knowing. I would die from the embarrassment if he saw me reading those kinds of books. As I pondered over that embarrassing thought, an explosion went off in the far distance, which caught David's attention as well as mine. Immediately after, David's phone vibrated, and as he took his phone out of his back pocket to read the message, I caught sight of the sender. His sister, Dinah Lance. Do you have to go? I asked, not at all bothered if he had to. I admired the path he had taken. Helping others was not a job that was often rewarded, I knew that. David didn't reply immediately, reading the text message his sister had sent him before shaking his head. It's fine, others have it under control. I nodded, feeling how his emotions overflowed with confidence in what he had said. He had no doubts, not even the slightest. Heroes. For most, they are beacons of hope, but in reality, they are simply ordinary people who make themselves extraordinary, for it wasn't the power that made the hero but the will to use them for what they thought was right, after all. A true hero wasn't measured by the size of his strength but by the strength of his heart. It was admirable. I wonder if I can become a hero. Using the powers meant to hurt, destroy, and subdue others to save them. It would be poetic in more than one sense. You want to walk, or do we take cabs? Asked David. Batman POV. New file. Security level, Omega. Password, Delta/Charlie/27/5/1939. Enable new protocol. Title, Agamemnon Contingency, in progress. I have carefully studied the new individual known as Rachel Roth, analyzing past and present events in the attempt to create a plan in order to neutralize her should that become necessary. Agamemnon Contingency file code name, Demon Gate. If Rachel Roth ever becomes a threat to the planet, the following prototype protocols need to be enacted to ensure our survival. Magical threats are tricky to deal with but not impossible. For this particular threat, simulations have estimated the Helm of Fate has to come into action, bringing Dr. Fate back into the world. While Dr. Fate's power alone can't deal with Trigon, his power should be enough to will incapacitate Rachel Roth, stopping the threat. Further testing is required. Contingency plan in progress. More data is required for a better analysis and possible results. Chapter 51, Chapter 47. Enjoy. David Lance POV. It's funny how life works out sometimes. You try to fight the circumstances with all your might, but in the end, you have to accept that things will never be exactly as you want them to be. That's not necessarily a bad thing, though. I've spent so long fighting who I am, or who I could be, fiercely trying to deny it, that I was losing sight of what was important. But now, finally, I was starting to accept myself for who I was. And honestly, it felt pretty good. Sure, there was still a lot of darkness in my life. But there was also a lot of happiness too. And I was slowly learning to embrace both sides of myself. After all, it's what made me who I am. I used to be scared of what would happen, of what could happen, and I still was. Those fears kept me in a cage of my own making, in a prison without escape. But in time, I've learned that sometimes we just have to accept what is rather than what we want it to be. And while that can be difficult to accept, it's also freeing without measure. Because once we let go of those burdens, even if just a bit, we can move on to living our lives. I was still lost, after all. I had no idea what awaited for me in the future. Or, if I was prepared for it in any case, but now, as much as the possibility still scared me, I was okay. I genuinely felt better. Dark clouds often bring with them a sense of foreboding and dread. But sometimes, they can also be a sign of a better tomorrow. A sign that things are about to change and that we must go through whatever comes next together. Whatever the future held, I would be ready for it, for when it came. I was still afraid of my powers and the what-ifs. I still had my demons to face. But now, I was taking a step in the right direction, coming to accept that being scared wouldn't solve a thing. I was done being the victim. I was done letting my fears dictate my future and every step. I was done being afraid. Now, it was time to take control of my life and forge my own path, one step at a time. I wasn't alone in this fight. I had people I could count on. I had always had. I had my sister, I had Oliver and his mustache, and I had Rachel, and I suppose, in his own way, I had Batman in my corner as well. I would take one day at a time, aiming for heights not even the original Black Bolt had reached. I would grasp my will and aim for the stars. I would be the best that I could be and reach for greatness. Though it may take time and effort, I would not give up. This was not a challenge that I faced alone, but one we all must face in time. Life was a war, it had always been a war, and it is up to us how this war ends, be it victory or tragedy. We were born into this world to face challenges and overcome them. Living was all about hearing your heartbeat and knowing you're alive. It's about being determined to make the most of every moment, no matter what life dares throws at you. It's about fighting for what you believe in, even. No, especially when the odds are against us. At least according to Wonder Woman. I wasn't there yet, on their outlook of life. I was trying, though, trying to fully take the lessons given to me in order to see the world through a different glass. I had started this journey broken, lost, and scarred. But in time, I had come to learn that sometimes scars were the most refined attire one could possibly wear. For they told a story of strength and resilience, of battles won and lessons learned. Scars of all types were the reminder that we were mortals, the reminder that we have been through something and come out the other side stronger for it. I used to be ashamed of my mental scars, my depression, and my fears, but now, I was starting to accept them, wearing them with pride, all thanks to Dinah, Oliver, Diana, John, and Batman, knowing now that each scar was not a shame, but a badge of honor earned through hard-fought experience. A reminder to never give up, no matter how tough things get. Those in my life had shown me how wrong I had been. Each one in their own individual way, Dinah through unconditional love, Oliver through unconditional friendship, and Rachel through unconditional empathy. Before them, I used to think that loneliness would grant me peace. How naive. Instead, it only brought me misery and despair. Because in my own isolation, peace was not to be found. Instead, I was constantly plagued by my own thoughts, with no escape from them. Not anymore. Now that I have to come to accept my own faults. I was now able to see what others saw in me, granting me the strength to be vulnerable, the strength to risk everything for the sake of a better tomorrow, for sake of those I love. That was something always worth fighting for. Life was tricky, no matter who you were, especially when you had the power to destroy a planet. It was easy to be consumed by fears and doubts this brought. To let them take hold of yourself, allowing them to dictate our actions. But if we give in to them, if we let them win, then we are truly lost. We must be strong, even when we are weak. We must be invincible, even when it hurts. But no matter what, we must never give in to weakness. Pain, doubts, and fears would always be there for us. It was up to us to stand tall in the face of them, even when trembling. It was up to us to fight, even when we felt weak, because, in reality, we were stronger than we truly know, braver than we believed, and more capable than we could possibly imagine. After all, it ain't how many times life knocks us down. It's how many times we get back up. Chapter 52, Chapter 48. Enjoy. David Lance POV. November 2009. 14 months since the events of the League and Rachel. I leaped from rooftop to rooftop under the dim light of the night, never losing sight of my target, an assassin that had tried to kill an activist during his sleep, probably hired by some corporate overlord, who I was determined to bring to justice, after capturing his accomplice. Being one step behind him at all times, I managed to cut him in his tracks, cornering him in a dark alley, leaving the assassin nowhere to go, or so would the average person, because the moment we arrived at the alley, multiple individuals stepped from out of the shadows. "Give up," the assassin ordered, "you're outnumbered and outmatched." I sighed, giving the assassin a look that conveyed how amused I was at his statement that brimmed with bravado he couldn't back up. Evidently reading my look, the assassin hissed, drawing a thin blade from their belt. Soon enough, the rest of his party did the same, drawing their weapons in order to fight me. I stepped forward, smiling under my mask, while calmly pointing behind him. But before anyone could even register what I had done, a soft voice was heard, and the assassins crumpled to the ground like dominoes. "Numbers don't really matter in situations like these," Rachel, or rather Raven while on the job, said softly, hovering a few feet above the ground. "Most criminals are dumb," I replied. "I mean, had they attacked me, their blades and weapons would have shattered against my skin, and that was if they managed to reach my skin, to begin with. Not many could hurt me as I was now, at least not without an excellent strategy and an even better arsenal of weapons at their disposal." Puberty was a wonder for superpowered beings. Not only were my powers increasing on their own, day and night, because I was growing into the body of an adult. But atop of that, I had been training my body and mind to their very limits, and, well, needless to say, the training was paying off. My abilities, in general, were growing at an exponential rate. I was now able to do things that a year ago I never would have thought even remotely possible. For one, I could now move at subsonic speeds and had the strength to jump over buildings in a single bound with shocking ease. And it didn't stop there, my reflexes had improved as well. They were quite possibly the thing that had improved the most, to the point that I could now easily dodge bullets or even deflect them with my bare hands depending on the caliber of the weapon itself, as some types of ammunition were still able to hurt me. But while my overall powers were increasing a lot with no signs of slowing down in their rate, I was not going to let that blind me. On the contrary, now more than ever, I was determined to hone my skills in order to avoid the power I was acquiring from dulling them. I couldn't afford to become arrogant or overconfident, not in this life, and especially not if I wanted to keep protecting others. "Done," Raven announced calmly, gaining my attention. To see she had tied every assassin with so much rope, I was honestly quite surprised they were still breathing. Wait, were they breathing? They are. Raven replied, almost as if reading my mind. From where? They are more rope than humans at this point, I replied, pointing out the fact the assassins looked like they were caterpillars inside rope-like chrysalises. I see. Raven nodded, using her magic to fix the situation. I still remember the day she had approached me with the idea of becoming a hero with me. I remember being elated. Since that fateful day, she had been patrolling with me most nights while learning under Dinah the basics of the job. She still had a few things to learn, like how to tie a bad guy up properly without suffocating them in the process or how to fight without magic. Nevertheless, I had no doubt she would overcome these little things in no time. What do you want to do with them? Raven asked, breaking me out of my thoughts. I thought for a few seconds before coming up with an idea. It was perfect, in fact. Follow me, I said, grabbing a few of the technically mummified assassins with Raven following close behind. Can you open a portal to the commissary? Raven nodded before sighing in amusement, realizing what I was about to do. Won't the police commissioner get angry about this? I shook my head. He finds it amusing. Besides, he has given me the green lights to do so. Without another word, Raven sighed, smiling ever so lightly as she opened a portal to the police station, where I started to throw and hurl the assassins inside the portal like sacks, one after the other. I'm sure they'll be quite upset when they wake up and find out what happened, Raven commented as I did my thing. The corners of my mouth quirked up in a slight smirk under my mask. I'm sure they will be, I replied, hurling the last one in. But their ire will only make them easier to capture if they ever escape jail. Raven nodded in agreement. That's true. Kid, what in the actual hell? The police commissioner growled, stepping through the portal without a care for the world, stomping his way towards me. You just dropped 12 humans. At my nod, he continued, 12 human criminals in my precinct cell. One after the other. Hell. At least text next time. To what number? I replied, perking an eyebrow up. While it was true, I had his number, and much more, he hadn't given me that information himself, so I was messing with him a bit. The commissioner narrowed his eyes at me. You have access to military-grade weapons, magic, and God Almighty knows what else, and you tell me you can't find my phone number. Telemarketers do that. He won this one, Raven muttered with a soft nod. I nodded, admitting defeat. I concede to your logic, Commissioner. Next time I will text. At this, the Commissioner smiled, pleased with my answer. Good, now, what exactly am I dealing with back there? He asked, pointing at the portal, referring to the assassins. Assassins, nothing too complicated. Here's the evidence I have against them, I replied, handing the commissioner a USB with enough information to convict them. 12 assassins. I swear to God they breed like bunnies, he muttered under his breath, taking the USB before walking back into the portal. I liked the guy. He was easy to deal with. Chapter 53, Chapter 49. Enjoy. David Lance POV. I entered the League's quarters, where Diana and John waited for me for my monthly session of therapy in a small office designed for these situations. As I sat down, we exchanged brief pleasantries before getting down to business at question. So, how have things been since we last spoke? Diana asked, leaning forward ever so lightly. I thought for a moment before answering. Things have been improving steadily, for the most part, I guess. I mean, I've been keeping busy, which helps. That's good to hear, John said with a short nod. Anything new or exciting that has made you feel better? Well, I've been hanging out with Dinah, Oliver, and Rachel a lot outside the hero stuff, and that's good. Beyond that, I've been training a lot too, I replied. But the thoughts still haunt you, don't they? Diana said softly. I nodded. After all, when I had decided to embrace therapy to the full extent of its meaning, I had been very aware my problems would take time to fix and that my demons would fight tooth and nail to the very end. Can you elaborate on that? John prompted gently. Well, I still have a few nightmares here and there since the Joker's incident, I admitted with a sigh. Nothing too hard, really. Just memories that come every now and then. That sounds very difficult, Diana said sympathetically. Is there anything, in particular, that's been triggering these memories? I shook my head. It's pretty much random. It used to bother me, but now, it's more like an annoyance that wakes me up once every few weeks. As the session continued, John and Diana both encouraged me to be more open about how I was feeling and to express myself more freely. Which was something that I had been struggling with for a long time. They said that I needed to find a way to express myself so that I could release those feelings and not keep them bottled up inside. They also gave me some valuable advice on how to deal with my emotions, telling me that it was okay to feel sad, angry, or scared at times. That it was normal to feel those things and that what really mattered was how I dealt with those emotions. Here and there, they would also remind me there was more to life than being a hero. And that while training like I did was admirable, at times could do more harm than good. An hour or so later, the session concluded, with them finishing our talk with positive feedback about my progress, telling me if things continued this way, I would soon have no need for these sessions, but that regardless of my need for them, they would always be here for me. Needless to say, I was more than elated to hear that my progress was being recognized by them in some form of sense. It made me feel like all the hard work I was putting into healing was really paying off. And to know that John and Diana would still be there for me if I ever needed them, well, that meant the world to me. Done with my session, I said my goodbyes to them and left the building feeling both thankful and hopeful. In a certain sense, I felt like I had made progress in understanding myself and my feelings. As I left the therapy room, ready to take a shower, I found myself face to face with Batman, who stopped me with his hand, wanting to have a talk about my outstanding job dealing with the drug cartel of Los Santos before it took roots in Star City, and subsequently in Gotham. Your skills are improving, Batman complimented in his usual dry tone, and I knew immediately he wasn't talking about my physical improvements but my detective work. I replied with a nod, feeling both surprised and honored the Dark Knight himself was complimenting me. He wasn't one to do that much. Superman himself, the man one could argue was his best friend, said that Batman had only given him 5 compliments since they formed the League, 2 of which Batman denied were compliments. I've been watching you up close as of lately, Batman continued, his eyes narrowing. You have potential, a lot of it. Which is why I want to train you. I raised an eyebrow in confusion. Unsure as to what he meant, I mean, so far, he had already been training me here and there. Most of my detective skills came from him, after all, so from my point of view, it didn't make much sense what he was offering unless he was offering me a full-time sidekick position, but while that would make sense, that didn't fit his profile, so what exactly did he mean by train me if he was already training me to begin with? I can see the wheels turning in your head, Batman said, correctly guessing my thoughts. But this isn't about becoming my sidekick or anything like that. I breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that wasn't his intention. I mean, I liked working with him and all, but the thought of being his sidekick full-time was a bit daunting, to say the least. Why? Well, I had read enough comics to know that was a terrible position to have. So what is this about then? I asked, still confused about his offer. I want to train you so that you can become the best crime fighter anyone has ever seen, Batman replied without missing a beat. As I said before, I see a lot of potential in you, and with the right training, I know you can reach great heights. I was taken aback by his words. I'll think about it. Very well, Batman nodded before walking out of sight. I was aware before even thinking about it that what he was offering me was a one-of-a-kind deal. The man was quite possibly the best detective this world had ever seen, and learning from him would undoubtedly help me improve my skills. But, just as I knew how my sister would react upon hearing about this offer. I might have to warn the Dark Knight if I do decide to accept this offer. Chapter 54, Chapter 50. Enjoy. Lex Luthor POV. I continued my research on Black Bolt, trying to find out what made him tick. It simply irritated me to no conceivable end that his DNA was nigh impossible to read or break, one impossibly more complex than Kryptonian DNA, a fact that made no scientific sense. He was a human, a metahuman, sure, but a human all the same, yet he was a walking enigma. Needless to say, I wasn't about to give up, though. I would find out what made Black Bolt so unique, one way or another. And if Earth science didn't help me with this, well, I had other ways of getting information. Questionable ways, but effective all the same. And who could really blame me? In this world, in this universe, information was power, and I wanted to know everything there was to know about him for the sake of knowledge and power. There were a few individuals in this world that warranted my attention, he was one of them. Especially since he was quickly becoming a thorn in my side, both from a scientific point of view and from an economic one. Though I suppose the latter had been my own fault. After all, I had invested the money out of my own accord. 2 times more than what I had invested in Project Mach. And I still had nothing. There was no doubt he was different, to say the least, but that was oversimplifying the entire thing. Maybe Vandal was right, and I was focusing too much on one simple thing. But there was simply something about him that nagged at me, something I just couldn't quite put my finger on it. Something that bothered me a lot. I had considered more than once asking Savage for Darkseid's help in this particular matter, but every time logic came to bear, I had decided against it. One didn't need to be a genius to know that whatever possible benefits Darkseid could offer would as always be outweighed by the potential consequences of literally dealing with Space Satan. In a few words, I simply didn't want to risk giving Darkseid any more power than he already had. But that was neither here nor there. I suppose that for the time being, it was best to close this research, as it was clear it had reached a painfully evident block. It was a shame, really. I had high hopes that my genius alone would solve this mystery. But alas, it was not meant to be. Still, there was no reason to be sad or annoyed about this failure. After all, there were still other projects to keep me busy, projects I was certain didn't quite have so many roadblocks. And who knows? Perhaps someday, I will return to this project and see it through to completion. But for now, it was time to move on. Deathstroke POV. For the past year, I had been playing the role of an obedient attack dog for the light, doing their bidding day and night while carefully moving the pieces of my future attack around, patiently waiting for the right moment to strike. No matter how smart Vandal was, he was still human, immortal or not. And humans made mistakes. I just had to bid my time. Play my role to the best of my ability. In the meantime, however, I really couldn't complain. They paid me well, very well. And as long as I got the job done, they were happy to keep me on board as a piece in their little game, and I always got the job done. I was good at what I did. One of the best, in fact. And I knew it. Once I secured Black Bolt's loyalty as my apprentice, I was certain the opportunity to strike would arise, eventually. And when it did, the light would regret crossing me. I was confident that with Black Bolt under my control, it would only be a matter of time before the light fell. Enough about that, though. Right now, it was time to work. Taking a deep breath, I peeked through the shadows I was hiding, watching as my target exited the building. I had been waiting for this moment for days. The target was rather reclusive, paranoid even. Nevertheless, they all slipped eventually, no matter how careful they are, and it was then when they would meet my blade. As the target walked out of his hiding place, I stepped out of the shadows from behind cover and calmly walked towards him, blocking his path. The target froze as looked up at me, realizing who I was, dread clear in his eyes. I grinned inside my mask in a sick way. It had always been satisfying to see the fear in my victims' eyes before I ended their lives. "You're coming with me," I said coldly, grabbing onto the target's arm before he could move out of reach, pulling him towards a dark corner. The target tried to resist, to run, but alas, it was all in vain. Bored, there had been no fight whatsoever, no real struggle. I pulled out my knife before grabbing the target by the hair, pulling his head back, ending his life in one quick motion by cutting his throat open. Momentarily unable to register what had happened, the target gurgled, gasping for air, trying to hold onto his life, but for all the struggle the poor bastard was giving, it was already over before he could even begin fighting. Taking a deep breath, I stepped back from the body that now laid motionless on the ground in a pool of its own blood before wiping the blood off my knife. Yet another job done. Now it was time to move on to the next target. The light had given me quite the list, and while I played the role of their hound, I intended to cross every name on the list they had given me. Now, to Gotham. If I was lucky, the Dark Knight of Gotham would live up to his reputation, catching wind of my actions so far, predicting my next target. It wasn't like I was hiding from being discovered in the first place. I was being subtle, sure, but not subtle enough for detectives on the level of Batman to ignore. I wanted him to find out because the sooner the Dark Knight discovered the light existed, the sooner my plans for revenge would begin. Chapter 55, Chapter 51. Enjoy. Rachel Roth POV. The Dark Birds of Star City. The Dark Flock of Justice. The Feathery Family. That's how the news called us. Black Canary, Black Bolt, and Raven, the Birds of Justice. I found this funny on many levels, especially when taking into account I was sure Black Bolt wasn't a bird's name to begin with. I also found this nice, in a warm kind of way. It was stupid, perhaps, but the fact others were considering me part of their group, of their family, felt nice. It made me feel like I was no longer alone. Like I had a purpose beyond the one that had been forced upon me. Like I was needed. And that felt good. But every now and then, when I was alone with nothing but my thoughts, I started to wonder in silence if this was really my place. I was not like them. I wasn't human. I was a demon. And no matter how much I tried to convince myself otherwise, that was always going to be my reality. I was different, and I would always be. And I couldn't help but wonder if, one day, that difference would be my undoing, their undoing. Would I end up being the hero they saw in me? Or would I end up being the monster I feared I could be? The truth was, I didn't know. I was afraid of these questions, of what the future had in store for me. For now, though, I was content to simply be part of the flock. I sighed as these dark thoughts swirled in my mind, and not for the first time. It seemed like, lately, my mind was consumed by the doubts. And try as I might, I couldn't shake these thoughts and feelings off. Perhaps it was because, for the first time in my life, I had something to lose beyond my own life, and the thought of losing it scared me. I was so lost in my thoughts, in my own questions, that as I pondered in my bed about these feelings, I didn't even hear the door of my room open or the footsteps approaching me. It was only when I felt a warm hand on my shoulder that I snapped out of it, turning around to see David standing there, a concerned look on his face. "Raven, are you all right?" he asked, his face showing genuine concern. I shook my head, not trusting myself to say anything. I was fully aware of the stupidity of my own doubts, and that was the thing about the mind, nothing ever made sense. David sighed and pulled me into a hug, which I gratefully accepted without a word, much to my shock. Then without a word, he started stroking my hair in a clear attempt to comfort me, as his emotions washed over me. I felt his worry, his concern, but most of all, I felt his hope. And at that moment, I realized something. No matter what the future held for me, no matter what happened, I was somehow certain he would always be there for me like I would for him. And that was enough for me. It was more than enough, actually. Because as long as I was certain of that, I felt I could face anything the future threw at me. "That's enough," I smiled, breaking out of his embrace. "Is it?" "You looked like me for a second there," David jokingly replied as he took a seat on my bed. "Funny," I replied in an even tone. "Comedy often comes from pain," David shrugged. I sighed, a small smile on my face. "How was your mission on Metropolis?" "Good, I caught the bad guys before they managed to do any harm," David replied, frowning a bit. He was feeling disappointed. "But I pressed." He sighed. "Well, while I managed to catch the goons, the boss escaped, or rather, never showed, meaning the boss had been aware of David's moves, or at the very least, aware a hero was moving against him and had therefore decided to change his course of action before said individual had him in an inescapable corner." "You will get him or her next time," I replied, believing my words. "I know, but today's victory feels void, without the big fish," David sighed, rubbing his temples before shaking his head. "Enough about me though, how was today's training with my dear sister?" I frowned, remembering the insulting amount of time I spent on the ground today. "You will get better at it, don't worry," David smiled, reading my expressions with ease. I sighed. "Hopefully. We know magic is your thing, but having a few extra skills are always helpful," David nodded. I nodded. "I am aware, I am simply bothered at how bad I am." "Well, that's the beauty of learning, we can't be good at everything, I mean. I suck at magic," David replied, his eyes beaming a bit. I snorted. "That's one way to see the glass, isn't it?" He grinned. "So, have you thought about Batman's offer?" I asked, curious as to what David had decided. "Well, to be honest, I still haven't decided. I mean, sure, it is a tempting offer, but for some reason, I feel like he has some sort of hidden agenda, and honestly, I don't want to be a part of something that I can't control," David replied, his face turning serious. "He never lies," I reminded David of his own words about Batman. "I know. He only avoids sharing the true reason behind his actions," David nodded with a sigh. "I might take the offer, to be completely honest. I mean, knowing Batman like I do, he just probably wants me close to study my limits in order to plan an effective contingency plan against me or update the one he already has against me." I wasn't sure if I was okay with how nonchalant David sounded about Batman possibly planning how to take him down like it was the most normal thing in the world. I might be overthinking this, to be fair, David smiled, keeping his emotions under tight control. Chapter 56, Chapter 52. Enjoy. David Lance POV. After weeks of giving Batman's offer a lot of thought, I decided to accept, much to Dinah's and Oliver's protests on the matter, who both fervently considered that it was best for me to learn by their side. I honestly appreciated their worry, but no matter how I looked at this was an opportunity that was just too good to simply push aside just because of my record when it came to Batman. Besides, I was very confident that I could take care of myself. So, with their reluctant blessing, I found myself on a plane to Paris under an alias, where I would be trained under the world's best swordsman. As the plane took off, I couldn't help but think about what exactly awaited me in the City of Lights, as well as Batman's parting words. He had given me 2 weeks to defeat the swordsman in his own art, saying that if I failed, the training would stop there. I was determined not to fail. As the plane landed, I made my way through customs and into the city. The first thing that struck me was the sheer amount of people everywhere. The streets were teeming with people walking, biking, and driving. The second thing was the architecture. The buildings were southwest tall and close together. Eventually, after a bit of sightseeing, I made my way to the address that Batman had given me and found myself in front of a large luxurious building, where the world's best fencer was supposed to live. Taking a deep breath, I rang the doorbell and waited. A few moments later, the door opened, and I was greeted by a tall man with piercing blue eyes in his late 50s with graying hair and a mustache. He had a kind face, but there was something about his eyes that made me think he had seen a lot of violence in his lifetime, something that exuded an aura of confidence and power. Smiling, the man introduced himself as Charles du Marchand before inviting me inside. As I entered the building, I couldn't help but admire the opulence of the place. It was clear that the swordsman lived quite a comfortable life. After a quick tour around the house, Charles led me to a large training room that was 2 levels below the street, where he then proceeded to give me a crash course on what I was to expect from his training before having me spar with him in order for him to get a general idea of where my skills were. For a brief moment, we both sparred as I quickly came to realize why he was considered the best in the world. His moves were quick, precise, and carried a weight that only experience itself could bring to one's weapon. As was to be expected, after a minute or two, Charles managed to deal the winning blow, where he congratulated me for lasting that long. I smiled, not sure if he was patronizing me or not because, from my point of view, the spar had ended rather quickly. However, before I could give the thought a second to settle in, Charles grinned before playfully smacking me on the back as he started to give me some tips on my form and how to improve my technique, which, seeing what my task in Paris was, I dutifully took to heart. "I expect great things from you, kid," Charles said in a thick French accent before putting me through a series of exercises. And so, my real training began. Each day, starting with my body going through a series of grueling exercises, both mental and physical, that even though I was leagues above a normal human in all physical manner, still pushed me to my very limits, all in order to become the best fencer possible. Every morning, I would wake up before the sun came out, starting the day with a 40-mile run through the streets of Paris before having a quick breakfast and heading down to the training room, where I would spend hours practicing sword techniques and forms with Charles. In between our sessions, Charles would stop to teach me about the history of fencing, going over the different styles from all over the world, as well as introducing me to some of his own personal philosophies on the matter. I was starting to see why Batman had sent me here of all places. Batman POV. David, as I had foreseen, had taken my offer, and I was glad he had. He has a lot of potential, as well as a lot of threats looming above him like vultures. He had to be ready to face what was to come, and I would make sure he was. "Master Bruce, Black Canary is here," Alfred said as he came into the Batcave, with Black Canary coming behind him, wearing a worried expression. "Thank you, Alfred. You can leave us," I said as I turned to face her. "Why did you send my brother to Paris, Bruce?" Dinah asked with a piercing tone. From the get-go, I could tell she was both angry and worried about the entire situation. "Paris is but the first step on his journey," I replied. "As to why I sent him there? Well, the reason is simple, to provide him with the best possible training." "You could have trained him yourself," Dinah retorted. "Believe me, I'm happy you aren't training him personally, but still. Why send him there?" "I could have, yes," I agreed with a nod. "But he needs to be able to work and learn with other people, not just me. And in order for him to do that, he needs to expand his horizons. And you didn't think I could provide that for him?" Dinah asked, her tone softening a bit as she took a step closer. "It's not that I don't think you could provide it, Dinah," I said as I shook my head. "It's that I know you would try to protect him, and in doing so, you would only hinder his training." "I see," Dinah said with a nod, her expression thoughtful. "I suppose you are right, Bruce. I worry about him, that's all." "I understand your concerns, Dinah. But I can assure you that your brother is in capable hands. He's a very promising young man, and I have every confidence in his ability to succeed," I replied without missing a beat. "I just wish I could be there with him," Dinah replied. "I know," I replied. Chapter 57, Chapter 53. Double chapter if we reach the top 3. Cornby feeling sexy. On other news, Marvel will restart updates next month, the 15th. So yeah, vote if you want them double deluxe. Enjoy. David Lance POV. After 6 days of continuous training with the world's best fencer, Charles du Marchand, I managed to defeat him in a clean match for the first time ever, that victory being the first of many against him, effectively ending my training with him as per Batman's instructions. My training under Charles had been intense at first. Every morning I'd be up at the crack of dawn to begin my stretches and footwork exercises before spending hours practicing my forms and techniques with a wooden sword, before spending the rest of the day sparring Charles himself, followed by more training with the wooden sword into the night. Eventually, this routine had all paid off, concluding with my victory against the seasoned fence, who, upon his defeat, had been more than elated that I had, in his own words, surpassed him in less than a week. "Good luck out there, kid." Charles smiled as we walked to the exit of his manor. "Thank you, Charles." "For everything," I replied with a smile, backpack in hand, as I walked out of his house. Now that my training with Charles had ended, all that was left to do was wait for further instructions for Batman, which didn't take long, for I had barely exited Charles's manor, saying my goodbyes to the men, when my phone rang, the ringtone telling me that it was a message from Batman. "Congratulations on completing the first step of your training so fast. As for your next step, you are to track down the cat burglar that goes by the name of Grey Shadow. Good luck. I sighed as I waited for the cab Charles had called for me. To track Grey Shadow, with no information, beyond the burglar's moniker. I guess this won't be easy. I guess the best place to start with this mission, seeing I had no information, would be at the scene of the burglar's latest heist. From there, I would be able to get a general idea of who I'm dealing with in order to track the burglar accordingly. After setting myself in a hotel, I started working on my mission by doing some research on the target at hand. And, as I had expected, there was nothing I could find online about the so-called Grey Shadow, other than that whoever it was had never been caught. So, seeing the internet had no clues about Grey Shadow, I decided to take a different approach to the situation by using Oliver's League credentials to enter the League's database, as I was sure Batman had blocked mine to make this quest more challenging. In there, I found a few clues and recently redacted documents about my target, showing Batman had expected me to do what I had done to access the League's database. However, while it seemed he had expected this approach and had acted accordingly, he hadn't outright deleted all information there was about Grey Shadow, leaving bits here and there for me to find. One bit of information, in particular, caught my eye. A small document that said that this mysterious burglar was one to strike in a Robin Hood manner without the giving to the poor part. Taking a deep breath, I downloaded all the information there was about Grey Shadow in the League's database before deciding to text Rachel to see how she was doing. After all, the night was already falling, and Grey Shadow could wait until tomorrow. Richard Grayson POV. I can't stop thinking about it. It's been more than a year, and the guilt still consumes me. I was so afraid to tell David what had really happened, afraid of his reaction, that I had, instead of confronting my mistakes, avoided him all this time. And, the more time passed, the more difficult it felt the whole idea of even talking about what had truly happened that night at the factory, the fact that I had lied to him, using his trust in me to get my way into going into a mission without Batman's permission. I had been so sure that I could handle it and that no matter what awaited for us, I would be good enough to handle it. But I wasn't, and the guilt had been eating away at me ever since. I had risked both of our lives that night. And, even though we had made it out alive, I knew how close we had been to biting the dust. I had to tell him the truth. I had to come clean. But even now, as I sit here in the dark of my room, trying to muster up the courage to finally tell him the truth, I can't help but wonder if it was already too late. If he could ever forgive me for what happened, and if I could ever forgive myself. I had promised him I would never betray his trust, and I had failed. Miserably. I had let my own fears and selfishness get in the way, and, as a result, things had broken apart. Bruce was right. This was no way of living. David had the right to know, even if that meant he would hate me, which he probably already did. I mean, I hadn't talked to him in over a year. Not since that night. I will tell him when he finishes his training. I muttered to myself, finally coming to the resolve of just facing the consequences of my actions. But even as I said the words, I knew the weight I was deciding to take was nothing more than a cowardly excuse. Because as much as it pained me to admit it, I was still scared. But regardless of how I felt about this situation I had put myself in, I had to come clean. I only wished I had come to this resolution earlier. He didn't deserve the treatment I had subjected him to because of my cowardice. Master Dick, dinner's ready, Alfred said, knocking at my door. I'm not hungry, I replied without opening the door because I knew very well that I couldn't bring myself to leave my room and face anyone right now. My mind was simply too clouded with these thoughts. Besides, I wasn't hungry anyway. Master Dick, don't make this old butler get the broom, Alfred replied, in a threatening tone only he could ever pull off because it was both friendly and scary. I'm not hungry, Alfred, I said again, in a firmer tone. With all due respect, Master Dick, I don't care if you're not hungry, Alfred replied, opening the door of my room to give me a stern look. You will eat, and you will enjoy it, am I clear? Young man. I sighed, knowing there was no way I could win this argument with Alfred. Fine, I said, getting up from my bed and following him to the dining room. I already dealt with a brooding kid, and I am prepared to deal with another, Master Dick, Alfred added with a hint of humor. Chapter 58, Chapter 54. You want an extra chap? Vote for top 3. Or don't. I mean, I might still post an extra chap cause I love all of you, hashtag no homo, hashtag bras before hose, hashtag corn for life. Enjoy. David Lance POV. The very next morning, I woke early before the sun came out, ready to start with my mission, hastily grabbing my things before checking out of the hotel, following what little I had about my target. I knew very well this mission was going to be tough. Especially since I had no real clues besides a single location and a psychological profile Batman had left about Grey Shadow. Nevertheless, I would not falter. While not much, I had just about enough to start my quest on a good note because I had Grey Shadow's last target or crime scene for that matter. From there, it was all a matter of methodically moving throughout the city checking every possible lead. It would be a tedious job, sure, one with no guarantee of fast success, of course. But until I had more information about my target, this would do. Meaning my first stop was at the Louvre Museum, Grey Shadow's last known location before disappearing off the grid. In there, I would examine every nook and cranny, looking for any possible clues that could perchance lead me to my target. It was a long shot as Grey Shadow had struck the place 3 months ago, and the chances of any clues still remaining were slim to none, but I had to start somewhere, and the museum was a good start. So, seeing I had my first place to look, and it was close, I grabbed a cab, giving the driver a note that said, "Take me to the Louvre Museum." I had no time to waste. I mean, I had, but I was honestly having fun in this treasure hunt Batman had sent me. It was therapeutic. After a somewhat short taxi ride, I arrived at the museum, where I paid my fee before entering, and once inside, I couldn't help but feel a sense of awe at the grandiose architecture and artworks that filled the place from corner to corner. It was truly a sight to behold. And yet, as beautiful as it was, I had to remind myself for a moment that I wasn't here for a leisurely stroll. No, I was here on a mission, and time was of the essence. Moving quickly but carefully so as to not raise any suspicion, I began my search for any clues that could help me find Grey Shadow. It was a daunting task, to say the least, one made all the more difficult by the sheer size of the museum and the fact I had to keep a low profile. Nevertheless, I was determined. So, for the following hours, I combed the place from top to bottom, in the areas I was allowed as a tourist, but alas, my efforts proved to be in vain, as sadly, there wasn't a single lead to be found in the common areas. Meaning that if I wanted to find something, I would have to come when no one was around. If I was lucky, I would find more taking that approach. I can't help but wonder if that was Batman's intention all along, having me break into the museum for clues. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time he's had me do something like that. But before I could dwell on that thought for too long, I heard a voice coming from the other side of the room. It was from the security guard telling me visiting hours were over and that I needed to leave. Realizing I had stayed for far longer than I had originally intended, I quickly wrapped up my search before making my way toward the exit. Once outside, I hailed a cab and made my way back to my hotel, planning to return in a few hours during the night to see if my hunch was right. A few hours later, after having some dinner, I made my way back to the museum, a few minutes before midnight, using my laptop to hack into the cameras, putting the ones outside and the ones at my entry point in a closed loop. Then, I silently climbed the side of the building, reaching the second floor, before entering the place through one of the windows. Once inside, I opened my laptop once again, locating the current positions of the security guards with the cameras of the museum, before beginning my search anew, this time in the restricted areas of the museum where members of the public were not normally allowed. Objective clear, I began to move, noticing the building was eerily quiet as I prowled through its corridors, keeping an ear out for any signs of movement as I made my way to a restricted area, opening the door by lock-picking it open. I wasn't sure what exactly I was looking for, so I carefully inspected the room once I was inside, looking for any clues or things that didn't seem to fit the place quite right while keeping an eye for the security guards on the cameras. Unfortunately, but not unexpectedly, my very thorough search of the first restricted area proved to be fruitless rather soon, as I couldn't find anything that could help me in my mission. Slightly frustrated but not deterred by this, I decided to move on to the next room, and then the next, and so on, until I was certain the museum had nothing to offer me on this task of mine. I was well aware that this was going to be a painstaking and time-consuming process, but be that as it may, I was quite methodical in my approach, believing in leaving no stone unturned when it came to these sorts of things. So, little by little, I eventually made my way through all of the restricted areas in the museum, checking each room very carefully before moving on to the next, finding something quite curious in the last room, a file with some information that, for some might feel worthless, but for me was not. In fact, it was the lead I had been looking for all along. Now, it was only a matter of following the tracks the burglar was leaving, one by one. But that was a job for another night. For now, I had what I came for. Time to go back to the hotel. Chapter 59, Author Q&A. Hello, my sexy readers and uglies in between. It's your handsome author, Korn, with some answers to your questions and concerns. Question 1, Korn, why is this arc going so slow? Good question, a very fair one indeed. This arc is, without a doubt, going slower than the first one for a few reasons. The main one being that I wanted to go deeper into his training before him meeting the team and etc., so I thought, why not make the training arc a detailed one? But as I pondered over this decision, I came to the painful realization that if I made the training arc too long or too detailed, I would fall into the baby arc curse. What's the baby arc curse, you might be asking? Well, the baby arc curse is when an author spends too much time on an arc that, while necessary, it's unimaginably boring for the readers, giving birth to a writing paradox, as I like to call it. No pun intended. The paradox or conundrum is the following. The arc is necessary for the story to develop, however, the being necessary does not make it fun, therefore, attacking your audience. Now, if you don't do the arc, you also end up attacking your audience, but if you do it, you also attack it. See the dilemma. Well, in order to avoid falling into the baby arc curse, I decided to make this training arc relatively short while also keeping all the important elements I need for future arcs. Basically, to avoid the baby arc curse, or attacking you all by leaving crucial details or information for later arcs or chaps, I decided to meet my goals and your needs as readers in the middle. What do I mean by meeting my goals and your needs as readers in the middle? Well, like I said a few lines ago, I decided to make this training arc relatively short. It ends in chapter 63, it's not really an arc purse, more of a sub-arc if you wish to name/label it, of 13 total chaps. Question 2, Korn, will any other arcs be like this mini/sub-arc? No. I studied my novel and what I wanted from it. And, because of it, most of the slow development of the novel is within this small chap. Question 3, Korn, is Raven the love interest? Who knows? All that is set in stone is that Raven will be his closest friend if that evolves into something else. I won't say. Question 4, will the MC get all of the powers he's supposed to? Yes, and more. Some of which the original Black Bolt never acquired or learned he had because he never trained with that aim, as his main focus was mostly control and restraint, not the development of his powers. Question 5, will the MC change his views or goals? Yes, he will. To what end? I won't say. For you guys to truly admire and see his change, you need to experience his life and the events that mold his end as a character. Now, I think those are all the main questions I have seen from everybody so far. So, if you have any questions, please comment on this little paragraph, and I will reply with an answer when time allows it. Love you all, Korn. Chapter 60, Chapter 55. Enjoy. David Lance POV. Following the lead, the one I had procured last night at the museum, I arrived in Lyon, France, in the evening of the following day, where upon arrival, I immediately made my way to a small alleyway off of Rue de Capucines. I didn't have much to go by with the lead I had, but if my hunch was right, the answers I was looking for were in Lyon. Taking a deep breath, I approached the alley that was right ahead, noticing a group of men gathered around a fire in a metal barrel looking warm, that as I drew closer, made them turn to look at me in a startled manner. Who are you? One of them asked in French, his hand moving to his waist where I could clearly see the outline of a gun. At this, I raised my hands, putting on a submissive facade to discourage any altercation from happening. Seeing my hands high above my head, the men exchanged glances for a few moments until one of them, the oldest one of the group, stepped forward, calming his gun-owning friend. Calm down, Alex, the older man sighed, shaking his head, his voice gruff as he gently pushed his friend to the side before glancing at me. What are you doing out here, kid? These parts at night are dangerous. Seeing his question as a green light to lower my hands without starting anything, I made a gesture to try and explain I was a mute. This caused the old man to chuckle, his gruff voice and demeanor softening a bit as he looked at me. Ain't that something, the old man said, looking me up and down before shaking his head. What's your name? I smiled at the men before slowly reaching into my pocket, pulling out a notepad and pencil I always carried with me, before quickly scribbling down my answer. Hi, my name is Tom, please tell your friend not to shoot me. I'm allergic to death. The old man took a brief second to read my answer before letting out a hearty laugh, with some of his friends joining in as well, most of the group having found my response clearly amusing to some degree. It's been a while since I had a good laugh, the old man said after a few moments, wiping a tear from his eye. Well, kid, my name is Jacques, and these are my friends. At this, Jacques made a gesture toward his friends before continuing. What brings you out here to our neck of the alleys? Deciding to go straight to the point, I grabbed my pen and quickly scribbled down my answer on the notepad before showing it to Jacques. I'm looking for someone, a burglar known as Grey Shadow. I was told he might be in Lyon. Jacques frowned at this. You are too young to be a cop. I smiled, nodding at his comment, writing something else on my notepad. Grey Shadow stole something important to me. I have no qualms with the burglar, all I want is to recover what this person took from me, the last memory of Mom. It was a cheap tactic, I knew, but either way, their reactions to this would give me more information. For one, if they knew about Grey Shadow and still decided not to help me, they would undoubtedly spread the rumor, and rumors usually find their way to their targets. On the other hand, if they decided to help me, I would get into one of the best networks of information any city has, homeless people. They know more than people would like to even imagine, that's the thing when society makes a group invisible for convenience. They might not see them, pretending they don't exist for the sake of keeping a societal bubble, but regardless of how they felt, those sentenced to be ignored and forgotten were still there, seeing the world turn and the events unfold, one at a time. Jacques and his friends looked at each other for a few moments, as if silently discussing something between them with just glances and small gestures, before Jacques finally sighed, looking back at me. Listen, kid, Jacques said, his voice gruff but not unkind. We don't want any trouble with the law. So, option 1 it is. They will spread the rumors for me, eventually leading me to my target. Good. Taking a deep breath, I nodded understandingly before writing something else on my notepad and showing it to Jacques, taking his focus on my notepad to quickly attach a small tracker the size of a button to his tattered clothes. I get it. No need to cross lines for a random kid on the streets. I will keep searching though. That ring the burglar took, that's all I have left from my mother, so I won't give up. Jacques frowned at this before taking a deep breath. I'm sorry I can't help you out. But be that as it may, I wish you the best of luck, kid. I smiled, waving at them warmly before calmly taking my leave, my job on the alley done. Now that the seeds were there, all I had to do now was keep an eye out for any sprouts. After all, one of them was bound to be my beanstalk leading me to Grey Shadow. In the meantime, I would find a hotel to set camp, maybe the one I saw 10 blocks before reaching the alley. That one seemed to be close enough for me to comfortably monitor the area while keeping a safe enough distance so as to not alert anyone of my presence. All in all, it seemed like this trip to Lyon wouldn't be as fruitless as I had initially thought it would be. It was all a matter of time before I managed to track Grey Shadow. The question now was, what did Batman want me to do once I did? It was more than evident that Batman didn't intend for me to apprehend the burglar because, knowing the Dark Knight as I did, if he truly wanted Grey Shadow in jail, he would have made sure this mysterious cat burglar was locked down by his own hand. Maybe Batman wanted me to learn under the burglar. Chapter 61, Chapter 56. Enjoy. David Lance POV. After weeks of tracking the rumor, which I had started for the sake of information gathering, all in hopes of finding a lead on Grey Shadow, I managed to catch wind of a meeting that was going to happen tonight in an abandoned building that was close to Park Blandon, the reason for this meeting being a certain rumor going around, mine. Needless to say, seeing as this meeting promised to be what I was looking for, I got ready, moving to Park Blandon in order to survey the area before going in. Once in the park, the abandoned warehouse in question was rather easy to spot, given that it was the only one in the area that looked like it hadn't been used in years. After confirming the place was empty from a simple glance, I grabbed my backpack and made my way there, being extra careful not to be seen or heard from anyone around, while taking my time to survey the perimeter thoroughly, looking for any signs of life or any traps that might have been set to keep intruders out. Having confirmed the coast was clear as far as the eye could see, I made my move, making my way into the warehouse through a small opening near the bottom of the door. Once inside, I took a quick look around, trying to take in as much detail as possible in the dark, before finding a hiding spot where I would wait for the meeting to happen. Finally, out of sight patiently waiting for the meeting to come, I couldn't help but think about what would happen if this meeting turned out to be a trap, which, all in all, was a very good possibility. For all I knew, I was probably playing into the burglar's trap. Taking a deep breath, I closed my eyes, trying not to think about that too much. Not only I was certain I could deal with anything if the situation required it, but seeing I had no way to confirm any possible worries I might have, it wouldn't do me any good to get caught up in such thoughts. And so, I waited. From there, time passed slowly but surely, as I counted the seconds from the dark of my hiding spot until I heard footsteps coming from the other side of the warehouse, multiple footsteps to be exact. From the sound of it, there were at least 3 people, maybe 4, making their way into the building. As they got closer, I started to hear voices as well, though I couldn't make out what they were saying from where I was until they reached the general area I was hiding in. From the safety of my hiding spot, I confirmed with a quick glance that those that had entered the warehouse were homeless, at least if their dirty, tattered clothes were anything to go by. 4 men, all over 40 years old. Do you think Grey Shadow will come? One of the men asked, the first one to the left, as he looked at his companions. I don't know. I heard the rumor too, so who knows? I mean, we were ordered to come here, and I remember the old man saying that Grey pays off anyone with a rumor about him quite handsomely, another one answered. Or she, we don't know. The third man chimed in with a thoughtful nod. I wonder how much the guy or gal will play us, the fourth and final man muttered. I guess we'll find out soon enough, the second man answered with a tired shrug. But I still think it's weird that someone would go through all this trouble just to get a sentimental item. Not our problem, really, the first man said. And so, the 4 men continued chatting aimlessly amongst each other about anything and everything that came to their minds as they waited for Grey Shadow, until finally, after what felt like hours, another set of footsteps echoed through the abandoned warehouse. This time, however, the footsteps were different. They were softer, almost as if the person walking was trying to be as quiet as possible without even trying, meaning whoever it was, had a skill that had evolved to passive control when it came to walking. No ordinary person walked like that. It took years to master a skill to the point where it would permanently affect your life, meaning whoever this person was, it wasn't your average Joe. Taking a deep breath, I focused on the steps as they neared, and from the sound of it, there was only one person this time, and they were heading in my direction. Curious to see who it was, I carefully peeked out from my hiding spot, trying to get a look at the person without being seen myself. And that's when I saw her. An ivory-skinned woman with long, straight blonde hair, wearing a simple dark jumpsuit that covered her, for the most part, as she slowly walked towards the homeless guys, with them only noticing her when she was already 2 feet away from them, coughing for their attention. Are you Grey Shadow? One of the men asked. She chuckled. Goodness, no, I am not. I am simply the girl that pays the payroll. Saying that, she took 2 packs of bills before handing them to the homeless guys. Here you go, for your service. The homeless guys shared a look, but we haven't told you anything. That's fine, Grey Shadow knows, she replied. Deciding not to question her any longer, the homeless guys took the money, thanking the woman before happily leaving the warehouse a few thousand euros richer than they had been a few moments ago. So, who are you? The woman asked, to the supposedly empty warehouse. Meaning she knew I was here. Seeing as I intended to talk with her, figuratively speaking, I stepped out from my hiding spot, revealing myself to the woman, waving. So, you said I stole from you? She asked with a raised eyebrow. At this, I inwardly cheered. I had managed to find the burglar. He did say you would find me, sooner or later, she sighed as if resigned to her fate before stepping closer to me. I had expected your hunt for me to take a few months or so, but color me impressed, you managed to force my hand out of hiding with your strategy, bravo. I freaking knew it. Batman knew Grey Shadow personally, and her comments confirmed it. From the day I had started on my quest for her, or perhaps from even before that, she had known all about my little mission. Meaning that capturing her wasn't at all the real objective of this mission. It was learning from her. Follow me, the sooner you learn what I have to teach you, the sooner we can get this over with, Grey Shadow said as she turned around and started walking away, with me quickly following behind her. Chapter 62, Chapter 57. Enjoy. David Lance POV. As I had initially suspected after finding Batman's assignment somewhat incomplete, Grey Shadow was to be my teacher in the art of stealing. A fact Batman himself confirmed over some texts. While not particularly happy I was helping her steal, I knew that the skills she was teaching me would come in handy down the line. Then again, if I gave my feelings some thought, I had to admit I wasn't particularly angry about the stealing part of the course. Most of Grey Shadow's targets were the textbook definition of legal villains like corrupted politicians, evil millionaires, and such. So, in all reality, I wasn't that bothered about helping her. Besides, she was a good person, at least from what I could tell from our interactions so far and other cues. Like a Robin Hood without the charity part of the character. For the most part, her training consisted of the importance of thorough research before any type of mission. So, most of the time, she would have me do extensive research on various security systems and security techniques. This was so that I could learn how to disable them or find their weaknesses. While I wasn't researching, she would teach me other stealing techniques, like, for example, how to hotwire a car or how to pick locks correctly. All of which I proved to be quite proficient at in a matter of seconds. Granted, that was because most of the things she was teaching me were stuff that Batman, Dinah, or Oliver had taught me beforehand on a surface level. So, in reality, what she was really doing was polishing what was already there for the most part. But be that as it may, it was good to have a refresher/improvement on those skills from a master in the subject. For example, right now, we were having a test, at least according to her, where I would steal a chip from a government facility, with her shadowing me at every step of the way to ensure I was applying what I had learned from her accordingly. You are perturbingly good at this, kid, Grey Shadow remarked, staring at me in a mix of disbelief and pride after I had successfully bypassed a particularly complicated security system to crack in under 30 seconds. We started your training a month ago, and you already work like a master. I smiled before continuing with my test, having a strong feeling I would get an A+ on it, but before that, I had to get the chip, which according to the schematics of the facility I had downloaded from their servers, it was 3 levels down from where we were. So far, so good, kid, Grey Shadow observed as we made our way down the chip, but there's one thing you're missing. I cocked an eyebrow in confusion, not sure what she was getting at. When something is valuable, there's always competition, Grey Shadow clarified with a grin. Before darting ahead of me, making her way to the chip. I smiled. For a woman in her late 50s, she was quite playful when it came to these kinds of things. Shaking my head with a sigh, I quickly followed after her, easily catching up to her in a matter of seconds. I mean, what did she think would happen? I can dodge bullets, I can easily outrun an average person regardless of their training. Grey Shadow smiled before letting out a sigh. Somehow this feels unfair. I nodded. After all, she was right. It was indeed unfair for her to race against me, just like it would be for me to race against the Flash. Grey Shadow chuckled softly. Honestly, I'm starting to feel a bit like a proud parent of the kid I never wanted to have. Oh my, I must be getting old. I rolled my eyes at her before quickly taking off ahead, using my superior speed to leave her behind in a symbolic cloud of dust, quickly reaching the elevator that would take us to the lower levels, where I took my time to hack the elevator open, as well as to check on the security guards and their locations. Whereas so far, I hadn't seen anyone on my way down here, mostly because I had made sure to avoid their patrols and such. It was always best to keep tabs on every hostile target in the area in order to avoid them. This was, after all, a stealth mission at its core. Once I had confirmed the guards were far away, I closed my laptop, turning towards Grey Shadow as I waited for her to reach up so that we could take the elevator together. And here I thought chivalry was dead. Grey Shadow smiled, reaching just as the elevator had opened, pushing the button for the lower levels as we entered, but alas, here you are proving me wrong. I smiled, watching the elevator reach our destination in a matter of seconds, the doors opening to reveal a long empty hallway with a door at the end of it, one that led to the chip room. At the sight, I grinned before making my way toward the door, where I effortlessly picked the lock before making my way inside. And here's where things get interesting, Grey Shadow muttered, following after me into the room. I cocked an eyebrow in confusion as we entered the room before realizing after a quick glance that the room had more security lasers than a rave party. Taking a step back, I opened my laptop once again to analyze the lasers, quickly finding their patterns and weaknesses in the facility's database. You almost make this look easy, Grey Shadow smiled before taking a seat on the floor, crossing her legs as she watched me work. For the most part, it was. All I had to do was to hack into the isolated servers of the room, disable the lasers and other security measures in the room, and then get the chip, which was located in a small case on the other side of the room. Are you having troubles? Grey Shadow teased, her voice echoing in the now empty room. I rolled my eyes, not dignifying her comment with a response as I finished turning off the security in the room before making my way to the case, taking out the chip before showing it to Grey Shadow. Grey Shadow smiled, clapping. Congratulations, this old thief has nothing to teach you. Really, I smiled. Now, if you'll excuse me, Grey Shadow said as she stood up, making her way back to the door, I have things to do, and you are no longer my problem, so do as you wish with the chip, and take care. I smiled softly before shattering the chip under my hand. Based on what I had managed to discover in their database during this little mission, the chip was a weapon in the making that an evil politician was trying to develop for obviously terrible reasons, which is why I had destroyed it. After all, I had no need for such a weapon, and neither did he. I wonder what comes next. My training under Batman had started less than 2 months ago, and so far, I had cleared all challenges in record time. I wonder if my next teacher will be in France. So far, they all have been here. I guess I'll find out soon enough. Chapter 63, Chapter 58. Enjoy. Rachel Roth POV. With David training in France, I decided to focus on my training with Black Canary in order to improve my hand-to-hand combat skills. Long story short, I sucked at it, but I had to start somewhere, and Black Canary was the best teacher I could have asked for. It was a real struggle to become proficient in another form of combat when all my life I had used my powers to fight. But, as hard as it was, I understood the benefits of learning what Black Canary was trying to teach me. I didn't like it. But I understood the value behind the teachings. I knew that this training would be beneficial for me in the long run, even if it didn't feel like it at the moment. And so, I was pushing myself out of my comfort zone because of it. I had yet to see any improvements, but I still kept my hopes high. Don't drop your guard, Black Canary said, landing a hit on my stomach. Soon after, I collapsed to the ground, clutching my stomach in pain as I tried to catch my breath. Her punch had hurt more than I cared to admit. What, guard? I scoffed. When it came to hand-to-hand combat, I had the defenses of an unvaccinated child. David is corrupting me with his jokes. I'm sorry it hurt, but that's how you learn. After all, nobody enjoys the pain, almost nobody, Dinah chuckled. I nodded, still trying to catch my breath. I know. Good, now get up. We're not done yet. I groaned but did as she said, getting back on my feet and into position. This time, however, I was determined to not let her hit me again, but alas, my determination would soon prove to be meaningless in the face of my total lack of skill, with Black Canary sweeping me off my feet, in the most literal meaning of the sense. Ouch, I muttered softly, my face flat on the floor. Yet again. Let's continue again, Black Canary said. I groaned in response, not trusting myself to say anything else. I was quite literally starting to get a headache from all the falling into the floor, and I was pretty sure I had a concussion or two. I might be exaggerating, though. Let's stop for today, Black Canary chuckled, helping me get up. I nodded with a faint smile, grateful for the reprieve. Thank you. Don't worry. You'll get better with time and practice, Black Canary said encouragingly. I nodded, though I wasn't so sure. This was already proving to be harder than I thought, but be that as it may, I was determined not to give up, no matter how much it hurt or how unbelievably bad I was at. Take the day off tomorrow, Black Canary reminded me, and I was about to protest, but she cut me off. You've been working too hard, and you need rest. I wanted to argue, but I knew she was right, so I simply nodded and bid her farewell before opening a portal back to my place. While not particularly happy with my progress, I had to admit that, in a way, I was looking forward to the day off, if only to rest my aching body. Maybe I should call David and see how he's doing. I chuckled to myself for the briefest of moments, imagining his reaction about the events of my training today. It was sure to be a hilariously one-sided conversation. Tomorrow, I muttered with a sigh, deciding against calling him, not wanting to trouble him while he was training. Instead, settling for a hot shower and an early night's sleep in the hopes that tomorrow my body wouldn't ache. I knew I was probably asking too much. But I was allowed to dream. Using my magic to take my clothes off, throwing them into the washer, as I stepped into the shower, letting hot water soothe my aching muscles as I stood there motionless, letting it wash over me, eyes closed, trying to clear my mind. Hot showers really had magical properties. Letting the water relax me, I stayed in, washing my body thoroughly until the water started to cool, where I then reluctantly got out, wrapping myself in a towel as I went to my room, where I summoned the pajamas David had bought for me. Pajama ready, I got into bed, burying myself in the blankets as I tried to will myself to sleep. Alas, my mind wouldn't shut off. Maybe a book would do. Getting up, I went over to my small collection of 200 books for the night and picked one out before crawling back into bed, getting comfortable as I opened the book, letting myself get lost in the story. It was a riveting story about two souls fighting for control. Batman POV. David was making fast progress with the training I had set for him. His skills sharpening at an alarming rate. In less than 2 months, he had finished 2 of the challenges I had originally allocated 6 months for him to complete. I had to admit, I was impressed. But I was also concerned. The rate at which he was improving was far beyond what I had anticipated. Part of the reason I had him train outside the country was not only so that he could learn from others, but to have him experience the world outside the cage he made for himself. His impressively fast progress was messing with that part of my plan. I needed to find a way to slow him down or at least give him a challenge that would take him longer to complete. But what could I do? I needed something that would push him to his limits, something that would force him to think outside the box. Unfortunately, I had nothing right now. However, Master Kirigi was bound to buy me some time to think on something. Chapter 64, Author Note. I'm taking the day off to deal with some stuff that need to be done today. I'll be back with 2 chapters tomorrow to compensate. I hope you can all understand. With love, Korn. For all of those wondering when Marvel restarts updates, it's the 15, if everything continues the way it's going, if not, 17 to 18, but so far I going good, so I don't foresee any delays as of the moment. Chapter 65, Chapter 59. Enjoy. Double chat moved to tomorrow. David Lance POV. After finishing my training with Grey Shadow, I was soon tasked by Batman to track someone known as Kirigi, who after weeks of thorough research, I had managed to find that he currently resided in North Korea, being one of the most wanted men in the eyes of the North Korean totalitarian government for his liberal views of the government. By using the data I had managed to acquire in my earlier research, I had managed to narrow down my search to a singular place in North Korea, Mount Piktu. Now the question was, how to enter the country without getting in their sights? North Korea, while not the most powerful country in the world by a wide margin, was one of the most heavily guarded countries when it came to borders for more than obvious reasons, making it nigh impossible to infiltrate without being caught for the average person. Thankfully, I wasn't average by any means of the word. But even with that in mind and in my favor, I had to remember that North Korea was still a rather dangerous place to be, and I didn't mean it in the way that they could hurt me, no, more from a political point of view, as my presence alone in the eyes of their government could create an international disaster. But as concerning as the possibility of an international disaster was, I was more than certain that I could avoid them for as long as it was necessary. The first part of my plan was simple. All I had to do was arrive in South Korea as if I were an average tourist. Then, I would steal a small boat from the coast of South Korea, using it to cross the DMZ, demilitarized zone, that separated the 2 countries, while using a radar jammer to be as invisible as possible. After that, it was all a matter of making my way to Mount Piktu undetected. From there, all I had to do was find Kirigi. Of course, to enact this plan of mine, I first had to leave France. "Sir, your taxi is here," one of the hotel employers of the hotel I was staying at said, interrupting my train of thoughts. I simply nodded at him in response before making my way towards the door, backpack in hand, handing the driver a note saying to take me to the airport. 2 hours later, and 1 flight ticket bought. I arrived at the airport and went through the check-in process quickly and without incident before making my way to the gate. Once there, I found a seat and sat down, waiting for boarding to begin. I already had a hotel booked in South Korea, one Oliver was paying for. It was only fair, Bruce was already paying for my first-class ticket. Now, all I had to do was wait for my flight to be called, which according to my ticket, would leave in 45 minutes. Seeing I had some time to burn, I simply sat back on my chair, closing my eyes, letting out a deep breath as I entered into a state of meditation by inhaling slowly before exhaling just as slowly, following step by step what Rachel had taught me. In the process, calming my mind, as well preparing myself for the mission at hand. After what felt like minutes, I opened my eyes as the unintelligible announcement that boarding was now open for first-class passengers came over the loudspeaker in the airport. Grabbing my backpack, I stood up and made my way towards the line that had already started to form, boarding soon after I had arrived, finding my seat with little trouble. The flight itself was uneventful, long, but uneventful, and so, before I knew it, we were landing in South Korea, where I was directed to customs, where they checked all my papers were in order. From there, I made my way outside, where I hailed a cab and made my way to the hotel. An hour or so later, thanks to traffic, I arrived at the hotel, where I paid the driver before grabbing my backpack and making my way into the building. Upon entering, I immediately noticed the lobby was fairly empty, but considering it was rather late, it wasn't all that surprising. Making my way to the desk, I handed over my reservation information to the woman behind it, who simply smiled warmly as I approached her, promptly taking the information I was giving her before quickly typing away on her computer and handing me a keycard. "Your room is on the 3rd floor, number 321. Enjoy your stay, Mr. Smith," the woman said in almost perfect English. I smiled at her before making my way toward the elevators, finding one already open at the lobby level. Happy I didn't have to wait, I entered the elevator, quickly hitting the button for the 3rd floor. A few moments later, after the doors of the elevator had closed, they opened into my floor, and I stepped out into the hallway, finding my room with little trouble. Inserting the keycard into the door, I waited for a second or two for the little light to turn green before pushing open the door and stepping into my room. Making my way into the room, I placed my backpack down onto one of the chairs at a small table near the window before making my way towards the bathroom. I was somewhat tired from the long trip and wanted a long bath before going to sleep. Turning on the water, I started undressing before stepping into the tub, enjoying the feeling of hot water relaxing my muscles. Closing my eyes, I leaned back against the tub, letting out a deep breath as I did so. I had to admit, it felt good to finally be here. I honestly had no idea how people could sleep on planes. Even in first class, the best kind of class to fly, long trips were super uncomfortable when it came to sleeping or resting in any meaning of the way. I guess I wasn't built for that kind of rest. Chapter 66, Chapter 60. Enjoy. For more chaps, vote. I could do double releases this week or more, if we reach a sexy place. David Lance POV. The next day, I woke up early, going down to the hotel lobby to get some breakfast before I left. I knew that it was going to be a long day, so I wanted to make sure that I had enough energy. After a rather decent breakfast for hotel standards, I went back to my room to grab a few of my things before heading down to the docks to scout for a boat. At the docks, there were a lot of people milling around going about their business, so it was easy enough to blend in, even as a foreigner. Surveying the area carefully, I walked around for a bit, looking at the different boats that were for display before finding one that looked small enough to be manageable but big enough to make the journey. For a quick glance, it was easy to tell the trip on the boat wasn't going to be a comfortable one, but for what I wanted it would do. Deciding to buy the boat instead of stealing it after remembering I had a no-limit budget from Oliver. I made my way over to the boat, where I gave it a closer look before asking the owner who had approached me as I inspected his boat how much he wanted for it. After haggling for a bit with the man, we finally settled on a fair price, which was roughly around what I had in cash on me at the moment. After paying the men and loading what little I needed onto the boat, I cast off, making my way out of the harbor and towards the open sea. The journey from there started pretty uneventfully, for the most part, mostly because my computer had access to the League's satellites, which, while limited, still allowed me to freely avoid the patrol boats as they came rather easily because I was constantly monitoring for them. Everything was going well so far, but it was too soon to say anything. After all, I still had around 20 hours left of distance to cover. But for now, I was content to just sit back and enjoy the ride, even if it was a little rocky every now and then. The first few hours of my adventure were pretty calm as I went through the different islands that dotted the vast sea, but as I got closer to the DMZ, the waters started getting rougher, making it a little harder to keep the boat on course. But with a few quick adjustments here and there, I was able to get back on track and continue towards my destination, feeling pretty good about myself at the moment. Which reminded me that I had to thank Oliver for taking me on his boat so many times. If it wasn't for him and his boat driving classes once a month, I wouldn't have been able to get this far with the boat. Smiling, I approached my laptop to check on the maps. Seeing on the map I was already nearing North Korea and would arrive in a few hours or so. Meaning that I had to find a place to dock and hide my boat, which apparently would be rather easy because, according to the satellite data I had, North Korea was surrounded by uninhabited islands, some of which still had no name. Taking my time to research about the islands, I picked one of the nameless islands that no one had visited in over 2 decades, at least according to the League's database, before immediately setting a course toward it. 6 hours later, as I got closer to the island, I started slowing down the boat, noticing ahead the rocky shores. After a few minutes of cautiously making my way through the dark rocky waters, I finally reached land, where I immediately beached my boat on the soft sand as I quickly disembarked, before carrying my boat in one hand effortlessly, hiding it between the trees before making my way up a small hill I had just noticed that led to a better vantage point of the island. Reaching the top, I grabbed my binoculars, where I began surveying the area. From where I was, I was around 300 miles away from the coast of the nearest inhabited island of North Korea. So, taking that into account, and the fact I was able to swim around 100 miles an hour, give or take, I should be able to reach land in a few hours with little to no problem. I might have to punch a shark or two, but that's rather unlikely. Besides, I swim faster than sharks anyways. Realizing there was nothing else to do on the island, I made my way back down the hill before taking one last look at my boat, making sure it wasn't visible from the beach from any possible angle before making my way back into the water where I started swimming towards North Korea with nothing but my waterproof backpack. The first thing I noticed as I dived into the water was that the temperature was very cold, but as I increased my speed, I soon became accustomed to water as I propelled myself through the sea with little to no effort, using every stroke to get me closer to my destination. After a few hours of swimming, diving deep into the water every now and then to avoid patrols, I finally reached the shores of North Korea, where I made my way to a small rocky outcropping that led to a desolated area, using it to climb out of the water, before grabbing my backpack and taking out a small towel where I proceeded to dry myself off as best as I could, hiding behind some trees. Now that my warm-up of the day was done and I was finally within North Korea, the first part of my plan was complete. Now all that was left was to make my way to Mount Pikto undetected, but before that, I will wait until the night sets in so that I can move freely. Better safe than sorry. Chapter 67, Chapter 61. Enjoy. For more chaps, vote. I could do double releases this week or more, if we reach a sexy place. David Lance POV. Hiding behind the safety of some trees, I waited for the night to fall before setting off toward Mount Pikto, the tallest mountain in North Korea. While on paper, this mission was simple, I had to be careful. If anyone saw me, they would without a doubt alert the government, and if possible, I wanted to avoid that. With the moon finally shining above the starless sky, I started to move, creeping through the forests at high speed, following in a straight line towards Mount Pikto, which according to my map, would not be seen for the first 3 hours of my trip. Based on the route I had picked, I would have to cross several rivers and some small villages here and there, which is why I had decided to only travel in the dead of night, as it would make it easier not to be seen, as everyone would more than likely be fast asleep in their beds. After a few hours of silent travel running through the forests of North Korea, I arrived at the first river I had to cross, jumping across it in a single leap, landing on the other side before I quickly resumed running. A few minutes or so later, around 10 miles after the first river, I found myself face to face with the first village, where I quickly ducked behind some bushes in order to survey the area for any sign of movement, confirming after a minute or so that apart from a few dogs barking in the distance, there was no one out. Without a second thought, I started to move again, this time at a faster pace than before, as I weaved my way out of the village's nearby forest, trying my best not to make any noise as I went, knowing that the dogs would hear it. Eventually, I made it out of the village's radius, going back to my normal pace of 175 miles an hour so as to not waste too much energy. I continued like this for the next 2 hours, jumping over rivers as I found them and ducking through villages until I finally arrived at the foot of Mount Pikto, where I stopped to take a quick look around before starting the final ascent up the mountain. I still had 9 hours before the sun came out, but even then, using the road to reach the mountain's top was out of the question, as that was bound to have more surveillance, meaning I had to climb through the back, so to speak. Cracking my knuckles, I stretched out my muscles for a bit before I started to make my way up, climbing through the back of the mountain, being extra careful not to make any noise as I did so. After a few minutes or so, I reached a small plateau, where I stopped to take a quick look at my map, confirming I was on the right track before continuing on. The next following hours of my climb were spent in a similar fashion, with me slowly but surely making my way up the mountain, stopping every so often to take a quick check of my map before continuing, until finally, around 3 hours before the sun started to peek over the horizon, I managed to arrive at the summit. Now, it was all a matter of finding where Karigi was. The top of the mountain was quite vast, and from a quick glance on the map, it had many places to hide. But, seeing as the man I was looking for had a dojo somewhere around here, then it was safe to assume his hiding place had to be big in order to accommodate him and his students. With that in mind, I marked a few spots on the map I considered likely for a dojo to be hidden before I started to move again, as I carefully looked around for any signs that could indicate the presence of people. After checking some of the spots I had marked on the map, I found a small cave entrance partially hidden by some bushes, with what looked to be recent tracks leading inside. Having no idea what awaited me there, I approached the entrance cautiously, listening for any sound coming from within, but apart from the sound of water dripping somewhere in the distance, there was nothing. As I continued deeper into the cave, the sound of dripping water got louder and more constant, until eventually, I reached a small underground stream, where I stopped for a moment to take a look around. The cave continued on ahead, but there was also a small tunnel leading off to the side, which was most likely where the water was coming from. On the ground, there were also clear signs that the cave was used regularly, meaning I had either found what I was looking for or something similar enough. Making my decision, I decided to follow the tunnel, soon enough arriving at a small underground lake, with the sound of dripping water coming from a small hole in the ceiling. The lake itself wasn't too big, maybe half a mile across at most, but it was deep and, from the looks of it, quite cold. At the end of the lake, I could clearly see a small cave entrance, which made me smile. I mean, a cave inside a cave. I had no idea why, but for me, it was hilarious. Taking a moment to survey the area, I considered swimming across to the other side, but after some thought, decided against it, considering the possibility of people being inside that cave and the clear chances they would most likely be on guard and ready for an attack. I didn't want to start a fight while on the water, as I would be at a clear disadvantage, so instead, I decided to go around the lake, hoping to find an alternative path. After a few minutes of looking around, I eventually found a small ledge leading around the side of the lake, which I promptly started to follow, soon enough arriving at the other end of the lake, finding myself face to face with the entrance I had seen a few minutes ago. From a closer look as I kneeled on the ground, it was easy to see the entrance had been used recently multiple times, having a path that was forged by constant use that led inside, so without any further hesitation, I stood up, and started to make my way inside, hearing some voices as I advanced through the narrow tunnel. Finally reaching the other side, I was met with the sight of a small group of people gathered around a fire talking amongst each other a few hundred meters away, monks from what I could gather from a simple glance from afar. Seeing as they were still talking, it was safe to assume they hadn't spotted me yet, so I took the opportunity to hide in the shadows and observe them for a moment, before doing anything. For the next following minutes, I kept my eyes and ears fixed on the group until I heard someone coming through the same path I had taken, moving around a bit in my hiding spot to hide from that angle of view as I focused on the cave entrance to see who was coming. An old monk soon came into view, followed by a few other monks, as they walked towards the group that was gathered around the fire, soon enough reaching them before sitting down and joining in on the conversation. Everything appeared to be going well at first, with them just having a seemingly pleasant conversation, even though I had no idea what they were talking about from where I was hiding but could gather as much from afar. However, after a minute or two after the new group of monks had arrived, joining the other, the whole group rose at once in alert save for the old monk, all of them scanning their surroundings as if searching for something, for someone. I didn't have to be a genius to know they somehow had managed to know I was here. And, considering the old man was sitting, it was safe to assume he had been the one to find out I was here. "There's no need to hide, young man. I know you're here." The old monk spoke, his words confirming my initial suspicions. Seeing the cave only had one exit, and they already knew I was here, as well as counting the limited space I had at my disposal to act, I came to the conclusion there was no point in hiding anymore, so I decided to come out of the shadows and show myself to them, walking toward the group with my hands up as a sign of peace. Hopefully, these were the kind of monks that didn't believe in throwing hands first and asking questions later. I really didn't want to beat them. Taking a deep breath, I started nearing the group, noticing they didn't look all that happy to see me, but they also didn't look like they were going to attack me anytime soon either, so everything was going fine for the most part. Before reaching them, I made a gesture to tell them I was mute and that I couldn't speak but could communicate through notes, and from what I could gather from their reaction, they seemed to understand what I meant easily enough. Finally reaching the group, I saw the old monk who had been sitting down the whole time finally stand up, walking towards me as the rest of his group stayed where they were. "What are you doing here?" the old monk asked in a calm voice. I grabbed my pen and paper from my pocket before quickly scribbling down a response and showing it to him. "I'm looking for Kirigi." The old monk looked at the note for a second before responding back, "And why might that be?" I scribbled down another note and showed it to him. "To train with him." "And why should I train you?" the old monk asked with a raised eyebrow, a hint of amusement reaching his eyes. So, he was Kirigi. "You are the master, you tell me." The old monk looked at me before chuckling softly. "Well, that's one way to answer that question. I like your attitude, young man. It's refreshing." Chapter 68, Chapter 62. Enjoy. If we reach top 8, I will post the last chap of this arc today. And maybe more. If we continue to rank. David Lance POV. After finally finding Master Kirigi, he surprisingly agreed to train me, even though I was expecting many refutals from his part, mostly because Batman had said he was a man hard to convince. However, against Batman's profile of a man, the moment I asked if he could train me, well, he accepted. So, the very next morning, my training started. The first thing we did that very first morning was to test my reflexes. With Master Kirigi throwing different objects at me, from knives to stones, my objective being simple enough, to dodge them all, needless to say, this time was rather easy. So you are a superpowered being," Master Kirigi muttered to himself. "I see, then this will be more difficult than I thought. I will need to adjust my training for your conditions. If it helps, I have trained for quite a while in many martial arts, so I'm sure I have the basics down, at the very least," I wrote on my notepad before showing it to him. "Interesting," Master Kirigi said after reading my short message. "But be that as it may, I shall be the one to judge that." For the next following hours, I continued doing various different tests under Kirigi's watchful eye, with me passing each test with flying colors. "Very well then," Kirigi finally said after several hours of testing. "It seems you indeed have the basics down. But there's much to improve." That felt insulting, but he's the master, one that Batman trusts enough to train me, so I guess he knows a thing or two I don't. For the next following weeks, I underwent a series of grueling training regimes under Master Kirigi's tutelage, regimes he had modified just for me. Every morning we would start with a quick round of reflex tests, with him using a machine gun to shoot at me from very close before moving on to actual combat training. I honestly had no idea where he had gotten a machine gun, and I really didn't feel like asking. After that, every afternoon was dedicated to learning different techniques from multiple different styles of hand-to-hand combat. For the most part, I was already familiar with some of the styles he was teaching me and their applications in the real world. However, no matter my familiarity with the style, Kirigi would always start from the basics, building from there up. You might think you know everything there is to know about a certain style, but in actuality, you only know the surface of it, I remember him telling me after reading the confusion on my face during our first afternoon session. The true mastery of any style comes from the understanding of every minuscule detail. After all, the true mastery of anything comes from the mastery of the basics. I nodded in response, taking his words to heart. As the weeks of training turned into months, I felt my skills grow by leaps and bounds under Master Kirigi's guidance. Not only was I getting better at hand-to-hand combat, but after our training had become more and more complex, he had added weapons into the mix. Meaning I was also becoming more proficient in the use of different weapons, both traditional and non-traditional. A true warrior is not defined by the weapon they wield, but by their own skill, Kirigi would always say during our training sessions. For it is the skill of the warrior that determines whether they live or die in battle, not the weapon they use. On that, I couldn't agree more. Batman POV. I kept track of David's progress closely, checking on him when time allowed it. According to Master Kirigi, he was progressing through his training rather fast and would most likely complete it within a month or two from at the pace he was going if he didn't slow down. I had originally intended for David's training to last longer, much longer. I had clearly underestimated his potential and ability to learn. Be that as it may, I was content with the results he was giving. Especially now that I was taking into consideration making a new team, one to do what we as the League couldn't do, work from the shadows. Seeing as the candidates for this team lacked the experience necessary to completely succeed on the mission at hand, David's training would prove to be invaluable. He was the only one of all the candidates for the team who had enough solo experience as well as very comprehensive training from a variety of experts and heroes. I had yet to see if he could manage a team effectively, but even if he didn't take the role of the leader, be it because of personal preference or other circumstances, his valuable experience was sure to assist whoever took up that responsibility. However, before the team could happen, I had to ensure Richard had a talk with David about what happened more than 15 months ago. I was well aware Richard was avoiding this talk, and seeing as he had made no moves to come clean, I have decided to make it so that he doesn't have a choice but to come clean. I had been, so far, very patient, displaying a quality of character I severely lack. So, now this talk was on my hands. I was well aware that this wasn't going to be easy for either of them, but it had to be done. Richard needed to confront what had happened and what he had done in order to move on, especially if he was to ever forgive himself. I wasn't sure how David would react, but it was safe to assume some bridges would come down, not because of what Richard did, that by itself was more than enough, but because he failed to come clean, instead opting to avoid David. But that would have to wait for David's training to be done. Hopefully, things would go better than I anticipated. Chapter 69, Chapter 63. Enjoy. David Lance POV. After months of hard work, I had finally completed Master Kirigi's training. Discovering a lot about myself in the process and about Master Kirigi as well, who I had found during my training, had at one point been associated with the League of Assassins as one of their members. Based on what I had found, he was apparently retired. Batman obviously knew about this, meaning that in some form, he trusted the old man enough to train me. However, as much as I trusted Batman's judgment, I still couldn't shake the feeling that this little thing would come and bite me in the ass one day. Ready to leave, I see. Kirigi said as he entered my room at the temple. I nodded. Remember, you might have mastered the basics during your time here, but you still have a long way ahead of you. Never stop training, never stop improving, always seek perfection even if this feels unreachable, Kirigi smiled slightly. I will, I promised with a respectful bow, one from student to master. Assassin or not, he had taught me a lot during my time here. And for that, I would be forever grateful. Easy enough, after leaving Master Kirigi's temple, I reached the coast of North Korea in around 5 hours at jogging speed. Where after making sure no one was around, I promptly dived into the water, starting my journey back to the deserted island I had left my boat at. For the next following hours, I swam at a leisurely pace, enjoying the sensation of the water flowing past me. Eventually, after some time, I reached the island and made my way to where I had hidden my boat, finding it just where I had left it, hidden behind some trees. Smiling, I grabbed the boat with one hand, carrying it back into the sea. I was quite happy, to be entirely honest. Not only I had finished my training regime in record time, but somehow, I felt more at peace with myself, more so than I had ever felt before. Maybe it had something to do with the feeling of accomplishment this journey had given me. Or maybe, I was simply ecstatic that I would see my sister, Rachel, and Oliver soon enough. Who knows? The trip back to South Korea was, as expected, uneventful and without any delays, and because of that, I arrived at the port early in the morning, where I quickly unloaded my stuff before giving the deeds to the boat to the first person I saw. From there, I got a cab and told the driver with a note to take me to the nearest hotel so that I could get some well-deserved rest before going back to Star City. A few minutes later, we arrived at the hotel. Ready to take a shower and go to sleep, I entered the lobby and approached the counter, giving the receptionist a note that said that I wanted a room, and didn't care what room. Of course, sir. How many nights will you be staying with us? The receptionist asked with a smile. I raised 2 fingers in response to her question. Very well. The receptionist nodded before typing something into the computer behind her desk. Cash, right? I nodded, quickly giving her around $200 in local currency. Thank you, sir. The receptionist said as she took the cash and gave me a key. Your room is on the 2nd floor, room 212. I smiled at her before picking up my backpack and making my way to the room. Once there, I unlocked the door and entered, tossing my backpack on the bed before making my way to the bathroom, where I quickly stripped down and got into the shower. Letting the steaming hot water run on my back as I stood still in place, slowly beginning to relax, before taking some soap. After a few minutes of being in the water, I got out of the shower and dried myself off before getting dressed in something comfortable. Exhausted from the trip, I laid down on the bed and turned on the TV, flipping through the channels for a few moments until I found something interesting to put in the background as I slowly drifted off to sleep. The very next morning, I woke up to a familiar sound, the sound of one of Rachel's portals opening up in my room. What brings you to my humble abode? I said as I sat up, stretching a bit. Batman told me your training was complete, so I came here to give you a ride. Rachel replied sheepishly. You are a lifesaver, I beamed at her before getting up from the bed and giving her a hug. It's good to see you, I really missed you. I honestly hadn't considered the possibility of calling Rachel to open a portal back to Star City at all. The option simply flew above my head. Magic has its perks. Rachel said in a soft tone as she returned the hug. So, how was your training trip? I took a deep breath before replying. It was good. I feel like I accomplished something. That's great to hear. Rachel smiled. What about you? How's your training with my sister? I asked, taking a seat on my bed. I'd rather not talk about it, Rachel replied, looking away. That bad? I asked. Bad is an understatement. Rachel nodded with just a hint of a smile. Well, you know what they say. Practice makes the master, I replied with a small nod, quoting Master Kirigi. However, instead of my quote helping her mood, she turned towards me sharply, giving me a look that said, really? You are really going to say that? Let me pack my things, I smiled, slowly making my way to my backpack. Very well, Rachel nodded, taking a seat on my bed as I started to pack my things. Wanna have some breakfast before we leave? I asked. I mean, we were in South Korea, we might as well do something while we were here. Sure, Rachel smiled before packing all of my stuff in my backpack, with a simple move of her hand. Using her magic, she even made the bed. I feel like trying some of the local food. I smiled, grabbing my backpack. Very well then, lead the way. I read in a book that South Korea has some of the best vegetarian restaurants, Rachel said as we made our way to the door. Say no more. Let's try some of them. I'm paying. You mean Oliver? Rachel shot back with a small smile. Look, gasp. I would never. No, Batman is paying. Oliver already paid for this hotel. Chapter 70, Chapter 64. Enjoy. David Lance POV. Rachel and I made our way through the city, taking in the sights and sounds of the bustling metropolis of Star City. The night was alive with energy, the streets filled with people enjoying the vibrant nightlife. As we walked with no destination in particular, I couldn't help but get lost in thought, my mind occupied with dark memories that now didn't seem to bother me at all. My encounters with the Joker and Deathstroke and the terrible events that unfolded. I remembered the blood, the fear, the pain, and how, at the time, I had been powerless to stop it. Yet, for all the details in those memories, I felt nothing upon reliving them in my head. I was finally calm, completely calm. In a way, this felt anticlimactic. I mean, months of therapy and other stuff to finally come to a conclusion after a training trip. Then again, if one was to analyze my change, the answer was perhaps very simple. I was a different person then, a scared child who, for all his power, could only stand by and watch as innocent people were slaughtered, at least when it really mattered, all because of fear. That had changed. I wasn't a child anymore, and it wasn't because of the trip. The trip had helped without a doubt, but while it had helped, it had been nothing but a push, a nudge in the right direction of self-discovery. Now, however, I was completely confident that I had what it took to survive in this world. This past year I had honed my skills, my mind, and my soul to the very limit of what I could as of the moment, all in order to confront my demons when the time came. All this training trip had done was to show me that when the time came, those demons would finally be put to rest. You feel happier now? Rachel muttered without giving me a look, a small smile dawning on her face. I smiled, nodding 3 times for good measure. I was, though I had no real idea why, but I wasn't going to question my new and improved state of mind. Silently, we continued walking for hours, exploring the downtown area of Star City, until Rachel suggested we went to a local vegetarian restaurant she had read about on the web, her stomach growling, a fact she fiercely denied. Seeing as I had basically eaten a whole cow 8 hours earlier with Oliver and was somehow still hungry, I agreed, letting Rachel lead the way towards the restaurant. By the time we reached the place, which was around 20 minutes after Rachel had announced she was hungry, I was more than famished, so without wasting time, we took a seat, immediately ordering our food. As we waited for the dishes to arrive, Rachel beamed at me, in her own way, putting her purse, one my sister had given her, on the table. I will pay for the meal, Rachel announced, sounding rather proud of the fact. My, that's certainly a way to woo me. Quite effective at that, I signed, jokingly winking at her. If that was my aim, it would probably be best to buy you some hot dogs. Not only it would be cheaper, but it would also be more effective, Rachel shot back without missing a beat, wearing her usual poker face expression. As we continued to chat, the food arrived, and I had to say, it smelled delicious. Finished with our meal, we started to make our way back to the house until 6 muggers cornered us, all in their early 20s, knives drawn, probably thinking us to be easy targets in a rich neighborhood. Unfortunately for the muggers, we were the farthest thing from easy prey. Now, if you 2 pretty things want to live, you better give us all your money. This is going to be hilarious, sad, but hilarious, Rachel said calmly. At this, I gave Rachel an amused look, shaking my head ever so slightly, finding her statement to be accurately hilarious, as the 6 muggers descended on me without any martial coordination. Seeing no point in humoring, I took a step forward, knocking each one of them as they came with a single hit. My calm and collected demeanor throughout the entire altercation being a stark contrast to the dawning realization and panic on the muggers, as they slowly realized the mistake they had made. However, by the time they had come to understand how hard they had fucked up, it was already too late for anything. Granted, it had taken me around 15 seconds to knock them all out, and that was because I was literally waiting for them to come at me, but even then, they barely had time to question the terrible choices that led them to this point. My hero. Rachel said, her right hand on her forehead, like a damsel in distress that had just been saved by the hero in shining armor. Indeed, my lady. It is I, the Silent Knight, I replied, playing into her joke by doing a cliché heroic pose from a fairy tale book. I have for thy rescue. And your hand. Rachel snorted at this before recovering her seemingly emotionless face. Should we call the police? I mused at that for a moment, seeing the 6 unconscious bodies on the street, before reluctantly nodding. I really didn't want to make a police report right now, all I wanted was to sleep, but leaving them here only opens room for them to try and sue Oliver. America, sigh. Even in the DC universe, the stupidity of lawsuits follows. It's a universal constant at this point, I think. On it, Rachel nodded, taking her phone out to call 911, as I took mine to text Oliver and Dinah in a group text about what had happened. After all, if the cops got annoying, they would have to bail us out as our legal guardians. I knew it. My mustache was feeling off. And then this happens. Oliver, for the love of God, your mustache. Why am I even bothering? We are on our way, we'll be there in 5. In 3. I'm rich. We won't violate traffic laws just because you can pay the tickets. The police are on their way, Rachel said, having finished her call. The fact this happened in a rich neighborhood really worried them. I shrugged. Every bracket of society has some lining of corruption. For the cops, even if they aren't bad, is keeping their biggest contributors feeling safe. Chapter 71, Chapter 65. Enjoy. David Lance POV. With a silent yawn, I slowly opened my eyes, stretching my body as I sat up on my bed, pushing the covers of my bed to the side. Reminiscing about the event of the last few months, finding that as of lately things have been rather slow, with crime being at an all-time low. However, as strange as this change was, I was happy with this. Less crime to fight meant I had more time to do other things besides catching criminals, things I enjoyed, like painting, reading, cooking with my sister, and hanging out with Rachel, so all in all, it was nice to have some downtime. Nevertheless, I knew this rather strange respite wouldn't last forever. Sooner or later, as history had shown many times before, there would be another crisis. In the meantime, however, I was content to just enjoy this rare gift from the heavens. Taking a deep breath, I jumped out of my bed, grabbing my phone that was on my nightstand, before sending a text to Rachel. Going to Lorenzo's Pizza for lunch, wanna come? Text sent. I walked into my bathroom, and I couldn't help but admire the architecture. The high ceilings and intricate details on the molding, the marble floor, and other details made me feel like I was in a palace. Deciding I had admired the bathroom too long already, I started my day like I always do, by brushing my teeth. I made sure to brush thoroughly, working the toothbrush around all of my teeth, using a circular, back and forth, and up and down motions. Once I was finished, I rinsed my mouth out with water before spitting the water into the sink. Then, I used some mouthwash to remove any remaining bacteria. Done with my morning routine, my phone buzzed with a notification. A quick look confirmed my suspicions, seeing the notification was from Rachel answering my text. Smiling, I grabbed the phone and opened the chat. Sounds good, I feel like eating one whole pizza by myself today, if I'm being honest. My, little OL Rachel is quite hungry. Grinning, I promptly replied to her text. Fine by me, that way, I can get the Animal Murderer Supreme with extra cheese. Now with that done, time to get some clothes on before starting the day. Still smiling, I walked to my closet and picked a pair of jeans and a simple black shirt that I knew would be comfortable before getting dressed and going down into the kitchen to have some breakfast with Dinah. After a quick breakfast, I laced up my shoes and headed out the door, deciding to go out for a jog. Outside, the fresh air of the neighborhood felt invigorating, with the wind gently clashing against my face as I picked up the pace. As I ran, I surveyed the area, marveling at the pinkish-golden hue that gently colored the sky today. I would run for an hour or two before going for Rachel. Hi, David. Someone waved at me, a girl in her teenage years, around 2 to 3 years older than me. Her name was Millie Anderson. She was the daughter of a rich doctor in Star City, Mark Anderson. Based on interactions, I had quickly concluded the girl had a crush on me, even though she knew she was older than me, a crush her father was supporting based on my connections with Oliver. That was probably the worst part about being family with Oliver. Everyone wanted me to marry their daughters. For them, the greedy ones, I represented an easy exit to riches beyond their wildest dreams. For the most part, I paid them no heed. Save for Millie, while her father was supportive because of my connections and the benefits a relationship between us would bring him, his daughter wasn't. She genuinely had a crush on me, one that I was pretty sure was based on physique alone. So, seeing her crush was an innocent one, I kept a friendly demeanor with her instead of the cold, indifferent one I used with her dad. How's your sister? Millie asked, slowly approaching me. She was wearing clothes for jogging and running, meaning she was probably trying to ease into my day-to-day life. Sleeping, I replied, but not using sign language but gestures to tell her my sister was sleeping, as Millie didn't know sign language at all. That's awesome. Is it? Well, she has an interesting definition of awesome. So, going for a run? Millie asked. No, Millie, I was going for a walk but somehow forgot how to walk and ended up running until you stopped me. Whoa. Where did that come from? I'm never one to mentally sass the oblivious citizen. Hi, Earth to David, Millie smiled, as she played with her hair, misreading my lack of response for me being shy around her. I sighed before giving her a nod. Great, can I come with you? And there it is. I nodded once again. I could have refused her, but the last thing I wanted was to damage Oliver's image, needless to say. However, I would be slowly changing my body language around her so that she subconsciously sorted her attraction to me to a platonic one, effectively friend-zoning me. Yay. Be prepared because I will beat you. Beat me, on what? Jogging has no objective besides doing exercise. 2 hours later. I took Millie back to her house after 2 hours of unsatisfactory jogging in order to not leave her behind. Granted, I had taken this opportunity to inspect my surroundings in more detail, nevertheless, I was still a bit annoyed that my jogging routine had been disturbed. At least Millie was tolerable. I mean, she was a good girl, a bit too immature if anything, but good in general, so while annoying at times, her company wasn't necessarily a nuisance. But enough about that. Right now is time to pick up Ray, and by pick up, and I mean, her portaling into the manor and leaving the place as if she had been already there, to begin with. How was jogging? Rachel, who had been already waiting for me as I reached the manor, asked, a small smile gracing her face. This smile, however, was different. It had a hint of mischief that extended to her eyes. I narrowed my eyes at her, realizing why. She knew I had had a bad time jogging today and was poking fun at me. Very funny. It is to me, Rachel replied as she walked past me. Now, don't frown. I'll get you a hot dog. If she thought I would be bought with a hot dog. She was absolutely right. 6 hours later. After a long day of activities, Ray and I decided to go to the park to share our feelings about the new book we were both reading when all of a sudden, an explosion was heard in the distance, shaking the entire park to the ground, creating havoc in the park. For a moment, Rachel and I froze as I felt a strange sense of dread invading me, a feeling that something was terribly wrong. Following my instincts, I used my phone to access the cameras around the place the explosion had taken place, almost dropping my phone at the sight of what I had encountered, a picture that not only had validated my previous feelings but enhanced them. In the cameras, I saw a monster, one that I was very familiar with, rampaging through the city as Green Arrow and Black Canary tried to stop it, slowly taking this creature away from civilians, and as for the moment being, they were succeeding at their task. However, no matter what they tried, I knew this was something that even the combined might of the two couldn't possibly hope to stop. After all, they were facing no other than the android, Amazo. "What's going on?" Rachel asked, her tone cutting through the air. "We need to go home." "I need to suit up," I replied without wasting a second. Chapter 72, Chapter 66. Enjoy. David Lance POV. Suit on, Raven opened a portal to where the fight was happening. The plan was simple, she would help evacuate the area and then regroup, helping from far away, as I had no idea if this Amazo could copy magic or not. The same applied to me, but at the very least, I had the fact my powers came from another universe on my side, which could possibly mean they couldn't be replicated. Hopefully, that would be the case. Black Bolt, leave. Green Arrow, upon seeing me, ordered me to leave as he shot a barrage of explosive arrows at the android. I shook my head, seeing his battered state, his clothes were torn, and he was bleeding quite badly, nothing lethal, but enough to diminish his abilities eventually. Taking a deep breath, I eyed Amazo, seeing my sister try and fight the machine but being countered at every attempt as the android switched between powers. Wasting no more time, I sprang towards the android, who, upon seeing me, kicked my sister away, allowing him to parry my attack by entering Superman mode. Observational scan failed. The android intoned. Subject, Black Bolt, data inconclusive, adapting parameters, entering deep analysis mode. Relieved the android couldn't copy my powers, I pressed the attack, unleashing an onslaught of attacks, one after the other, without holding back. The android, however, wasn't faced by my advance, switching between modes to match, parry, and counterattack my every move as our attacks kissed on the battlefield. I was making no progress, finding no openings, even with the help of Green Arrow, who was helping me from afar. For the first time, in ages, my heart was singing, just like it had sung with Deathstroke, a melody of death. In this fight, death balanced on every move. Access, Flash. The android intoned, moving behind me. Access, Superman. From every angle, I rained down on the android, receiving multiple hits from the machine every time it parried or dodged my advances. But, no matter how many hits Amazo got on me, I continued fighting, swinging my attacks so hard that sparks flew when the machine blocked my attacks. This continued for a few moments until the android kicked me away. Access, Flash. The android intoned, moving behind me as I landed on the ground, fist ready to pummel me into the ground, but not before switching his mode. Access, Superman. Black Bolt. Green Arrow cried, shooting a few explosive arrows the android simply elected to ignore, before turning his immediate attention to the archer, probably assuming I was done for. Alas, I wasn't. Taking the opening the android had given me, I jumped to my feet, as blood came out of my mask, landing a punch on the android with enough force to send him flying against a nearby building, bringing down a few walls in his wake. Black Bolt, leave now. Green Arrow ordered once again. I ignored him, darting towards the android before it came to me, pressing the attack. I had one mission and 3 objectives, keeping Oliver and Dinah alive, waiting for the League to arrive, and waiting for Rachel to confirm there was no one around for me to use my powers on the android. Keeping my head focused, I continued clashing with Amazo for what might have been minutes or hours, completely losing track of time or any other information but the enemy in front of me as the fight went on. Observational deep analysis mode complete. The android intoned. Data inconclusive. Initiating Stage 2 analysis, physical sample. I was no fool. I knew that until I was allowed to use my powers or the League arrived, I was fighting a losing battle. The worst part was that even with all of my powers, I knew I was still outmatched by a decent margin. Amazo had many modes that would help him avoid my voice or simply shrug off the damage should the need arise. With the powers of Martian Manhunter and Superman, he was simply out of my league to destroy. That unavoidable fact chilled me. Access, Superman. The android intoned, landing a few hits on me that brought me to my knees. Access, Martian Manhunter. He then changed his mode, changing his density to go into the floor, before pulling me down, changing my own density in order to trap me on the ground, from the neck down. I coughed, blood spurting out. Where? In the fuck was the League? Access, Flash. The android intoned, proceeding to kick my face a few thousand times per second, multiple times, as he ran around me in a circle. I was stuck in the ground, and he was from my current perspective above me, so that meant enough. I spoke, blasting everything above me to dust. The attack releasing me from my concrete prison. Physical scan completed. The android intoned, appearing in front of me. I guess it was too much to ask, thinking that had hit him. He was using the Flash's powers, meaning dodging my attack was well within his capabilities while in said mode. Data inconclusive. Samples unreadable. Processing to get a bigger sample. The android intoned, before darting towards me. Access, Superman. However, before Amazo could reach me, he was blasted away by a beam of dark energy. Not gonna happen, Raven stated, her body glowing in dark energy. I sighed in relief. I finally had backup, which reminds me, where's Green Arrow? He's with Black Canary, tending her wounds, Raven said, reading my emotions and from them, concluding what I was thinking. Well, that's good. The farther away they were from that thing, the better. I honestly had no idea how Amazo hadn't killed them during the time they had fought it alone. With the powers it had, dealing with them should have been easy enough. Unless Amazo's mission was never to kill them, but to make sure they brought the League here. If that was the case, Amazo's purpose had many implications. 1, it could be destroying the League, or 2, keeping the League distracted as something else happened in the shadows. I personally believed it was the latter of the two. Observational scan failed. The android intoned, coming once again into view, unscathed. Subject, Raven. Category, Magic. Observational tools lacking for proper replication of said category. Proceeding with the elimination of the subject. Ready, I asked Raven, taking a deep breath. If Raven was here, one thing was very clear, the entire place was empty, meaning I could whisper to my heart's content. Yes, Raven nodded, her eyes glowing white. Chapter 73, Chapter 67. Enjoy. Double chap if we reach top 5. David Lance POV. Azarath Metrian Zinthos. Raven muttered as I dashed towards the android. Access, Superman. The android intoned, his voice reaching my ears moments before the distance between us closed as he dodged Raven's attack, his right hand instantly blurring out of sight toward my stomach, landing a devastatingly powerful uppercut on my solar plexus. The attack sent me flying out of the building like a projectile, impairing my vision momentarily, but not enough to not notice the android was inches away from me, intending to deliver a follow-up. However, before Amazo could deliver another attack, his body froze as the magical energy of Raven got a hold of him, stopping his next attack inches away from making contact. Taking the opening Raven had given me, I quickly muttered a single word that served both as an attack and a message for Raven. Thanks. The attack sent the android crashing against the floor with devastating force, leaving me to continue on the flight his earlier punch had sent me. Vision still blurred and body screaming in pain, I forced myself to focus, carefully rotating my body around midair, managing to avert crashing to the ground by landing on my feet, where I immediately evaluated my situation. 3 broken ribs. And internal bleeding, based on how much blood I was coughing. And most of that was because of a single well-placed punch, using Superman's strength. That's going to hurt for a while. Seeing the android had yet to make a move, I reached my utility belt, plucking 2 items to patch myself a bit. A ketamine injection, and an adrenaline one, before injecting both into my system. I sighed, cracking my neck, before darting toward the android that was just now coming out of the massive, deep crater my attack had created a few moments ago. I can only hold him for a few moments, Raven said, phasing behind me, using her astral form to do so. I can't attack him, every time I try, he dodges. I nodded, of course, he would dodge. Raven's attacks were magic-based, and this Amazo had nothing to fully defend himself against that, a fact that was apparently clear in his programming. Access, Martian Manhunter, the android intoned, phasing out of sight. Amazo was clearly stronger than us by a massive margin, individually that was, as it could change between modes, overwhelming whoever it was fighting. However, the android was predictable. His programming made him prioritize self-preservation over battle observation. Right now, all Amazo needed to deal with me was using Superman's powers, yet at times, he would switch between modes in order to block, or dodge an attack, when he didn't need to. Superman was more than strong enough to tank anything below shouting. That was weakness 1, weakness 2 was quite possibly the biggest one, and it was the time it took the android to switch between modes. For every switch of power, the android needed to say something, giving whoever was fighting him around 1 second before the next switch activated to counterattack in the best possible way. Now, on a 1v1, this weakness was difficult to exploit. But it wasn't a 1v1 anymore. To defeat Amazo, all we needed to do was coordinate our attacks in order to force him into a mode that is advantageous for us by exploiting his programming. If we played our cards right and made every mode count, we might not even need the League at all, not like the bastards were rushing to come and aid us. I mean, seriously, 2 of them move fucking fast, speed of light fucking fast, so where the fuck were they? Behind, Raven said, sensing Amazo as the android was about to make his body, using her magic to teleport us to the opposite corner of the street. Denied, I muttered, aiming at Amazo. Access, flash, the android intoned, dodging my attack. Denied. Raven asked. Well, excuse me, Raven, it's very hard to find the right words to use as attacks, and while curse words would fit most occasions, I didn't want to be known as the hero with a filthy mouth. Good point, Raven nodded, creating a magic shield around us. You had an idea. So, what was it? I smiled. Of course, she had felt my emotions. I nodded, pointing at my head. As I eyed Amazo, who had moved behind out and had started running around the shield, really fast, sucking the oxygen out of the area. Amazo was planning to asphyxiate us. However, Raven had apparently foreseen that because no matter how much the oxygen levels dropped outside her shield as Amazo ran, inside, we were fine, meaning the shield was a sealed zone with a limited amount of oxygen that, based on the radius of the shield, would easily last us for at least over a day. You can do that now? Raven asked, keeping her shield strong, realizing what I was telling her by pointing at my head. I was telling her to make a telepathic connection between us. I nodded. I hadn't tried this with her yet, but I was sure it could work. I mean, sure, my psychic powers were still very green, making them hard to control. However, my training with Martian Manhunter and Master Kirigi had allowed me over time to have some semblance of control over my own defenses. Enough control to allow others into my mind for a chat. Sure, I could have told Raven my plan with sign language, but chances were Amazo, or whoever was controlling the android from afar, would understand me, therefore making my plan useless. Impressive, even now, I can feel your mind ready to kick me out at any moment's notice, Raven said after having made the connection. It felt weird. But I would explore that feeling later. Access, Captain Atom. The android intoned, realizing his asphyxiation plan wasn't working. Instead, now opting for blasting the shield with atomic force, slowly but surely making cracks on the shield. We need to exploit Amazo's weakness. For every switch between modes, the android needs to say the name of the hero he is about to copy, creating a delay between switches of a second or half a second depending on the length of the name he has to say, I replied telepathically as Raven focused on keeping the shield together, her eyes glowing white. I see. I understand the idea. You want to force Amazo into a mode we destroy in a single attack, Raven replied through the link we had made, quickly catching on to my plan. I can't hold the shield much longer, I will move us out of here. Modes, Flash, Superman, Captain Atom, and Wonder Woman, are the ones that hold a power advantage over us. We need to force him into one of the following modes, Martian Manhunter or Black Canary, I continued explaining as Raven teleported us away from Amazos, but not far enough to lose the android's attention. Martian Manhunter. That mode seems pretty resilient to be in our target list, Raven replied. Access, Superman. The android intoned before flying towards us. Back off, I muttered, attacking Amazo, before running to the left as Raven flew to the right, separating our advance into one of two angles as we continued our telepathic planning. Yes, Martian Manhunter is one of the most durable heroes the League has, but the android doesn't use his powers unless he has to phase through an attack or elongate a part of his body, which is mostly his arms. Azarath Metrian Zinthos. Raven said, creating hundreds of magical ravens that flew toward Amazo as she replied. I see. I understand your plan now, you want to use the interval between switches while he's phased. That or punching his head off with a single strike if he ever accesses my sister's mode, but seeing as he hasn't used it once during this fight, is safe to assume his programming is telling him that doing so is futile, I replied, throwing a few explosives at Amazo to get his attention. He normally copies Martian Manhunter when he wants to dodge or do a surprise attack, Raven replied. Access, Flash. The android intoned, turning his head towards me, moments after the explosives I had thrown had gone off, quickly closing the distance between us, tackling me into a wall, before turning toward Raven. Access, Captain Atom. I am aware, so let's give him something to dodge. Before that, though, how small can you make your portals? I replied telepathically, a grin on my face as I jumped to my feet. Raven, who was currently clashing with Amazo, beams of magic colliding with atomic forces, smiled, sending a wave of understanding through our link. I smiled, that was all I needed to know. Now, it was time to see if my idea would work. Taking a deep breath, I rushed toward Amazo at my maximum speed, throwing in the way a few smoke bombs to get his attention away from Raven. Once I did, and the android had turned to face me, using Red Tornado's power to clean the area of the smoke, I grabbed one of his arms, throwing a hard punch at his face, putting all my weight into it. The blow knocked the android's head to one side, and I quickly followed with a few extra hits. Access, Superman. The android intoned, stopping one of my punches with a single hand, the grip of his metallic cold hand forcing me to my knees as the ground beneath us cracked under the pressure before the android punched me into the ground with his other hand. Jaw dislocated, I inwardly smiled through the pain, seeing a big portal open behind him, a beam of magic coming out of it, as another portal opened beneath me, one small. Meaning my opportunity to strike would come soon. Access, Martian Manhunter. Predictably, the android switched to the mode we were expecting in order to dodge a point-blank blast of magic by letting it phase through him. Now, it was all a matter of him switching modes without resetting his density first. Access, Captain Atom. The android froze, completely unable to move, thanks to the small portal hovering inches behind his head, my arm coming out the portal, piercing his head, that now crackled in an electric show, before exploding, the body of the android soon falling into the ground. I smiled. The plan had worked. The portal Raven first had opened had gained Amazo's attention moments before he had pummeled me to the ground, being that her attack was magic, and it was at point-blank range. Amazo's programming had opted for using Martian Manhunter's power to avoid any possible damage, allowing Raven to open 2 more portals, first one behind me so that I could fulfill the part of my part, and then one behind his head, to connect the portal I was using to one within the android's range. All in under a second, fully capitalizing in the interval between switches. We did it, Raven said through the link, and I could tell that she was happy. We did. Fuck the League, I replied as I jumped to my feet. They are here, Raven replied, and I could feel through our link that she was annoyed with them having arrived so late. I sighed, placing my jaw back into place before eyeing the League as they slowly descended toward us. It seems our help wasn't needed. Superman was the first to speak. It wasn't needed. I will be bedridden for at least 2 weeks after the painkillers I pumped into my system wear off. And that's the forgivable part. What really pissed me off was that they had taken so long to come when Oliver and Dinah had been the ones to call them in the first place. Had Raven and I not intervened, there was a chance they would have. I rather not think about it. I rather think as I was thinking that the android wanted the League to come and had, for that reason, kept my sister and Oliver alive. Yes, we managed, but we weren't the ones to call for help, were we? I signed, glaring at him. There's a lot of destruction in the city, Giovanni muttered, looking around the place, seeing the damage my power had done to the city. I don't like him, Raven said through our telepathic bond. Take me to my sister and Oliver, if you can, I replied, walking past Superman before he could reply to what I had told him. As I stepped through a portal, Raven had created the moment I had asked for it. I was sure they had a reason for the delay, probably a good one, but right now, I didn't care to hear it. Chapter 74, Chapter 68. Enjoy. Double chap if we reach top 5. David Lance POV. Dinah was okay. A few broken bones, and bruises here and there, but nothing concerning for her health in the long run, a result that upon considering who her opponent had been, was rather lucky. Oliver was okay too. His injuries were less severe all things considered. As for me, well, I would be bedridden for around 2 to 4 weeks, depending on how fast my healing factor can deal with internal trauma, broken bones, and some minor muscle tearing. Not that I really cared about the time. Sure, I didn't exactly enjoy being in bed, as it heavily limited my actions, but I didn't exactly hate it either. Besides, despite everything, I had Rachel by my side to make me company, so things were good enough. Now, on the matter of the League, I was still mad at them. The reason they had taken so long was because they had all been dealing with supervillains of their own, which all things considered, was a very valid reason. Nevertheless, good reason or not, it was still infuriating that they had not only arrived late, which I was still a bit salty about, but had then lectured me about property damage, and hero liability. Granted, the ones that had tried to lecture about property damage were Nugget Girl, and Giovanni. The rest of the League was, according to Batman, thankful I had managed to step in when they had failed to do so. It was simply that Nugget Girl and Giovanni had their personal vendettas against me, or in the case of Giovanni, with Rachel specifically. Speaking of Batman, I was angry with him. Not because he had arrived late, honestly, or all the heroes, he was the one that I understood the most when it came to tardiness. He was a human that had to do human stuff to get from point A to point B. Sure, he was disgustingly rich, but that didn't make him super fast, or gave him the ability to fight. As for the Zeta tubes, well sure, they worked, but he still had to get to one before using them, so it was always back to square one. If anything, he was always the first one to arrive at any place. Him. The human. In a team where 2 people can move at the speed of light, or faster, he was the one to arrive first. So yeah, I wasn't angry at his tardiness, it was bound to happen eventually. My reason for being angry was entirely different. It was because he had decided to keep Amazo, instead of destroying it, because he wanted to study the android. An idiotic decision, in my personal opinion. Then again, maybe he was seeing things from an angle I wasn't, but regardless of the angle he was taking on this approach, it still felt like an irresponsible approach on his part. Feeling better? Rachel asked calmly, breaking me out of my train of thoughts. I smiled, giving her a small nod. I was still sore, but considering I had taken hits for an android, copying Superman's powers, well, I was doing A-okay. Not very talkative today, huh? Rachel replied. I deadpanned. Mute jokes, such a lack of taste, and I like it, ha ha ha. Very funny. I told you to stop reading the comedy section of the library, you fill too many emo dark boxes for that, hell I'm not sure you're even allowed in that section. Rachel snorted. Look who's talking. Another mute joke, would you look at that? Of course this means war. And so, Rachel and I, engaged in a battle for the ages, basically insulting each other, friendship. Poison Ivy POV. I watched as Harley showed me with utter glee, the video of her meant-to-be, fighting an android. So that's your guy? I muttered. Yepperoni. Harley nodded with a mar giggle. He's so dreamy, dark, and mysterious. Like every boy I ever had a crush on in high school. Huh, maybe those crushes should have stayed in high school. No Ivy, this is better than the Joker, not ideal, sure, but immensely better than the Joker, granted, fucking a corpse was better than dating the Joker. I would literally burn a forest to the ground, if the alternative was dating that psychopathic asshole. So taking that into account, we were taking a step in the right direction, a young, questionable direction. He sure is Harley, I smiled. Lex Luthor POV. Well, this was one expensive loss. To think Black Bolt and Raven would be enough to defeat Amazo on their own was rather impressive. The android was, after all, a weapon that should have taken the entire League to defeat, or at the very least the core members of the League, not two sidekicks. Well, I guess not everything can go according to plan. It was honestly quite riveting. That the two unknowns in our table had been the ones to mess with our schedule. Oh well, what's done is done. No sense in crying about. Nevertheless, next time, we would be ready for them. The light learns, the light adapts, and it always prepares. Unknown POV. It engulfs me. A void of nothingness that steals away my sanity. And before I know it, I am lost in an endless abyss, surrounded by a thick fog that muffles all sound. I try to scream but no noise comes out. I flail my arms wildly, searching for something, anything, to grab onto. But there is nothing. No light, no sound, no hope. I am all alone in the darkness. And he is coming for me. Slowly but surely, he closes in around me like a cold hand around my throat. I can feel it tightening his grip, suffocating me. I struggle to breathe, to move, to think. But it is all useless. The darkness has won. And I am lost forever in its cold embrace, another soul for Trigon's horde. I pity those who stand in his way. I truly pity them. Chapter 75, Chapter 69. Enjoy. David Lance POV. It had been 2 weeks since the encounter with Amazo, and my broken bones and injured body had finally healed. Leaving nothing but the memory of the battle and how the combined efforts of Rachel and I had been the key to victory. I smiled at the memory. Sure, it had been one hell of a fight, where I had taken more damage than ever before, with the stakes being higher than I would have liked. But it had also been our first in the big leagues, at least together, and yet, we had worked together flawlessly, using our skills and knowledge in synchrony to take down the enemy. In the end, it was our teamwork that made that victory possible. Without Rachel, I wouldn't have been able to defeat Amazo. Your sister wants to see you, Rachel said, opening the door of my room as she held a book in her hands. On my way, I replied, trying to peek out the title of the book. Something that Rachel quickly noted and, in turn, cheekily hid the book under her purple sweater. I smiled, deciding to find out what book she was reading later. I might just ask her. I mean, more often than not, she caves with a few answers when it comes to literature. Taking a deep breath, I finished what I was doing, and I grabbed my phone before making my way out of my room toward Dinah and Oliver's room, with Rachel on my side. I didn't like seeing her bedridden. It was a picture that, no matter how good things were in terms of her recovery, didn't settle all too well for me. It pained me, seeing her like that, looking so fragile. I guess at times, I just forget how fragile we humans are. Not that I belong to that group anymore, which simply made her look all the more fragile in my mind. These thoughts infuriated me because I knew that my sister was by no means fragile. But no matter how much I told myself that she was strong, skilled, and more. A small part of my mind would put her on a pedestal of fragility that made her no honor, a pedestal that brought with itself a semblance of guilt. A part of me wanted to believe this was my fault. The thing was, I knew this was a stupid thought. This, by no means, had been my fault. I mean, in this universe, shit just happens, and Amazo happens to enter that category. I knew my self-deprecating thoughts had no base, that they made no sense. But when does the mind ever make sense? I honestly believe in the saying that says we are our own worst enemy. Do I need to hit you with the, I'm being stupid stick? Rachel asked, getting a read of my emotions. No, and the hell do you mean by the, I'm being stupid stick, I replied, giving her an odd look, wondering if I should be concerned about that, stick. It's something I came up with, Rachel replied, nodding proudly, almost as if puffing up like a bird at her own idea. I see. Did Rachel ever hit her teammates when they were being stupid? Is that canon? I feel it's not, but it kind of fits with her personality, yet at the same time, it doesn't. This house is too big, Rachel said, changing the subject. I blinked, nodding. Rich people, more in Oliver's case, love big houses. I see the attractive, but honestly, sometimes it's just a chore to get stuff around. Like, there was one time I had to walk for 10 minutes to get a water bottle because my fridge had ran out of them. With your speed, you could have gotten the water in a matter of seconds, Rachel replied, quirking an eyebrow. I huffed, crossing my arms in indignation. Yes, I could have, but I had just woken up, and I didn't feel like sprinting to the kitchen on the 3rd level. Fair enough, Rachel nodded. Not everyone can open a portal with a sway of their hand, I added, arms still crossed. Well, it's not that simple, but yeah, I can do that, Rachel smiled at me cockily. I smiled, rolling my eyes at her. So, how has been fighting crime all alone in Star City? Pretty uneventful, Rachel replied as we neared the turn that led to the hallway that led to Dinah's room. The only villain that has tried to do anything was someone called Catman. He wasn't happy I made a comment of him copying Catwoman. Catman? Well shit, that's new. Was he hard to deal with? I asked. No, we didn't even fight. I just kind of levitated him off the ground and threw him in prison, Rachel replied. He wasn't happy about that either. I imagine, of all possible defeats, having someone take you out without a fight is quite humiliating in the villain world. He will probably hold a grudge against you. With that humiliating defeat, you might have gotten yourself a nemesis. Rachel froze, her eyes snapping. I would prefer if the villain that will make their whole life purpose destroying me, not to be a man with an unhealthy fixation on cats. You can choose your friends, but like family, you can't choose your nemesis, I shrugged with a smile. But I can choose to cripple him, Rachel muttered darkly. Where's that stick you spoke of? The I'm being stupid stick, I asked, getting a soft chuckle from her. Fair enough, Rachel sighed, a small groan escaping her lips. I really hope that guy doesn't make it his life purpose to defeat me. I smiled, patting her on the back. Cheer up, chances are that once he tries again and sees he can't even fight you, he will give up that silly dream/grudge of his. The title of Nemesis requires both parties to stand on a similar ground, and obviously, he lacks the juice for that kind of title. Rachel chuckled. He does lack the juice, and the taste, like why cats of all animals. Hey, cats can be scary. Besides, the cat theme usually fits better on a female, like Catwoman, I replied with 2 short nods. Are you saying that because you find Catwoman attractive? Rachel asked, with an eat-shitting grin or the closest equivalent she could produce. Me. Find her attractive? I would nev. Okay, I do. But I will never admit it. I do not, I replied without looking at her. Sure, you don't, Rachel snorted at my answer but didn't press on. I don't, I nodded. Yeah, Rachel replied. I truly don't, I nodded again. I believe you, Rachel replied. I narrowed my eyes. She smiled. Fine, you win, you emotion-reading cheater, I sighed. But honestly, doesn't the cat theme fit females better? I suppose from an aesthetic point of view, it does, Rachel nodded. I nodded. Before we reach your sister, please don't look at her like you feel like it's your fault, Rachel said, changing the subject. Easier said than done, that woman can see through my acts, even if I act like everything is fine. Kind of hard to hide shit from someone that saw you grow. If she sees you feeling guilty, she will feel guilty, and that spiral just grows endlessly, Rachel sighed. I know, I nodded. It was honestly hard to control one's subconscious when it came to natural reactions. It was like trying to kiss someone you found disgusting on every level without showing any disgust. It was nearly impossible, and the deeper the connection of that reaction was, the harder it was to hide it. I could hide many things. I could even fool someone to think I found them attractive if the opportunity ever required it. I had trained for it, part of Batman's training. Unfortunately, I hadn't trained for pretending I didn't feel like shit for seeing my loved ones hurt. The thing was, I knew that Dinah was still in pain, both physically and emotionally, for not having been able to help me during the fight. Dinah, we are here, Rachel said as she knocked at the door. Come in. Dinah replied, and moments after, Rachel was opening the door. What bus hit ya? Did you get the number? I said, needless to say, the first thing that came to my mind. Fucking panic humor, I swear. Dinah snorted before breaking into a short-lived fit of laughter that came to an end because it hurt her to laugh. Damn it, don't make me laugh. That was a good one, kiddo, Oliver said with a proud grin, coming out of the bathroom, limping toward his bed. They were using separate beds because Dinah's condition at the moment required her to have her own sleeping area. Hey, how's the leg doing? I asked Oliver as I walked toward my sister. Well, it's seen better days, like, what was the day before Amazo? Oliver asked, pressing his lips together and pondering. I smiled. Good to see you back to full, Dinah smiled, reaching for my hand with loving warmth, before suddenly pulling a stick out of nowhere, bonking me in the head. I'm being stupid stick. I should have seen it coming. Ha ha ha. Yes. Oliver cheered with a grin. It pleased my mustache seeing that. At this, Dinah threw the stick at Oliver, seeing as he was out of reach. Damn it, I've been betrayed. Chapter 76, Chapter 70. Enjoy. Dinah Lance POV. Recovery can sometimes feel like a never-ending process. For me, this was the case, and how couldn't it feel this way when your little brother could heal most wounds exponentially faster than you or any other human being without powers? My broken bones and injured body slowly healed, or rather healed at a human rate with the best technology available. I honestly couldn't complain. With each day that passed, I felt a little bit stronger, a bit better. But even though my physical injuries had healed, I was still left with the bitter memory of what had happened, or rather what hadn't happened. I had left my baby brother to fight that thing alone. Once again, he had to face another challenge without me to help him. I knew it was silly to think this, but even though I was aware of how foolish I was being, my mind couldn't help but wonder in the world of what-ifs. What if I had been there? What if Amazo hadn't knocked me out cold? Had I been there, could I have prevented my brother's wounds? These thoughts were exhausting because I knew the entire situation had gotten out of my hands, out of Oliver's hands, and David had simply taken control of the ship, saving me, Oliver, and the city when we couldn't. But as Oliver said, don't focus on the dark shadows of a fully lighted room. As much as the situation had gotten out of control, David had managed to come on top. I needed to see the bright side of the events in order to finally put the whole ordeal behind me. He had won, Rachel and him had defeated the impossible, broken bones or not, and they both had survived. That's all that mattered, and that's all I should be focusing on. I guess doubt and self-inflicted guilt runs in the family deeper than I thought, which is why I had to show my baby brother we couldn't let these faults eat us. You have that look that says, I will be a successful kick-ass woman today, Oliver said as he limped toward his bed. I chuckled, tilting my head to the side. Don't I always have that look? Oliver pressed his mouth into a tiny dot as he blinked rapidly. I refused to answer that on the grounds that it may incriminate me down the line. I rolled my eyes. I was about to marry such a dork. And I wouldn't have it any other way. David Lance POV. It had been a little over a week since I had recovered from the aftermath of my fight with Amazo. When Batman contacted me, asking to meet and discuss the battle, I agreed. Taking a Zeta tube, I met Batman at the designated location, and it became quickly apparent that he had done his homework, even having on display on his screen the strategy one had used to defeat him. Hi, I waved, taking a seat. Black Bolt, I'm glad you came, Batman said, turning his attention toward me. Well, you called me, I replied. I did, Batman nodded. I wanted to see if I had everything that happened in the battle in an accurate manner. Ask away, I nodded. Lesson 6 of Batman's method, always triple-check all data at least 10 times. Very well, Batman replied, taking a seat in front of me. For the next following minutes, Batman asked me a series of questions, and answered each one honestly and directly, giving him all the information he wanted. When the questions were done, we talked, exchanging information and ideas as to how we thought Amazo operated, and united we came away with a greater understanding of Amazo. Thanks for your assistance, Batman said, our talk coming to an end. It's nothing, had you not called me, I would have come here to talk about Amazo anyway, I replied with a sigh. I still think the idea of keeping the android will bite us in the back sooner or later. I know, Batman replied. I fully understand your concerns, and the truth is, you are right. Chances are Amazo will be used against us again, sooner or later. In short, meaning that he wanted to study the thing for as long as possible before that happened. I know what your goals are with Amazo, but you are playing a risky game there, I sighed, running my hands down my hair. I know. But, Amazo is a threat that we weren't prepared to deal with, as Amazo itself wasn't prepared to deal with you. Had we engaged with the android, we would have had a much more difficult time than you had. I had my theories about why Amazo hadn't made quick work of me, my theory being because I was a total unknown, and so was Raven, for that matter, meaning that Amazo's programming only had countermeasures against the core members of the League. Based on the strength of the android, whoever had programmed it, had simply deemed any other possible encounters as inconsequential for Amazo, deeming the machine's ability to copy powers, as well as the ability it already had in store to be more than enough to deal with any extras. Fair enough, I sighed. By failing to prepare, you are preparing to fail. The next, when a threat like Amazo comes around, the League will be ready, Batman replied, his tone carrying total confidence about what he was saying. I will hold you up to that, I replied as I stood from my chair. Now, if you excuse me, I have things to do, so I'll take my leave. Wait, Batman said, his body language changing for the briefest of moments before he composed himself, showing during this brief break of character and emotion one only sees in a father concerned for his child. Seeing Batman didn't see me as a son, I had my answer as to why his body language had changed. Whatever he was about to say, or ask, was about Richard Grayson. "You know he's the one that ghosted me, right?" I asked, going straight to the point. Batman said nothing, and I had to admit, it felt good leaving the Dark Knight speechless for once, using his own weapon of choice, deduction. "I am aware, but you two need to talk." I raised an eyebrow at that. "About what?" "It's clear he doesn't want to talk to me, and I won't force him." "About what happened during the Joker incident," Batman replied after a moment of silence. "About the Joker incident? It's been a while since I had a talk about that. Now, what exactly do I have to talk with Richard that Batman feels we need to talk about?" I had long ago concluded Richard blamed himself for what happened that day, so, did Batman want me to tell Richard not to blame himself for what happened? No. That didn't fit Batman's way of thinking. If it was such a simple thing as dealing with unwarranted guilt, he wouldn't have asked me to talk with Richard just now. No, this was about something else. But what? Unless the guilt Richard was feeling wasn't one without merit. I froze in shock, giving Batman a look, seeing his back, quickly connecting the dots, finally getting the entire picture of what had happened and why Robin had ghosted me. Batman had never sent us to that facility. It was all Robin's doing. Chapter 77, Chapter 71. Enjoy. I had some problems yesterday. I apologize for not posting. David Lance POV. I glared at Batman, my mind still trying to process what I had discovered, that Robin had manipulated me, used me, and almost gotten me killed. I had trusted him, and he had betrayed me. I felt anger bubbling up inside of me, and I could feel the tears welling up in my eyes out of frustration. But I refused to give anyone the satisfaction of seeing me cry, so I raised my chin and stared at him defiantly. It was all his fault, I signed coldly. He manipulated me, and I almost died because of it. I trusted him, and he betrayed me, am I right? Batman just looked at me, his expression unreadable. Well, I asked once again. However, before Batman could answer, a door opened, and Robin walked into the cave. I looked at him, knowing now he had been listening, and asked the same question, this time directed at him. Without meeting my gaze, Robin nodded, his eyes nailed to the ground as a soft, almost scared yes escaped his lips. I couldn't believe it. I was furious. I had almost died because he had decided to act like a spoiled child. I wanted to confront him then and there, but the moment I laid eyes on him again, something clicked inside my head. A child. He was a child. I had trusted a child. No matter how mature he wanted to be or was, he was a child, and I had put my life in the hands of a kid. I had forgotten he was nothing but a child, fighting crime. It all made sense now. What had happened was nothing but my own fault, really. He wasn't out of sin, but still, I shouldn't have trusted him, not with something so important. He was just a kid, and in some part of my head, that fact got lost, and I had trusted him almost blindly, and now I could see how wrong that had been. This was my second life. I should have known better than to trust a kid with something so important. I should have contacted Batman right away. If I had just been more careful, more cautious, that terrible night never would have happened. I'm sorry, I know I made a mistake, I know Robin began, his voice breaking every now and then with high-pitched tones. I looked at him across the room and I could tell that he was trying to look tough. His arms were trying to stay firm to avoid shaking as he tried to look at me without averting his eyes. He was trying to look tough, but no matter how much he tried, there was something in his posture that betrayed his insecurity. At that moment, I didn't see the one I wanted to be angry at. No, at that moment, I saw a scared child, scared of the consequences of his actions. I took a deep breath, collecting my thoughts for a moment as I tried to rein in my anger. The memories of that day coming to my mind as my anger tried to bubble up, threatening to spill over, but using Rachel's techniques, I forced that rage back down. What you did was very, very stupid, I replied slowly, making sure each sign was punctuated. You betrayed my trust. Almost had me killed, and instead of facing what you did the moment you did it, you avoided this conversation for more than a year. Robin began, but I cut him off with a look that could challenge any of Batman's any day. I'm angry, very angry, I sighed, crushing the phone I had forgotten I had on my hand. I want to punch you. I want to kick all of your teeth out. At this, Batman tensed, ready to jump in Robin's defense should this conversation come to blows. I inwardly smiled at that. Batman did have a heart, after all, one deep under that dark suit of his, a heart that loved his adoptive son, shit and all. How poetic. But I won't, because you are not to blame, at least not entirely, I continued, dropping the broken phone on the floor. I'm also to blame for trusting a child. I shouldn't have trusted you, not with something like that. Because, down the line, it doesn't matter how skilled you are, how smart you are, how mature you seem to be, or how much trauma you have lived through. You are a kid. Robin said nothing, each word seeming to hit him like a truck. It almost seemed like he wasn't breathing, with how still he was standing. Be that as it may, this doesn't wash your hands from what you did, after all. Ignorance and immaturity does not equate to innocence, I continued, taking a deep breath. So, if you ask me to forgive you, I can't. How can one forgive another for a mistake they themselves made? I can't. Just as I can't forgive your entitled behavior, after all, adults don't forgive kids, they tolerate them and try to change their faults if they are responsible for them. You're angry at me, Robin muttered, finishing his mutter in something close to a shout. Be angry at me, I deserved it, I fucked up, I deserve your anger. I'm angry, but right now. Mostly at myself, I replied, giving Batman a look. What kind of adult would hold a grudge against a child? Robin, a kid, is not blamed if the kitchen burns down. He might be punished, sure, but not blamed. The one who is to blame is the adult that should have known better. I sighed, waving at Batman, before walking toward the exit that was behind Robin, barely sparing a glance at him as I did, leaving both Batman and his sidekick alone to deal with what had happened. I left the building feeling morose, exhausted, angry, and in the need of a new phone. I might get the new phone that just came out. If I was to buy a phone, it was best if I made a lasting choice. After that, maybe I can talk with Rachel about this. Chapter 78, Chapter 72. Enjoy. David Lance POV. I ran through the streets of Star City, chasing Cupid, one of many villains that hated Green Arrow, though this one seemed to have a crush on him more than hate him. You won't catch me, brat, Cupid spat, shooting 2 arrows at me. I sighed, swatting the arrows off the air before hurling them back at Cupid before she could react, lodging her own arrows 2 inches away from her face. Cupid blinked, slowly turning her head around to see the arrows lodged on the wall behind her, before dropping her bow and quiver. Ah, well, that's a good point. In that case, I surrender, and I would like to be taken to the authorities, please. I smiled. Walking toward her, as she got on the ground, hands on her back, ready to be handcuffed. I must deeply apologize for my earlier behavior. It was unbecoming of me, Cupid said as I cuffed her. I always enjoyed a villain understanding how outclassed they were. Sometimes, all it took was a show of strength to push their buttons into that state, something that said, I will not hurt you, but I can. A few minutes later, I walked out of the building where I had cornered Cupid, carrying her on my shoulders like a sack of potatoes, evil potatoes, to be delivered to the police that was waiting outside. Black Bolt, great job. A police officer said as he saw me walk toward them. I gave him a small nod, grabbing Cupid off my shoulder before setting her on the ground. I would like it to be on the record that I surrendered willingly, Cupid said like a child wanting to be praised. The police officers at this gave me a look as if asking, is that true? I shrugged, giving them a gesture that said, kind of. Right, well. Thank you for your cooperation, ma'am. We will take that into account when we make the report on your various and multiple crimes. That would be lovely, thanks, Cupid smiled as one of the officers put her in the back of one of the police cars around. It was a pleasure meeting you, Black Bolt, let's never do this again. At this, one of the police officers approached me, giving Cupid a look before asking. What did you do? I smiled, happy to give him a demonstration. Grabbing one of Cupid's arrows from her quiver before hurling the arrow at a wall, lodging the entire thing down to the base in the concrete. The police officer said nothing, his mouth forming a thin line. Well, shit, that makes sense, I would have surrendered as well. Right. Cupid asked from the back of the car. Absolutely, that's fucking scary, the police officer in question replied. Soon after making sure Cupid had arrived at the police station without any interruptions along the way, and had been processed without any escape attempts as well. I returned to my duties, continuing with my patrol of the city. Until an explosion went off in the distance. Unsure as to what I would be facing in that direction, I decided to contact Raven with a text, giving her my location and destination before I flew into action, racing towards the scene as fast as I could. Upon arriving, I found myself face to face with a student residential building burning, the fire spreading rapidly as the residents ran out of the place in a panic. Frowning, I looked at the building up and down for a few moments, before accurately locating the origin of the fire, taking the spread as a map to guide me. Having found the origin of the fire, I hurled a few extinguisher bombs at the building, extinguishing the fire before it could fully spread, before jumping into the apartment from where the fire had originated. Once inside, I scanned the room, trying to find the cause of the fire, with my search eventually leading to the kitchen and what could have been chicken at one point. I frowned. Something here didn't add up. The kitchen was electric, but the pattern of the fire that had started around the kitchen didn't indicate or follow an electric-started fire. From what I could see around the room with a quick glance, the pattern of the fire indicated that the fire had started from an explosive device of a small caliber. I could see that the blast had been directed upwards towards the ceiling from the middle of the kitchen, around 2 feet away from the oven, burning the area around almost evenly. Insurance fraud, perhaps. No. That was too much trouble for a one-bedroom apartment in a student housing area that probably 6 students share. Finding the explosive alone was too much out of anyone's budget here. Students live on ramen and hopes, basically. There's no way most of them have the cash to buy an explosive. Perhaps it was the owner of the building then. Maybe. But it still didn't make any sense. The explosion had been too loud, from what little damage it had done in comparison. It was almost as if all of this was a trap, one made to lure someone in or away from somewhere, and I bet that someone was me or another hero. As I came to this realization, I felt something wrap around my ankles in a single motion, yanking me off my feet before I could even react, before pulling me towards one of the burnt walls of the room, engulfing my body in multiple vines that tightened around my chest. A moment after, I saw Poison Ivy step out from the shadows, an evil grin on her face. I'll be honest. I wasn't sure you would come. I frowned. What was Poison Ivy doing in Star City, of all places? As Poison Ivy walked toward me, very slowly. I thought for a moment about what possible reason could a villain like her have to be in my city, with my mind coming to a blank no matter the angle I gave the situation. Seeing I had nothing, I decided to take a different approach in order to learn about her motives by simply letting things play out for a bit before escaping. Based on what I could feel from the vines keeping me in places, I was more than strong enough to break through them at any given moment, something that Poison didn't seem to be aware of. We need to talk, Poison Ivy began. I raised an eyebrow. Really poor choice of words there. Reading my look, she chuckled. By that, I meant, I have to talk, and you have to listen. I prefer being my body complete and not splattered against the wall, so keep being the silent type. Wait. She was aware of my powers and was still talking to me face to face, in the direct range of all of my attacks. I mean, I know we heroes have a no-kill policy, but this is playing darts with God. Now, you see, I need something from you, Poison Ivy continued, taking a seat on a few of her vines. I wonder if this is when she uses her pheromones to try and control me, pheromones Batman confirmed I was immune to. If that's the case, I won't be able to find any information about her reasons for being here because she will notice right away that I'm not under her control. Then again, she might not even use her pheromones if her body language was anything to go by. From what I could see, she was nervous about something, and that state of mind didn't match with her profile or normal state of being when using her spores. Based on the League's file of her, she would adopt a seductive approach before using her spores, and this was a stark contrast from her data. Meaning there was still a chance to find out what reason she had to be here. Well, there's no easy way of saying this, but I want you to go out on a date with Harley, Ivy said with a sigh. Okay. I am done collecting information. She's obviously fucking with me. Seeing there was no point in pretending anymore, I broke free of my restraints with a quick motion of my body, shattering the vines that once bound me to place, as well as dodging Ivy's attempt to recapture me as I repositioned. I know it sounds weird, but I'm not fucking with you, kid, Poison Ivy said as multiple vines erupted from the ground around her, the tips of the vines aiming at me. I'm done hearing her talk about you, honestly, I love her, crazy and all, but fuck. So you either go on a date with her, or you kill me. And believe me, at this point, I welcome both options with open arms. How do I even respond to that? I had villains come and try to kill me but never had one to try and ask me out. I'm honestly confused as fuck, is going on a date a villain term I had yet to learn about? Did going on a date in the hero/villain world meant something else? Is this how Batman started with Catwoman? I have so many questions. Chapter 79, Chapter 73. Enjoy. David Lance POV. I stared into Ivy's eyes, her multiple vines slowly moving forward, twitchingly trying to reach me, as I tried to make sense of her words in confusion. All my life, I had trained to expect the unexpected, but this entire situation was southwest out of the park that it had simply caught me off guard. Kid, this is happening, one way or another, Ivy said with a tone of finality, her eyes narrowing in a small glare as her vines shot forward like bullets trying to pierce me. Jumping over her vines, I took the fight to Ivy, throwing a hard punch at Ivy's stomach before she could counter, putting some weight into it. The blow caught Ivy by surprise, knocking her a few inches into the air as I followed with a spinning kick to her torso, slamming her against the wall that cracked upon impact. From the ground, Ivy growled, giving me a glare before swinging her arm at me even though I was clearly out of her range. Knowing what was about to happen, I jumped back, dodging the several vines that soon enough protruded from the place at sound-breaking speeds. The vines stood still for a moment as Ivy got back on her feet, glaring daggers at me. That wasn't nice. I paid her words no heed, instead focusing on her plants and the environment for a brief moment before taking a step forward, hurling a few explosive knives at her aiming at her face, knowing that she would instinctively protect herself using her plants, blocking her field of view in the process. Fuck, Ivy cursed, blocking the explosive knives just as I had predicted, allowing me to close the distance between us the moment she had lost sight of me. In front of her, I slapped her throat softly, forcing her into a choking frenzy of cough before following up with a rapid-fire series of blows to immobilize her. Hitting her in the nose, the jaw, behind the ear, the solar plexus, and her kidney area in quick succession. Ivy froze for the briefest of moments before her body dropped to the ground with a loud thud, with her plants following suit soon after. I sighed. It had been good she had underestimated. Otherwise, this fight would have been a bit more complicated. Taking a deep breath, I gave Ivy a glance before deciding to cuff her to take her to authorities, when all of a sudden, a knife flew out of the shadows of the apartment toward my face. Seeing this, my hand shot forward instinctively, grabbing the knife before it could reach me, as the unknown attacker came at me from the shadows of the room with a raised fist. Konstantin Draken. Frowning in confusion as to why he was here in the first place, I moved forward, ducking under his attack, before jabbing the knife he had thrown into his leg. Kid, all I need is 4, Draken started without even looking at me as he took the knife out of his leg. However, before he could continue speaking, I interrupted him by delivering a hard kick into his solar plexus. Losing his balance, he fell to the ground, gasping for air. Seeing he was wide open and on the ground gasping for air, I took a step forward, kicking him on the chin with enough force to knock him out cold. With Draken out for the count, his body laying a few feet away from Ivy's, I started to try and think of a logical reason for him to be here. Last time I checked, he was still in jail and hadn't escaped. He obviously had escaped at some point since I last checked, but why had he come here of all places after doing so? And for what did he need Poison Ivy, for that matter? However, my train of thought came to an abrupt end when I suddenly heard the sound of a gunshot. Without a thought, I jumped to the side, narrowly avoiding the bullet that left a sizable hole where I once stood. Based on the sound of the bullet alone and the hole it had left, whoever had shot at me, had guns of a caliber capable of hurting me. That wasn't a coincidence. Before I could give that revelation another thought, another shot rang out, and then another, as I continued to dodge, ducking and weaving as the bullets flew past me. Until finally, the shooting stopped, and I cautiously straightened up, feeling the warm pull of Raven trying to make a telepathic link between us. "What's the situation?" Raven asked as I let her make the connection. "Ivy asked me out on a date, but not for her, for Harley. I knocked her out, then an assassin tried to take me out, I knocked him out, and now, there's a sniper shooting at me from somewhere," I replied, summarizing what had happened so far to the best of my abilities. "I will scry the area to see what I can find," Raven replied soon after. "Don't make your presence known, and be ready to make a portal for me and the 2 I knocked out. I have a bad feeling about this," I replied, giving Ivy a look. If Draken needed Ivy for something, and the sniper was on his side, then my mission was to keep Ivy out of their hands, even if I didn't know for what they needed her for. "There are 2 people going your way," Raven informed me. Moments after Raven's warning, I heard footsteps outside the apartment that came to a halt in front of the burnt door, welcoming a brief moment of silence before someone kicked the door open. "We come in peace," said the one who had knocked on the door, coming into the apartment, hands raised high into the air, as the second person that had come with him stayed out of the room. "Peace. After shooting at me a few dozen times with a tank busting bullets. Well, that's a funny way to promote peace. Black Bolt, is it?" the man said with an easygoing smile. His entire body language was screaming confidence, a fact that a few moments ago, I would have considered stupidity of some kind, as that confidence had led Draken and Ivy to be defeated in less than a minute each. However, in the case of this man, he was obviously aware of my feats today, including the fact I had dodged multiple bullets, yet, he was completely calm. Yet, he looked at me like I didn't pose any threat to him at all. That confidence, sided with the fact I had never seen him before in my life, nor in person nor in comics, put me on an edge, as I had nothing on him to prepare accordingly, no guideline to take in order to defeat him. "Not much of a talker, are you?" the man chuckled, taking a step forward. "Very well then, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Aladdin, and I'm here for the green lady you have there." He finished, pointing at Ivy. I shook my head. "That man, his body is covered in magic," Raven said, sounding unsure about something. "Be ready to make the portals," I replied, saving my questions for later. "Look, Black Bolt, I know we started on a bad note," Aladdin sighed, scratching the back of his head. "But believe me, I told the boss not to shoot at you or send Draken at you for that matter. I told her that words can sometimes do more than swords or bullets, but she didn't listen. As usual, but now, here I am, talking, telling you that all your problems right now will go away if you give us Ivy." "No," I shook my head, pressing one of my voice line buttons to convey the message as I walked toward Ivy, putting myself right in between him and his target. "Do I have to?" Aladdin sighed. "Waller, he's just a kid." Okay, no need to scream, I'll do." Waller. Amanda fucking Waller. Now it makes sense. "Raven portal, now," outside the window, I told Raven through our link, giving her introductions before grabbing Ivy and jumping out of the window into a portal that was opening outside, my eyes locking with Aladdin's, who was simply smiling from the eyes as if content with my choice. Chapter 80, Chapter 74. Enjoy. David Lance POV. I stepped out of the portal with Ivy in my arms as it closed. Amanda Waller being involved made this entire situation more complicated than I would have liked it to be. Amanda Waller, by all means, was a monster, a heartless being indifferent to the suffering of others, one willing to do whatever it takes to get what she wants. In all of her iterations, she has always been depicted as manipulative and treacherous, having no limits when it comes to her methods, always being willing to sacrifice anything and everything for the greater good, even if that meant turning a blind eye to the suffering of others. I've seen her cause pain and destruction in repulsive amounts, and I've seen her walk away from it without a second thought, showing no remorse for her actions, even when they've led to the death of innocent people. No matter what version of her this Amanda Waller was, one thing was clear, she was a monster, like all the others before her. "Are you okay?" Raven asked, giving me a concerned look. I nodded, putting Ivy on the ground. As things were, taking Ivy to jail would only lead her to Waller, and destiny I wanted to avoid. As much as Ivy was a villain, Waller was arguably way worse, even if her intentions were supposedly the greater good. Waller was the perfect example of a villain working under the safety of unrestricted legal power. In her position, the laws of the world were nothing more than a set of optional guidelines that had no hold over her, and that was what made her dangerous. She had no lines, and in her eyes, she was the one to make those lines for others not to cross. Letting Ivy fall in her hands was a destiny far worse than death. It was one that ended in slavery, suffering, and eventually death. "Wake her up," I signed. Raven nodded, enveloping Ivy in her magic, snapping her back to the world of the living. "What?" Ivy muttered groggily as she slowly opened her eyes, taking in her environment. "You." "Don't," Raven said, her magic taking hold of Ivy again. "We just saved you, don't make me regret it." "Save me, from what?" Ivy asked after a moment of silence, sounding genuinely confused. "Do you know sign language?" I asked, signing. "I do, Harley made me learn it, well, you know," Ivy replied with a short nod. "Very well, I will explain what's going on. If you have any questions or can't understand me very well, ask Raven," I nodded, pointing at Raven. "There won't be any need," Ivy replied, crossing her arms. "You are being targeted by someone known as Amanda Waller. She works for the government and has clearance to things you wouldn't want to know. I know little, but from what I know she likes collecting villains, people society wouldn't miss," I started, making sure to sign each word carefully. Ivy frowned. "And she wanted to collect me?" I nodded. "However, she doesn't collect for the sake of collection, unfortunately. She collects for the sake of enslavement, so to speak, making sure her new villains have no way but to obey her commands or die." Raven, at this, gave me a look that boded questions after we dealt with Ivy. "And, you saved me from her," Ivy said, her tone indicating she wasn't even the slightest scared. "Ivy, I know you are strong, and your powers are quite the force to be reckoned with, but Waller is no hero. She doesn't care if her people die or who dies for that matter, as long as she gets what she wants. If she has her sights on you, she will stop at nothing, and I mean nothing, to get you. If you think there are lines no one would cross, think again because Waller would, without a second thought," I replied, trying to emphasize her situation as much as possible. "And the worst part is that she can do all of that and more without any type of repercussion. She would blow up a newborn baby fresh out of the womb, mother and all, just to knock you out." "That's a very descriptive example," Ivy replied, and I could see in her eyes she was starting to understand her situation. "There's nothing she wouldn't do in order to get what she wants," I replied, taking a deep breath. "The reason you are not in a jail cell right now is that I know the moment I put you up in the system, you will fall into Waller's hands. If your mission was to scare me, it's working," Ivy replied. "Good, so here's the deal. You will come with me to a safe house, one monitored by the League, where you will stay until I find a way to stop Waller," I said, taking a deep breath as the image of Harley entered my head and her recurrent appearances in the Suicide Squad. "You will bring Harley as well. Chances are Waller is also interested in her, so it's best to keep her hands out of you too." "You are offering me a prison, but with a different warden," Ivy replied with a growl. "I'm offering you nothing," I replied, giving her a cold glare. "I'm telling you what will happen, whether you like this arrangement or not, is inconsequential. My mission is not to please you, is to save your life and stop Waller, am I clear?" Ivy took a step back. "It's like staring into the mute version of Batman. Holy fuck is spooky. Now, where's Harley?" "So that we can start this," I asked, taking a step forward. "Raven here is a telepath, so please don't make me ask her to get Harley's location." "What will happen to us once you take care of Waller?" Ivy asked. "You will have to wait and see," Raven replied, taking the words out of my hands. Chapter 81, Chapter 75. Enjoy. Marvel, Gamer Path will come back soon, very soon. I'm working on my stock of chaps. David Lance POV. After contacting Batman about Ivy's situation with Waller and coming to an agreement with him about using one of the League's safe houses for her stay momentarily, I moved to retrieve Harley from where she was hiding at the location Ivy had given me. According to Ivy and the information she had given me, the two of them had been staying in an abandoned warehouse in Gotham near downtown. Using one of the Zeta tubes at Star City, I reached Gotham City within seconds, walking from there to the warehouse, reaching the place in a few minutes. Upon arriving, I realized one thing, and that was the fact I had been in this place before. The warehouse, the place Harley and Ivy had been using to hide until now, was no other than the one where I had faced Deathstroke all that time ago. The mere sight of the place brought a bitter taste to my mouth. Taking a deep breath, I pushed through my conflicted emotions, entering the warehouse. As I walked inside the place looking for Harley with my footsteps echoing in the silence, I noticed right away that the windows were boarded up and that most of the doors were locked, changes that appeared to be quite recent compared to most things in the environment. Taking note of those changes, I walked deeper into the warehouse, feeling as if someone was watching me from somewhere, but as discreetly as I tried to find the culprit at every turn of my body, I couldn't see anyone. This was either good news or bad news for me, a fact I would discover sooner or later. Because while I knew I was being watched by someone skillful enough to hide from me, I didn't know who or what was watching, and sadly the options didn't end with Harley herself. One would think that finding a clown in a warehouse is easy, but shit, I am wrong, I thought with a shake of my head when all of a sudden I felt a cold chill run down my spine, and it wasn't one out of fear. The fuck was that? Before I could ponder deeper into that line of thought, I heard something behind me that made me turn around, only to find a red balloon floating a few feet away from me. Was Harley, IT clowning me? I really hope is that, and not that IT is real. I am not mentally prepared today to deal with a demonic clown, that's more Raven's alley. I could always text her if IT happens to be real, she would enjoy playing with a demonic clown. Now I kind of want for IT to be real. I draw the line at Freddy Krueger, though, that's one demon I don't want to fight, I need my 3 to 4 hours of sleep to function as a hero. Then again, Freddy Krueger might not even be a threat to me, my mind is quite hard to break in, and that's his whole shtick, but demons use magic, so maybe he can enter my mind. Taking a deep breath, I shook my head as I turned around, snapping out of my stupid thoughts, only to find Harley a few inches away from me. I blinked, finding myself momentarily frozen at the sudden encounter, feeling unsure of what to do now that I had found her. After all, this was the first time we had ever seen one another since I beat her half to death. As for Harley, she simply stared at me with her wide, crazed eyes and a happy grin plastered on her face. Getting back to focus, I waved at her, taking a pre-written note for her to read that had all the information she needed to know before moving forward. However, before I could give her said note, she leaned in and kissed me over the mask, breaking the kiss with a triumphant giggle. Our first kiss, and it was under the moonlight, isn't that romantic? Harley said, still grinning. I took a step back, handing her the note, as my mind tried to make sense of all this, as this whole situation was so surreal. I mean, Harley Quinn had just fucking kissed me. Oh fuck. I can't let Oliver find this out, or I will never hear the end of it. What the fuck is wrong with me? A crazy murderer just kissed me, and the only thing that worries me is Oliver finding out. So Ivy was with ya, Harley hummed at the paper. Who the fuck is Waller? Wait, no, this is my chance to be a damsel in distress. Wait. I mean, save me, Black Bolt, carry me out of this place with your handsome muscles. I'm a teen, I signed before a frown came to my face, I mean, was I really 16? This was my second life, after all, meaning I could be older than her. Why am I even humoring these thoughts? Harley has killed more people than most high schoolers can even count, which, granted, is not that big of a number as most high schoolers are basically illiterates, but still. No matter how hot she was, I had to remember she was a psychopath. Maybe I needed to check my hormone levels, I mean, I have no idea if human puberty and inhuman puberty work the same, for all I know, I might need help to avoid becoming a sex-crazed teen. PSF, you won't be a teen forever. Besides, let's be honest, this wouldn't be the worst thing I have done, Harley shrugged. Don't say a word, and let's move, Ivy is waiting for you, I replied, keeping the reply to the point at hand. Oh, so you like being in control, okay, Harley can play, Harley can be a good girl, Harley replied, adding an unnecessary amount of sexual tone to each word. I should have sent Raven for her, why did I come here alone? Chapter 82, Chapter 76. Enjoy. Marvel, Gamer Path will come back soon, very soon, I'm working on my stock of chaps. David Lance POV. Using one of Batman's jets in order not to reveal any of the Zeta Tube's locations for obvious reasons, I took Harley to the League's safe house Batman had habilitated for this, trying my absolute best to tune off Harley's overly sexual advances on me, a fact that worryingly only seemed to make her more interested in me. I honestly had no idea why she had the hots for me, last time we saw each other, I beat her half to death, and there was no romantic underlining in that unless you are into pain, which is a can of worms I rather not open right now. Thankfully, however, the ride to the safe house was rather short, and we arrived at the place within a few minutes or so, meaning that soon I would take a much-needed break from Harley and her antics. The safe house in question was under a cave in a desert close to Metropolis, having a dark and eerily quiet atmosphere to it, being a place with no discernible signs of life, movements, or sounds, making it the best place to disappear for a while if need be. Don't you think a desert is kind of a weird place to lose your V-card? Harley asked, index finger pressed upon her lips as she tilted her head to the side ever so slightly. Taking a deep breath, I jumped out of the jet, gesturing for her to follow me, as I made my way to the entrance of the safe house, ready to drop this annoyingly horny package once and for all. Harley smiled, giving me a nod, as she jumped out of the jet, landing on the ground in a perfect split, before pushing herself up with nothing but her legs. I sighed, giving her no reaction as I continued walking. So, where's Ivy? Harley asked, skipping behind as she looked around like a curious child. Inside, I replied, pointing at the cave. Upon entering the safe house, I found Batman reading over some documents as Raven meditated in the back of the room, with Raven being the only one to acknowledge my arrival with a look. For a moment, Raven stared at me and then at Harley before a smile broke on her face, probably connecting the dots of my annoyed state to Harley's horny one. Trying my best to ignore the eat-shitting grin Raven had on her face or the closest equivalent she could offer, I moved toward Batman, telling Harley to wait for a moment as I sat down close to Batman, regarding him for a moment. Good job retrieving Harley, Batman said as he looked up from the documents he was reading, and immediately I could tell that something was bothering him. Deciding to ask him what was bothering him later, when Harley wasn't around, I stood up from the chair, giving him a small nod as I beckoned for Harley to follow me to the second level of the safe house, where Ivy was currently at. I walked with Harley to the second level of the safe house, her happy humming, and suggestive comments every now and then grating on my nerves like nails of a board, to the point I was fantasizing about stuffing one of her colorful handkerchiefs into her mouth to shut her up, but knowing her, she was probably into that. So, seeing that and that violence was not the answer, as violence had gotten me into this, I controlled myself, turning my entire focus inward, letting my mind blank as we walked. A technique I had developed with the help of Raven in order to mediate, allowing, in this case, to tune Harley out without feeding the headache I could clearly feel that was coming. Eventually, after a long minute, we reached the second level, where Ivy was waiting, reading a book on a two-seat sofa, wearing a power-dampening collar around her neck in order to avoid any incidents. "Welcome to jail, but under another jurisdiction," Ivy said, waving at Harley without looking away from her book. "Bah, it could be worse. I mean, this place looks a lot nicer than Arkham," Harley replied as she cartwheeled toward Ivy, stopping in front of the green annoyed girl, in a cross-legged position, humming with excitement. "You only say that because you have the hots for our underaged warden," Ivy replied, putting her book down to give Harley a mild glare. "Maybe, but still, aren't they keeping us safe from Walnut?" Harley replied with a smile, giving Ivy a bright look. Ivy sighed, rubbing her temples. "First of all, is Waller, and I guess, though, I would feel safer if I could use my powers to, defend myself against the threat." At this, she glared at me. I raised an eyebrow at her glare. Protecting her didn't equate to trust of any kind. In fact, the last thing we needed was her stabbing us in the back. Besides, as soon as the Waller problem was taken care of, they would move out of the safe house back to Arkham. "Don't worry, Ivy, my BF will protect us, and I guess Batman and the goth girl upstairs will help as well," Harley replied, winking at me. "Not your boyfriend," I replied. "Is all a matter of time," Harley replied, batting her eyes at me. I sighed, rubbing my temples. "Enough, we have things to do, so let's get you ready. You need to be collared up, you might have no powers, but for your stay here to be a welcomed one, we need to ensure you can't act up." "Kinky," Harley smiled before jumping to her feet. "Now, wait a moment while I ask for Raven to come to conduct your body checkup to ensure you have no weapons in you," I continued, ignoring her comment as I opened my phone and turned around to text Raven, asking her to come to verify Harley had no weapons in her. "Are you sure she doesn't want you to conduct the checkup?" was Raven's reply to my text. "Ray. I had a long day with Harley today, so please, just, come and stop enjoying my suffering. I honestly miss the days when you were less, well, this. Fine. Thanks." Taking a deep breath, I turned back to Harley only to find her already naked, posing in a rather suggestive manner. "I'm ready, and don't worry, you can check everywhere, and I mean, everywhere." She finished biting her lips. I froze at the unexpected sight that, in hindsight, I should have expected, faintly hearing the sound of one of Raven's portals opening behind me, with Raven stepping through. "And I thought my skin was white," Raven commented, my head snapping toward her. "Time to pretend nothing happened. Thanks for coming. Now, please conduct Harley's body checkup for weapons, and be sure to check everywhere twice at least. We need to ensure she doesn't have any hidden surprises in her person at all," I signed, looking Raven in the eyes with a calm and collected expression. Very well, Raven nodded before enveloping Harley in her magic to start with the process. Wait, I want him to check me, not you. Harley complained, puffing her cheeks in annoyance as Raven levitated her away. He was supposed to F at *** after being unable to resist my feminine charms. In front of me? Ivy asked, giving Harley a look. Please, you have seen me do weirder shit before, Harley replied, rolling her eyes at her. Fair enough, Ivy replied before going back to her book. As for me, I left the room in haste, hoping that my blood flow hadn't been altered by the latest events and, if it had, at the very least, for no one to have noticed. Chapter 83, Chapter 77. Enjoy. David Lance POV. After taking a few minutes to collect myself, I walked back to the first level of the safe house to talk with Batman about what he had found about Waller and if that was related to whatever was troubling him. The moment I entered the room, I saw Batman hunched over a computer, a frown clear on his face. I've been through every possible file and database, and there's no mention of her anywhere, not anymore. The clearance to do that is worryingly high. He said as I walked toward him. So, what does that mean? I asked, taking a seat close to him. Batman turned to me, his eyes clear and steady. It means we have a problem. My information of Waller is scarce, having nothing but copies of old files about her, files that now seem to have been deleted from every database save for mine. I frowned, thinking about what he said before replying. It makes sense. After all, the higher you are in the chain, the more power you have to do these things, and considering what Waller is doing, she needs all the privacy she can get. He nodded, his face clear of emotion. I am aware. I sighed, leaning back in my chair. We have her goal and motivation clear, so how do we move from here? Batman looked at me, his eyes narrowed in thought. We need to make sure she's aware that we know about her plan or the general outline of it. To get a reaction out of her, in turn, altering her moves from now on, I replied, quickly catching on with Batman's plan. Batman nodded, his face set in a grim line. More or less. What about Harley and Ivy? I asked. They will remain here for the time being, Batman replied without missing a beat, his tone even and controlled. The safe house is packed with food, water, and other resources that only need to be refilled once every 6 months. The collars on their necks will ensure they remain within the second level or below, as well as giving us their location should we need it and the means to stop them should they try to attack us. Do you require my help in anything? I asked. Batman nodded. When needed, you will act as their warden, checking on their state, but beyond that, nothing. As for me, I will focus on tracking Waller in order to get access to her computer. I frowned but nodded. I had a feeling that this was going to be a long and difficult battle of the minds between us and Waller, but with little information we had no other choice but to engage in such a battle. After talking with Batman and setting clear the lines about what to expect from now on, Raven and I left, leaving the Dark Knight to continue his research about Waller at the safe house while we returned to Star City. Are you worried about Waller? Raven asked calmly. Kind of, I nodded. You knew about her, just like you knew about Trigon, Raven said in an even tone. I nodded. Very well, I won't ask, Raven nodded, satisfied with my answer. Thanks, I replied, relieved that she wasn't one to pry too much, always respecting my boundaries. I really couldn't have asked for a better friend. It's okay, like I told you before. I know there are things that one can't simply explain. I just wanted to confirm if my suspicions were right about how you knew about her. Raven replied with an understanding smile. I nodded, remembering what Raven had said about Aladdin during my encounter with him. What did you mean about Aladdin's body being enveloped in magic? Raven paused for a moment before answering. His body emanated ancient magic, but the feeling this particular magic gave me, as well as lack of any magical capabilities in him, made it evident he wasn't the caster of said magic. I frowned, wrapping my head around what she had said. How ancient are we talking about? A few centuries at the very least based on feeling alone. For a more accurate answer, I would need to get up close, Raven replied. Any idea who could be the caster? I asked. Raven paused once again, musing over my question. Nothing even remotely humanoid in essence, that's for sure. If I had to take a guess, whoever put those spells on him is most likely still alive. As for who or what put the spells, well, I have a few guesses, but nothing that convinces me completely. Aladdin. I wonder if he has any relation to the classic Arabian Nights story of Aladdin and the magic lamp. He certainly fit the ethnic profile. Is a genie one of your guesses? I asked, testing the waters. Raven stopped, giving me a look before calmly nodding. It is, though, the correct term jinn. How did you come to that conclusion or guess anyway? I sighed, giving her a small smile. Well, there is an Arabian story called Aladdin and the Magic Lamp that, well, talks about a man finding a lamp that contained a genie. As for the story, I have no idea how old this tale is, besides the fact it was first introduced to Europe in a French translation by Antoine Galland in 1704. And, well, as you can see by my brief summary, the name of the story and what happens in it kind of fits with the guy we are talking about. Raven nodded slowly. It would make sense. More often than not, tales of magic are lost in time, becoming over time nothing but fables of fiction for others, yet no matter how much these stories change over the decades, they usually hold some truth to them, if you know where to look. On that matter, if our guess happens to be true, and well, Aladdin has a genie, how bad can things get for us? I asked. The idea of an all-powerful genie being at the beck and call of someone bothering me to the very core. Jinn, Raven corrected again. As for how worried we should be, well, it depends. As most tales depict them to be, jinns are indeed unquestionably powerful creatures that are capable of great magical feats. The methods to capture one vary, but once captured, they are then bound to their captor until their captor dies, being forced to fulfill wishes until they are free once more. So far I'm pretty worried. So far, your explanation is not soothing my worries. Magically speaking, a jinn is a powerful spirit of nature, or as some say, a condensation of natural mana/magical energy endowed with consciousness and character. Raven continued with her explanation. Most jinns are very aggressive, their character being nothing but a byproduct of the environment on a global scale. As for their powers, well, according to legends, jinns can grant even the most far-fetched wishes. However, this is not entirely true. They have limits, right? I asked, connecting the dots. Raven nodded. While the limits vary between jinns, the laws they have to abide by are the same, with them being bound by the laws of the universe and the chain of command in the magical scale. If they were all powerful as most tales depict them to be, capturing them would be impossible, but it isn't. In fact, in Azaratha's library, there were tales about powerful mages capturing and taming these beings in the old ages. Though the tales were pretty clear that only a handful ever managed to accomplish such a feat because to imprison a jinn or tame one, the mage in question had to be able to bend the will of nature to his own. But Aladdin isn't a mage, so how did he manage to tame one or get one to work with him? I asked. So far, such a feat seemed impossible for the guy. And what did you mean by the chain of command in the magic scale? While it's true that most jinns are aggressive, like wild animals, some of them have been known to be cooperative to a degree, as long as it benefits them, Raven replied. As for the chain of command, well, basically, they can't mess with realms that other magical creatures or individuals hold if said beings are stronger than them or more connected to the realm in question. For example, they can't resurrect the dead because the god of death would not only stop them from trying but would erase them on the spot for trying to break the natural order of things. Well, that's reassuring to some degree. Well, that makes me feel better, I sighed. It is, but be that as it may, fighting a jinn is extraordinarily difficult, even with their limits. Based on the books I read about them, they can instantly cast spells that would take the most accomplished mages hours or days to, and if that wasn't enough, they are pretty much resistant to all schools of magic, as well as most physical phenomena. Raven replied with an even tone. Some of the schools of magic that they are vulnerable against are some of the fundamental ones, like chaos and order, as well dark and light magic, so, don't worry. I blinked, narrowing my eyes at her. Couldn't you have started from there? Raven smiled, saying nothing in return. Chapter 84, Chapter 78. Enjoy. David Lance POV. The days went by as Batman worked on tracking Waller's whereabouts. As for me, well, once a week, I would check on Harley and Ivy, making sure they had everything they needed, as well as making sure they didn't have any means of escape or were planning something. On each visit, I would have to try my best to avoid and dodge Harley and her antics, who at every turn would try to seduce me to the best of her psychotic capabilities, while Ivy, on the other hand, would usually either sulk in the corner or glare at me. Hey, sugar. I got something to show ya. Harley said as she skipped toward me, her arms swinging free. I sighed, rubbing my temples. I just knew she was about to show me her tits again. What? Harley grinned, immediately taking her shirt off. Aren't my girls a beaut? I promise ya, if you give them a try, you will see that without a doubt they are the sweetest thing ever. Her girls, as Harley referred to them, were indeed beautiful, being a pair of round majestic tits with perfect-sized nipples that she would flash at me at every visit, sometimes her pussy too. At first, obviously, I would find myself getting aroused at the sight of her naked body. By now, though, I had grown accustomed to the sight of her naked body thanks to the continuous exposure, having grown some mental defenses in order to avoid falling into my lesser instincts. Needless to say, that didn't mean by any means that I didn't find her body excruciatingly attractive. After all, no matter the training, I was still a man with a beating heart, and a dick. The main difference now was that no matter how horny I was at the sight of her, I wouldn't forget even for a moment that she was crazy as fuck. Harley chuckled at my tired reaction as she took one step closer to me. Don't be like that, I think you're gonna like what I've got for ya, baby. I shook my head and continued, like always, with my inspection, trying my best to ignore her. Ah, don't be like that. I promise it is nothing R-rated, Harley jumped above me, doing a flip, landing in front of me, cutting my path, her girls bouncing up and down a few times after she landed. I raised an eyebrow at her skeptically. Not R-rated, my mute ass, she was already half naked, but be that it may, I wasn't in the mood for games of any kind, I had shit to do, and Harley wasn't on the list. And on that note, I really didn't want to deal with whatever it was that Harley had cooked up this time in her never-ending quest to woo me. I really wanted to ignore her and simply continue with my inspection, but alas, I knew that she wouldn't give up until I at least heard her out. What? Harley grinned mischievously at me as she leaned in close, her face inches from mine. Let's play poker. I sighed. Of course, she would try to get me to play poker, or should I say strip poker. I just knew that down the line, whatever she offered would turn sexual in some kind of way. Taking a deep breath, I shook my head, giving Harley her answer before I continued my inspection, leaving a defeated Harley behind. Finished with my inspection, I left the safe house as soon as possible, going back to Star City by using one of the Zeta tubes nearby in order to avoid having to ask Rachel for a portal and to avoid her teasing comments and looks about Harley's crush on me. Unfortunately for me, Rachel knew me all too well and had been waiting for me at the other side of the Zeta tube I had taken, reading a book as she sat atop a dumpster. How was the inspection? She asked, a hint of amusement lacing her always even tone. I smiled at her tiredly as I stepped out of the tube's entrance, leaning against the wall to my side, running a hand through my hair. Uneventful. Rachel, at this, put her book down, giving me a look that said, be honest. However, while strong, I stood tall against her, saying to myself that no matter what she says or asks, that no matter the odds, I wouldn't cave. Fine. She flashed me again. I caved. And incredibly fast at that. I'm so disappointed in myself. You know. I wouldn't find this funny if you didn't half enjoy the shows she gives you during every visit, Rachel replied with just the hint of a smile. I frowned, crossing my arms in denial. I do not enjoy her shows, as you call them. That was a big fucking lie, a politician lie even, and we both knew it. Harley Quinn was, as crazy as she was, stupidly attractive, to say the least. And her shows, as Rachel calls them, were hard not to enjoy even if I didn't cave to my hormonal body. But be that as it may, I wasn't going to give Rachel the satisfaction of knowing that, at least from my hands. Right, Rachel said, her tone and smile both saying that she didn't believe me for a second. You really can't win against an empath. Can't you? I sighed, my shoulders slumping in defeat as I pushed away from the wall and began walking down the alley, Rachel following me close behind. So, any plans for tonight? Rachel asked after a few moments of silence. I shrugged. Well, nothing really. I mean, we still have to cover for Oliver and Dinah, so, patrols and hope nothing bad happens. Rachel nodded, her expression thoughtful at the mention of Oliver and Dinah. At the rate they are recovering, they should be fine in a few days or so. I nodded. Well, seeing patrols is the only thing in our schedule, we should probably head out then, Rachel said after a few moments, a smile adorning her face. I nodded, coming to a stop in front of the exit of the alley before turning to face Rachel. Sounds good. But on another note, could please stop teasing me? I already have a hard enough time with this, no pun intended, so, please. Rachel's smile softened at this as she reached to cup my cheek gently. Never. I blinked, taken aback by her reply. You are evil. Technically true, my DNA agrees with you, Rachel chuckled before walking into the street, leaving me alone in the alley, wondering when she went from a quiet, timid girl to a sarcastic, witty, goth teenager that seems to enjoy teasing her best friend. Chapter 85, Chapter 79. Enjoy. David Lance POV. The worst part of covering for Oliver wasn't having to deal with his villains or having to patrol too much. No, the worst part of covering for him had a name, and that name was Speedy, aka Roy motherfucking Harper. He was an edgy and short-tempered guy that detested losing at anything, following instructions, or being called a sidekick, snapping at me every time I crossed one of the three above. He was so into himself, so blinded by his edgy bullshit that felt that came out of an OC from the MySpace era that he wouldn't consider I was doing what I was doing because Oliver had fucking asked. I mean, why in the fuck would I work with him otherwise? But no, instead of that, the little entitled shit was so engulfed in his own non-existent hype that he thought I was simply here to steal his thunder. He would also be very vocal about how insulted he was at the fact most of the media already considered Raven and I part of the league. More than once, I seriously considered tossing his ass, but I cared about Oliver, and for some reason that to this day eludes me, he cares about him, so here I was, dealing with his bullshit. Speedy, I need you at the docks tonight during patrol, I said, giving Speedy a look. How many times do I have to repeat myself? I don't follow your orders, Speedy spat, crossing his arms. Then, why did you fucking come to the summon I sent you, arrow using bitch? To say you won't help? That's like going to the mall only to shout, I won't fucking go to the mall. I'm getting an aneurysm out of sheer edgy stupidity. I wholeheartedly pity the poor trees that made the oxygen you are currently breathing and wasting with each breath you take, Raven said calmly, without even giving Speedy a look. Needless to say, even Ray was tired of his shit. I grinned at her comment, mentally high-fiving her for voicing my thoughts, even though she hadn't read them. I'm sorry. Did you say something? Before he could finish that sentence, I stood up, my right hand blurring out of sight as it shot forward, delivering a soft hit to his throat, effectively sending him into a choking frenzy. You should have let him finish, Raven smiled. And explained to his mentor why he's in a wheelchair after. No, thanks. As hilarious as that would have been, I would rather keep things simple, I replied with an amused expression. You fucking bastard. Speedy said, finally recovering from my earlier tap. Angry and edgier than ever, he jumped back, bow and arrow ready to take shot. Does 2,000 miles sound good for you? Raven asked me, ignoring Speedy. 2,000 miles. Not bad, but without his equipment, I nodded, catching the arrow Speedy shot with nothing but my peripheral vision. Okay, Raven nodded, quickly grabbing Speedy with her magic before he could react, before hurling him into a portal. I sent his stuff to the quiver but allowed him to keep his bow and arrow in case he has to defend himself. How long do you reckon it will take him to get back? I asked, with a mischievous grin hiding under my mask. Raven hummed at the thought before answering. A few days, maybe less if he knows where the Zeta tubes are in his area, which I doubt. Perfect, now let's get back to our patrol planning, I said, turning back to the computer. How mad do you think Oliver will be? Raven asked, floating to my side. I mused at her question. Somewhat. I mean, I'm sure he will laugh about it in private but will try to scold us and stuff. Be that as may, I don't regret it at all. Agreed, Raven nodded. I honestly admire Oliver for having the mental fortitude to deal with him. It takes a lot of willpower not to physically harm him every time he speaks. I will attribute that feat to his mustache, I replied with a thoughtful nod. A few weeks later. Yawning, I came back to my senses, groggily stretching up as I sat on my bed. Outside, from the open window of my room, I could see the clouds were gently floating by, as well I could hear the birds chirping in the distance. Today was the 4th of July, meaning that today I would stuff myself with burgers and hot dogs and would confirm if this world, this iteration of the DC universe, was the one I had my suspicions on. Taking a deep breath, I jumped out of the bed and got dressed before running out of the run, texting Rachel along the way to meet me at the library. The past few weeks had been pretty uneventful, besides my visits to Harley and Ivy, where Harley would try to seduce me in a vast array of ways, things remained calm. Oliver and Dinah were back in business, so things had slowed down for Raven and I, in general. Talking about Oliver, the subject of his sidekick comes to life, and let's say he wasn't exactly happy that I had hurled his sidekick 6 times out of the city through a portal. Yes. Raven and I had decided that was the best way to deal with him when he was annoying us too much and didn't want to leave because he was the big deal, blah blah blah. But quickly enough, I reminded Oliver of how exasperating the little shit of a sidekick he had was, with multiple video proofs of his interactions with us, letting Oliver know he was lucky I hadn't hurled Roy into the open ocean with how aggravating he was with everything. Oliver's response after watching the videos. Fair enough. My sister, on the other hand, well, she scolded me in front of Oliver like a responsible adult but giggled in impish delight at my harmless way of dealing with Roy once Oliver was out of the room. I really loved my crazy sister. Chapter 86, Chapter 80. Enjoy. David Lance POV. The 4th of July started like any other day. During my time in this world of heroes and villains, many questions and mysteries have inhabited my mind free of rent, one of them being, what universe or iteration was I? At first, the list of possibilities was simply endless, as the number of universes itself. There were simply too many things against me when it came to this particular question. For one, while a fan of comic books and other forms of media similar to them, I wasn't particularly big on the subject, as in I didn't have much in-depth knowledge of anything comic-related. I knew a lot, by normal standards, and to non-comic readers, but what I knew was considered in most comic circles nothing but common knowledge. This limitation of knowledge, so to speak, would in this world come to be a big chain around my neck when it came to finding the answer to the question of what universe was the one I had been sent to. That was point 1 against me. As for point 2, well, lack of events, or rather, lack of famous events. By this, I meant that the events of my world, of my iteration, were simply too common, as in they didn't stand out from any other comics at all. All comics, and universes, have a general line or event that makes them stand out, that makes them shine, and while the rest might remain the same for a vast array of reasons, there's always something that makes a universe in the comic world unique from the other. Until today, that something that made this iteration unique from the rest hadn't appeared, at least to my knowledge. You see, as I spend my day with Rachel doing nothing, the following events happened. Batman and Robin defeated Mr. Freeze, who was attacking parkgoers in Gotham City. Green Arrow and Speedy defeated Icicle Jr. on a bridge near 4th Avenue in Star City. Aquaman and Aqualad defeated Killer Frost aboard a naval battleship in Pearl Harbor. Flash and Kid Flash defeated Captain Cold, who was stealing diamonds in Central City. All of these events made my question very easy to answer, not only because I had my doubts, but because these events pretty much sealed the answer to a single universe. Without a question, this was the Young Justice universe, or if you want to be technical, Earth 16. Of course, the without a question part was nothing but a nice saying, as there was a possibility of being wrong regardless of the data at hand. However, things kept rolling in favor of the Young Justice answer. You see, a few hours after Batman and the rest had taken care of the ice-themed villains, Rachel and I were invited to the Hall of Justice in Washington, D.C. Knowing what would happen, I cordially rejected the invitation, with Rachel doing the same, saying she had no interest in going if I wasn't going. From there, things got interesting because now that I knew with a bit of confidence where I was, it was time to test my knowledge. Why are we here again? Raven asked calmly. You'll see, I replied with a smile as I rested in a sitting position above a gargoyle that was hundreds of feet above the street, in a building a few blocks away from Cadmus. Well, that's very insightful. Raven sighed, giving me a look before summoning a bag of chips and a book. Don't be like that, Ray, you know I love ya, I winked. The best part of having a mute friend is that I can ignore them quite easily, Raven replied, a small smile gracing her expression as she brought the book she had summoned to her face. Well, that's rude. That's the intention, Raven replied, reading my emotions as a chip slowly levitated into her mouth. I rolled my eyes at her, turning my attention back to Cadmus, taking a deep breath, catching the faintest whiff of smoke as I did so. Well, that pretty much settles it. So, what's happening? Raven asked before floating to my side, as I gave her a look. I felt your emotions get all. I was right, or something. Didn't know that was a thing, but yeah, I was right, I nodded, pointing at the building. Before Raven could ask me to elaborate, Cadmus exploded in flames answering her question, with the entire structure being engulfed in fire, as the panicked onlookers on the streets watched as the flames spread out of the building, consuming everything in their path. Should I be worried you feel happy with that happening? Raven asked, pointing at the building while giving me a playful, yet not too playful worried look. You insult me. How can you think so bad of me? But, no, you really shouldn't be worried, that building is like a child molester, they both need to be burned, I replied with a nod. I can't argue with that logic, Raven replied, turning back to her seemingly emotionless self. I blinked. You're not even gonna ask why? Not really, I trust you, so, yeah, Raven shrugged. Well, that works for me. Very well now, how would you feel about fucking the plans of some evil organization before they even began, I asked, tilting my head. I find that idea excellent, Raven replied, a small grin on her face. I smiled, turning my gaze back to Cadmus, just in time to see the future members of the Young Justice team appear to help the people around. Robin included. One would have thought he would have learned from almost killing us both from the Joker fiasco. But shit, it seems he didn't. I mean, here he was, going against Batman, again, for a mission he was never given. Again. If there's any hindsight to this, is the fact the ones he's with know they are not on a mission, so, not as bad as the Joker incident. That's the kid, right? Raven asked, staring at Robin. I nodded. I don't like him. Raven muttered, crossing her arms. I smiled, pulling her into a hug. You have 4 seconds to stop this before I strip you naked and throw you into Harley's cell, Raven said in a joking tone. I think. I broke the hug before I could find out. Chapter 87, Chapter 81. Enjoy. David Lance POV. As Robin, Aqualad, and Kid Flash dealt with the fire, Raven and I infiltrated Cadmus, using her magic to skip most of the security in the building. There are a lot of telepaths here, Raven stated through our recently formed mental connection. Yes, I replied, wondering if they would prove to be a problem later on. Don't worry, I can shield our presence from them, Raven added calmly, answering my unspoken question. I nodded with a smile at that, as Raven continued moving us through the levels of Cadmus, using her magic to phase us through them with ease. If canon remained the same, Group A, which consisted of Aqualad, Kid Flash, and Robin, would reach Superboy in a matter of minutes or hours. On that part, my intervention wasn't required. My mission in Cadmus was completely different. I wanted to destroy all of their work, and in order to do exactly that, I would put the sidekick's infiltration above to good use, making it my cover for what I was about to do. Stop, and try to move us to that room, I said, catching sight of a computer that, based on the schematics I had stolen from one of the Genomorphs on level 12, was connected to the main servers. On it, Raven replied, promptly moving our intangible forms to the room with a quick phase. Once in there, Raven muttered her mantra, engulfing our bodies in dark energy, casting an illusion over us, making us look like a pair of xenomorphs. Good thinking, I smiled, cracking my fingers as a warm-up. Now tell me when Group A gets detected. Raven said nothing, turning to guard my back as I got to work on the computer. Hacking into a computer was by no means an easy feat. It requires a skilled individual with a keen understanding of how computers work, which I was, to a large extent, of the meaning thanks to my training. However, hacking a computer from a heavily guarded facility, well, that was very, very difficult, especially when the time was against you. I was very aware of my limits when it came to most things, more than most people would. I guess it was part of my self-hate during my early years in this world that, in turn, made me painfully aware of my shortcomings. This little line of self-awareness was the reason I knew for a fact that I couldn't hack into this computer, at least not without alerting everyone in the facility that I was hacking into the computer in question, which wasn't the idea. I had become aware of this the moment I had tried to open the computer beyond the basic functions without alerting the system. Now, while this task was without a doubt beyond my current hacking skills to complete in a silent manner, there were other ways to complete the mission at hand. One of those ways was the infiltration Group A was leading. Their infiltration lacked all tact or strategy for that matter, promising to give me the perfect cover to get what I needed for this computer without being found. Chances were, Desmond would blame them for the hacking, which ultimately worked for me, and everyone in the end. They have been found, Raven said, pushing some images of the trio running through the facilities into my head. That felt weird. I replied with a small shudder. That image thing would take some time to get used to. Is this the distraction you were looking for? Raven asked, gazing at me for a brief moment before she returned to her guard duty. Not yet. I need all of Cadmus behind them, I replied, taking a deep breath. I'll let you know then, Raven replied calmly. Cadmus is literally chasing them, all of their personnel. That was fast. They really didn't keep a low profile, at all. Well, that was fast. Knowing there was no clean way to access the computer and that distraction would lose its effect soon enough, I forced the computer to open a terminal window, where I typed a few commands that would or rather should give me access to their server. I knew this would fail, but there was no need to worry, as this was nothing but step one in the process. Within seconds, as I had expected, the computer screen went black, as an error message appeared, telling me that I had made an unauthorized access attempt. I smiled, pulling one of Batman's gadgets, one used particularly for hacking situations. Connecting the gadget to the PC, I forced the computer to restart, using the USB I had connected as a booting device, one that was connected to the main booting device, creating something Batman likes to call a ghost link between devices, allowing device A access to device B. This, however, wouldn't give me access to the files I wanted, but it would give me access to the security measures of the computer, that in time, would give me access to the files I wanted to download and destroy. Focused, I disabled the cybersecurity measures of the building, putting the cameras on the floor. We were in a loop of old recordings, before turning the PC off, disconnecting my gadget in the process. Now from this point forward, it was a race against the clock. From the moment I had disabled their security protocols in place for electronic files, I had sent an alarm off around the building. From here, I had a minute or two to get what I wanted before whoever was in charge of Cadmus cybersecurity located the source of the alarm and, in turn, located me. I probably had more time, especially considering that they would have to run to Desmond's office to find me, as their cameras on this floor were, as of the moment, very useless, but that wouldn't much buy me a few seconds. And I didn't like running it so close. So, I would work within the time frame of them noticing. Be ready to move when I say, HM, when I think the word, I said, turning the PC back on. Chapter 88, Chapter 82. Enjoy. David Lance POV. Working as fast as I could, I downloaded and deleted all that I could from Desmond's computer and the server he was connected to, as Raven kept tabs on everyone around us in order to react accordingly. Xenomorphs coming in 10, Raven said. Let's go, I nodded, as Raven moved us out of the room, just in time for the Xenomorphs to kick the door open, only to find nothing. You got everything we needed? Raven asked, moving our astral forms across the rooms. Yeah, and left them a little gift, I nodded. Not only had I acquired all the data I could using Desmond's credentials, but I had left a little virus behind to eat their servers, at least until it was purged. Now what? Raven asked. Do we help the others? They were captured. I shook my head. While I wasn't against helping them, even if I wasn't on my best terms with Robin, I would only do so when they proved to be in actual danger, or the cannon train derailed, two requirements they hadn't met so far. They will escape on their own. First, we need to reach the lower levels of Cadmus. I feel like we are going to get scolded for this, Raven replied softly before starting to move us toward the lower levels. Possibly, I admitted. But, the upsides of ignoring the captured trio, for now, were unimaginably better from a professional standpoint. After all, the more information I gathered about Cadmus right now, the better our chances would look in the future fighting those behind the curtains. For the next following moments, we made our way down to the lowest level at Cadmus in silence, using Raven's magic to reach it. After a minute or so, we reached our destination with little to no problem, the lowest level being nothing but a damp cave with thick air filled with human violations, with the only light around coming from the eerie glow of the technology that filled the place. Most of that light coming from the hundreds of capsule/pods around, that, we quickly realized they were filled with different types of creatures, from gene morphs to humans. "This is creepy," Raven muttered, looking around the place. I nodded. It was indeed very creepy. Hundreds of cloned beings, maybe even more if we counted, all in their capsules floating in liquid, staring at us with blank dead expressions whenever we got too close. Taking a deep breath, I started scanning my surroundings, before deciding to take any course of action. Besides thick, the air felt musty, and there was a faint sound of water dripping somewhere in the distance, based on the ground, and the lack of marks, there were no signs of any recent activity anywhere, with the only footprints in sight being my own. Which reminds me that I'll have to be careful not to leave any evidence of my presence here. As far as the eye could see, there were clones trapped in capsule/pods, with more than 80% of them being xenomorphs. Those that were human, at least based on phenotypic value, I didn't recognize, meaning they either were test subjects they had used to see how stable the cloning process was, or were of people without any relevance to this time and period. All in all, this left me without many options. Releasing the clones was simply out of the question, as it was safe to assume all of them had been trained telepathically to attack intruders, or at the very least to obey Desmond. "What do we do?" Raven asked as she floated to my side. "We collect data," I replied, my eyes catching sight of something at the distance, something with a big S. If I'm correct, then that must be Superboy's brother. I can't recall his name, but I'm sure there was another clone of Superman walking around, or floating around in this case. Taking a deep breath, I walked to the pod where I had seen the big S, finding a teenage version of Superman, floating inside his pod, his body completely relaxed. "Project Match. Is that what I think it is?" Raven asked, a clear frown on her face. I nodded. "It is." When all of a sudden, I saw Match begin to stir inside his stasis pod and move. I mentally shouted, as in an instant, Match broke out of his pod, growling, as he came straight for me. Bending my body backward, I ducked out of the way, just in time to avoid Match's feral assault, as I got into position. Someone had released Match to deal with us, who or why, right now didn't matter, those were questions for later. All he feels is anger, there's nothing more, no thoughts, nothing, just anger, that's all he is. Raven muttered, stopping one of Match's attacks by opening a portal in front of him. I nodded. Then it should be easy for us to deal with him. When seeing Match, it was easy to see he was nothing more than an enraged mindless beast hellbent on destroying anything and everyone in its path, without a single thought crossing his mind, blind anger governing his every move. He was powerful, very powerful. He was, after all, the closest thing to a perfect clone of Superman Cadmus had ever gotten, when it came to power alone. Fortunately for me, he was the living example of power without skill. After all, force was meaningless without skill. Raven nodded, taking some distance, as I engaged Match in close quarters. "Oh." Match growled, throwing a hard punch toward my face that I dodged by, stepping out of the way, planting a kick to his side. Left and right, up and down, I continued to dodge and weave under the onslaught of attacks that Match was throwing my way with ease, planting my own attacks on him at every turn, with the feral clone only growing angrier as time went on. After a few dodges, I realized something. This was easy. In my life as a hero so far, I had fought many foes, but none were as predictable as Match, not by far. His every attack was telegraphed from a mile away, making them a child's play to avoid, even when taking into account the fact he was faster and stronger than me. If he wasn't feral, I would have thought that he wanted me to win. But, well, his eloquent speech that consisted of growls, and more growls, confirmed he was indeed feral. "Ah." Match growled, his eyes glowing red for a bit before a thin beam of red light shot forward toward me. However, before this attack could reach me or I had the need to dodge, Raven opened a portal, redirecting his attack back at him. I sighed, already knowing what Match's next move was. "Open a portal in front of me that connects to one a few meters above you." Without a word, Raven did as I asked, as Match turned to her, baring his teeth, before jumping towards her. However, before he could reach her, I landed on his back in a crouch, and in a blurring motion of hands, I dug both of my index fingers on his ears, puncturing his eardrums, before jumping back, letting the feral clone crash on the floor in pain. "That was risky," Raven said, looking at the screaming Match. "How did you know Superman has weak eardrums?" "I didn't, and I think he does," I replied, showing her my broken fingers. "I just took a bet based on the fact that he's weaker than Superman. His speed and strength are above mine, but he's still leagues below a Mazo, and seeing how my hits were actually making him flinch, I wanted to test how squishy he was on the inside. Worst case scenario, I would have done nothing but break 2 fingers, and I can manage that." "Well, that didn't knock him out, it just pissed him off even more," Raven replied as Match turned toward us, his ears bleeding, his eyes filled with pure rage. Knocking him out without my melodic voice will take hours, so voodoo our problem away. I replied, smiling at her under my mask. Raven snorted, probably at the voodoo joke, before turning her undivided attention to Match, her eyes glowing white. You know anger, now let me teach you fear, beast. Azarath Metrian Zinthos. Chapter 89, Chapter 83. Enjoy. David Lance POV. As Raven channeled her magic in order to take the defective Kryptonian down, Match roared, lunging towards her with deadly intent. Seeing this, I darted forward, intercepting his attack, grabbing him by the wrist before throwing him to the ground. At this, his body bounced a few inches above the ground, leaving cracks in the earth beneath him, leaving the clone momentarily dazed by the impact. Without delay, I continued with my assault, taking advantage of the opening my first attack had given me, delivering a powerful downward kick that forced his body back into the ground. Growling, Match pushed his body upwards without any type of pivot, trying to get up, while in the process throwing a hard punch at my face. Taking a step forward, I weaved under his attack, before slamming my fist back on his face, forcing him back to the ground. I'm ready. Raven informed me through our telepathic link. Okay, I replied, jumping a few dozen feet back, landing right in front of Raven. Ah! Match roared, slamming his fists into the ground in a Hulk-like manner before charging towards me with all his might. Smiling, I sidestepped out of the way moments before Match's charge came to a complete halt, as Raven's magic froze him in place. Eyes glowing white, and her body covered in a dark aura, Raven loomed over Match, the ground trembling beneath her feet as she prepared to deliver the finishing blow. Azarath Metrian Zinthos. Raven muttered, her aura increasing in glow and power as she raised her hands, ready to unleash a devastating torrent of dark energy. Then in an instant, she unleashed her spell, the Kryptonian being consumed by the torrent of darkness that poured out of her hands, silencing his roars, leaving nothing but the sound of her attack. Wow. I said through our link as her attack came to an end, welcoming a brief moment of silence before the darkness of her spell dissipated, revealing a bleeding and out-commissioned Kryptonian. Wow indeed, Raven replied, her mouth twisting into a grin. I inwardly chuckled at that, rolling my eyes at her playful cocky demeanor. Let's put him back in a pot. The last thing I want is to fight against him again right now. Raven nodded, levitating the Kryptonian off the ground. Do you know how to operate the pods? I shook my head. But I can figure it out. On that note, how long do we have before Broly wakes up? Hard to say, but if I had to take an educated guess, I'd say we have between 30 minutes to an hour, maybe more. Raven replied. Good, that's plenty of time to learn on the go. Alright then, let me see how these things work. First, of course, I had to find an empty pod. So, it was time to explore. Task at hand, I walked through the cave at a fast pace, with Raven following close by, looking at each pod in each line, trying to find one empty. At line 15, as I rounded a corner, I saw something that caught my attention, taking my breath away for the briefest of moments, as I found myself staring into a pod with a human inside. This, however, wasn't the shocking part. No, what truly took my breath away was the fact that the human inside the pod was one I knew. Roy Harper. What? I thought, before clutching my head in pain, as memories came rushing back to me like a flood. Leaving a single thought in my head. How could I have forgotten about this? David, are you okay? Raven said, rushing to my side, freezing at the sight of Roy just like I had done, but without the headache part. I nodded as I stood in front of Roy's pod in silence, staring at him. My mind was racing, trying to piece together the fact that I had forgotten about one of the most important plot points of the series based on the universe I now inhabited. How could I have forgotten about that? But remember Superboy and the fact that Cadmus had made him. The implication of this gnawed at me, especially because now the memories were clear as if they had always been there. Were perhaps my memories locked? Or fragmented? Only to be unlocked if certain conditions were met. I wasn't sure. All I knew was that I had a question now and that the answer to that question eluded me. We should release him. Raven said through our link, snapping me out of my long reverie. I nodded, my hands moving toward the controls in the pod, before coming to a halt. Can you put him to sleep? I asked before remembering someone had released Match at us, meaning there was no point in keeping a low profile besides avoiding the army of xenomorphs. Never mind. Seeing as Broly was released from his pod, there's no point in keeping a low profile beyond the very basics, which I'm sure Roy will keep if we explain things to him, besides chances are he won't wake up after we release him. Taking a deep breath, I opened the pod, catching Roy as his body collapsed toward me before gently putting him on the ground. Then, I took a few moments to familiarize myself with the controls the pod had, quickly figuring out how to freeze someone up. I sighed, turning to Raven and giving her a nod in order to convey I was ready to freeze Broly. Without a word, Raven put Match inside the pod, as I immediately proceeded to put the Kryptonian back into a deep slumber, closing his pod, hopefully, forever. Roy is out cold, Raven stated, giving him a look of pity that was mixed with concern. I nodded. So the one we know is a clone. Raven said after a few moments, drawing her conclusions from the fact Roy was missing an arm she probably guessed in a correct manner, had been used as genetic material. I nodded again. Chapter 90, Chapter 84. Enjoy. In the mystery of the unknown. In the distance, the sight of a young pale woman with dark hair could be seen, slowly approaching a clearing with a faint smile on her face. The woman walked slowly, her feet sinking into the soft earth beneath her with each step until she came to a stop reaching the edge of the clearing, where a mysterious man in robes was sitting. It's been a while, don't you think? The young woman said, smiling at the men fondly. It has, the men replied without looking at her. The young woman smiled, turning her gaze to the clearing, allowing herself to take in what was in front of her. The sun was setting, and the light was casting a warm glow over the scene before her. In the center of the clearing was a small pond with a few ducklings swimming by, and right on the other side of the pond, casting a small shadow, there was a tree. The woman smiled warmly, giving the men in tattered robes a look before walking towards the tree, sitting down at its roots. The men, without a word, followed the woman, revealing a book in his hands that before could not be seen. The pale woman hummed softly as she leaned back against the trunk, closing her eyes. Why are you here? The men asked. You know why, the woman replied, keeping her eyes closed as she ran her fingers over the roots of the tree as if admiring them. The men paused at her response. A soft breeze stirred the leaves of the tree, and the pale woman's hair blew gently in the wind. He writes his own chapters, the men replied as if that explained whatever question was left unanswered. He does, doesn't he? The young woman smiled, opening her eyes to look at the men. I find it beautiful, honestly. He might very well be the perfect example of free will. The men in tattered robes paused once again before replying. His altering destiny itself. I do not intervene, but I feel like I should. The young woman chuckled. I can see why, but don't you think the old guy would have done something already if this kid was a problem? The men sighed. Perhaps you are correct. Besides, isn't it exciting? The young woman chuckled again. After so long, something new is happening. The men sighed once again. Fun or excitement is not part of our job. No, but it's not something we are forbidden from having, the woman shrugged. Tell me, brother, how old are we? Older than those whose footsteps are long vanished, the men replied without missing a beat. Has anything in our long life happened without his approval? The young woman asked, her eyes now on the clearing, watching the ducklings swim and play. No star, no life, no universe exists without his approval, the men replied, no sign of emotion in his words. Then, let the kid be, the woman smiled, turning her gaze back at him. He's altering destiny, he's writing his own chapters in the book, the men replied after a few seconds. The woman tilted her head. What do all stories have in common, dear brother? They all end, the men replied. Exactly, the woman smiled. Very well, sister, I shall do as you ask and let him be, but I won't rewrite what I wrote already, the man replied, his tone firm. That he will have to do himself. I didn't ask you to, the woman smiled. Thanks, brother. David Lance POV. I looked around the pods with Raven for a while, inspecting each and every single one of them in order to confirm there weren't any other clones we should know of before sending Roy, the real Roy Harper, to a safe house through a portal. Now, what do we do? Raven asked. I paused. That was a good question. I honestly had no idea. My plans had been derailed from the path I wanted them to follow the moment Roy had appeared, bringing back some of my memories about this world. Are they still captured? I asked, and Raven nodded. Make a telepathic connection again, and let's move to a different area. Are you sure? Raven asked, worry clear in her eyes and tone. We closed the connection because it was making your headache worse. It was, but I can deal with a migraine. I'll be fine, don't worry. Raven nodded, clear doubt in her eyes as she made the connection back again. So, now what? We wait for them to escape the pods and help them, I replied through the telepathic link, struggling to hide my increasing headache from Rachel. Need I remind you that I'm an empath? Raven said, giving me a stern look. Leave the scolding for later. Right now, we have a mission, I replied, trying to focus on the task at hand before anything else. I will, Raven replied, leaving a message clear, that message being, we will talk about this shit later. Without another word, Raven covered us in her magic before moving us out of the place to the top levels of Cadmus, where Robin, Aqualad, and Kid Flash were. Once there, we started waiting. But considering Superboy was already refusing to go into his pod, well, it was safe to assume the wait would come to an end soon enough. He will help them, Raven commented, giving Superboy a look as he walked towards the room where the young sidekicks were being held at. I nodded. Magic sure is handy, is quite impressive how no one can see us. It is until it isn't, Raven replied with a nod. Right now, they can't see us because every telepath in this place is weaker than us when it comes to our telepathic capabilities. You have an unbreakable mind or the closest thing to it, and I have years of experience keeping my mind shut and alert to intruders. Were any of these telepaths strong enough, they would notice our minds with time. I guess that makes sense. I nodded, turning my attention back to Superboy as he entered the room to release those he had captured. Chapter 91, Chapter 85. Enjoy. David Lance POV. We followed the team of young heroes as they made their way out of the base, hiding behind the cloak of Raven's power. Just as in the original story, Superboy had released the trio from their pods, meaning that so far, the events of the story remained the same, even with the alterations Raven and I had provided to the script. As we followed them from a relatively close distance, we witnessed Superboy's first struggles as he came to understand his shortcomings versus who he was supposed to be. Until eventually, the team came to a halt, finding themselves cornered by a large group of xenomorphs. Nevertheless, Raven and I remained still, watching the events unfold without much worry for the heroes because we knew if push came to shove, we could save them. However, I was also calm because I knew the xenomorphs weren't the ones they would have to face. Soon enough, they would rebel against Desmond, putting their hopes and dreams in the one who they consider their brother and beacon, Superboy. As it happened in the story, Guardian, the superhero I had not at all forgotten, was here moved to subdue the team but stopped before he could take more than 2 steps. His mind clearing from any mind control that was in place before, completing the events of the Xenomorph Revolution. I'll deal with Desmond, Guardian said, his hand gracing his helmet ever so lightly. I think not, Desmond spat, coming into view right in time. So this was Blockbuster's birth. No need to repeat it. Giving Raven a look, we moved behind him. Project Blockbuster will give me the power to restore order to Cadmus, Desmond continued with a smile, pulling a vial full of liquid out of his lab coat before drawing it to his mouth. However, before he could do such a thing, I snatched the vial out of his hands, Raven and I coming to view, her spell dissipating. Wah, who are you two? Desmond spat, taking a few steps back, finding himself truly cornered. I said nothing, turning to Raven, not even acknowledging the men at all. Can you portal this to our base? Raven nodded. I can. I nodded, sealing the vial before giving it to Raven to move as she opened a small portal. Black Bolt and Raven, Aqualad said, his voice cutting through the air. What are you two doing here? Did the League send you? I shook my head, tossing a tossing projectile at Desmond, who was about to make a run for it, electrocuting him in place, effectively rendering him silent for the time being. Then why are you guys here? Kid Flash asked. Selling cookies, Raven replied in a deadpan. Ha 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 ha, I love you sometimes, I inwardly laughed. Sometimes. Raven replied with a scoff. Not cool goth chick, Kid Flash mumbled, crossing his arms. Not cool. I turned back to them, giving each one a look. Superboy looked defiant, almost as if wanting a fight with me for whatever reason. Aqualad looked thoughtful, analyzing the situation. Kid Flash looked confident yet insecure, and Robin looked scared, flinching at my gaze. I sighed, giving Raven a look. Our job here was done. Good luck, Raven said to the heroes before turning around and opening a portal with a move of her hand. And just like that, we left the team of young heroes at Cadmus. We stepped through the portal back to the safe house we had moved the original Roy to, finding him just like we had left him in a bed, breathing but not conscious. I almost feel bad for leaving them to deal with the League alone, Raven said, cutting our mental connection the moment we stepped out of Cadmus. No, you don't, I replied, rolling my eyes at her as I made my way to Roy. The situation, as it was very complicated, meaning that taking him to a hospital would bring more problems than solutions to our table. Contacting Oliver about this was out of the question. As much as I loved him, I knew without a doubt that his hot-headedness would unavoidably turn this into a liability for everyone involved. My sister, on the other hand, would provide a better stand, at least one more logical in action, but telling her would put her in a complicated position when the truth about Roy was revealed. I didn't want to be the reason for a relationship with Oliver to falter. Meaning there were only 2 people I could trust with this. Martian Manhunter and Batman. Both had the skills and tools to help me deal with this discreetly. His mind is in a coma of sorts, Raven said calmly. Her eyes fixed on Roy. I nodded. That much I now remembered. That was another problem. My memories, if it wasn't for the pain I had felt when I encountered Roy, the memories of him rushing back to me at all once, I would have brushed the fact I didn't remember him under the fact I have been here for years, and that before becoming David, my memory wasn't the best. I could have legitimately forgotten a thing or two here and there, after all, who the fuck can remember what they ate for breakfast 16 years ago? But, the pain I had felt. It shouted external intervention. This alone opened a window of possibilities I didn't like at all. Because, until today, I was confident in my mind being able to protect me, or at least warn me when someone was trying to mess with me. Which meant that if my suppositions were right and my memory had been tampered by an unknown force, I wasn't safe at all. After all, if they had locked some memories away, what was to say they hadn't changed other things? For all I knew, I could have memories and feelings that are not my own inside of me, and I would never suspect a thing. Those possibilities, those what-ifs, scared me. Chapter 92, Chapter 86. Enjoy. David Lance POV. I contacted Batman a few moments after Raven and I had left the Cadmus facility, telling him we needed to talk about something that required his immediate attention. Batman replied immediately after to my message, telling me he would be at my location in 15 minutes. Once he arrived, I started explaining the situation and what I had found within Cadmus, as well as my theories about what Cadmus's purpose truly was in the great scheme of things, a fact that even with my so-called canon knowledge, I didn't know. Batman listened to my theories, exchanging a few of his own before giving Roy a look. He stared at him with a blank expression, analyzing Roy from top to bottom without saying a word. I could tell from the way his eyes moved that he knew from a simple glance as well as I did that this would not be an easy fight for anyone involved. But Batman, as grim as the situation looked from every angle, I knew that Batman was nothing if not determined. "We need to start making some countermeasures to deal with the light," Batman said, his voice cold and analytical, carrying deep tones that echoed in the stillness of the room. "They probably already know we know about them, or at least suspect that we are about to figure out there's someone behind the curtain." I nodded as Batman continued. He seemed to be judging each word before he spoke, weighing its worth before he let them out, carefully picking each and every single one of them, giving them a sharp edge of sorts. There was no warmth in his voice, on his expression, nothing, just a mask with no emotion. It was like listening to a machine. But beneath the cold facade, I could see something else. I could see that there was a hint of something he was trying to keep in control, a hint of worry. The files Desmond had about the light were very loose, lacking in any substantial data about them, so it's safe to assume he doesn't know who they are, I replied, giving him an USB carrying a copy of the data I had stolen from Cadmus. Be that as it may, we can draw our own conclusions based on the data, and other factors at hand, which gives us a rough idea of who is behind this organization. Batman nodded. Lex Luthor and Ra's al Ghul are two that come to mind, as they both have the power and resources to back this operation in their own ways, I added, taking a seat on a chair that was 2 feet away from Roy's bed. I knew of Ra's al Ghul and Luthor's roles in the light because I had remembered bits of the light, bits connected to Roy's role in this entire situation. Unfortunately, anything else was blurry at best, leaving me to figure out the rest. Or try and remember, but seeing as my last memory was unlocked by what was a clear trigger, it was best to focus on investigating. I agree. Of all the villains we know, they both fit the profile needed to be part of a secret organization of this magnitude perfectly, Batman replied with a slow nod, his voice carrying a tone of analytical detachment. I nodded. It also gives much light into Superboy's situation, as we both know Lex has an unhealthy fixation with Superman, one that is only matched in intensity by the Joker with you. The files you downloaded from Cadmus, did they contain anything about Superboy? Batman asked, his eyes cold and hard, like blocks of ice. I nodded. I hadn't had the time to go through the information very thoroughly, but I did find a thing or two about Superboy. At this, I took a brief moment to breathe. He's the closest thing to a perfect clone they managed to make from Superman's DNA. Based on the files, Kryptonian DNA proved to be rather unstable during their work in all meanings of the word and being next to impossible to fully decode, with this resulting in unstable results in clones. Batman said nothing, so I continued. At first, the clones would break down, going through a process of cellular deterioration that always ended in a graphic pool of liquid, I said, remembering the images I had found and how graphic they had been. Eventually, they managed to work past that, creating their first successful clone, Match, or so they thought. While Match was undoubtedly more stable than other attempts from a cellular point of view, the project was still a failure, with Kryptonian DNA proving once again too difficult to replicate. They tried to make a clone with an imperfect DNA sequence, making the result uncontrollable. Batman replied, taking a deep long breath. Match's name is probably the best tell we have that Luthor is part of this. Knowing Luthor, he probably named the clone Match as a play of words over his desire of Superman meeting his match. I nodded. You are right on both accounts, but uncontrollable is not the adjective I would use to describe Match, I sighed, remembering my fight with the Kryptonian. Match's behavior is feral, more so than most wild animals, his aggression and behavior being without provocation. Based on Raven's scan of his mind, he's nothing but pure rage, leaving him unable to form words or any type of coherent thoughts for that matter. This thankfully made dealing with him a whole lot easier. Without knowledge, skill cannot be focused. Without skill, strength cannot be brought to bear, and without strength, knowledge may not be applied, Batman replied with a sigh. Exactly, I nodded. Now, onto your original question, Superboy is their following attempt, and their successful one at that, to a certain degree. In order to make their clone more stable, they decided the best path to take was to mix what they had managed to uncover from the Kryptonian DNA sequence with a DNA sequence they knew perfectly in comparison, human DNA. This made the result one that they could work with. However, while Superboy was undoubtedly the best they had created, he was still a failed product in their eyes. I see. Chances are they used human DNA to balance out the traits they couldn't otherwise, Batman stated. I nodded once again. Yes, but by using that, they lost a few characteristics they wanted to retain, with Superboy lacking the entire Kryptonian package, so to speak, as well as having his existing power being considerably inferior to those of Superman. He might not share all of Superman's weaknesses, Batman said, narrowing his eyes. His human DNA could have filtered some of Superman's Kryptonian weaknesses. His files say he's affected by them, but to a lesser degree, one that doesn't compensate for the lack of power, as even without being a full Kryptonian, continuous exposure to kryptonite will weaken him and kill him. It will just take longer than it would with Superman, but not enough to be considered a benefit in their eyes, I replied. What did you do with Match? Batman asked. We put him back on a pod, I answered, cracking my fingers as I leaned forward. I sent Raven to retrieve him a few moments ago. She will use her magic to keep him sleeping until we allocate the space for him. Batman nodded, pleased with my answer. Good, leaving him there would have complicated things in the long run. As feral as he is, he can still cause a lot of damage if used correctly, so it is best to take him from them, no matter how much of a loose cannon he is. I wholeheartedly agreed with that sentiment, which is why I had sent Raven to retrieve him. What do you propose we do from this point forward? I asked after a moment of silence between us, taking a deep breath. For now, we need to analyze all the data you collected. From there, we need to move carefully, Batman answered, giving Roy a look. This is a war that we will have to fight alone, without the League's help, until we have more information. We need Martian Manhunter to help us with this. I haven't found anything about this, but I'm pretty sure both clones have trigger words implanted within their mind, I replied. While I agreed we needed to keep this under the table until we had more to move on, we still needed to deal with the Light's programming on both clones, and Martian Manhunter was quite possibly the best candidate to fill such a task. Can Raven clear mental programming? Batman asked, and I paused for a moment. I haven't asked her but seems confident in her psychic abilities, so probably, I replied with a thoughtful look. I had honestly forgotten about asking her that, which now seemed like a good idea, all things considered. Ask her and let me know if she can. If she happens to be able to do so, we will refrain from extending this knowledge outside this circle, Batman said. As for clearing the clones' programming, we won't do that. For now, I will first study their behavior closely in order to figure out what the Light truly wants. I nodded. Very well. I will take Roy with me to the Batcave's secret level, where Alfred and I will treat his condition until he wakes up, Batman stated, giving Roy another look. A room Robin doesn't know of, I asked for clarification. Batman nodded. Good, I nodded. While Robin was good at keeping secrets, it was like Batman said, it was better to keep this knowledge between just us so far. Chapter 93, Chapter 87. Enjoy. David Lance POV. After Batman and I finished talking, and he was about to leave with Roy, he offered me something. To join the team he was forming as their leader. I was honestly taken back by his offer, questioning his objectivity in the entire selection process. Batman without missing a beat explained I was the most qualified individual to lead them, as I had in his own words, the training, the mentality, and maturity to act efficiently. I frowned, accepting his points and reasons for his decision, but telling him that I honestly worked best with Raven more than with any other person and that more people in that mix would affect efficiency. Batman agreed with this quickly, saying that was exactly the reason he wanted me to lead the team, saying that my work with Raven was an example of what teamwork should look like, and what he expects from the team. I sighed, rubbing my temples, reminding him that while I was flattered he was offering me this position, I wasn't exactly the best, my treatment of Roy's clone by tossing him into portals being the prime example. I still had things to work on. I also pointed out that there were other options within the roster, like Aqualad, who previous to becoming a hero was part of Atlantis Army. Batman nodded, saying Aqualad was the second in line for that position because of that, but that he still wanted me to lead them. I sighed. Batman, I don't know, I don't even want to join the team to be entirely honest. I kind of enjoy the freedom I have as I am now. I am aware of that, and believe me if the situation wasn't like this, I would be offering you to join the League instead, Batman replied, placing a hand on my shoulder. You of all heroes of your age, have proved to have all that we look for in a League member and more. For all intents and purposes, you are a member of the League, but I need you to operate as their leader for the time being. Well. This is weird to get used to, Batman complimenting you, it just feels weird. Very well, but only until Aqualad can take the mantle. I had a long list of reasons for not wanting to join the team, some personal, others not, but I could see why Batman wanted me to take this role. Right now, as far as we knew, there were 2 clones out there, one was trying his absolute best to join the League, the other was angry and part of the team. Batman wanted me to keep an eye on the latter of the 2, while he kept an eye on the other one. Divide and conquer type of shit. That's all I can ask, Batman replied. Before you leave, how soon do you think you can find a room to keep match on? I asked, seeing as he was about to turn to the exit. A few hours, maybe less. I will be contacting you with the details in a bit, Batman replied, walking to his car, where Roy's unconscious body was buckled to the co-pilot seat. Well, I guess Raven and I will join the team. Fun. Batman gone, I contacted Raven to talk about what I had talked about with the Dark Knight. A few moments after, a portal opened, with Raven floating out of the portal in a sitting position known in yoga as Agnishtambasana. Taking a deep breath, I quickly explained to her the situation, and what was needed from us at the moment. Is this a bad time to want to go solo? Raven said in a calm tone. I sighed, knowing she was joking by the way her eyebrows moved ever so slightly, but nevertheless, deciding to tell her she had an option. I know you were joking just now, but if you truly don't want to join this team, you are in your right not to. Raven sighed. I won't leave you alone. That, unfortunately, is the price I have to pay for having befriended you. She finished with a faint smirk on her face. I smiled, rolling my eyes at her. Well, just for that, you can't say no now. I revoke your refusal privileges in this offer now. Raven sighed in fake defeat, before she replied in an emotionless tone, oh no. I inwardly chuckled at that. The emotionless tone of the drawling no being very hilarious in my opinion. This will be complicated. Robin is being eaten by the guilt, Kid Flash is a show-off with self-esteem issues, and Superboy is an angry ticking bomb. The only one that I feel it will be easy to work with is Aqualad. That makes for 50% of the team, counting us, Raven replied. I nodded. That percentage was accurate for now, as Miss Martian and Artemis had yet to join, and that could and would upset that balance of teamwork I was looking for. Miss Martian lacked all manner of experience, and Artemis, well, she had other kinds of problems, so in short, I had my reservations about how working with them would be initially. Chances were that Miss Martian would take a neutral stand, in order to not insult anyone, while Artemis would take a headstrong approach to most things, trying to prove herself. Of the 2 of them, Artemis was most likely the one I would manage to work with the best the fastest, as her problems with teamwork compared to the rest were minimal, and easy to tackle. Miss Martian, on the other hand, would take a bit longer to fit in terms of efficiency, with her massive inexperience and almost pathological need to be liked that stemmed from her life under racism, promising to affect her performance. What are you thinking? Raven asked, snapping me out of my train of thought. You have that look that says, I know something you don't. I smiled. Well, kind of, but you know. I didn't ask how you know whatever it is, you know. You should know by now that I fully respect your privacy, so that's beyond the point, Raven said with a deadpan expression. What I do want to know is if whatever you were thinking right now is something I need to know or can know. I will remind you once again before you answer that I trust you, and therefore I don't care where this information is coming from, so feel free to answer if you can. I paused, blinking a few times. That was a pretty straightforward way to remind me she has never questioned the knowledge I technically pull out of my ass. I apologize, it's just, well, you know, hard to say something without giving a source or something, I sighed, scratching the back of my head. But you're right, I should know by now that you trust me to have a good reason to not tell you. I feel like I should say, duh, but I won't, Raven replied, still wearing her deadpan expression. You kind of did, but I will let it fly, for now. Well, in order to answer your question, yes, I know something you should probably know, I smiled, taking a deep breath before answering. In a few days or so, I'm not sure, 2 members will join the team I was asked to lead. The first one will be Miss Martian, who, as the name suggests, is related to Martian Manhunter. The next one and last, will be an ex-criminal turning good, known as Artemis. Anything I should know about them? Raven asked with a thoughtful look. I nodded. Miss Martian is probably the strongest psychic around when it comes to raw strength and potential, so there's that. And Artemis, well, she's a skilled assassin trained by many masters that just now managed to escape her life. They both have their personal problems, Miss Martian, the scars racism left on her, and Artemis, the scars her family left on her. Racism? Raven asked, tilting her head. That seems remarkably stupid for a race of shapeshifters, at least from a phenotypical point of view. So is there racism based on social class, power, or something else? Is. Mostly phenotypical, I answered. No comments of that, Raven replied, her face conveying how stupid she found what I had just said. I sighed. From what I know, there are a few colors in the Martian palette of skin, those being green, red, yellow, and white, if I'm not mistaken, with white Martians being the ones everyone seems to hate, and well, you can guess her color. She's a white Martian, Raven stated, and I nodded. She will probably hide that bit of information from anyone in the team, I added, sighing once again. We have a lot of work ahead of us, don't we? Raven said with a sigh of her own. I nodded. Chapter 94, Chapter 88. Enjoy. David Lance POV. 24 hours later after my talk with Batman, I moved with Rachel to the base Batman had allocated for the team. The base Lycan Cannon was located in Mount Justice, one of the many headquarters the League used before the tower. The base when we arrived wasn't empty. Having a few known heroes, like Green Lantern, working inside to restore the base back to its original glory, installing equipment and such. Greeting the heroes with a wave, we moved to the residential area of the base. Seeing I would spend most of my time here, at least for the time being, I had brought with me a few of my things to set up a comfortable area for me, so I was going to pick one of the rooms at the base, with Raven doing the same, picking the one beside mine, as both were in the farthest corner on the base. How long do we have before the team arrives? Raven asked, helping me unpack, as she had already unpacked her things thanks to her magic. Half an hour, I replied, before grabbing some clothes from one of my boxes and putting them in the closet. Do you want me to translate you? Raven asked. That was a very good question. I mean, the only one that I knew that knew sign language was Robin. Aqualad probably did as well, but it was probably the Atlantean version of it, instead of the American one. I do, I nodded, accepting her offer. Very well, Raven nodded, as she continued helping me put my clothes in the closet. Half an hour later, the first members of the team arrived, alongside other heroes, finding us inside the cave. Amongst those heroes, there was Aquaman, Red Tornado, Hawkman, Shazam, Batman, Flash, and last but not least, my sister, who simply smiled at the sight of me. Meeting Batman's gaze for a brief moment, I turned to Raven and waited for Batman to explain to the members of the team what this base was, and what the purpose of the team was. As I turned walking toward Raven who was levitating in a sitting position, I saw the expression Superboy, Aqualad, Kid Flash, and Robin wore when they caught sight of me. Superboy seemed indifferent but curious, simply keeping his arms closed. Aqualad seemed interested, and for the most part, neutral. Kid Flash seemed angry at me for whatever reason, and interested in Raven. Robin reacted as he did on Cadmus, avoiding my gaze in general direction, his body language shouting he was feeling guilty, and ashamed. This cave was the original secret sanctuary of the Justice League. We're calling it into service again. Since you six are determined to stay together and fight the good fight, you'll do it on League terms, Batman began, gazing in our direction, before turning Red Tornado. Red Tornado volunteered to live here and be your supervisor. Black Canary will be in charge of training, and I will deploy you on missions. For a moment, no one said anything, until Kid Flash took a step forward, beaming. Real missions. Yes, but covert, Batman replied. The League will still handle the obvious stuff, Flash said, joining the conversation. There's a reason we have these targets on our chests, and dress like this. Indeed, Aquaman nodded. Your incursion into Cadmus proved that the bad guys are getting smarter. Batman needs a team that can operate on the sly, as we cannot. The last member has arrived, Raven muttered, opening her eyes. I nodded, seeing Superboy react ever so slightly to Raven's comment, being quite possibly the only one to hear it, besides me. The 7 of you will be a team, Batman continued. My apologies, Batman, but didn't you say at the beginning we were 6? Aqualad asked, glancing at us before turning his attention back to the Dark Knight. Batman at this, simply looked behind them into the Zeta Tube tunnel, before answering, making everyone turn around to see 2 figures walk out of the tunnel. This is the Martian Manhunter's niece, Miss Martian. Hi, Miss Martian replied, trying her best to hide her nerves and excitement. Kid Flash grinned at this, giving Raven and Miss Martian a look before whispering to Robin. Liking this gig more every minute. 2 total hotties. I might need to make some sort of HR system just for Kid Flash. If I remember correctly, he was but 1 step away from being a carbon copy of Mineta from MHA. Welcome aboard. I'm Kid Flash. That's Robin. Aqualad. Superboy. Down there is Raven, and I don't know who the other person is. So, it's cool if you forget their names, Kid Flash said, trying painfully to flirt with Miss Martian, while also managing to throw an insult at me in the process. His name is Black Bolt, you know that, Aqualad replied, his tone bearing no hostility, just confusion as to why Kid Flash was pretending to not know me. Kid Flash said nothing, ignoring Aqualad. I'm honored to be included, Miss Martian replied, beaming at everyone, completely oblivious that Kid Flash was hitting on her. Now that introductions are out of the way, Batman said, getting back the non-existent microphone. I have decided alongside the League, to position Black Bolt as the leader of this team. Way to break the news, Batman. At this, everyone turned their gaze to me, save for Robin, who simply looked at Batman. What? No. We barely know him. Kid Flash was the first one to complain. Batman said nothing, simply narrowing his eyes at him. I'm sorry, it wasn't my intention to raise my voice, sir. Kid Flash, realizing what he had done, took a step back, apologizing, cowering under the trademarked gaze of the Batman. He has a remarkable record working solo, and with others, as well as the skills necessary to lead this team efficiently, Batman said, giving me a look. This position is not one he wants, but one that he is needed to fill, for the time being, a fact that he acknowledges. He picked Aqualad as his successor for the role, for when I deem him ready to fill that role, should he want to. Aqualad tensed, giving me a look that conveyed his evident shock at the fact I considered him the best candidate to fill the position. I'm honored, Aqualad said, trying to find his words. I am not sure if I would want to lead the team, but if needed, I will. He finished, his tone carrying a sense of duty one would only expect to see in an army movie, or the army if you are lucky. But why him? Robin could lead, or... I could, Kid Flash said. I have no leadership skills, and you have even less, Robin replied much to my surprise, making Kid Flash flinch at this. Superboy is not interested in the role, Miss Martian is starting as a hero, and Raven is new by our standards, which leaves the best two possible options, Aqualad and Black Bolt. Aqualad has military experience that could translate well to leading a group, and Black Bolt has a flawless record, both working with others, and alone. Kid Flash muttered under his breath, saying it was not fair before sighing. Fine. I agree, Aqualad nodded. We should trust the League's judgment, and trust in the leader they picked for us. Aquaman at this smiled, his body language telling me he was proud of his sidekick. Indeed, Martian Manhunter said, smiling ever so slightly. I have worked with Black Bolt personally on more than one occasion, and I can vouch for him. Hi. Miss Martian waved, as I turned to look at John. I smiled under my mask, waving at her. Chapter 95, Chapter 89. Enjoy. David Lance POV. After Batman had completed his speech about the base and the purpose of this team, everyone left the place to allow the League room and time to restore the base back to its operational state. Leaving Raven, Superboy, Miss Martian, and me alone on the base. Do any of you know sign language? Raven asked, her body still hovering about the air in a sitting position. Superboy, at this, turned toward Raven, nodding with disinterest. I don't, but I could learn if needed. Why? Miss Martian asked, her tone switching between excited, confused, and shy in the span of her sentence. Oh. Right. I'm so sorry. Hello, Megan. Uncle John told you were mute. I nodded, smiling a bit under my mask at her antics. He's not mute, Superboy said, arms crossed. Not really. He can't speak because he would blow everything up. I nodded once again. It was a bit of an oversimplification of my entire thing, but it was accurate nonetheless. Then, until you learn sign language, I will translate for him. Raven said, breaking out of her sitting position midair to stand on the ground. Welcome to the team. You can call me Black Bolt or simply Bolt if you feel my superhero name is too long or tedious to say out loud. Starting today, we will train together, work together and, in our individual cases, live together for the foreseeable future, so let's try and make this an enjoyable and productive experience, I said, as Raven translated what I was saying with an emotionless expression in place, her tone ever calm and even. You guys will stay here as well. Megan beamed at that, her eyes sparkling in sheer uncontainable happiness. We are, I nodded as Raven translated. Superboy, on the other hand, remained stoic and without much of a reaction to what I had said, remaining true to his edgy persona that wanted to pretend he didn't care about anything. Today, however, we won't do anything, so go ahead and pick a room, any room in the base, and make yourselves at home. If you need anything for your room or yourself, feel free to reach me in my room, which is located at the end of the living quarters, and I will get you what you need, I finished, smiling at them with my eyes. But, how will you buy that? I mean, whatever we need. Megan asked, sounding concerned, probably thinking I would be the one to pay for the stuff. It seems John taught her nothing about the Earth or how hero teams work. I have access to the League funds and control over them to a certain extent, so most things should be within my power to obtain within measure, I replied, leaving out the fact I actually had no limit on how much money I could use from both Batman and Green Arrow. Hello, Megan. Megan replied, comically slapping her own forehead like I now remembered she used to do on Young Justice. Of course, the League would give our team leader control over that. I nodded at that. Making a mental reminder to try and ease her out of this Megan persona she was playing in order to hide her insecurities. On that same note, I also needed to find a way to ease Superboy into controlling his anger, which, if I remember correctly, was his biggest weakness for most of the show. Indeed, now go and explore, and if you have any questions, feel free to knock at my door, I nodded, letting them go to explore the base at their own leisure, before turning around with Raven, making our way toward our rooms. You were right, Raven said after a few moments of silence as we entered the hall that led to our respective rooms. I glanced at her, tilting my head. The girl, she has a lot of power in the psychic arts. I haven't seen anyone like her before today, Raven continued with a calm tone, clarifying what she had meant a few moments prior. I nodded. She does. All she needs is a bit of training to polish the edges of what's already there. Megan, or rather Megan Moores, was quite possibly the strongest psychic this iteration of the DC universe had to offer. Her powers were insane, leagues above all other Martians for seemingly no reason. I knew that because she was a white Martian, her powers overall had been enhanced, at least in the psychic arts, but for her case specifically, her powers were leagues above even other white Martians. I wonder if such power has a reason to be, other than genetic luck. I will have to meditate more from now on, Raven said, snapping me out of my long reverie. I smiled, knowing just why she had said that just now. To train your mind. Raven nodded, glancing at me, her violet eyes connecting with mine. You should do the same. As strong as your mind is against attackers, there's a limit to everything. And I feel that she will reach the limit of your shield sooner than we think. I paused. That was a good point. While I didn't see myself in a situation where Megan would try and enter my mind by force, it was always best to prepare for the worst, even if the worst seemed unlikely. Will do, I nodded, taking her advice to heart before asking. Do you think she will try to breach our minds? Who knows? I don't know her. But I rather prevent where I can, Raven replied with a calm tone, her lips forming a thin line. So the same reason I have. It's comforting to see we think alike most of the time. That's a good reason. Trust is earned, not given, and they have yet to earn our trust, as we have yet to earn theirs, I replied with a nod. Wise words, from the hands of a leader, Raven replied, smirking ever so slightly. I frowned, narrowing my eyes at her. She had made a mute joke again. From the hands of a leader, I swear to God, sometimes it feels like she makes her mute material beforehand just to have teasing replies here and there. Careful, if you smile too much, your emo/gothic card will be revoked, I replied with a smirk of my own. Proud of my joking reply. Good try, but I have access to the internet, and in there, I have found you could dress a manic pixie dream girl in goth clothes, and even with her hyperactive personality, constant annoying laugh, and more, she would never lose that goth card, Raven replied, in a serious tone. I blinked, looking at both sides before asking with narrowed eyes. Why? Why did you research that? That seems oddly specific. Raven turned, her right hand reaching for my hair as she started patting me like some kind of kid. It is oddly specific. With that said, she entered her room without elaborating any further. Well, okay. I will pretend that's not at all concerning and go to sleep. Chapter 96, Chapter 90. Enjoy. David Lance POV. As I was sleeping in my new room at the base, I felt something moving toward me in the darkness of my room. Ready to defend myself, I snapped my eyes open and reached out, grabbing the intruder by the arm before it could move any further. Only to find immediately after that the one that had entered my room was no intruder but Raven herself. Taking a deep breath, I relaxed, releasing her from my grip. I'm sorry. But, honestly. You pushed my body into a fight or flight response by sneaking up on me, and by fight or flight response, I mean fight or fight response. There's an intruder in the base, Raven replied, her tone and words snapping me out of whatever drowsiness I still had circulating in my body. Where? How many? I asked, quickly grabbing my utility belt from my nightstand. One, Raven replied. An imp-sized xenomorph, one that seems to be interested in Superboy only. I frowned. I didn't remember this from the show, so this was either a canon divergence or an event that happened but was never shown. Either way, we needed to take care of the problem. How strong is the enemy? I asked, trying to gather some information about the threat before dealing with it in order to do it more effectively. Weaker than all of us, Raven replied, and she didn't need to say anything else after that reply. Raven hadn't woken me up because there was a threat in the base, but because of our second mission. Keeping an eye on Superboy closely. Seeing as the xenomorph is still roaming the base to his leisure, then it must be safe to assume Miss Martian is not aware of this unknown, meaning we can observe Superboy without interfering, at least for now, I replied, trying to make some workable theories with what I had so far, as to why a xenomorph of all creatures had come here. Was the light trying to complete Superboy's programming to ensure he was the weapon they had wanted him to be? No, that didn't fit their behind the shadows approach to most things. This was something else that lacked a clear line of logic or motive. Or at least that had a line that I simply couldn't see yet. In the show, the xenomorphs had rebelled against their makers in the hopes of a better future, a future they had decided Superboy would make for them. That had been the conclusion of their entire character arc, as far as I knew. Be that as it may, there's a fine line between a show and reality, even if both share a shocking amount of similarities. Realistically, canon knowledge was bound to fail, especially considering my entire existence within canon shatters what that word stands for, making my knowledge most of the time situational and a glass cannon that, at best, would provide me with an edge here and there. But just like with the internet, trusting blindly in any type of knowledge was nothing more than a tactical suicide. Taking that into account and what I had discovered from Cadmus files, there were two possible explanations as to why a xenomorph was here. 1. Emotional attachment. For the xenomorphs, Superboy was one of them, their brother in every meaning of the word, if I was to believe what I had witnessed so far, canon knowledge aside. They had let Superboy leave by allowing him to choose his own path, betraying in the process their entire purpose, which was to serve. 2. The light. While this was out of their way of operating, at least from a first glance, it wasn't that far-fetched to connect them to this. In their eyes, Superboy was a weapon, one they had lost and perhaps, were now trying to recover. Out of the two options, I personally inclined towards the first option because, while the light being behind this could explain the xenomorph being here, it still left too many holes as a whole. They valued Superboy as a weapon, sure, but they valued their privacy and secrecy even more. And a move like this was too much of a risk for the reward they were playing. Compared to that, emotional attachment felt more in place when it came to this particular picture. Raven, can you feel the xenomorph's emotions from here? I asked, turning to glance at Raven. I could, but I would have to focus on it. Unless the emotions are strong, or from someone I know very well, my range without concentration is limited, Raven replied, getting her body pushing into the air a few feet above my bed level without so much of a sound as she got into a cross-legged sitting position or sukhasana, folding her legs so that each leg rested on top of the opposite foot. A moment or two later, her eyes started glowing white, with her body glowing in a soft hue aura of black that had the faintest line of white across the edge of it. The xenomorph feels happy, Raven said, finding the information strange apparently if her pauses were anything to go by. I can feel it felt lonely, it missed Superboy, and because of it, it decided to come here, to be with him. I was right then. Emotional attachment. Good, this team is too young, too new to effectively work against the light, for that, we needed time, a lot of time. Superboy is hallucinating, Raven said, her tone back to normal. The xenomorph seems to be the reason for this. Do we interfere? Hallucinations. Well, that didn't seem like something you would make someone you missed have to show any type of appreciation. How does Superboy feel right now? I asked. From his emotions, I would be able to deduce what the xenomorph's intentions were by having Superboy hallucinate. He's angry, confused, scared, and full of doubts, Raven replied. We can take his anger out of the list, seeing that is his average state of mind. Indeed. He had a lot of anger within him, anger that in time he would erase, but right now, it was there, gnawing at him, at his insecurities, begging him to snap. I nodded. This was good enough for now. This will suffice for now, I said, making Raven break out of her focus state. Can you open a portal behind the little guy so that I can snatch it into my room? Raven nodded, her lips twitching upwards, having found my comment apparently amusing in some sense. I can, ready. I nodded. In an unknown location. In an unidentified location, inside a dark, dreary room. The only light that came to view in the scene came from the screens that were inside the room, making a circle, each one glowing an eerie white. The figures on the screens were blurred and indistinct as they talked to one another, their voices clear and conspiratorial. Can the light afford to leave Guardian in charge without the genomes? One of the figures spoke. We have subtler means of control. What concerns me is the children. We now know the League is willing to employ young heroes to do their dirty work. Another replied, as an image appeared on one of the empty screens, showing Superboy, Aqualad, Kid Flash, and Robin running through Cadmus. That's a dark twist. But not one that personally concerns me. What does concern me is the other children, a new figure added, as the image on the screen changed to show Raven and Black Bolt, leaving the place through a dark portal. They managed to infiltrate the facility with ease, bypassing every security measure we had in place, finding the last level as if it was the guest bathroom in the place. Not only that, but they managed to defeat the Kryptonian failure down there with insulting ease, another replied, showing some images of Black Bolt and Raven fighting Project Match. Not only that, but they discovered Speedy, the real one, and took him from us, only to come 1 hour later to steal Match as well. If you ask me, those two need to be eliminated before they become a thorn in our side. It's true that they have done more damage in a day than anyone has done to us in decades, but this is a situation that can be played to our advantage. Even the temporary loss of both Kryptonian projects may prove useful. After all, eventually, everyone sees the light. Chapter 97, Chapter 91. Enjoy. David Lance POV. After dealing with the xenomorph by sending him to Cadmus, after Raven had scanned his mind to make sure its purpose for being here wasn't a concern, I went back to sleep, waking up around 6 in the morning, ready to start some training with the members of the team currently within the base in order to see what I was working on. Going over my morning routine, I walked with Raven to the kitchen to find Gan and Superboy already there, in the process of making their breakfast. I inwardly smiled at that. As Raven moved to the kitchen to get a drink, an iced coffee. "Hi, Bolt." Mgan beamed, waving both of her hands at me very enthusiastically. "I'm about to make some pancakes, want some?" I looked at her, seeing how eager and hopeful she was about me accepting her breakfast offer, that I couldn't find a reason to say no. I mean, it would save me the time of cooking something for myself. "Great. I'm on it." Mgan beamed, somehow even more than before, moving around the kitchen like a poltergeist on crack. "Do you want some, Raven?" Raven paused at the mention of her name, turning to face Mgan. "Sure. Awesome. What about you, Superboy?" Mgan asked, turning to face Superboy, locking her gaze on him as she continued moving around the kitchen, grabbing ingredients for the pancakes. "Sure," Superboy replied, sounding unsure of his answer but finding the offer of not having to cook too enticing to simply ignore. I smiled, turning to Mgan to see her levitate a bag of 50 pounds of flour into the kitchen counter, a big smile on her face. I have a feeling this will end poorly somehow. A few moments later. I was abso-fucking-lutely correct. For God knows what reason, Mgan hadn't made a decent SFW amount of pancakes, like anyone would have done, even after I told her she was making too much, and she said she would cut back. "I'm sorry. I just got excited and wanted to make the perfect pancakes, and, sorry," Mgan said, her voice growing higher and higher in tone as she continued. All while I struggled to do the most basic human functions, like breathing. She had served me and Superboy no less than 200 pancakes each. She had tried with Raven, but she walked out after the second without a care for the world. She didn't understand. It was a man thing. A man must never, ever, under any circumstances, admit defeat in the face of a plate with food still on it. Superboy knew that I knew that, and we made a non-talking pact to eat the pancakes. "I told you that eating more pancakes was a stupid choice," Raven said, holding an open book in her hands, using her magic to pass the page. "I'm fine," I replied, taking labored breaths in and out. "Isn't that right, Superboy?" Superboy, who was stoically trying his absolute best not to show any signs of the pancakes affecting him, nodded. It was a good breakfast, Mgan. However, his absolute best didn't account for him lying on the floor. "But, you are on the floor," Mgan muttered. "I like the floor. Do you have a problem with that?" "I find it very comfortable," Superboy, true to his character, growled at her, defending his stance on the pancakes and floor through victorious labored breathing. I nodded. The floor was indeed comfortable. Especially for back aches, no need to pretend on that. "Oh, I see, then I'm sorry," Mgan sighed in relief, and I could almost hear Raven's hand slamming against her forehead at this. "Well, this is too much for me." "Call me when training starts," Raven said before levitating out of the room. "Wait. I wanted to ask you something." Mgan called after her, chasing after Raven. "Leaving us alone." "She must never know," Superboy spoke after a moment or two, each word feeling like a Herculean feat. "None must. I think I'm gonna like hanging out with him." Taking a deep breath, I pushed myself up and nodded. "Never." Superboy said nothing, but I could almost see a smile somewhere there. Granted, it could have been the labored breaths or my body going into a diabetic coma, but I saw something there. 2 hours of painful digestion later, I summoned the team, the ones inside the base, to the training room. "Before any of you ask, I know Black Canary is the one Batman responsible for our training," I began as Raven translated, only for Mgan to smile as she raised her hand, asking for a turn to speak. "Yes?" Raven asked. "I learned sign language yesterday. I downloaded a few dictionaries and other books and memorized them," Mgan announced with a proud tone. I still can't use the signs myself very quickly, but that's not an immediate problem, as my brain still translates what you say automatically. As for talking like you, I will do it in time. I just have to practice it, as it requires a lot of muscle memory more than anything, and well, I can't speed that up. One day. It took me a lot more than that, even Robin took more than that. I'm both impressed and jealous." "That's impressive nonetheless, very impressive," I replied, feeling somewhat touched that she had learned sign language just for me. "Thanks." Mgan beamed at the praise. That was all, you can continue, sorry for interrupting." "Well, as I was saying, I am aware that Batman assigned Black Canary to be in charge of our training. However, be that as it may, we will still train outside her schedule to better improve our skills and powers, as well as creating an understanding of our individual shortcomings in battle in order to improve teamwork and our individual performance as a whole," I said, taking my speech back from where I had left it. "I don't need training," Superboy scoffed, arms crossed. "You don't?" I asked, tilting my head at his rather confident remark. "No, all I need is my strength. With that, I can punch my way out of anything," Superboy replied, his eyes daring me to say the contrary. "Just as you only need your voice to end most fights, for us, training is pointless." Pointless, care to prove that statement, I asked, inviting him to the ring. I could kill you by mistake if you don't use your voice, Superboy replied with a low glare at me. Talk about tooting one's own horn. Is that you conceding the match to me? I asked, smiling at him with my eyes, doing my best to show nothing but complete confidence in both my body language and the words I signed, all in order to get a rise out of him, to teach him a lesson. Force is meaningless without skill. Your call, Superboy scoffed, walking towards the ring. Chapter 98, Chapter 92. Enjoy. Rachel Roth POV. David and Superboy faced off in the training area. It's a wide open space, with plenty of room for the two of them to fight. For a few seconds, they circled each other, looking for an opening, until Superboy seems to have had enough and lunges forward. A foolish mistake. With a calm expression, David dodged out of the way, planting a right hook that connected with Superboy's jaw. The hit made Superboy stagger a few feet back, leaving him with an expression of complete utter shock, his emotions shouting to me his clear confusion as to why David's attack had hurt him. Growling, he lunged at David again, this time with a flurry of punches trying to overwhelm David. However, instead of being overwhelmed as he wanted, David took a step forward, meeting Superboy's approach head-on. With ease, David weaved under Superboy's assault, deflecting and parrying his punches like a children's game, before kicking him away. Stop dodging. Superboy growled, slamming one of his fists on the ground as he stood up. Wouldn't that defeat the purpose of this? I replied, a deadpan expression in place. Smiling at my comment, David rushed at Superboy, with Superboy doing the same. In a series of movements too fast for me to fully appreciate, David dipped and weaved around Superboy, moving with unimaginable grace, while landing attacks on the Kryptonian clone that he never seemed to notice on time. We can stop, if you want, David offered, coming to a halt in front of Superboy, who simply growled at the offer, throwing a hard punch at him. Clearly expecting this, if David's emotions were anything to go by, David dodged, and swiftly punched Superboy in the solar plexus right as he was relaxing his muscles to breathe, knocking the wind out of the Kryptonian, and stunning him for a brief moment. Seeing this blow had opened Superboy up for another attack, David obliged him, putting a simple upward kick into the Kryptonian's chin, before quickly following that up with a knee strike to his stomach, doubling him over. Still not over, David followed that up with a quick rising uppercut that lifted Superboy into the air, making Miss Martian wince for the man. We are done here, David said, as Superboy stood up, looking angrier than ever. I haven't even started, Superboy growled, trying to hide how winded he was. It was like David said, punch left in the air tires more than one that connects, and Superboy had so far only punched the air. David smiled, pointing at Superboy's chest. I blinked, just now realizing David had planted several explosives on the Kryptonian. Just when did he do all that? I couldn't help but wonder. This won't do any dash. Superboy didn't get to finish his sentence as David detonated the explosives, all of them going at the same time. This is getting out of hand, Miss Martian muttered in worry as the smoke from the explosions cleared, revealing Superboy on the ground kneeling, gasping for air. I frowned. Explosives of that size, no matter how powerful they were, shouldn't have done so much damage. David smiled, winking at me. It was here that I realized what he had done, remembering something that had happened a few months ago. 2 to 3 months ago, David had asked me to enhance some of his equipment with magic. Today, he had used some of that equipment. I'm impressed. I didn't even realize those explosives had magic, though now that I'm aware, I can feel some residue around Superboy. It seems I'm quite good at concealing magic. What was that? Superboy said, glaring at David. Magic, David replied, offering Superboy a hand to stand up. Superboy, even though angry, took David's hand, much to my surprise. Magic. Yes, Raven over there buffed some of my equipment for situations where a bit of extra punch was required, David replied, with a small nod. Whatever, Superboy replied, crossing his arms. Now that I showed you what a bit of skill can provide, let's start training, shall we? David replied, brushing Superboy's aggressive demeanor. You won because you cheated, that's all. In a real fight, I would have Superboy began, but I stopped him, using my magic to freeze him in place. In a real fight, all he needs is a well-placed whisper, and you are done, I said, floating toward him. One close enough to your ear should be enough to liquefy your brains, killing you instantly. Guys, maybe we need to talk this out. Miss Martian said, trying to break the tension off. I paid her no heed, my gaze fixed on Superboy. Even the likes of Superman can be defeated with ease with the right tools and strategy. What makes you think you are any different? At this, David frowned, giving me a look that said, drop him, please. In a real fight, the odds will never be in your favor unless you make sure they are. Brawn and natural skills can only take you so far, I said, releasing Superboy from my grasp. Raven is right, David said, looking at Superboy and Miss Martian. This, however, doesn't mean you should feel bad or angry at your shortcomings. Because we all have them, even the big heroes. Superboy said nothing, simply staring at David. For Miss Martian, all you need is heat to defeat her, or any Martian, David said, making Miss Martian flinch. For me, all you need is magic, a weakness I share with you. With Raven, she lacks any powers that could translate well to a physical fight. We all have our weaknesses. And training will make them disappear? Superboy scoffed, glaring at him. David smiled. Oh, no, that will never happen. I mean, some weaknesses are there to stay. What training can do, is help us to better prepare for when enemies try to exploit our weakness. Training will help us compensate them in ways you can't even imagine. You are stronger than me, faster, yet, you can't land a hit. With training, you might even give Superman a run for his money, even without all of his powers. Superboy froze, his emotions going between angry and hopeful. I need a drink. With that said, he walked out of the room, a turmoil of emotions erupting within him. Chapter 99, Chapter 93. Enjoy. David Lance POV. Much to my incredible surprise, after his defeat, Superboy had decided to join during training. Nevertheless, it became immediately apparent to me that while open to the idea of training, Superboy was not entirely comfortable with the entire situation. During training, he carried himself stiffly as if he expected to be insulted or provoked at any given moment. More than not, he would avoid making eye contact with anyone in the room unless we were sparring. When he did make eye contact outside sparring situations, his entire demeanor would change in a different direction. He would hold his head high with an air of defiance around him. One didn't need to be a genius or have the ability to read minds to know what he was thinking when he did this. That air of bravado demonstrated that, on some level, he thought he was better than the rest of us, even when failing, that, this training wasn't going to be enough for him. I could see it in his eyes. I wasn't angry about this. Not even bothered, really. In fact, I welcomed his behavior with open arms to an extent, as long as it didn't interfere with the training directly, because I knew that this show he was putting on for the rest of the world was nothing but a self-made mask to hide his fears. To hide the fact that deep down, he thought that he wasn't enough. It was simply a matter of time before he came to terms with himself, so until then, it was more than enough for me that he actually wanted to train, even if he didn't believe training would help him at all. Now. On the matter of Miss Martian. Well, that was a completely different can of worms. She had immense power, but little to no skill or control over it. Talent like no other, but lack of confidence to capitalize on it. In short, from a psychological point of view, she was a wreck, perhaps one even bigger than Superboy. I had severely underestimated what decades of racism, abuse, and other factors had done to her. Be that as it may, working with her was proving to be easier than one would expect, all things considered. While it was true that she had many, many problems, she was, unlike Superboy in most situations, open to the idea of a helping hand because, unlike Superboy, she was willing to accept her shortcomings, well, almost all of them. In fact, because of this, she was eager to prove herself. If I had to take a guess, she was not only trying to learn but gain any semblance of approval and acceptance from us. In Raven's words, her emotions felt like those of a starved child looking for affection, a mix of desperation, despair, hope, and fear, all at once. Even though I had deduced that much from a simple glance here and there, it was actually remarkably shocking to hear how Mgan felt. I guess that, in some way, I was still clinging to the Mgan I had seen in Young Justice, a girl that, while not without her problems, she would face them quite easily. Well. That's the difference between reality and a show. Both can share much, but reality always hits harder. I did it. Mgan cheered. Did what? Confused, I turned around to find Mgan and Raven training in hand-to-hand combat without powers. Congratulations, Raven said in a barely audible tone. Her tone and expression were blank, emotionless. I tilted my head, giving the girls a look. I managed to block 4 hits in a row without panicking. Mgan said, reading my expression and answering my unspoken question, with a big smile on her face. I smiled at her from my eyes and under my mask. Congratulations. Again. Raven asked. Another spar? Sure, Mgan nodded. I grinned at this, giving Raven a look. Since when are you eager to spar in hand-to-hand combat? Since the moment I was given someone below my level, Raven replied, giving me a piercing look. You and Black Canary always beat me up. I frowned. Sure, I had won every spar we had ever had, but I wasn't beating her just for the sake of beating her. I wasn't even beating her. That was my sister. All I was doing was parrying/blocking her hits and giving her my pointers here and there. I might have thrown a kick at her, here and there. But she ain't no saint when we train with powers. Hell, I'm pretty sure that last time she sent me to a demonic dimension for a brief moment. I did not, Raven said. I narrowed my eyes. You have no proof, Raven said. Are you two having a telepathic chat? Mgan asked, her eyes going between the two of us, confused as to what was happening right now. No, Raven replied, a small smile gracing her face. But I've been with Black Bolt long enough to know what he thinks. It also helps that he's easy to predict. Did Raven call me a basic bitch? I did, Raven nodded. Well, time to use one of my secret weapons. You just won yourself a MGAN breakfast, I said, smiling at my choice of punishment. At this, Superboy snorted in a faraway corner, slipping out of his sulking persona. And how do you intend to make me eat, said Breakfast? Raven asked, one of her eyebrows perking up. I smiled, an impish smile at that. Oh Fabio, the darkness within me consumes me, for there are two souls within me, one bad, one evil, both in love with Dash. I hadn't managed to finish what I was saying when Raven had materialized in front of me, using her magic to stop my hands. How did you find that out? Raven hissed, her eyes glowing black. I blinked a few times at her, Disney style. You used my library card. Raven froze. Well played. What's happening? And why does my breakfast feel like a punishment? MGAN muttered, confused as hell with the situation. It's an Earth thing, couples fight all the time according to the internet. This is what some people call a love fight or a fight without bark, Superboy replied. I won't even dignify that with a response, Raven said, turning around to mildly glare at Superboy. You guys aren't a couple. MGAN gasped. I could have sworn you were. I mean, you can read each other's thoughts without a clear connection. On Mars, only lovers can do that. Well, this is getting weird, time to bail. So, library, I asked Raven. Yes, Raven nodded, engulfing us in her magic. On the good side, MGAN and Superboy were showing some behaviors that were to be expected of their ages, like teasing. Sadly they picked the worst target for teasing, Raven, and a mute by a choice. But, nevertheless, it was progress. Chapter 100, Chapter 94. Enjoy. David Lance POV. In a matter of days, I quickly fell into a routine, training with the team every morning before breakfast, or at least with those that were here for that matter. After training, our days were pretty much open, especially considering Batman wasn't giving us any missions, which left most of the day after training free for team-building exercises and activities. As the temporary leader of the team, my current focus was on making sure that we were able to work together and build something great, something that wouldn't depend on me. I had to make sure that they could function as a team without me, and that meant building a bridge of trust and respect between them. So far, my plan seemed to be going well. Superboy and MGAN were slowly but surely opening more and more to me, dropping their walls, each one in their own way, and I had to say they were making remarkable progress, all things considered. But, there was always room for improvement. Bolt, I made cookies. Want some? MGAN said, knocking at the door of my room 2 times as she spoke. I smiled at her thoughtfulness and got up from my bed, putting the book I had been reading on the night table as I walked to the door. What kind? I asked curiously as I opened the door. Chocolate chip, MGAN said with a bright smile, holding out a plate of still warm cookies for me to see. My eyes widened in appreciation and I took one off the plate, taking a big bite out of it. Oh God, these are amazing, I said genuinely, already reaching for another one. She giggled and blushed a little at my compliment before shoving the whole plate into my chest. They are all yours. All mine, I asked, holding the warm plate of cookies with one hand. Yup, Superboy and Raven already got some, so seeing you were in your room, I made a whole plate just for you, MGAN nodded, beaming at me with a bright smile. I stared at her for a few seconds before smiling at her with my eyes once again. Thank you, MGAN. It's not a big deal, MGAN said bashfully, clearly not used to this kind of attention. You could be a chef, I said, changing the subject ever so slightly. Every time you make something, it is better than the last batch of whatever you made. It's impressive, and I kind of envy you for being this good. MGAN blushed harder, her smile extending from ear to ear now. I used to help my mom in the kitchen a lot when I was younger, and well, there was also a lot of cooking shows from Earth that Uncle John used to bring every other month. I never could cook anything from those shows, but I always wanted to, and well here I am. At this, her eyes grew distant for a moment, almost sad with a touch of nostalgia. It's always been something I enjoyed doing. Well, you have a gift, I said before popping another cookie into my mouth. MGAN giggled. Well, I'm glad you think so. With that said, she bid me goodbye and went back to her own room, leaving me alone with the plate of cookies. I sighed contentedly as I sat down on my bed, munching on a cookie as I picked up my book once again. The next morning, I woke up extra early, around 4 a.m., making my way to the training room to start my training routine, the one before the one I had with the team, only to find Raven, Superboy, and MGAN waiting for me there. Took you long enough, Sleeping Beauty, Superboy said, arms crossed over his chest as he leaned against the wall. I frowned. What are you guys doing here? I asked, getting straight to the point. Not even Raven liked waking up this early to pre-train with me. We wanted to train with you, MGAN replied with a smile as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. I arched an eyebrow at her. Why? I mean, your training starts at 6:30 a.m., I asked, still not understanding what they were trying to achieve by training with me. You train no less than 10 hours a day, with or without us, so taking that into account, it has become evident you are a few steps ahead of us with your regime, Raven said simply, shrugging her shoulders as if it was no big deal. Besides, you're the strongest one here, and our leader, it's only natural we follow your example. Strongest, Superboy huffed, crossing his arms over his chest as he pushed himself away from the wall. Please, I could take him down any day. No, you couldn't, I signed back at him with a smirk. Oh yeah. Superboy challenged, but surprisingly not in an angry manner. It's not fair for you to train this much alone, Mgan said, coming to stand next to me, her eyes imploring me to understand. We are supposed to be a team, and if you are too ahead of us, we will only slow you down. Well, if they truly want to start training earlier, fine by me. I was honestly easing them into training so as not to scare them, but this works. Fine, let's start with a quick warm-up, followed by some spars, you and me, Superboy. Deal, Superboy said with a smirk as he cracked his knuckles. Let's do this. Mgan exclaimed excitedly. I feel like I will regret this, Raven muttered under her breath, but despite her words, I could see the excitement in her eyes, as well as a small smile creeping on her face. And with that, our training began. A few hours later, a few minutes after noon, our training came to an end for the day. The entire team was drenched in sweat, panting and gasping for breath. Hell, Raven and Mgan looked like they were about to pass out, with both having had the hardest time keeping up with the physical part of my training. Your luck will end one of these days, Superboy said between pants, trying to catch his breath as he sat on the floor with his back against the wall. It's not luck, but yeah, I'm certain one of these days you will make our spars unbearably hard for me, I replied with a nod, being the only one that looked fresh in terms of energy. Sure, I was drenched in sweat, but honestly, I could keep going if I wanted to. You must hate your body, how can you subject it to this daily? Raven muttered under her breath, but I could see the amusement in her eyes. What's worse is that you make it look so easy. It's all about practice, focus, and repetition, I replied with a shrug of my shoulders. If you guys keep at it like this, you'll be able to keep up with me in no time. Chapter 101, Chapter 95. Enjoy. David Lance POV. I had been summoned by Batman to the Batcave. The summon itself didn't say for what reason or possible motive, but I could draw my own conclusions. The light, or Waller. I honestly hoped it was about the situation with the light. As problematic as Waller was, the light was worse, at least in this universe, meaning that whatever threat Waller represented could simply wait until the light was no more. I had my reasons to believe that Batman felt the same. After all, more than not, we shared views on these kinds of things. Taking a deep breath, I descended into the depths of the Batcave, using one of the external entry points outside the Wayne Manor. Black Bolt, Batman greeted me from the chair of his computer, his eyes fixed on some information that was on display on the massive monitor a few feet away from him. By his side, Alfred stood, an empty tray at hand. Master Bolt, would you care for a drink? Alfred asked, turning to look at me with a warm smile adorning his face. I nodded. Water would do nicely. Wonderful, I'll be back in a minute, Alfred bowed before taking his leave. Thanks, I signed before my eyes flickered back to Batman. Batman's eyes left the screen and fixed on me. I went through the files you got from Cadmus, and the situation is worse than we imagined, he said simply. That was an understatement of the century. The data we have is incomplete, but it seems like they are preparing for war, Batman elaborated, his eyes dark. I frowned. What do you mean by incomplete? I mean, I knew the light limited Desmond's access to important information, but I was sure I took all there was to know about the light within Desmond's grasp. Cadmus. Unless some of the files were simply encrypted covers for more valuable information. That was a possibility. I hadn't had the time to really go through the files with that of managing the team, visiting Harley and Ivy, and doing patrols in Star City. Some files had files within them that were heavily encrypted, and I could only decrypt a small portion of them. But from what I could gather, they are not just building an army, but they are also stockpiling weapons, Batman explained, his eyes growing dark. So I was right. It would explain the xenomorphs. Batman nodded. Their goal is evident, and that is war. What I'm not sure about is what war they are planning to fight exactly. Because one thing is certain, it isn't against the League. I frowned. If not the League, then who? I feel like I should know this. Taking a deep breath, I approached the Dark Knight. Why did you call here? You are not one to summon someone for a simple exchange of information, so tell me, what do you need? Batman's eyes softened a bit. I need you to find out what the Light is planning. I need you when the time is right to infiltrate their ranks and learn everything you can about their plans. I see now. He wanted to exploit Deathstroke's interest in me in order to enter the Light. The question is, how does he know Deathstroke is part of this so-called Light? I paused, mulling over his words. This was quite the task he was giving me, one that I wasn't sure I wanted to take. It wasn't that I didn't want to help. On the contrary, I wanted nothing more than to see the light brought down. But at the same time, I knew that this path would only hurt those that I care about. That's quite the mission, Bruce, I said, my back leaning against the control panel of his massive PC. I know, and I will understand and accept if you say no, Batman replied, his voice sincere. But I hope you understand why I'm asking this of you. I nodded. I do. Is because of Deathstroke, isn't it? I signed, my eyes meeting his. Partially, Batman nodded. I know he's interested in you, and we can use that to our advantage. But also because you're one of the few people I trust enough to take on this mission. Careful, Richard might get jealous, I replied with a small smile. You do realize that if I do this, I will have to stuff that, as heroes, we swore never to do, right? Batman nodded, his voice carrying a grim tone. I know, and I am prepared to accept whatever consequences come from this. I sighed. This was going to be harder than I thought. But, if I wanted to protect my sister, Raven, Oliver, and everyone else, I had to do my part. All right, Bruce, I said, pushing myself off the control panel. Count on me. Batman's eyes softened in relief. Thank you, David. Do try, however, to find another solution before embarking on this path, I added, cracking my neck in order to release some tension. Batman nodded. Infiltration is our last resort. Who can know? I asked, gazing at him for a brief moment. No one, if possible. Raven, if absolutely necessary, Batman answered without missing a beat. Raven already knows more than anyone, so for her, it would be easy to figure out what's happening either way. Beyond her. Everyone is on a need-to-know basis. No one. Well fuck, that will make things emotionally distressing for everyone involved if I ever have to face my sister in combat while playing the role of a villain. We have to figure out a workaround for my powers then, I replied with a sigh. I mean, what will I do if the light asks me to shout? I'm working on a solution for that, Batman replied before opening a file on his computer. As we speak, Martian Manhunter has been working with the best Martian scientists his world has to offer to develop a tool to allow you to speak without actually speaking. The tool is heavily based on their sentient ships and their abilities to connect with their owners. Does he know? I asked. He shook his head. No. Chapter 102, Chapter 96. Enjoy. David Lance POV. The days went by, and my talk with Batman still hovered over my head, to the point I knew Raven was aware that something was wrong, but respecting my privacy as she normally does, wasn't asking. When are we gonna go out for missions? Superboy asked, arms crossed as he leaned against a wall. Soon, at least according to Batman, I replied, not at all worried about missions right now. As a newly formed team, we needed to focus on building synergy between us before actually going out. Otherwise, we were destined to fail. Superboy nodded. B-04, Kid Flash. B-03, Aqualad. B-02, Robin. So they finally decided to visit. Don't worry, Superboy, soon enough, you will be punching bad guys to the hospital, I added, with a smile under my mask. Making Superboy smile ever so lightly, finding my comment funny. Bolty, you're gonna have to speak up if we're gonna understand you. At this, I turned to see Kid Flash leaning against a wall, a challenging smirk on his face. You want to die? Superboy asked, a frown on his face as he looked at Kid Flash, who, upon hearing the young Kryptonian, was taken aback by his words. If he speaks in your general direction, there would be no remains to bury. I honestly fail to see why you want to see him talk with that being the case. It was a joke, and besides, I can dodge whatever Bolty here has to offer, Kid Flash scoffed, winking at Raven and Gan. Raven ignoring him, and Gan shifting uncomfortably at his Casanova wannabe attempts. I was led to believe your maximum speed was around 720 miles per hour, Raven said with an even tone. Black Bolt's voice moves faster than that. Mathematically speaking, you can't dodge whatever he throws at you. Kid Flash frowned before smiling at her. Babe, you don't know how fast I can truly go when motivated. Oh God, I think I puke a little bit inside my mouth. First of all, not your babe, not now, not ever, not even with brain damage. Second, you should really recheck your material, or you will only be the fastest at being rejected. Raven replied, with a deadpan in place. Holy fuck Raven. Speedy was right about you, Kid Flash muttered under his breath. As Aqualad and Robin appeared behind him. Or you are truly out of place, one of the two, don't you think, I signed, as Superboy translated for me, much to my surprise. What? Kid Flash said, glaring first at Superboy and then at me after the former pointed at me. This is a superhero team, not a social gathering, I said, as Superboy continued translating for me. Any pursuit within the team is by all means unacceptable, at least during work hours. During your free time, you are free to do as you please as long as both parties are okay with said interaction, and by free time I mean after you take your costume out and go home. And who are you to tell me that? Kid Flash scoffed. Outside Gothic Babe, I haven't heard any complaints. I sighed, rubbing my temples. Aqualad, in the Atlantean army, how would your superiors treat Kid Flash's attitude toward his female teammates? Well, under Article 48, there are serious penalties for sexual misconduct of any kind. All service members convicted of sexual assault or harassment will face a dishonorable discharge or a bad conduct discharge accompanying the forfeiture of all pay, allowances, and veteran benefits, Aqualad replied like a soldier answering to his superior, making Kid Flash flinch. Seeing as Kid Flash's approach when it comes to Miss Martian and Raven enters the lowest category of misconduct under Article 48, he would be discharged without pay for making his female fellow soldiers uncomfortable. Thank you, Aqualad, I nodded, turning my attention back to Kid Flash. As team leader, I will not tolerate any kind of harassment. Raven already made clear her dislike over your attempts, so cease before I am forced to kick you out of the team. Kid Flash flinched once again. Miss Martian hasn't said anything. Really, that was his argument. I honestly feel like I'm talking with a brick wall. Because she's too nice to voice any hurtful opinions, Raven said, making Gan freeze on the spot. Be that as it may, I won't tolerate this any longer. You will behave while interacting with the team, or you will leave the team, I said, making Raven smile ever so slightly. If outside team hours, you happen to ignite any kind of spark with any of your teammates, females or males, that's up to the two of you. However, during team hours, you will behave with the utmost respect, am I clear? I could just walk out, Kid Flash growled. Be my guest, I nodded, pointing at the door. If you don't want to confront your problems, I won't force you, but I won't deal with them. Is your life and your calls, you make them, so if walking out feels best for you, go ahead. Kid Flash froze in place. He's not being unreasonable. Batman would have kicked you out of the team already, Robin said, finally adding some words to the conversation. All you need to do is keep your non-existent sex appeal locked during team hours, that's not a lot to ask, is it? Kid Flash sighed. Fine. I apologize if my behavior made anyone uncomfortable. I could tell he didn't mean his apology. I knew that in his mind, he thought he was right, that he wasn't crossing any lines. For now, though, it was a step in the right direction. It's okay, Miss Martian said. Just. Well, we don't know each other at all, so it feels weird. Disgusting you mean, Raven said, without even giving Kid Flash a look. Very well, I nodded. With that out of the way, let's go to the training room to show what we can do in order to better work on our synergy. Aqualad, you will supervise with me, your input will be most helpful. Chapter 103, Chapter 97. Enjoy. Chapter got deleted for some reason. Just reposting. David Lance POV. I led the team to the training room and broke them into teams, Team A, Raven and Superboy, Team B, Kid Flash and Miss Martian, and Team C, Aqualad and Robin. For now, Robin and you will watch, I said, giving the two a quick look, getting a nod from Aqualad. With that done, I turned my attention to Team A and Team B, who were waiting for me to give them further instructions. The rules of this little exercise are simple. Whatever, Kid Flash muttered under his breath, if only he knew I could hear him. Taking a deep breath, I began explaining as I walked toward them, ignoring the bratty attitude Kid Flash was giving me. The circle around the four of you represents a dead zone, meaning that if you go beyond bounds, you are out of the match and, for the intent of the match, dead. Your objective for this exercise, if it wasn't clear by now, is to take the other team out of boundaries. I was leaving out a lot of details here. While it was true that the main objective of this little exercise was for them to push the other team out of the circle, at least on a surface level, it wasn't the only objective this exercise had. For example, another objective I wanted to test was their ability to coordinate and work together and not against each other without clear orders. Easy, Superboy said, his arms crossed in front of his chest as he looked at the other team with a confident glare. Smiling at Superboy's antics, I looked at both teams and continued. You have 1 minute to prepare for the spar. After that, the match will begin. With that said, I took a step back and gave them some space to discuss and plan amongst themselves before the match would start. I was honestly curious how they would perform in this test. This was, after all, their first real test as a team. After a minute or so, it was clear that both teams had finished discussing and were ready to begin, so I took my place in the center of the circle and raised my hand to signal the start of the match. Instantly, both teams sprung into action. Superboy wasted no time in charging straight for Kid Flash, while Raven began firing dark energy blasts at Miss Martian, who immediately started dodging. It seemed Team A planned to take out the speedster first, which from a strategic point of view was a smart move. However, what they didn't seem to account for was the ability all speedsters have to think many times faster than a normal person in order for them to keep up with their speed. because as Superboy came barreling toward him, Kid Flash used his super speed and quick thinking to create a gust of wind that knocked Superboy off balance and sent him flying into Raven. The two tumbled onto the ground as Kid Flash rushed towards them. "Kid Flash, no." Miss Martian called after her teammate, quickly realizing the mistake he was making, but alas, he paid her no heed, grinning while trying to show off in front of her. "Don't worry, I got this," Kid Flash said, losing focus for a brief moment as he was about to reach Team A. A brief moment Raven took to blast him off with a beam of dark energy, sending him flying into the boundary of the circle. "Kid Flash out," I called out before Kid Flash could even get up. The blonde speedster cursed under his breath as he got up and walked toward Robin, giving Miss Martian a somewhat sheepish look. "I told you not to rush in like that," Miss Martian sighed. "So now what?" Superboy asked, brushing the dirt off his pants. "The spar continues, Team B still has one member within boundaries," I replied. Now it was Superboy and Raven versus Miss Martian. Without another word, Superboy charged at Miss Martian with the intention to tackle her out of bounds. However, before he could reach her, she used her telekinesis to lift Superboy off the ground before attempting to hurl him out of bounds, only for Raven to stop her by breaking her telekinetic hold on Superboy. "No," Raven said, her eyes glowing white. "I'm tired of people tossing me around." Superboy growled, leaping towards Miss Martian in rage. Seeing his intentions, Miss Martian flew out of the way dodging his charge, only for Raven to fire a blast of dark energy at her, hitting her square in the back and sending her flying out of bounds. "Miss Martian, out," I called out, declaring Team A the winner of the match. "Sorry," Miss Martian said sheepishly as she walked back towards Kid Flash and Robin. "It's okay, we'll get them next time," Kid Flash said with a grin, moving to her side. Taking a deep breath, I looked at Aqualad and asked him. "Aqualad, tell me, what did they do wrong during this match?" Aqualad paused for a moment, before he answered. Kid Flash left his teammate without support, which inevitably led to their defeat. "And why do you think he did that?" I asked, seeing Kid Flash tense in the back. "Overconfidence," Aqualad answered. "Not cool, dude," Kid Flash frowned as he crossed his arms defensively. "But accurate, or at least partly accurate," I replied, as Raven started translating for me. "Whatever," Kid Flash muttered, giving me a small glare. Ignoring him, I continued. "In battle, you must be aware of your opponent's abilities and plan accordingly. If you two had taken the minute I gave you to discuss or plan some sort of strategy before the match, then perhaps the outcome would have been different. Outside that, you let your ego get the best of you after you got a clear hit on Superboy, and instead of working with Miss Martian to take him out, you decided to flex like a peacock, allowing Raven to take you out without any problem." Kid Flash said nothing, simply deciding to avert his gaze from mine. It seemed he was aware of his mistake here, at least to some level. "I'm sorry," Miss Martian said, her eyes downcast in shame. "No, it's not your fault," Kid Flash said quickly. "I was the one that got cocky, and we lost for it. So he's willing to take his part of the blame when someone else blames themselves. Maybe it was because he likes her. I don't know, either way is a step in the right direction." "Indeed," Aqualad said solemnly. "But that is a mistake that can be rectified, you simply need to learn from it and move on." I smiled under my mask at Aqualad as I gave a small nod. If he kept acting like this, the role of the leader would soon be his. "Right," Kid Flash said with a nod. "With that being said, Team A didn't exactly get all the marks," I said, making Superboy frown. "We won," Superboy said, crossing his arms. "You won, yes, but not without making some avoidable mistakes. You were too reckless in your charge against Miss Martian, and if it hadn't been for Raven's intervention, you would have been thrown out of bounds," I replied, giving Raven a look. "Not only that, but after Raven assisted you, instead of repositioning yourself, you let your anger get the best of you and once again charged at her blindly." "I was just trying to get the match over with," Superboy said with a shrug. "I understand that, but you need to be more strategic in your thinking. In a real battle, there are no second chances. If you make a mistake, it could cost you or your team a hefty price," I replied sternly. Superboy didn't say anything, but he did look thoughtful for a moment before he nodded. "Now me, right?" Raven said. I nodded, giving Superboy a look that said, "Translate for me." "Indeed. Raven, you are used to working with me, to the point we can coordinate our attacks without a word in perfect synchrony. However, you will not always work with me alone. I know communication is not your strong suit like it isn't mine, or Superboy's for that matter, but in these cases, you have to force yourself out of your comfort zone in order to achieve the best possible result," I replied before I gave a small smirk. "That being said, your performance in this match was exemplary. You took the openings both Miss Martian and Kid Flash gave you and capitalized on them without hesitation, giving your team the win." Raven nodded slowly. "Remarkable assessment," Aqualad said after a moment of thought. I inclined my head in acknowledgement before turning my attention back to the team. "I guess that leaves me," Miss Martian said with a small smile. I nodded. You did well, all things considered, I told her. You kept your cool in the face of Kid Flash's recklessness and used your telekinesis on Superboy when he let his guard down. That being said, you need to be more strategic in your thinking. You could have saved Kid Flash the same way you almost took Superboy out. Quick thinking and strategic points are crucial in all fights. Miss Martian nodded thoughtfully. You're right, I could have caught him before he went out of bounds. I nodded before turning to Team C, Aqualad, and Robin. Now is your turn. Against whom will we face? Aqualad asked. Against me and Kid Flash, I replied. 3, 2, 1. What? Kid Flash exclaimed. And there it is. I shrugged. As much as you don't like me, we are a team, and we have to work together, or others will die, I replied before I turned to Aqualad and Robin. Are you ready? Aqualad nodded solemnly, with Robin simply getting into position. Fini. Kid Flash groaned as he walked to the circle. I suppressed a sigh. Like before, both teams have 1 minute to discuss their strategy. Today was going to be a long day, I could tell. Chapter 104, Chapter 98. Enjoy. Back to normal updates. On other news, Marvel will restart soon. When? Within this month. With love, Korn. Note, chapter got deleted for some reason. Just reposting it. David Lance POV. Within a few moments of starting our match, I managed to knock both Robin and Aqualad out of bounds. However, my victory wasn't won without mistakes. During the 1 minute I gave us to strategize, Kid Flash behaved like your average teenager when forced to do something they don't want to do but have no other choice but to do, so as a result, our coordination was beyond terrible, and terrible was me being nice with how bad we had cooperated with one another during the match. His attitude during the match had forced me to adapt my plans and play around him in order to secure the win. After the match, I debriefed the team again like I had done earlier, pointing out our individual wrongs during this exercise, including mine. Training done, I walked out of the room, making my way to the showers in order to allow the team to interact without my presence. David, Raven said as she telepathically linked with me. Hitting the showers so early. I figured the team could use some time to talk without me around, I replied before I turned the water on. Kid Flash doesn't like you. At all, Raven said after a few moments. I know, I replied with a sigh. I can tell. He's going to be a problem, Raven replied calmly. I know, I repeated as I regulated the shower's temperature. But we'll figure it out. Together. I know you will, Raven replied, closing the connection. I stepped out of the shower a few minutes later, fully dressed, feeling refreshed, only to find the team, save for Raven, talking with Red Tornado, asking about getting missions. I sighed, it seemed like even with training keeping them occupied, they still wanted to get their hands on some real experience. Mission assignments are Batman's responsibility, Red Tornado said in an emotionless tone. This team is not a social club, Aqualad replied. No. But I am told social interaction is an important team-building exercise, Red Tornado replied. Perhaps you can keep busy by familiarizing yourself with the cave. With that said, Red Tornado left, leaving the team behind without much to say. I told them not to, Raven said, announcing my presence to the team. We didn't mean go beyond your back, Aqualad said, taking a step forward. It's fine, I replied, waving his concerns off. Going beyond my back would have been going on a mission without me or behind my back. This is fine. Besides, you guys are entitled to know if we have missions or not. So. Do you guys want a tour? Mgen offered after a moment of silence. The 4 of us live here. You know, Bolt, Raven, Superboy and I. So, if you guys want, we could play guides. Don't look at me, Superboy said, his arms crossed. Clearly not interested. Or me, Raven replied. Or me, I signed. Great, a team of antisocials making an echo, Kid Flash muttered. But hey. It works for me, besides, the only tour I want is from Miss M. I glared at him. Letting him know he was getting too close to be crossing the harassment line we spoke about earlier with Mgan. I'm just being friendly, Kid Flash said, his mouth forming a thin line as he took a step back under my glare. Yeah, right, friendly. I'll take you up on that offer, Miss Martian, Aqualad said, changing the subject back to the base in order to defuse the situation. Mgan beamed, looking around to see if anyone else was going on the tour, getting nods from everyone. All right then. Follow me. As I watched them go, I lingered in place for a moment, smiling at how happy Mgan was about something so simple, like giving a tour of the place, before making my way behind them, following them close behind. Team building, right? For the next few minutes, I followed the team as Mgan gave the tour, explaining things like how old the mountain was or that the base was technically the entire mountain, as the League had hollowed it out when they first used it. I stayed in the back with Raven in silence, letting the team interact with each other without me as Mgan showed them around. By their interactions as the tour progressed, it was clear that they were starting to warm up to each other. Even Superboy seemed somewhat interested in interacting. Eventually, the tour led us to the ship bay area, where Mgan asked Red Tornado to open the doors in order to show everyone her ship. It was here when a mild headache hit me, as a few images appeared in my mind. I tried not to show any signs I was being affected by this, but even though I showed no physical signs of discomfort, Raven noticed immediately, giving me a look that told me she knew something was wrong. "I'm okay," I assured her with a smile under my mask. Raven nodded, her body language telling me, "I will believe you for now, but we will discuss this later." I nodded, happy with that unspoken arrangement, all while trying to make sense of what I had seen a few moments ago. Mr. Twister. The first enemy the team fought as an official team. Of all memories to forget or lock, why that one? If anything, that memory seemed useless in the grand scheme of things, inconsequential to the very core of the word. I mean, I remember a lot about the Light, who quite honestly was more important than Mr. Twister of all villains. Hell, Mr. Twister was a one-episode kind of villain. That's how utterly insignificant he was. I sighed. Maybe the memories I had locked or forgotten didn't have to make sense in terms of importance. Perhaps they were just random bits of information that were randomly locked. That was a possibility, but honestly, without any data about my situation, I doubted that to be the case. After all, unless proven otherwise, there was always a reason for things, even if that reason wasn't readily apparent. Bolt. Mgan's voice pulled me out of my thoughts. "Are you okay?" I turned to her, seeing the look of concern on her face. It seemed like she had noticed something wrong with me as well. "I'm fine," I lied easily enough. "Just lost in thought." Mgan didn't look convinced, but she didn't call me out on it either, instead turning back to the team as her ship opened. "So, you guys want to go for a ride?" Everyone nodded. I sighed, giving Mgan a nod. Chapter 105, Chapter 99. Enjoy. David Lance POV. The ride on Miss Martian's ship began like on the show, at least from what I could now remember, with the ride coming to a stop when Red Tornado contacted us to tell us something was happening at Red Harbor, that something being unbeknownst to everyone, Mr. Twister. "What do you think caused the alert?" Miss Martian asked as we neared Red Harbor. "I think I know what," Superboy replied, as out of nowhere, a whirlwind appeared, knocking the ship out of camouflage mode. Thankfully, however, Mgan quickly managed to stabilize the ship, landing in the parking lot of the Happy Harbor Electric Plant. "Robin, are tornadoes common in New England?" Aqualad asked as we exited the ship. "Not all." "No," Robin replied. I nodded, turning to the team. "Mgan, can you link everyone telepathically?" "Yes," Mgan nodded. "Superboy, I know you have bad experiences with everything psychic-related, but I will need you to push aside that for now. Can you do it?" I asked, turning to face Superboy. Superboy, at this, tensed up visibly, like never before, in a mix of fear and anger, but after a few moments of internal deliberation, he nodded. "Mgan, do it," I said, turning back to Mgan, who nodded before doing as I asked, linking everyone in the team telepathically. "Kid Flash, Raven, you two are in damage control. Evacuate everyone out of the building," I said through the telepathic link. While ideally, I would prefer fighting with Raven by my side, as our synergy is near perfect in the field, I had need of her skills to evacuate everyone out of the building. Her portals would make the entire evacuation easy. The same applied to Kid Flash, at least to some extent, because while we didn't see eye to eye, and our synergy was non-existent, his super speed, alongside Raven's portals, would ensure the optimal result. "Got it," Kid Flash acknowledged after a moment before he and Raven took off in opposite directions, with Raven not saying a single word. "The rest of us are going to take down Mr. Twister," I said before dashing to the factory with the rest of the team following me close behind. "What is our plan?" Aqualad asked as we neared the factory. "First, we need to get him out of the electric plant," I replied, fearing the plant would explode, killing hundreds, maybe more. "Robin, can you turn the plant off?" Robin, at this, tensed visibly, as if he hadn't expected me to include him in the plans. After a moment, however, he nodded. "I would just need to reach the control room." "Good. That would save us some problems, not all of them, but at least some of the biggest ones." "Go then, and regroup as soon as the plant is off," I said before Robin parted ways with us, dashing off in a different direction, leading to the control room of the plant. A few seconds later, I entered the plant with Mgan, Aqualad, and Superboy, finding the robotic menace known as Mr. Twister destroying the plant. Aqualad with me, Superboy, Miss Martian, you two flank him. The team nodded, with Aqualad and I dashing towards Mr. Twister while Superboy and Mgan flanked him from the sides. "Who are you supposed to be?" Mr. Twister said as he turned, his robotic eyes glancing at Aqualad before noticing me. "Now, you, I know. Completely disregarding Aqualad, Mr. Twister aimed at me with his arms, throwing me across the room with little to no effort with a gust of wind that, while it did no real damage, still managed to push me back. Aqualad, seeing this, attacked Mr. Twister using water beams, which did little more than wet the robotic villain. "I'm afraid to inform you that I'm waterproof," Mr. Twister said as he created a gust of wind, throwing Aqualad across the room. At this, Superboy and Gan attacked, with Superboy using his super strength to try and take down Mr. Twister while Gan used her telekinesis in an attempt to control him. However, despite their best efforts, their attacks were clunky, and so they were both quickly thrown back against the wall with a gust of wind as well. Mr. Twister then turned his attention back to me. "You are the only threat here. If I kill you, they stand no chance. Rejoice, you die at the hands of Mr. Twister." "Well, ain't that flattering?" "Team, see those tubes on his back," I said, ignoring Mr. Twister. "Yes," Aqualad replied. "Good, now tell me, Aqualad, how much electric power can you control?" I replied, dodging a gust of wind Mr. Twister had thrown at me. "A lot," Aqualad replied after a moment. "Perfect," I said before dashing toward Mr. Twister. "Superboy, with me. Miss Martian, your mission now is to assist Aqualad in getting access to those tubes that Mr. Twister has on his back. I have reasons to believe they conduct electricity. If I'm right, you know what to do with that power." "I do," Aqualad replied. "Good, now wait until I give the signal," I replied, weaving under Mr. Twister's assault. "You might have defeated Amazo, but you won't defeat me," Mr. Twister boasted, throwing gust after gust at me. "Please, Mr. Twister, you are the Amazo we have at home." "Shut up," Superboy growled, jumping at him. Unfortunately, Mr. Twister heard him and, as expected, turned towards him, creating a gust of wind that sent Superboy flying back into a wall. "Superboy, don't announce your attacks," I said, dodging another gust of wind, before finally closing the distance between us, landing a hard punch on Mr. Twister's face, putting my entire weight into it. The blow knocked Mr. Twister back, and I followed that up with a flurry of hits, with the last strike denting his face. "You will play for that," Mr. Twister said, aiming at me. Having gotten his full and undivided attention, I ran to the exit, ducking and weaving under his attacks as he chased after me. "Superboy, follow us, and wait for my signal," I said as I exited the plant, hurling a few explosives at Mr. Twister to keep him focused. "This is getting old," Mr. Twister said, shooting a lightning bolt at me that I managed to dodge by rolling out of the way. "Now, Superboy," I said, selecting an explosive knife from my belt before hurling it at Mr. Twister. Taking my cue, Superboy leaped at him from behind as my knife collided with Mr. Twister, blinding him and giving Superboy the opening to slam him to the ground. "Miss Martian, Aqualad, you have the floor. Proceed with caution," I said as Mr. Twister stood up, blasting Superboy off him, who until now had been punching him on the ground berserker style. "Understood," Aqualad replied. "Will do," Miss Martian replied. "We finished the evacuation," Kid Flash said, joining the conversation. "How's the situation?" Raven asked. "Right now, I'm doing damage control. The area Mr. Twister picked to start this fight is, unfortunately, one I can't use my powers in confidence," I replied, hurling knife after knife at Mr. Twister as I closed the distance between us. While I did this, Superboy rushed at him from the side, landing a few hits before Mr. Twister simply backhanded him, sending him flying out of the way. "You're weak," Mr. Twister said, looking at Superboy with disgust. "All of you are weak, save for you, Black Bolt." With that, he turned his attention back to me and raised his hand, shooting a lightning bolt at me. I jumped, avoiding the blast, before hurling a tossing batarang at him, which he dodged by stepping out of the way. "Enough," Mr. Twister said, his voice booming around the place. I smiled, hurling a few knives at him as the batarang I had thrown circled around to strike him on the back, delivering a powerful electric jolt at the robot, and forcing the robot into a spasming attack. There was a reason why Batman called them batarangs, and I wonder why all villains forget that. "Now Aqualad," I said, as Aqualad jumped at him from the back, with Miss Martian pushing Mr. Twister to the ground with her telekinesis, allowing Aqualad easy access to the tubes on Mr. Twister's back. From there, it was all a matter of Aqualad using Mr. Twister's own power to defeat him by absorbing his electric power. "You will not win," Mr. Twister roared, trying to get up and succeeding until Raven appeared, forcing him back, aiding Miss Martian in keeping him down. "It's time to end this," Aqualad said, ripping the tubes off Mr. Twister's back, absorbing the electricity they were shooting before redirecting it at Mr. Twister, frying him from the inside out. A few seconds later, Mr. Twister's robotic body fell to the ground, Aqualad standing above him with labored breaths. I smiled. Not bad for a first mission together.